At the Africa Mercenary headquarters, intel had arrived. The enemy's head executive, Ma Salin, had arrived at Sector Y for an on-site visit. The major antagonist, pointing to a map, declared in French that Ma Salin would die tonight. The major antagonist addressed the troops, explaining that due to the mission's nature, they couldn't mobilize a lot of troops, limiting the participants to the 5 squads present, totaling 49 people, and that they obviously wouldn't have air support. Someone reported that the enemy troops numbered between 350 and 500. Another soldier asked Channy what the major antagonist had said, and was told to be quiet. The major antagonist warned that this mission's objective wasn't about taking over the area. He continued, stating that as soon as Miss Salin's death was confirmed, they were to cease fire and fall back immediately. A soldier questioned what he had said. The major antagonist, enraged, shouted at the soldier. The troops listened intently to the major antagonist's orders. The camera focuses on Channy, listening intently. The major antagonist called for attention. He ordered them to continue. He holds a baton, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. The military leader's gaze hardens, meeting the intense stare of one of his soldiers. The leader, his face etched with grim determination, declares that today is a very special day for everyone. One of the soldiers smirks, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The military leader slams his baton on the table, announcing that the meeting is over. The soldiers respond with a resounding, "Oui, Capitaine." Under the cover of night, the soldiers travel in a convoy. Inside the truck, the soldiers sit in silence, the rumble of the engine the only sound. The soldiers remain stoic, their faces grim as they anticipate the mission ahead. The convoy continues its journey through the night, the headlights cutting through the darkness. The truck comes to a halt, the sound of the brakes echoing in the stillness. One of the soldiers orders the others to disembark, signaling the start of their operation. As the military leader's words hung in the air, the soldiers took a final moment to check their weapons and enjoy one last cigarette before their mission began. ID, soldier, unknown one, known as Channy, lights a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his focused expression. The soldier with white hair raises an eyebrow, questioning the captain's relaxed attitude. The captain, Gob, flicks his wrist dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips as he responds with a casual, "Okay." Channy's expression hardens, his thoughts betraying his unease. It's not okay. He reminds himself to focus on surviving the night. Gob dismisses Channy's concerns as unnecessary nonsense, assuring him that with him, there's nothing to worry about. Channy, unconvinced, mutters that Gob shouldn't exaggerate. The white-haired soldier watches the exchange between Channy and Gob, his expression unreadable. The cigarette is extinguished under the heel of Channy's boot. Gob calls out to the group, signaling that it's time to move. The team advances through the dense forest, their footsteps muffled by the undergrowth. The soldiers move deeper into the forest, their weapons raised, ready for whatever awaits them. He continued to lead the way, the sound of their boots crunching on the undergrowth filling the otherwise silent forest. The soldiers advanced deeper, their weapons raised, alert to any potential threat lurking in the shadows. The major antagonist, Gob, marched at the front, his expression unreadable as he scanned the dense foliage. Further ahead, the path narrowed, forcing the group into a single file line as they navigated the treacherous terrain. The soldier at the rear of the formation noted that they were only 2 kilometers from their destination, and so far, everything was proceeding smoothly. But Gob paused, a sense of unease washing over him. The soldier with brown hair noticed the major antagonist's hesitation. "What's wrong?" Gob admitted he just had a bad hunch. The soldier with brown hair scoffed, goading Gob. "Come on, don't tell me the Gob is scared." A sinister grin spread across Gob's face. "Huh, looks like it's time for our captain to retire." Suddenly, the soldier named Smithin cried out as a red beam pierced through him. The soldiers find themselves caught in a deadly crossfire, the air thick with the crimson streaks of energy beams. Amidst the chaos, ID, soldier, white hair, the soldier with white hair, returns fire, while another soldier grimaces, narrowly dodging the energy beams. The ambush intensifies, the forest canopy offering little protection against the relentless barrage of energy fire. The energy beams tear through the trees, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. Explosions erupt as the energy beams find their mark, sending debris flying in all directions. The soldiers scramble for cover, desperately trying to evade the deadly energy fire raining down upon them. Gob is struck by an energy beam, the force of the impact sending him crashing to the ground. Another soldier cries out Smithin's name, fear evident in his voice as the energy beams continue to strike. Channy's face contorts in anguish as he shouts for Smithin, desperate for a response amidst the carnage. ID, soldier, white hair, the white-haired soldier, cradles the wounded Gob, desperately trying to shield him from further harm as explosions erupt around them. Gob, grimacing in pain, realizes they are under attack by grenade launchers, not mere sentries, indicating a far more serious threat. Channy reassures the wounded Smithin that his injuries are nothing too serious, though the intensity of the battle suggests otherwise. The ambush was no accident. They had walked right into a trap. The enemy soldiers opened fire from their vehicles, the air thick with the sound of gunfire. Amidst the chaos, ID, military leader, unknown, also known as Channy, recognized the coordinated attack. "A lot of bastards have come," he shouted, returning fire. The barrage of bullets tore through the air, finding their marks with brutal efficiency. Amidst the gunfire, ID, soldier, unknown one called out to Smithin, asking if he needed morphine. Through labored breaths, Gob refused the morphine, his thoughts turning to Channy. He asked, "Channy, how am I?" The camera focuses on Gob's bloody body. The situation was dire. He had lost too much blood, and his organs appeared damaged. Channy dismissed Gob's injuries, telling him that he only got scratched a bit and shouldn't overreact. ID, soldier, unknown one, witnessing the exchange, questioned Channy's intentions, asking what he was going to do. Channy remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. He knew Gob's injuries were too grave, and they needed to fall back to save him. With a grim resolve, Channy gave the order to retreat. "Go." As the order was given, Gob, in a state of confusion, shouted, "Hey Smithin, who am I?" Gob struggles to breathe, blood dripping from his mouth as he fights to stay conscious. His vision blurring, Gob sees Smithin kneeling beside him, but his mind races with confusion. "Who am I?" he wonders. The soldier's face is a mask of blood and pain, his teeth bared in a silent scream. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, a rifle raised, the name Blackfield emblazoned beneath him. An explosion rips through the forest, engulfing Gob and Smithin in flames. Smithin, battered and bruised, spits out blood. "Ugh, those sons of bitches!" He cries out in pain, clutching at his side, the force of the blast having clearly wounded him. Stumbling through the wreckage, Smithin tries to reassure himself. "Ugh, okay, I'm okay." He grits his teeth, pushing forward despite his injuries. "Hold on for a bit more. We're not far from the enemy's headquarters." Smithin charges through the forest, dodging a hail of red energy beams. A beam strikes him, the impact throwing him back. Smithin cries out in agony as the energy tears through him. He lay in a pool of his own blood, the crimson liquid spreading across the ground. A wave of confusion washed over Smithin as he wondered what had just happened. The world blurred as the impact of the shot registered. He wondered if he had been shot, the question echoing in his mind. Smithin's vision swam as he looked up at his own body, the blood staining his jacket. The blood flowed from the wound, a grim testament to the attack. He questioned if the attack came from behind, his mind racing to understand the situation as he saw the figures approaching. The figures advanced, their weapons raised, ready to finish the job. The realization dawned on Smithin. A sniper had targeted him. He felt betrayed, the word echoing in his fading consciousness. A gasp escaped his lips as darkness closed in. His head throbbed, the pain a final, agonizing reminder of his failure. He wonders if he's still alive, his body racked with pain. Rather than dwell on the pain, the overwhelming sensation of thirst takes over. Faintly, he hears voices. Someone is nearby, perhaps offering the water he so desperately craves. The voices grow clearer, urging him to open his eyes. He realizes they're speaking Korean. A man's voice, tinged with concern, asks how he's feeling. The doctor instructs Nurse Kim to check his vitals. Kong Chan lies in the hospital bed, still disoriented. Through blurry vision, Kong Chan struggles to focus, the question echoing in his mind. Where is this place? A streak of red flashes across his vision, a lingering echo of the sniper's bullet that struck Smithin. Sirens blare as medical personnel rush to the room where Kong Chan is waking up. A voice asks how the young man is feeling. The doctor and Nurse Kim rush Kong Chan down the hallway, the injured man wondering where he is. The world swims back into focus. The doctor notes that Kong Chan recovered quickly, perhaps due to his physical fitness, but cautions that it's still too early to be relieved. The doctor continues to question the patient, surprised that he is Asian and speaks Korean, asking how he is feeling and if he is in any pain. A medical professional cleans the cuts on Kong Chan's face. The doctor confirms that this is Saebayal Hospital in Gangnam, answering Kong Chan's question. The doctor asks Nurse Kim to call Kong Chan's guardian, now that he seems to be okay. Kong Chan wonders if Gangnam is in Korea, still disoriented from his injuries. Kong Chan, still in his hospital gown, overhears a doctor on the phone who is frustrated that someone called 119, the emergency number, to bring him here. Meanwhile, the doctor instructs Nurse Kim to take good care of him, noting that he's likely confused after being unconscious for 3 days. The doctor then addresses Kong Chan directly, telling him that he's been talking nonsense. The soldier, still disoriented, can only manage a confused "huh." Ignoring the doctor's words, he pushes himself up from the bed. The doctor tries to stop Kong Chan, telling him he can't get up yet, but it's too late. Ignoring the doctor's warning, he stumbles out of the room. He pauses, his hand outstretched, as if trying to remember something. Kong Chan's face is etched with confusion and a desperate need to understand his situation. He was being driven through the city. As they drove, Kong Chan thought to himself, stating that his name was Kong Chan and that he was 29 years old. In July 2016, he had been a team instructor and captain of the French mercenary forces. He lost consciousness after being shot during a mission in the African War, or so he honestly thought. It was more accurate to say that he died in battle. Afterwards, he regained consciousness in 2019 in South Korea. He had been surrounded by medical personnel in the hospital. He hadn't been in a coma for 3 years or anything. He had changed bodies. Interestingly, this body's name was also Kong Chan. He was 19 in his last year at high school. He jumped off the roof of the school he was attending, Shimmick High School in Gangnam, and was in a coma for 3 days until he woke up, or so they say. Of course, he didn't wake up, but rather I did. The driver, presumably knowing Kong Chan's thoughts, pointed out their house, asking if he remembered it. The lady sitting next to Kong Chan is Yu Hae-suk, technically this body's mother. Yu Hae-suk looks at Kong Chan with concern. Kong Dae, the driver, recalls the doctor's advice, that rest and relaxation are key to regaining his memories. The car pulls up to a modern apartment building, which Kong Chan recognizes as his new body's home. The car is parked in a designated spot. A close-up shows the sleek design of the black car. Kong Chan exits the vehicle, announcing that they should head inside. The apartment number is 701. Inside, the entryway is simple and clean. Yu Hae-suk asks if he remembers the place, but Kong Dae quickly tells her not to push him. Kong Dae puts his arm around Kong Chan, telling him to rest in his room and not to worry. Kong Chan walks down the hallway. He enters a room on the left. Kong Chan turns his head, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The sound of a door closing echoes as Kong Dae and Yu Hae-suk stand together, their expressions etched with concern. Hae-suk, her arm around Kong Dae, wonders aloud what they should do about their Chan. A voice, filled with forced optimism, repeats that everything is going to be fine. Kong Chan surveys the room, thinking that this is 100 times better than the commander's personal quarters. The room, though simple, is clean and well-maintained. A voice muses that he must be from a rich family. He reaches out and presses the power button on the computer. Kong Chan sits at the computer, a look of surprise on his face as the screen flickers to life. The computer screen displays a loading bar. He pulls out his phone, realizing he can still use the internet on it. Frustration mounts as he struggles to remember the passcode, muttering, "Ah, you brat." He stares intently at the phone in his hands, a thought cloud revealing his suspicion. Too many secrets are being hidden. The phone has a fingerprint scanner, a feature that seems to confirm his suspicions about the device's owner. He realizes that since this body is the phone's owner, he might be able to find some clues about his death and reincarnation. After searching, he finds no information. He wonders if it's because he typed in Korean and considers searching in another language. Kong Chan tries searching for 2016, Africa, battle, French mercenaries, but as he thought, there's nothing much. He considers looking up French articles. As he continues his search, a message notification pops up on the phone, startling him. The message is from Lee Hojin, asking if he got discharged. Kong Chan wonders if Lee Hojin is a friend, deciding to send a quick answer and continue. Kong Chan replies to Lee Hojin, confirming that he just got discharged. Unseen by Kong Chan, Lee Hojin receives the message and is furious. Lee Hojin's message reveals his true feelings. He calls Kong Chan a fucking bastard and demands to know why he wasn't reported to him, threatening him. Lee Hojin receives a message asking if he was discharged. The man in the yellow and black shirt wonders if Lee Hojin is a friend, deciding to send a quick answer and continue. He replies that he was just discharged. Lee Hojin's eyes narrow as he reads the response. Lee Hojin sends another message, furious that he wasn't reported to, and threatens the man. The man wonders if Lee Hojin is a friend or not, and if he should report him. He decides to forget it, and just ignore him and continue. Lee Hojin sends another message, asking if he's being ignored and if the man has lost his mind. The man is surprised by this. The man finds Lee Hojin annoying. He responds with busy. The man sighs, clearly frustrated with Lee Hojin's persistence. Kong Chan receives a call, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He sighs, already weary of the interaction before it truly begins. He answers the phone with a clipped, "Hello." The caller, revealed to be Lee Hojin, spits venom into the phone. Lee Hojin demands to know if Kong Chan is simply laughing at him, questioning if he took pills that gave him extra courage while in the hospital. Kong Chan curtly replies that he's busy and hangs up on Lee Hojin, cutting off his tirade. The abrupt end to the call sends Lee Hojin into a further rage. He shouts into the phone, demanding Kong Chan come out right now, counting down from 5. Kong Chan, unbothered by the outburst, anticipates further calls and prepares to block the number. Lee Hojin's fury intensifies as he curses Kong Chan, calling him a son of a bitch. He realizes Kong Chan has blocked his number, sending him into a further fit of rage. In a final outburst, Lee Hojin smashes his phone on the ground, his anger reaching its peak. Lee Hojin's rage burns bright, fueled by Kong Chan's perceived disrespect. He demands to know why Kong Chan would throw away a phone that was only 2 months old. Lee Hojin expects Kong Chan to simply buy him another one. One of Lee Hojin's lackeys mocks him, pointing out that he's never bought anything with his own money. Lee Hojin, seething, dares Kong Chan to come to school. The city sleeps under a blanket of night, unaware of the simmering conflict. Elsewhere, Kong Chan sits at his desk, lost in thought. He's been meticulously researching military news, poring over every single article. Yet, he can't find any information about a war in Africa. Kong Chan wonders if the lack of information is due to security reasons or if there's some other special reason. After using his brain for a long time, Kong Chan decides he needs to go out for a smoke. He wonders if someone hid cigarettes, rummaging through a drawer. He thinks of Lee Hojin as a school nerd. He wonders if he could have hidden the cigarettes between the books. He opens a cabinet, finding it full of various items. Kong Chan believes this is the perfect place to hide things. A notebook lies open, filled with angry, desperate thoughts. The notebook reveals the inner turmoil of someone being bullied, filled with self-loathing and violent fantasies. Kong Chan reflects on Lee Hojin's attitude and the contents of the notebook, realizing the kid is being bullied. A close-up of the notebook reveals a page filled with violent intent. I can't take it anymore. Kill the ones who bullied me. Kong Chan thinks to himself how stupid it is to write such things down, believing that if someone were going to kill their tormentors, they should do it quietly and in secret. Kong Chan sits on the bed, disappointed that he couldn't find any cigarettes. He reflects on the fact that this body is getting bullied. The weight of the situation makes him tired, and he collapses onto the bed. Kong Chan drifts off to sleep. He awakens from his slumber, the notebook detailing Lee Hojin's bullying still resting on his chest. The scene shifts to a high-rise apartment building, sunlight glinting off its many windows. A sleek, black car speeds down a city street. Inside the vehicle, Kong Chan sits in the back, while another young man drives. Kong Chan, dressed in a school uniform, stares ahead with a neutral expression. The car pulls up to the entrance of what appears to be a school, students milling about. The driver, concerned, asks Kong Chan if he's really okay and suggests he could have rested longer at home. Kong Chan assures him that he's fine, stating he wanted to go out after staying inside for so long. The driver smiles, seemingly relieved, while Kong Chan offers a somewhat awkward confirmation. The driver announces that he's leaving. Kong Chan watches the car depart, realizing he doesn't know where his classroom is. Kong Chan stands alone in front of the school, surrounded by other students, clearly lost. He thinks to himself that it would be nice to have someone to assist him. Kong Chan pauses, hearing someone call his name. A group of students watch with bated breath, anticipating a confrontation. The crowd parts as Kong Chan walks forward, someone in the crowd recognizing him as the one who gained extra balls of steel in the hospital. A close-up reveals the intensity in Kong Chan's eyes. Lee Hojin's name is visible on his uniform. He recalls yesterday's phone call, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The two face each other, Lee Hojin asking if Kong Chan hit his head against a concrete pillar. Lee Hojin declares that he has found his assistant. Kong Chan responds with a confused what. The two stand face to face, the tension palpable. Lee Hojin's face contorts with a predatory grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He declares that he has found his assistant, his eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. Lee Hojin confirms his identity to Kong Chan, but immediately follows up with an insult, fueled by the inconvenience Kong Chan caused him. Kong Chan, unfazed by the hostility, asks if Lee Hojin smokes and requests a cigarette. Lee Hojin demands that Kong Chan give him a cigarette. Lee Hojin cracks his knuckles, warning Kong Chan that he needs some morning lessons. Lee Hojin tells Kong Chan to come at him. The two face each other in the gymnasium, the tension palpable as they prepare to fight. The fight is about to begin. Kong Chan strikes first, prompting Lee Hojin to call him a crazy bastard. Enraged, Lee Hojin throws a flurry of punches, fueled by resentment over recent events. The blows connect, impacting Lee Hojin's face with brutal force. He cries out as the assault continues. The world blurs for Kong Chan as the beating intensifies. He can barely register the pain. A final, devastating punch sends Lee Hojin flying across the gymnasium floor. Kong Chan watches as his attacker is launched into the air, the momentum carrying him away. The sound of Lee Hojin's body slamming against the floor echoes through the gymnasium. Kong Chan stands over the fallen Lee Hojin, his expression unreadable as he looms over him. He clenches his fist, contemplating his next move. Killing him, he realizes, would be problematic. Kong Chan realizes that Lee Hojin doesn't have what he's looking for either. He grabs Lee Hojin by the collar, searching him for something. Kong Chan rises, leaving Lee Hojin lying defeated on the gymnasium floor. Kong Chan's expression is grim as he contemplates his next move. The protagonist, Kong Chan, stands tall, a silent promise echoing in his words to the original owner of the body he now inhabits. to let go and find peace. Meanwhile, Lee Hojin, reeling from the previous beating, struggles to regain his footing. The blonde-haired antagonist grits his teeth, a burning rage evident in his eyes as he prepares to retaliate. With a furious yell, Lee Hojin launches himself at Kong Chan, his foot aimed squarely at the protagonist's head. Kong Chan's expression hardens as he realizes Lee Hojin has lost his mind. Lee Hojin shouts, questioning if Kong Chan wants to lose his head, but the protagonist swiftly counters the attack. The blow lands squarely on Lee Hojin's face, the force of the impact causing him to cry out in pain. Kong Chan remains silent, his fist clenched, as Lee Hojin stumbles backward, reeling from the punch. The punch leaves Lee Hojin visibly battered and bruised. Lee Hojin, bloodied and enraged, vows to continue fighting until Kong Chan falls. Another punch from Kong Chan connects, sending Lee Hojin flying backward with a spray of blood and saliva. Lee Hojin cries out in agony as Kong Chan's relentless assault continues. Kong Chan's fist connects with Lee Hojin's face, the force of the blow echoing through the room. The impact sends Lee Hojin staggering backward, blood spraying from the point of contact. Kong Chan continues his relentless assault, each strike landing with brutal efficiency. Lee Hojin's face is now a bloody mess, his eyes wide with pain and disbelief. Kong Chan stands over his defeated opponent, his fist still clenched, a grim satisfaction on his face. Lee Hojin's eyes dart open, a look of shock and confusion washing over his face as he lies on the floor. He struggles to sit up, muttering in disbelief that he is in his classroom. The camera pans out, revealing the school building in the distance. The perspective shifts to an exterior shot of the school, where a lone figure stands near the entrance. The figure, revealed to be Kong Chan, is called out to by someone off-panel. A girl in a school uniform is seen running towards Kong Chan. The girl, revealed to be a student, looks concerned as she approaches Kong Chan. He is asked if he got discharged from the military. The student explains that because Kong Chan is in his last year, he doesn't need to be polite with her. The girl, Kim Myong, apologizes for not visiting him, explaining she's been busy with cram school. Kong Chan is surprised to learn that they are in the same class. Kim Myong asks Kong Chan what's wrong with him, noting that they're desk mates. He insists he's fine, despite his injury. As they walk, Kim Myong points out the way, but Kong Chan seems distracted and unsure. Kong Chan says he needs to find his classroom first, still seemingly out of it. Inside the classroom, Kong Chan thinks that his seat is in the perfect spot to get sniped at. Kong Chan kicks the leg of his desk, testing its stability. The teacher stands at the front of the classroom, seemingly oblivious to Kong Chan's paranoia. Kong Chan stares into a mirror, his reflection showing the lingering effects of his injuries and the trauma he endured. He had barely settled into his seat when the student with blonde hair, Lee Hojin, caught his attention. One student wondered aloud what happened to Lee Hojin's face. Another student dismissed it, assuming Lee Hojin had simply gotten into another fight with delinquent from another school. Meanwhile, another student thought to himself that Lee Hojin was in his class as well. Lee Hojin sat at his desk, looking disheveled and injured. Another student, observing Lee Hojin, thought to himself that he was a pain in the ass. Lee Hojin, ignoring the stares, checked his phone. On his phone, Lee Hojin read a message stating that Kong Chan had gone crazy. He then sent a message to everyone, suggesting they free up some time during first period. Lee Hojin, his face a mask of fury, vowed revenge on Kong Chan. Elsewhere, a figure addressed a large group, asking if everyone was present. The man held a tablet, his expression serious. Back at the school, students discussed Lee Hojin's condition, noting that he had been hospitalized for a while and had just returned. One student cautioned another not to push himself and to take a rest. The school announced that students were free to choose their activity for the day, but cautioned them to be careful not to hurt themselves. Students cheered, excited for the free time. Lee Hojin's target, Kong Chan, sits on the steps, lost in thought. Meanwhile, other students play soccer in the courtyard. Kong Chan reflects on his current situation, wondering what he should do next. Lee Hojin calls out to him, telling him to get up and change locations. Kong Chan asks if Lee Hojin has something to say again. Lee Hojin responds, asking if he thinks he'll just let it go and telling him to get up and change locations. Lee Hojin approaches Kong Chan, a menacing aura surrounding him. Kong Chan sighs, thinking that they always act like this when he spares them. The sound of footsteps grows louder as Lee Hojin and his crew approach. Lee Hojin announces that they've arrived. Kong Chan stands in front of the school, facing Lee Hojin and his group. Lee Hojin's cronies surround Kong Chan, one of them remarking that he's a moron. Lee Hojin smirks, confirming that Kong Chan is where he wants him. He stands with an arm around Lee Hojin, whose face is bruised and battered. He sneers, asking if the twig Kong Chan actually did this to him. The cronies of Lee Hojin are seen walking towards Kong Chan, ready to attack. The group surrounds Kong Chan, their intentions clear. The men in suits charge forward, their intent clear. They close the distance, surrounding their target. The young man with black hair watches them approach, his expression unreadable as he prepares to fight. The young man smirks, unfazed by the overwhelming odds. One of the men in suits confidently states that they will all attack him together. The man with the slicked-back gray hair taunts the young man, questioning if his brain is functioning and declaring that he alone is enough to teach him a lesson. The gray-haired man throws the first punch, aiming to make quick work of the young man. The young man counters with a devastating blow of his own, the force of the impact radiating outwards. The punch shatters the gray-haired man's defenses, blood spraying from the impact. The gray-haired man is sent flying backward, his face contorted in shock and pain as he realizes he severely underestimated his opponent. Another man looks on in disbelief. The other men in suits are stunned by the sudden turn of events, their confidence shattered as they witness their leader's defeat. A disembodied voice echoes, advising someone to listen when a grown-up gives advice. The speaker, a young man in a school uniform, glances back with a knowing smirk. The young man continues, stating that since none of them seem to know how to fight properly, he will teach them, instructing each of them to aim for different spots. Meanwhile, a group of men in suits discuss their strategy, one directing the others to aim for the head, body, and legs. The young man in the school uniform asks if they understand that they should attack from different angles and directions. One of the men in suits, clearly angered by the previous defeat, shouts that Kong Chan only got lucky. The man in the school uniform is suddenly swarmed by the men in suits, who are shouting for everyone to get him. Kong Chan's eyes narrow as he prepares to fight, dodging a flurry of attacks. The first blow lands, a brutal strike against one of the men in suits, sending blood splattering. Another man in a suit lunges forward, but Kong Chan is too quick, sidestepping the attack. Kong Chan continues his assault, delivering a devastating blow to another attacker. The final strike connects, leaving another man in a suit heavily injured and bleeding profusely. Despite the beating he's taking, Kong Chan is able to land a blow on his opponent. The force of the punch sends the man reeling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Kong Chan watches as the man, despite being knocked down, rises to his feet once more. The man spits out blood, his face contorted in rage. "This motherfucker," he snarls. He lunges forward, asking if Kong Chan thinks he's finished. Kong Chan meets the charge with a swift punch, connecting squarely with the man's jaw. Kong Chan thinks to himself that even he stood up again. As he's sent flying, the man screams, realizing his body is weak. Kong Chan grabs the man midair, preparing to deliver another blow. The sound of the impact echoes loudly. The man, now sporting a shaved head and covered in blood, wonders how this happened. The man with the shaved head lies defeated, as Kong Chan stands over him, radiating an ominous aura. He wonders if this is truly the same weakling he once knew. Enraged by the defeat of his comrade, another man curses Kong Chan. He is joined by Lee Hojin, who is equally furious. The enraged man pulls out a knife, declaring he hadn't planned on using it, but will now. Kong Chan, unfazed, holds his own knife, a cold smile playing on his lips. He warns that if one isn't willing to put their life on the line, they shouldn't use weapons. The man lunges at Kong Chan, knife in hand, but Kong Chan swiftly counters, disarming him. Kong Chan brutally retaliates, the sound of bones cracking echoing as he strikes the man. Lee Hojin watches in disbelief as Kong Chan stands over the defeated man. He calls out Lee Hojin's name, who is clearly frustrated. Kong Chan smirks, stating that they meet again. Lee Hojin is shown beaten and bloodied, his face a mask of pain and shock. A close-up of the knife reveals a chilling message: "Don't be afraid. In a certain way, this is my fault." Kong Chan's face is shown, with a message: "That's why you couldn't wait another day and came for revenge." Lee Hojin, cornered and desperate, is given a choice: laceration or broken bones. He quickly recants, claiming he won't interfere again, but Kong Chan retorts that he can if he's confident. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the hallway, signaling an interruption to the confrontation. Kong Chan's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he senses the arrival of someone unexpected. The approaching figure is revealed to be a teacher, his presence immediately shifting the dynamic of the situation. The teacher shouts, demanding that they stop whatever is happening immediately. Kong Chan realizes that an ordinary school teacher got this close without being detected, a fact that clearly displeases him. Lee Hojin, seizing the opportunity, pleads with the teacher to save him. The teacher wonders aloud if he's being asked to intervene. The teacher stands between Kong Chan and Lee Hojin, his posture suggesting he intends to de-escalate the situation. The teacher reveals that he knows Kong Chan's name and has a grasp of the situation, but warns him to stop, stating that he has long since exceeded the line. Kong Chan remains silent, his gaze fixed on the teacher, his expression unreadable. The teacher scolds Kong Chan for glaring at him and warns that any further action will result in expulsion, adding that it will be hard to avoid even now. Kong Chan retorts that he doesn't plan on attending school either way, implying he is ready to face the consequences, even severe punishment. Following the teacher's threat, Lee Hojin wonders what a student can do if they don't attend school. The teacher tells Lee Hojin to go home, promising to deal with the situation. He adds that if Lee Hojin has any evidence of being bullied, he should bring it. He believes it's unnecessary to fight Kong Chan right now. Elsewhere, Kong Chan is mentioned. Lee Hojin is using something. The teacher tells someone not to bullshit him, and that they'll continue this conversation later on, likely on the internet. Someone wonders if everyone changes this much after being on the verge of death. The scene shifts to a street with various shops and people walking around. Lee Hojin believes that what he has should be enough to satisfy his body's original owner, and decides to go back now. The scene shows a hair salon, indicating where someone is supposed to be. Kong Chan is at the hair salon, and the barber tells him that they're finished. Kong Chan thinks to himself that this is the true Kong Chan. Kong Chan, now with a fresh haircut, walks into a restaurant. Kong Chan enters the restaurant, greeted by a woman behind the counter. He sits down at a table and requests a tonkatsu. The woman confirms his order as she prepares it in the kitchen. Another customer sits nearby. Later, a plate of tonkatsu is placed before him. Kong Chan pulls out a boarding pass for a flight from Incheon to Paris, his mind seemingly elsewhere. He continues to stare at the boarding pass, lost in thought. He places the boarding pass next to his meal. Kong Chan picks up a piece of the tonkatsu with his chopsticks, a voice in his head noting that this is the true way to eat it. He eats the tonkatsu, but thinks to himself that the taste isn't great. Kong Chan sits quietly at the table. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Lee Hojin. The call connects, and Kong Chan hears Lee Hojin on the other end, asking what happened. Hojin says he will tell him once he gets home, and asks where Kong Chan is, offering to pick him up. Hojin's voice rises with anger as he repeats that he will tell him once he gets home. On the phone, Lee Hojin attempts to regain his composure. He tells the person on the other end that he shouldn't be acting like this, asking where they are so he can pick them up. The call continues, but Lee Hojin's expression hardens with anger. His voice rising, Lee Hojin insists that he will tell them once he gets home. Frustrated, Lee Hojin slams his phone on the table, shattering it. His anger barely contained, Lee Hojin grits his teeth. He warns the person on the other end not to talk back to him like that. Meanwhile, Kong Chan stands on the edge of a building, looking down at the city below. He looks down, his expression filled with despair. Tears stream down Kong Chan's face as he breathes heavily. He is consumed by anguish. Kong Chan's meal sits untouched, the chopsticks hovering above the plate. He brings the chopsticks to his lips, thinking that eating is better than committing suicide. Meanwhile, at home, the father of the young man who now inhabits Kong Chan's body fumes, daring the brat to come home. His wife tries to calm him, saying there must be a reason for his behavior. The father and mother of the young man are seen in a framed photo. The mother sighs, wondering if their child's attitude changed ever since he returned from the dead. The mother tells her husband not to say things like that, trying to defuse the situation. Back in his apartment, the young man, now in Kong Chan's body, overhears the conversation. He wonders aloud about his hair. The young man invites Kong Chan to come sit with him for a bit. The father of the young man shouts, calling him a damned rascal, while his wife calls out to him, trying to calm him down. The mother tries to calm her husband down. The young man, in Kong Chan's body, walks confidently. He places a document on the table with a thud, drawing the attention of Kong Dae and Yu Haisuk. The young man states he has something to show them. The young man in Kong Chan's body looks on, waiting for their reaction. He urges them to take a look at the document. Yu Haisuk reaches for the document, a look of concern etched on her face. As Yu Haisuk reads, the contents of the document are revealed, a series of desperate, handwritten pleas detailing financial exploitation and emotional distress. The words paint a picture of someone pushed to the brink. The young man watches, his expression hardening as the weight of the situation settles upon them. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Yu Haisuk breaks down in tears, while Kong Dae buries his face in his hands, consumed by guilt and regret. The young man reflects on the scene before him, questioning if what he's seeing is truly real. Meanwhile, at the prosecutor's office, the man with the shaved head contemplates his actions. Back at the house, Kong Dae explodes in anger, demanding to know why they weren't told anything. At the prosecutor's office, the man with the shaved head admits to not wanting to worry them, confessing he felt pathetic and embarrassed about himself. The scene shifts back to the house, where the young man observes the parents' reaction. He realizes the full extent of what happened and wonders if they regret taking revenge. The young man stands before Kong Chan's parents, the weight of his revelation hanging heavy in the air. Yu Haisuk, Kong Chan's mother, overcome with concern, asks if he is injured. Kong Dae, his father, sits silently, his hands clasped tightly, as he responds with a simple no. The parents of Kong Chan sit across from the young man, the silence thick with unspoken emotions. The man with the shaved head speaks, assuring them that he will handle the incident and that they shouldn't worry. But the young man's expression betrays his skepticism, a silent question hanging in the air. Kong Chan's parents implore him to promise that he will tell them if he is tormented again. The man with the shaved head vows that it won't happen again, his tone firm. Tears stream down Yu Haisuk's face as she apologizes to Kong Chan, admitting they didn't even know what he was going through. Kong Dae watches his wife comfort their son, his own eyes reflecting a deep sorrow and regret. Kong Chan, overwhelmed by the moment, can only utter "Mom, Dad," as the weight of their shared pain settles upon him. The scene shifts to a dimly lit kitchen, littered with empty bottles, hinting at a darker side to the man with the shaved head's promises. He clutches the bottle tightly, demanding more alcohol. The woman attempts to restrain the man with the shaved head, but he shoves her away, the bottle shattering against the wall. Elsewhere, Kong Chan's mother calls out to him, demanding he bring more alcohol. Kong Dae-jyong, Kong Chan's father, promises his wife that he will stop drinking. Kong Dae-jyong rises from the floor, telling his wife and son that he will head to his room to rest. Kong Dae-jyong answers his phone, identifying himself. He tells the caller to take a good rest. The man with the shaved head, now in his suit, is asked a question by a woman. He responds that he will transfer the money and contact them again. The man with the shaved head walks away, leaving the woman behind. The man with the shaved head is informed that their French correspondent has contacted them because of a problem. The correspondent is stuck at customs because a document is missing, and the caller asks what they should do. The man with the shaved head is told that if they transfer 100,000 euros, the local negotiators can find a solution. He is reminded that 100,000 euros is about 130 million won. The man with the shaved head states that their losses will be greater if the customs office stops them, so they should send it right now. He asks the caller to wait a moment, saying he will have a talk with them and to please put them on the line. The man with the shaved head is asked what he wants to do as the phone rings. He receives an incoming call from an agent. The agent relays a message. If a deposit isn't made within 30 minutes, everything will be disposed of. Elsewhere, Kong Dae-jyong's son is on the phone, urgently requesting to speak with the manager. On the other end of the line, a man and woman answer the phone, speaking in French. The woman asks her husband what is happening, clearly concerned. Having finished his call, the man with the shaved head says goodbye in French. Someone asks what they said, and another voice replies that they found the missing document. The man with the shaved head expresses his satisfaction, stating that the negotiators do this from time to time, but they won't do it again. He recounts telling them that if it happened again, he'd send Algerian mercenaries to destroy their workplace. The other man asks what he means. The man with the shaved head claims he's just joking, prompting the woman to ask when he learned French, since the school doesn't teach it. He replies that it's on the internet. The woman's husband asks if it's on the internet, and she remarks that kids these days are different from them back then. With the situation resolved, the man with the shaved head tells the other man to go rest in his room. Kong Chan lies on his bed, lost in thought. He realizes he'll have to postpone his plans to return to France. He reflects on how his current state is different from before, and that the injury on his head has yet to completely heal. Moreover, he thinks of his parents. Kong Chan continues to rest, still lost in thought. He remains silent, contemplating his situation. He resolves that once he's fully healed, he'll have to leave without hesitations. The next day, Kong Chan, now in his school uniform, sits at his desk, thinking that he's fine with everything, but can't do anything about this damn school. He decides to take a nap in class. Suddenly, a voice shouts at Kong Chan to get lost and to get up and follow him. Li Hojin, surrounded by his lackeys, asks Kong Chan if he isn't fed up by now. Kong Chan replies that he isn't fed up at all, and that he'll definitely slaughter him today, so follow him. He stands over Kong Chan, who is slumped at his desk, surrounded by other students. One of them tells Kong Chan to just leave. Li Hojin, sporting a bandage on his face, tells him that he doesn't have to. Li Hojin's words hang heavy in the air as Kong Chan remains slumped over his desk. He wonders if Kong Chan doesn't care about Kim Myong. The blonde antagonist stands with two other students, one of whom is wearing a mask. The masked student asks what is going on. Li Hojin, face marred with recent injuries, declares that he is far from finished. He threatens to make the other student's day a living hell. The student lies face down on the desk, seemingly unfazed by Li Hojin's threats. Li Hojin relents, telling the student that he doesn't have to do anything. Another student questions if Li Hojin cares about Kim Myong. The student on the desk responds with a confused "what?" Li Hojin confirms that Kim Myong is the subject of their conversation. Another student, overhearing the conversation, wonders aloud who Kim Myong is. The group of students stand around the desk, an unspoken tension filling the air. Li Hojin mocks the student, calling him a pig-headed bastard, and repeating the name Kim Myong. Li Hojin recounts how Kim Myong followed them to the rooftop when they mention his name, but now he's acting ignorant out of fear. The student suddenly remembers Kim Myong, realizing she was his deskmate. The student, now visibly concerned, asks where Kim Myong is. Li Hojin's face contorts into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. The elevator doors slide open with a soft thud, revealing Li Hojin and another man stepping out onto the rooftop. Below, the rooftop is crowded with students, all seemingly unaware of the impending confrontation. Li Hojin's crew gathers behind him, their expressions a mix of anticipation and menace. Li Hojin's voice booms, a declaration of war aimed squarely at Kong Chan. He had been extra careful preparing for today, and the protagonist better brace himself. The camera focuses on Lee Ho-jin's eyes, narrowed in fury, before cutting to a group of girls standing nearby. He wonders aloud why they are there. One of the girls, her expression defiant, retorts with a vulgar question, challenging Lee Ho-jin's presence. Lee Ho-jin's face twists in anger as he addresses the girls, his words dripping with disdain. The girl who spoke out glares back, her eyes narrowed and her lips pursed in anger. Lee Ho-jin, towering over the girl, demands to know who she thinks she is, his voice laced with threat. In a swift motion, the girl strikes Lee Ho-jin across the face, the force of the blow sending his head snapping back. The force of the slap sends the affected student stumbling forward, her balance completely lost. Her cheek burns from the impact, a red mark already forming. Lee Ho-jin's face contorts with rage, his eyes narrowed into slits. He threatens that if they get lost, they'll die. The student lies sprawled on the rooftop, surrounded by Lee Ho-jin and his menacing entourage. Lee Ho-jin, sporting fresh bandages on his face, orders the group to make him pay the full price, then close the door and head down. The affected student glares back at Lee Ho-jin, who is now walking away with his group. The sound of a door slamming echoes as Lee Ho-jin wonders where Kim Myong is. Below the door, a pair of feet in slippers shuffle into view. Kim Myong stands in the doorway of the classroom. Inside the classroom, another student asks Kim Myong where she has been and what's wrong. Kim Myong explains that she missed the usual bus to school and just got here. The other student asks Kim Myong why, wondering if someone was looking for her, to which Kim Myong replies that she is here. Kim Myong pauses in the classroom, a question forming in her mind. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-jin is confronted by a group of men. One of them berates him for falling for a trick, revealing that he was trying to act like the prince. Lee Ho-jin imagines himself as a prince coming to rescue Snow White, but then realizes that Kim Myong does resemble her. Elsewhere, a man in a suit states that it is good and that he is leaving. A group of men, armed with what appear to be wooden swords, surround another man in a suit. Lee Ho-jin, sporting a bandage on his face, is asked what's wrong and if he is afraid of jumping off again. The man in the suit responds to the taunt, telling Lee Ho-jin that he is really cocky for someone his age. The man's eyes narrow as he recalls Lee Ho-jin saying again. The man in the suit, revealed to be the same man from Panel 4, questions if Lee Ho-jin was responsible for what happened last time. Lee Ho-jin is taunted about not remembering begging for his life and falling off on his own, even before they had hit him. The man laughs, stating that Lee Ho-jin should have said so earlier. The man declares that today will be different, as the strongest guys in Korea have gathered to deal with Lee Ho-jin, asking if he realizes he is dead meat. Lee Ho-jin stands firm as the man with the shaved head approaches, flanked by two others. The man with the shaved head looms over Lee Ho-jin, his expression menacing. The man with the shaved head grabs Lee Ho-jin by the hair, sneering as he asks if he's as strong as they say. Lee Ho-jin grits his teeth, a flicker of anger in his eyes. The man with the shaved head is sent flying backward from a sudden, unseen blow. The force of the blow sends the man with the shaved head crashing to the ground. Lee Ho-jin's attacker shouts at the others to get him, revealing himself to be the man in the suit. The man in the suit leaps into the air, leading the charge against Lee Ho-jin. The man in the suit strikes first, aiming a precise blow at Lee Ho-jin. A chaotic brawl erupts as the men attack Lee Ho-jin with various weapons. One of the attackers, sporting a hooded sweatshirt, lunges forward with a knife, a crazed look in his eyes. The hooded attacker's knife finds its mark, drawing blood as Lee Ho-jin cries out in pain. The hooded attacker's blade finds its mark, piercing Lee Ho-jin's torso as the other assailants look on. The man with the shaved head, now wielding a metal pipe, advances with a cry. The grip tightens around the pipe, ready to strike. The man in the suit grabs the man with the shaved head, stopping him from attacking. The man with the shaved head, restrained, shouts for them to wait. Lee Ho-jin collapses to the ground, clutching his wound and groaning in pain. The man in the suit watches Lee Ho-jin fall, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, Kong Chan curses, seemingly frustrated by the situation. Kong Chan finds himself surrounded by enemies wielding pipes, one of whom declares it's just him and them again. Kong Chan, facing down his opponents, tells them not to approach. The man in the suit, his eyes gleaming with malice, vows to treat Kong Chan like the piece of trash he believes him to be. Lee Ho-jin cries out, desperately pleading for someone to save him. Meanwhile, the man in the suit pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he wonders if he's dealing with a teacher. The man in the suit's eyes narrow as he realizes he's been had. Kong Chan appears, questioning the man in the suit's presence. The man in the suit, enraged, demands that Kong Chan stop interfering. The man in the suit realizes that Kong Chan is no ordinary school teacher. Kong Chan confronts Lee Ho-jin, confirming his identity. The man in the suit dismisses Lee Ho-jin, promising to deal with Kong Chan later. Lee Ho-jin, relieved, celebrates his rescue. The man in the suit and Kong Chan face off, the tension palpable. The man in the suit reveals that he's been waiting to get revenge on Kong Chan, and he knows they were there because Kim Myong told him. The man in the suit confirms that Kim Myong was the one who informed him of their location. He contemplates the situation, wondering if he's really supposed to deal with it. Meanwhile, the man with the scars on his face thinks the situation is not okay. The man in the suit, Lee Hojin, is taken aback, questioning what he just heard. The man with the scars, cigarette dangling from his lips, berates Lee Hojin, telling him that a high school student should act like one, and that he'll regret everything in the future. Elsewhere, Kong Chan, the soldier, stands with his back to the viewer, wondering if recent events were just a coincidence. Lee Hojin's expression hardens as he wonders if the same thing that happened to the soldier, Kong Chan, is about to happen to him. Lee Hojin realizes he needs to check to be certain. He calls out to the Scar Man. The scarred man, enraged, demands to know if Lee Hojin just said or... Before Lee Hojin can react, the Scar Man strikes him with a swift punch. The force of the blow sends Lee Hojin flying backwards. The Scarred Man's expression is one of intense anger as he watches Lee Hojin fall. The scene shows the aftermath of the punch, with Lee Hojin reeling from the impact. The Scarred Man prepares to deliver another blow to the downed Lee Hojin. The man with the shaved head's eyes narrow as he watches the fight unfold. A sudden burst of speed distorts the air. Lee Hojin is locked in a struggle with an unknown assailant. The man in the suit grapples with Lee Hojin, thinking to himself, how can a mere high schooler fight like this? The man in the suit demands to know who Lee Hojin is, but Lee Hojin wonders to himself who he could be. The man in the suit is taken aback by Lee Hojin's question. Lee Hojin, now standing over the man in the suit, asks himself, in English, who am I? Lee Hojin shouts, demanding to know who he is. The man in the suit, now on the ground, tells him to say the rest as well. Lee Hojin, with a determined look, declares himself the god of. The man in the suit shouts Blackfield, as Lee Hojin's foot descends towards him. Lee Hojin's attack lands, and the man in the suit spits blood. Having declared himself the god of Blackfield, Lee Hojin stands silhouetted against the sky. Below him, a soldier stands guard, heavily armed and vigilant. The man, looking up, wonders aloud, who am I? His confusion intensifies, the man shouting the same question with mounting desperation, who am I? He grits his teeth, demanding that someone say the rest as well. His expression hardens, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The man looks down, his perspective shifting as if he's towering over someone. Looking down, he shouts a name, finally remembering, Blackfield. The realization hits him hard, blood trickling from his nose as the memories flood back. A smirk slowly spreads across his face. The scene shifts to a sign that reads counseling room as a voice asks, are you? Inside the counseling room, Lee Hojin sits across from the man, now in a gray jacket, who asks, well, why is your Korean this good? The man leans back, a slight smile on his face, and replies, I have no idea, as the narration states, after Captain kicked the bucket. He is assaulted, the attack a brutal reminder of the violence he has endured. The man recalls a past encounter, a voice echoing in his mind. He followed, right after they wiped the floor with him. The memory shifts to a domestic scene, a woman recoiling in fear as the man thrashes in bed, crying out in distress. He sits up in bed, sweat beading on his brow, his wife looking at him with concern. She asks if he's okay. He remembers waking up in Korea, the language flowing naturally from his mouth. Now in the counseling room, Lee Hojin casually asks if he has a cigarette. The man, agitated, reminds Lee Hojin that they can't smoke in a counseling room. Lee Hojin addresses him as sir, but the man's patience snaps. He declares that he should just. The man's fists clench, his body trembling with suppressed rage. Exploding with anger, the man slams his hand on the table, exclaiming that it doesn't make sense for a school teacher to give a cigarette to a student for him to smoke. Lee Hojin retorts, questioning if he's really going to treat him like a high schooler, stating that no matter how old his mind is, his body is that of a high schooler. He sits on the couch, agitated. Lee Hojin's words clearly struck a nerve. He declares that he won't smoke anymore. The major antagonist smirks, seemingly pleased with the effect his words are having. Lee Hojin muses that Suk Kang-ho is Dairo, and that his reincarnation seems to have happened around the same time as his own. The major antagonist contemplates, his expression unreadable. Lee Hojin continues to provoke him, asking if he enjoyed being in his wife's arms while he was defenseless in the hospital. The major antagonist's face contorts in rage. He calls Lee Hojin a son of bitch. Lee Hojin tells him to be quiet, warning that someone might hear them. He reminds the major antagonist that he is a teacher, while the major antagonist, Captain, is a student and tells him not to mess with him. Lee Hojin asks why he keeps aggravating the situation. The major antagonist retorts that now that he's reincarnated, he should just attend school peacefully. He asks what Lee Hojin wants him to do when they keep coming at him. Lee Hojin asks if he thinks he likes getting into fights with kids. Lee Hojin states that he has no intention of staying in school and will soon go back to France. The major antagonist is shocked by this revelation. He asks if Lee Hojin is going to return to that hellhole even though he finally managed. He reveals his suspicion. There was a traitor amongst them, and if he doesn't find out who it is, their squad members would have died for nothing. The man in the suit listens intently. The man in the suit suggests that if that's the case, they should go together during the vacations. The military leader, ID, military leader, unknown, insists that he is just as serious about this matter. The man in the suit tells him to stay here and live peacefully while keeping an eye on those brats, and to do something about them so that they stop coming after him. He reveals that he had finished his preparations. Lee Hojin is about to deal with them once and for all, questioning if the military leader's balls shrunk after he reincarnated. The military leader asks who said it was because of the kids, and if Lee Hojin didn't feel anything odd while fighting them earlier. Lee Hojin questions if their weapons weren't excessive for a fight between kids, and that there weren't even any firearms. He asks if the military leader was really born in Korea, since ordinary delinquents never use big carving knives nor bats with nails in fights. The military leader asks if that is the case. Lee Hojin reveals that there's a criminal organization that's backing those kids. Lee Hojin says that it's not completely confirmed yet, but the possibility is high. He will deal with them before the vacations, so they should go to France together. The military leader says, all right, and that they should continue this conversation later. He asks Lee Hojin to put in a good word for him with the infirmary. As Lee Hojin walks through the school, he declares his intention to nap until the end of classes. He seems to be regretting that decision already. The infirmary sign comes into view. He is in the infirmary, lying in a bed. His eyes snap open. He sits up abruptly. He clutches the sheets, his expression pained. A student with blonde hair stands nearby, apologizing for disturbing him. The student offers him something to eat. The blonde student declares that Lee Hojin is now the boss of the school, now that he's awake. Lee Hojin tells him to fuck off, but the student immediately apologizes. The student leaves the infirmary, leaving Lee Hojin alone once more. The blonde-haired student's declaration hangs in the air as Lee Hojin is seen walking down the school hallway, trailed by other students. Further down the hall, the students part to make way for him. The other students continue to walk down the hallway. Meanwhile, Kim Myong walks through the school, a student calling out to Kong Chan. The student's call goes unheard as Kong Chan continues to walk, lost in thought. Kim Myong catches up to Kong Chan, handing him his bag. She asks if he's feeling okay. Kong Chan brushes off her concern, telling Kim Myong that it's nothing much and not to bother him. Kim Myong looks at Kong Chan with concern. Suddenly, Kim Myong calls out to Kong Chan, stopping him in his tracks. She tells him to come with her, saying that some people want to see him. Kong Chan scoffs, finding the situation to be a joke. Lee Hojin tells Kim Myong to go, and she responds affirmatively. Kim Myong's expression shifts to one of concern. She calls out to someone down the hallway. Kong Chan walks through the schoolyard, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding around him. Kim Myong is gossiped about by other students who spread rumors about her sleeping around. One student worries that she'll be traumatized by Westerners. Meanwhile, a group of men in suits stand near a black car, observing Kong Chan as he walks by. One of the men in suits holds up a phone displaying a picture of Kong Chan, confirming his identity to the others. The man in charge gives the order, and the others respond affirmatively. As Kong Chan walks through the schoolyard, he notices the men staring at him. Kong Chan realizes that these are the men Dairu was talking about earlier. Kim Myong grabs Kong Chan's sleeve, begging him not to go. Kong Chan removes Kim Myong's hand from his sleeve and adjusts his tie, preparing to face the men. As Kim Myong's words hung in the air, Kong Chan continued his walk, seemingly unfazed by the looming figures ahead. The group of men, all clad in dark suits, stood their ground, blocking Kong Chan's path. Their posture radiated a silent threat. One of the men stepped forward, his voice cutting through the air. "Are you Kong Chan?" Kong Chan met his gaze, replying with a cool, "Yeah, what?" The man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. "Son of a bitch, you're as insolent as they say." Kong Chan remained calm, though he knew the odds were stacked against him. He thought to himself that fighting all of them would be too dangerous. Kong Chan knew that their location was a bit exposed. The man in the suit, seeing Kong Chan's reaction, told him to stop making that face, stating that they were not there to fight. The man gestured toward a nearby car, telling Kong Chan to get in, that they needed to talk. Kong Chan, surprised by the sudden change in tone, simply asked, "What?" Kong Chan's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he tried to discern the men's true intentions. The man in the suit smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes, hinting at the conversation to come. Meanwhile, Kim Myong watched from a distance, her face etched with worry as Kong Chan was led away. The man in the suit, his face obscured, tells ID, "Soldier, Smithin to get on with it," stating that they need to talk. Kong Chan responds, questioning the demand. The perspective shifts to a closer view of the man in the suit, flanked by two others. He observes Kong Chan, commenting on how tough he's acting. The man in the suit places a hand on Kong Chan's head, a gesture that feels more like a threat than a friendly touch. Kong Chan, his expression hardening, demands that the man take his hand off him. The man in the suit, his face contorted in anger, reveals that he had intended to be nice because Kong Chan is just a kid, but the man's grip tightens on Kong Chan's hair, his knuckles turning white as he prepares to strike. He grabs Kong Chan's jacket, bunching the fabric in his fist, ready to deliver a blow. The man in the suit punches Kong Chan squarely in the face, the force of the blow sending blood flying. The impact of the punch is shown in brutal detail, blood spraying from Kong Chan's mouth and nose. Kong Chan is sent flying backward from the force of the punch, struggling to regain his balance. The force of the blow sends Kong Chan hurtling backwards, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. The impact is deafening. A collective shriek pierces the air as onlookers witness the brutal attack. The surrounding students murmur in shock as Kong Chan lies prone on the ground. Ignoring the fallen student, the other students begin recording the scene with their phones. The man in the suit, seeing the phones, barks at the students to stop recording. A student, seemingly emboldened by the presence of Lee Hojin, pulls out a knife, prompting the man in the suit to question his actions. The student's phone shatters on the ground. The man in the suit curses under his breath, his anger rising. Lee Hojin stands his ground, a determined look on his face. The man in the suit warns the student not to use the knife in front of the school, but then tells him to make sure Kong Chan can't mess with them for the rest of the day. The man in the suit receives confirmation from his subordinate. Footsteps echo as the subordinate moves to carry out his orders. The man in the suit watches with a predatory gaze. The sound of approaching footsteps grows louder as the subordinate closes in on his target. The man with the shaved head charges forward, eager to prove his worth. He thinks to himself that they are definitely different from those brats, and tells Kong Chan not to die too quickly. The man with the shaved head launches himself at Kong Chan, fist cocked back for a devastating blow. The punch connects with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the air as Kong Chan is struck. The force of the blow sends Kong Chan staggering backward, the impact visible even from a distance as the man with the shaved head follows through with the attack. Kong Chan grits his teeth, pain etched on his face as he tries to regain his balance. He knows he's in for a fight. The man with the shaved head continues his relentless assault, landing another powerful blow on Kong Chan, who struggles to defend himself. The man with the shaved head follows up with a kick, further incapacitating Kong Chan. Another punch lands squarely on Kong Chan, the force of the impact echoing through the air. The man with the shaved head stands over a battered Kong Chan, a triumphant sneer on his face as he relishes his victory. The man with the shaved head throws a punch at Lee Hojin. The punch connects, sending Lee Hojin's head snapping back. The force of the blow causes blood to spray from Lee Hojin's mouth. The man with the shaved head follows up with a kick, sending Lee Hojin flying. The man in the suit watches as the man with the shaved head continues his assault on Lee Hojin. The man with the shaved head continues to beat Lee Hojin, who is now on the ground. The man with the shaved head clicks his tongue, annoyed that Lee Hojin is still putting up a fight. The man in the suit observes the beating, realizing that adults are different and it will take a while to defeat them. The man with the shaved head stands over Lee Hojin, who is lying on the ground, defeated. The man in the suit thinks to himself that if Dairu were here, he would mock him. The man with the shaved head tells Lee Hojin that they have seen his skills and asks him to come with them, mentioning that they didn't come to fight today. Lee Hojin, defiant despite the beating, says he doesn't care why they are here and is not in the mood to follow them. The man in the suit, having declared that there was nothing else to do, decided to teach Lee Hojin a lesson. The man with the shaved head, acting on the man in the suit's orders, throws a punch at Lee Hojin. The punch connects, the force of the blow snapping Lee Hojin's head to the side. The man with the shaved head continues his assault, delivering a flurry of blows to Lee Hojin as the man in the suit watches on. The man with the shaved head's face contorts with rage as he pummels Lee Hojin. The man with the shaved head grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed as he continues his brutal assault. Blood splatters as the man with the shaved head's fist connects with Lee Hojin's face once more. Lee Hojin is sent sprawling to the ground, defeated. The man in the suit and the man with the shaved head look down at Lee Hojin with disdain, wondering if he will comply now. Meanwhile, a student overhears the commotion and begins to record the street fight on her phone. The student's expression is one of shock and concern as she records the brutal scene. Back at the scene of the beating, Lee Hojin, bloodied and bruised, curses his attackers. Bruised and bleeding, Lee Hojin spits out a threat as he's held by the man with shaved head. He vows to remember this day. The man in suit, standing near a sleek black car, warns that next time, he'll break Lee Hojin's arm. Kim Myong urges the man in suit to get moving, pointing out that police questioning would be troublesome. Kim Myong, holding a phone, tells the man in suit that they won't come. He seems skeptical. Kim Myong explains that she just thought he wouldn't want to be bothered by them. The man in suit watches Kim Myong as she walks away. The man in suit warns Kim Myong, his expression hardening. Kim Myong grabs the man in suit's tie, demanding to know who he thinks he is to talk to her like that. Close-ups show Kim Myong trembling with anger and the man in suit looking surprised. She's called out to by Kong Chan as she walks down the street. Even though he claims the hit wasn't that hard, Kang-chan admits that the damage was significant and that this body is inconvenient. Kim Myong asks if it hurts a lot and offers to call an ambulance. Kang-chan waves it off, saying it's fine and suggests they go eat. Kang-chan asks if she likes tonkatsu, and Kim Myong happily replies that she does. The next day dawns. The narration states that Xuanzi believed that humanity's inborn tendencies were evil and that ethical norms have been invented. Xuanzi was considered to be a cold-hearted and inhumane philosopher by the general public. However, that was far from the truth, although today some people may think differently. Xuanzi was a remarkable philosopher who followed Confucius' legacy and was a person who emphasized the importance of respect and thoughtfulness. That is why. The bell rings, signaling the end of class for Kang-chan. Kim Myong looks at Kang-chan with a concerned expression while he sleeps at his desk. Kang-chan thinks to himself that he can't do this anymore and would rather pick up a gun and fight on a battlefield. Kim Myong calls out to Kang-chan, waking him up. She watches as the group of students surrounds the desk, their expressions unreadable. The student in the center addresses the others, referring to them as first years. An envelope, presumably containing payment, is placed on the desk. The student who received the envelope demands to know who ordered them to do this. Another student looks on, seemingly nervous about the situation. The student who received the envelope stares intently, demanding they return what they took. The student who received the envelope warns them not to listen to anyone else and not to move around in large groups. The student who received the envelope dismisses the others, telling them he is tired and to get lost. Another student, standing near the door, seems to overhear the conversation and reacts with surprise. Elsewhere, a teacher asks if another student has something to say as well, and informs him that the PE teacher asked for him in the counseling room. The student who received the envelope sits alone, wondering if Dairu was responsible. The student who was asked for in the counseling room looks off in thought. The aroma of coffee hangs in the air as the captain's recent troubles are brought to light. Kang-chan sits casually, dismissing the rumors of his latest fight. He downplays the incident, but the other man doesn't seem convinced. The man, growing increasingly frustrated, pleads with Kang-chan to stop getting into trouble, reminding him that he's not a kid anymore. Kang-chan retorts, questioning the man's right to lecture him, given his own history of causing trouble back in Africa. The man slams his hand on the armrest, reminding Kang-chan that they are in Korea now, where security cameras and smartphones are ubiquitous. He warns that Kang-chan could be expelled. Kang-chan nonchalantly replies that expulsion wouldn't be so bad, as it would allow him to return to Africa immediately. The man sighs, exasperated by Kang-chan's stubbornness. He asks him to listen to his request before he ends up leaving. Kang-chan, intrigued, finally asks what the request is. The man explains that there are 4 students in the school who are being severely bullied and asks Kang-chan to look after them. Kang-chan seems surprised by the request. The man offers Kang-chan the chance to skip class as an incentive, hoping to motivate him. Kang-chan looks up, a question forming on his lips. He wonders how such a thing could be accomplished. The offer is laid out. Attend morning classes if registered as a special student athlete. Moreover, even if he sleeps during class, the teachers won't bother him. The speaker continues, suggesting that Kang-chan needs to work out. He adds that if he went back to Africa in his current state, he'd only survive a week. Kang-chan pauses, lost in thought as he considers the implications of the offer. Kang-chan's expression hardens, a resolve forming in his eyes. He realizes what he needs to do. The scene shifts to a school hallway, where students mill about. Kang-chan stands out from the crowd, his expression unreadable. Kang-chan stands alone, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A sense of determination emanates from him. A student wearing a mask approaches Kang-chan, telling him that they need to talk for a bit. The masked student, her eyes intense, stands before Kang-chan. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Another student confronts Kang-chan, accusing him of ignoring her and blaming him for what happened to her. The masked student watches the scene unfold. Kang-chan turns, a look of surprise on his face as he finally acknowledges the confrontation. The masked student, her eyes narrowed with a mixture of anger and determination, thinks about the men from the previous day. The blonde-haired student, Lee Hojin, orders her to come with him. The 2 students walk through the classroom, the masked student glancing back at Kang-chan, who is asleep at his desk. The masked student hesitates, her expression unreadable. Outside, Lee Hojin tells her that they were instructed to bring her to them. Lee Hojin warns that if she doesn't comply, they'll cut off Hojin's tongue and ship him off to some island, and she'll be sold to a brothel. He then asks her if she's going to tell the police, reminding her that they're only 5 minutes away. Torn, the masked student cries out that if she does that, they'll come after her family. She agrees to meet them, promising to do anything they want. Lee Hojin asks if she's sure she'll do anything they want. Tears welling in her eyes, the masked student nods. Lee Hojin and the masked student walk away. A close-up reveals Lee Hojin's hand gently touching the masked student's face as he thinks that, in the end, she's the same as them. The masked student is reminded to wash her face and not wear makeup when downstairs. The same voice orders her to wear her uniform properly as well. The affected student seems confused by the instructions. Lee Hojin looks on with a serious expression. The masked student asks if that is all, wondering if there's more to do. Lee Hojin confirms that it is. Lee Hojun insists that she do it right now. The masked student realizes that she does have their number, but she can't call them first. Lee Hojin orders her to do it. Close up on the affected student's face, showing her distress. The masked student reaches into her pocket. She scrolls through her contacts on her phone. The masked student receives a call from Hyo Yinsul. The military leader ID, military leader, unknown, receives a call. He's surprised to see who's calling him first. Meanwhile, the affected student flinches as someone taps her phone. Kong Chan, ID, person, main, is on the other end of the line. The military leader is surprised to hear from Kong Chan. He tells him that he is busy until the weekend, and they will meet on Monday. The military leader is annoyed by Kong Chan's call. He tells him that if he doesn't come on Monday, he's hanging up. The military leader ends the call, turning away. The military leader is seen with another person, smoking. He confirms that he will be there on Monday. Kong Chan tells him not to bother her, as she has nothing to do with this. The affected student hands over the phone, thanking the person who gave it to her. Kong Chan says goodbye to the affected student, but she calls out to him. The affected student says that if he ever needs her for something, she'll be there. Someone thinks that if Smithin were alive, he and the affected student would have been soulmates. She had offered her help, but Kong Chan was already preoccupied. He sends a message, stating he's fine and requesting a meeting after school on Monday. Elsewhere, another student walks along the school grounds, seemingly lost in thought. Kong Chan walks along the school path, his expression unreadable. He reflects on recent events, France, working out for bullied students, Hyo Yunsul, and the gangsters. He wonders why things have become so complicated in just a few days. As Kong Chan walks with the affected student, she mentions that there's him as well, referring to him as Snow White. She asks if she can come with him, and he agrees. The pair continue walking, the sound of their footsteps echoing. The affected student calls out to Kong Chan. The affected student asks Kong Chan if he likes Yinsul. Kong Chan is visibly surprised by the question. The affected student continues, saying it's because of him. She admits that she can't even put on makeup like Hyo Yunsul to make herself look prettier. The affected student's question hangs in the air, leaving Kong Chan wondering what she's talking about. He insists that they should focus on the fight. She counters, incredulous, asking if Kong Chan has a crush on her. Kong Chan dismisses the idea as gibberish, relieved that she bought his excuse. But then, Kong Chan suddenly stops, telling her to wait. He stares intently at the affected student, who looks back at him with a questioning gaze. A blush creeps across her face as she awaits his response. Her expression is a mix of anticipation and nervousness. She looks down, trying to hide her growing embarrassment. Kong Chan, oblivious to her feelings, asks if she's serious. He then states that he is 29 years old, as if that explains everything. The affected student, flustered, covers her face, completely misunderstanding his meaning. Kong Chan, the protagonist, confronts the schoolgirl, his expression intense as he speaks. The schoolgirl's cheeks flush with a rosy hue as she listens to Kong Chan. From a distance, Kong Chan is seen with the schoolgirl, as he asks if she is serious. Kong Chan runs a hand through his hair, looking stressed as he thinks about what he has to do. Kong Chan and the schoolgirl sit together on a park bench, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Kong Chan's expression is troubled as he looks off to the side, lost in thought. The schoolgirl looks away, a blush rising on her cheeks as she fidgets with her fingers. Kong Chan questions why she's being so sudden. The schoolgirl's lips are shown as she asks if he doesn't want to. Kong Chan and the schoolgirl are seen sitting on the bench again. Kong Chan and the schoolgirl are seen sitting on the bench as he thinks that even their classmates do this much at least, and questions if all students are like this these days, and if there's no middle ground. Kong Chan, still processing the schoolgirl's proposition, decides to focus on the immediate situation. Meanwhile, the affected student confidently asserts that she has always been first in school. The affected student stands tall, looming over Kong Chan. The affected student declares that he definitely has to kiss her. Kong Chan is shocked by the sudden turn of events. The affected student grows to a monstrous size, towering over the buildings. Her face contorted in a sinister grin, the affected student demands a kiss. Kong Chan is sent flying by the force of her foot. The world blurs as Kong Chan is sent hurtling down a path. The affected student continues her pursuit, her massive footfalls shaking the ground. The affected student, now a shadowy figure with glowing eyes, reaches out to grab Kong Chan. Kong Chan screams in terror as the monstrous schoolgirl closes in. Kong Chan thrashes in his bed, reliving the nightmare of the giant schoolgirl. He sits up, sweat beading on his brow, still shaken by the vividness of the dream. He wonders what it all means. Kong Chan wipes his forehead, muttering that it was just a dream. Sometime later, Kong Chan stands in front of a mirror, getting ready to leave. Dressed in his school uniform, Kong Chan prepares to head out. Downstairs, his mother is reading a book. He announces that he's leaving. His mother looks up from her book, asking where he's going. Kang Chan, already halfway out the door, replies that it's obvious. His mother reminds him that it's Saturday and questions why he would go to school. Confused, Kang Chan asks what she means. She asks if his head is still hurting, and he explains that he's in his final year and has to take supplementary classes. His mother seems surprised, and Kang Chan heads out the door. She tells him to have a good day. He strolled along the sidewalk, a thoughtful expression on his face as he read a message on his phone. Kang Chan mused about the convenience of not having to attend school on Saturdays. Moments later, Kang Chan received a call from Lee Hojin. The blonde-haired man demanded to know his location. Meanwhile, the driver of a silver car chuckled to himself, finding the idea of the GOB taking supplementary classes to be a hilarious excuse. Inside the car, Lee Hojin wondered aloud what he could have said to Kang Chan. Lee Hojin then asked where they were headed. The driver responded that they were going somewhere in the mountains to relax and eat some boiled chicken. The silver car pulled up to a restaurant nestled in the mountains. Inside, the driver, now revealed to be ID, military leader, unknown, loosened his tie. The major antagonist poured himself a drink, prompting Lee Hojin to ask why he was the only one drinking. ID, military leader, unknown refused, pointing out that Lee Hojin was wearing his school uniform and therefore couldn't drink alcohol. Lee Hojin retorted that if that was the case, then the major antagonist shouldn't be drinking either, since he was the driver. The military leader gestures emphatically, declaring they are in Korea. He then accuses Lee Hojin of being Korean to the core. Lee Hojin pauses, seemingly affected by the accusation. The military leader then asks if he likes it, whatever it may be. The question hangs in the air. Is Lee Hojin satisfied with his current lifestyle? Kang Chan, wearing a suit and tie, looks directly forward, his expression unreadable. Kang Chan's eyes narrow, a hint of determination flickering within them. Back at the restaurant, Lee Hojin brings a finger to his lips, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realizes a question has come. The scene fades to black, a single, sharp point of light piercing the darkness. A memory surfaces. Kang Chan, in a blue patient gown, is restrained by a woman in pink pajamas. He's in distress, screaming for his dad. Kang Chan's inner turmoil is revealed. He felt like he was losing his mind, trying to act and live like someone he wasn't. The woman in pink tries to calm him, asking what's wrong, but Kang Chan is consumed by his inner demons. The reason, however, remains hidden. Kang Chan remembers he was able to hold on, his hand gripping the woman's wrist tightly. The memory is fragmented and painful. The memory continues, showing Kang Chan surrounded by two women, both trying to restrain him. The source of his distress remains a mystery. Kang Chan is haunted by a memory of a woman and child, a past life perhaps, that he identifies as his wife and daughter. He worries about those he would leave behind if he were to suddenly disappear again. Anyways, since the universe went crazy and gave him a second chance, he started to think that he should live life properly this time. Kang Chan admits that this country is nice. He finds it so peaceful. The man across from Kang Chan questions whether he should be saying that after getting into a knife fight 2 days into school. The man laughs. Kang Chan states that he's meeting the gangsters on Monday. The man asks where. Kang Chan tells him that he doesn't need to know and that it isn't unfair to keep secrets between them. He adds that he'll definitely follow him if he tells him where they'll meet. That's why he won't say it. Kang Chan reminds the man that his current body is that of an ordinary high schooler and that he can't fight as well as before. He firmly states that he will handle his own problems and orders the other person not to get involved. The man's expression is unreadable. The scene shifts to a meal between the man in the suit and another person, who is only seen from the shoulders down. The man in the suit ID, person, Kang Chan, is addressed as Captain. The other person asks if he is killed until now, prompting Kang Chan to respond with a questioning, what? Kang Chan asks if it isn't over a few hundreds. The other person pleads with him not to go. Kang Chan sits in a meditative pose, reflecting on the idea that ignoring problems a few times allows one to fully integrate. He remains in the same position, lost in thought. The man in the suit expresses his gratitude for the concern. The other person hopes that once they're finished with the incident, they can come back to the house again, to which Kang Chan agrees. Later that night, Kang Chan stands outside a modern building as a car pulls up to meet him. Kang Chan is seen standing in a room, unaware of the danger that is approaching. Suddenly, the room is filled with armed men surrounding him. The man in the suit raises his sword, ready to strike. The armed men lunge forward, swords raised, ready to attack Kang Chan. The initial blows land, drawing blood. Kang Chan is immediately wounded by the coordinated assault. The man in the suit presses his advantage, his blade aimed at Kang Chan's face. Despite the onslaught, Kang Chan manages to parry the blow. He realizes he must dodge and counterattack to survive. Roaring with fury, Kang Chan prepares to retaliate, his face contorted in anger and determination. Kang Chan's counterattack begins, his movements swift and brutal, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The tables turn as Kang Chan unleashes a flurry of attacks, overwhelming his opponents. The man in the suit is caught in the brutal assault. With a final, desperate strike, Kong Chan brings the man in the suit crashing to the ground, victorious but clearly exhausted. Weakened and surrounded, Kong Chan struggles to stand as his enemies close in. He grits his teeth, realizing his body can't keep up with his mind. He wonders if he can really win. Despite the pain, Kong Chan's determination hardens his gaze. He steels himself, questioning if he can win against them. Elsewhere, a woman lies in bed, waiting for a phone call. Kong Chan, also known as Smithin, struggles to his feet, feeling the strain on his body. He grits his teeth, questioning if he can truly win against his enemies. A voice calls out, asking if Kong Chan is asleep. Kong Chan quickly grabs a towel to dry himself. Kim Myong stands at the doorway, having knocked to get his attention. She stands there as Kong Chan sits on the edge of the bed. Kong Chan asks if she wasn't sleeping either, to which Kim Myong replies that she was just about to. Kim Myong asks if he is busy tomorrow, catching Kong Chan off guard. She explains that they decided to have brunch at a French restaurant with her and her son, thinking it would be nice for him to come as well. Kong Chan thinks to himself that it just had to be tomorrow. Kim Myong adds that it's okay if he's busy. Kong Chan replies that he doesn't have anything important and will go. Kim Myong seems surprised by Kong Chan's decision to go to brunch. The sky is a bright blue, hinting at a pleasant day. Kong Chan and Kim Myong arrive at their destination, a restaurant called Martin Le Vasseur. Kong Chan thinks to himself that he is going out for brunch instead of training intensely on the last day. Kong Chan muses that Martin Le Vasseur must be some sort of high-class restaurant. Kim Myong seems to be looking around, perhaps feeling uneasy. The pair continue to walk into the restaurant. Inside, the restaurant is bustling with activity, waiters attending to customers at various tables. Kong Chan and Kim Myong pause, looking around the restaurant. A voice calls out, directing them, "Over here." Kim Myong waves to someone, exclaiming, "Hey, Seongwi." Kong Chan looks surprised, perhaps recognizing the name Seongwi. As Kong Chan stands in the restaurant, two women gossip about him, one remarking that the other is right. Kong Chan greets someone with a simple hello. The man Kong Chan is speaking to greets him, while Kong Chan internally questions his accent. The man with glasses stands in an office, looking at Kong Chan. The man with glasses smirks, while Kong Chan and Kim Myong stand behind him. Kong Chan realizes what is about to happen. A woman suggests that Day 6 tutors should teach Kong Chan as well, and the man with glasses agrees to ask them to free up some time. A woman says she'll do it later. The woman asks about Kong Chan's English grades, and the man with glasses replies that they're all right, but she expresses concern for him and her son. The woman and the man with glasses look at each other. A waiter asks if he can be excused at a fancy restaurant. The man with glasses asks for another cup of water and is immediately accommodated. The restaurant buzzes with hushed conversations, the clinking of glasses a subtle counterpoint to the rising tension. A woman with glasses boasts about her son's newfound ability to speak French, attributing it to their reputable school. She adds that she keeps searching for restaurants like this because it's through the mother's efforts that the child learns correctly. She continues to speak, her words laced with pride. The woman wonders aloud which cram school he is attending, listing off Daechidong and Cheongnam-dong, or if he has a personal tutor. Another woman reveals that he learned from the internet, prompting a shocked reaction. The first woman's face contorts in anger, a silent desire to lash out simmering beneath the surface. She grits her teeth, barely containing her fury at the implication that her son's success wasn't due to her efforts. The other patrons laugh at the absurdity of the situation, one even sarcastically calling Kong Chan a genius. The woman's husband warns her not to overreact, sensing her building rage. The other women in the restaurant look on, their expressions a mix of amusement and concern as they witness the unfolding drama. One of the women asks if the others understood what they were saying, her face flushed with excitement. ID, Soldier, Smithin, overhearing the conversation, claims he wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but the conversation was boring and his attention kept going towards them. He listens as one of the women at the table declares that she doesn't plan on going on a date with the others, telling them not to let their imaginations run wild. Meanwhile, at another table, the man in the suit assures the woman across from him that he barely speaks French, and the two women with him don't understand a word. The man in the suit leans in to greet one of the women, his cheeks flushed. At yet another table, a woman gushes about her son learning French online, calling him a genius. She mentions a call from France they received not too long ago. Back at the table where the women were talking about dates, one of them trembles as she thinks to herself that being online is not possible. The woman who is being greeted in French tells the man in the suit that she understands Korean and to just go along with the other woman and let her brag. The man in the suit smiles, thinking to himself that he'll owe her one. The woman who was trembling earlier stands up from the table. The woman approaches the table where the man in the suit is sitting with the other women. The author skips over the unimportant dialogue. The man in the suit asks what's going on, as the woman who was trembling earlier tells him that the women had fun talking with him and want to greet him. The woman introduces the other women as Michelle, Cecile, and Cindy, asking him to give them his regards. The man in the suit trembles as the women surround him. As the man in the suit sits at the table, a woman asks if he is leaving already. Elsewhere, a woman with glasses exclaims that she forgot Day 6 had an English lesson. The woman from the first panel is seen leaving, as another woman tells her to stay safe. Back at the table, the man in the suit tells the woman standing next to him that what he gave her should be enough and that she can go back to her seat. The woman responds that he owes her one now. The woman asks what she can do to repay him. The man in the suit asks for her number, surprising her. The woman states that he should know what she is talking about since he overheard their conversation and that they are actually quite interested in him. The man in the suit is surprised by this revelation. The camera pans across the exterior of a building where a conversation is taking place in French. The woman with the blonde hair reveals that she knows about the overheard conversation and that they are interested in him. Kang Chan, looking concerned, listens intently. Kang Chan tells someone to stop joking as he reaches for a set of keys. The blonde woman questions if Kang Chan is the type of man to go back on his word and break his promise as she laughs. Kang Chan expresses his surprise at the woman's words. The scene shifts to a Monday, showing a small building. Inside the building, Kang Chan is seen standing on his hands. Kang Chan continues his handstand, his muscular physique on display. Still upside down, Kang Chan smirks as he recalls the woman's question about breaking his promise. He hangs upside down, a smirk playing on his lips as he considers the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the man in the green jacket stands with his arms crossed, observing the scene. He casually dismisses the situation as nothing much. The man in the green jacket raises his arm, concerned about his limited mobility. He suggests that Kang Chan should stop and call the police for help, but the suggestion is dismissed. Kang Chan's smirk deepens, a silent challenge in his eyes. He is told that he really shouldn't be laughing. The man in the green jacket warns Kang Chan that he'll leave for France with a crutch by his side. Kang Chan, still upside down, suggests that once he leaves during the vacations, they'll survive by relying on each other. He asks how that sounds, and a man in the green jacket agrees, seeing it as a way to buy training equipment with the club's budget. The man in the green jacket states that he can be the club's supervisor, but that's not important right now. He warns Kang Chan that he's become weaker and his opponents are no ordinary gangsters. The man in the green jacket declares, Legio Patria Nostra, the motto of the French Foreign Legion. The man in the green jacket continues, stating that the Legion is their fatherland. Kang Chan, now standing, looks at the man in the green jacket and asks, and? Kang Chan puts on a shirt, stating that Hyo Yunsel and Lee Hojin are both trash, but he promised he'd go. He'd rather get stabbed by a knife instead of breaking that promise. The man in the green jacket acknowledges that promise. The military leader, his expression hardened, makes it clear that he doesn't want to be reminded of past events. He acknowledges the point, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel. Another man grabs him, insisting they leave together, but he refuses. The man asks if he remembers Mangala. He seems annoyed that the topic is being brought up again. Kang Chan, now wearing a school uniform, stands outside a building. He approaches a black car. Inside the car, the man with a shaved head calls out to Kang Chan. Kang Chan looks determined. The cotton candy room salon comes into view. He descends the stairs, the cotton candy room salon awaiting him below. The man with a shaved head and another man await Kang Chan at the entrance. The men lead Kang Chan down a hallway. 6 rooms on the left, 5 on the right. One of them states. They stop at room number 3. Inside, several men sit around a table laden with food and drinks, awaiting their guest. The man with a shaved head speaks to Kang Chan, his expression stern. You shouldn't look down on adults. Sit. Kang Chan sits, and the man with a shaved head smiles, revealing his true intentions. I like those eyes. The man with a shaved head pours a drink, revealing his twisted logic. Many of us propose to discreetly kill you and bury your corpse, but I have a different opinion. One should be brave like you. He offers the drink to Kang Chan, continuing his veiled threat. You're too young to be drinking with me, so I'll make it short. What about it? Will you join us? Become successful. Kang Chan laughs, angering the man with a shaved head. You're laughing? Kang Chan's expression hardens as he confronts the man. Stop interfering with my school. 2 men stand behind the man with a shaved head, ready to attack. I don't care about what you guys do normally, but don't get innocent children involved in your criminal activities. The man with the shaved head, holding a glass of liquor, expresses his disappointment in Kang Chan, calling him a moron. He slams his hand on the table, emphasizing that Kang Chan is being told to leave the school. Enraged, Kang Chan punches the man in the face, shouting bastard. The force of the blow sends the man with the shaved head flying backwards. Kang Chan's fist connects with the man's face, the impact creating a visible shockwave. The man with the shaved head cries out in pain from the force of the punch. Another man shouts, "Get him!" as he and others rush towards Kang Chan. The men swarm Kang Chan, declaring they will teach him some manners. The man with the shaved head is struck again, blood flying from his face. The brutal assault continues, with the man's face contorted in pain as he receives another blow. Kang Chan stands over the defeated men, who lie bleeding on the floor of the cotton candy room salon. Kang Chan, his expression hardening, prepares for the next wave of attacks. Suddenly, one of the thugs leaps over the table, attempting to strike Kong Chan from above. Kong Chan swiftly intercepts the attack, meeting the thug head-on. He grabs the thug by the neck. The man struggles, proving futile as Kong Chan's grip tightens. The man gurgles, desperately trying to break free, but Kong Chan refuses to release him. With a swift motion, Kong Chan kicks another approaching thug. His eyes narrowed. Kong Chan remains focused on the remaining threats. A large group of thugs, armed with bats and pipes, stand ready to attack, their intent clear. The thugs surge forward, weapons raised, eager to overwhelm Kong Chan. Kong Chan continues to choke the thug he has in his grasp, sneering as he tells him that he is dead meat. Facing the approaching mob, Kong Chan prepares to face them head-on, his expression unwavering. One of the thugs shouts a warning, telling Kong Chan to stand down if he doesn't want to see their boss's neck broken. Ignoring the threat, Kong Chan delivers a final blow to the thug's neck, the sound of the impact echoing through the room. Kong Chan is struck by a baseball bat, the force of the blow creating a visible shockwave. The thugs continue their assault, raining blows down on the downed Kong Chan. One of the thugs shouts for the others to finish him off as they continue their brutal attack. The thugs grab Kong Chan by the hair, preparing to deliver another strike. Despite the beating, Kong Chan grits his teeth, his eyes filled with a burning resolve. He's had enough. The man with the shaved head, the apparent leader, screams for his underlings to kill Kong Chan. The leader's rage intensifies as he watches the beating continue. Kong Chan, still on the ground, is kicked in the face. Despite the pain, Kong Chan manages to roll away from the assault. He is quickly swarmed again, the thugs pinning him to the ground. The man with the shaved head leaps into the air, preparing to deliver a final, crushing blow. The thugs watch, confident that their leader will end the fight. The man with the shaved head brings his foot down, aiming to crush Kong Chan's face. The thugs watch with anticipation as the kick connects, the sound echoing through the alley. One of the thugs winces, anticipating the brutal impact. Suddenly, a figure in a suit slams into the thug, sending him flying through the air. The thugs are caught off guard by the sudden intervention. They realize that ID, Soldier, Smithin has arrived. ID, Soldier, Smithin, fueled by adrenaline, grits his teeth, determined to protect Kong Chan. The force of the blow sends the thug reeling backward, a look of shock on his face. The man with the shaved head roars in disbelief, his fist clenched in anger at the interruption. The other thugs, spurred into action, begin to push forward, eager to overwhelm ID, Soldier, Smithin. ID, Soldier, Smithin, surrounded, prepares to face the onslaught, his eyes narrowed in focus. A flurry of blows rains down on ID, Soldier, Smithin as the thugs attack in unison. Despite the odds, ID, Soldier, Smithin endures the beating, his determination unwavering as he fights to protect Kong Chan. He struggles to catch his breath, clutching the metal pipe as the sounds of approaching footsteps echo around him. Inside, the man in the suit, previously seen recovering from a blow, orders his men to move. The sound of many feet echoes as the group advances. The gray-haired military leader, ID, military leader, unknown, expresses his annoyance at the thugs' difficulty in dealing with Kong Chan. The thugs continue to advance. The man with the shaved head observes that these thugs are different as the gray-haired military leader threatens to cut Kong Chan apart and feed him to the dogs. Kong Chan realizes that he is facing an experienced killer. The gray-haired military leader holds a knife, ready to attack. A loud crash echoes. The thugs are surprised by the sudden noise. A figure wielding a baseball bat descends from above as the man with the shaved head questions who it is. The figure slams the baseball bat down on one of the thugs as the others watch in shock. The military leader, momentarily stunned by the masked figure's sudden appearance, can only manage a questioning glance. The figure with the baseball bat, face concealed behind a red mask with glowing eyes, pauses, the silence thick with anticipation. The masked assailant swings a baseball bat with lethal force. Meanwhile, a group of men in suits walk down a hallway, seemingly unaware of the violence about to unfold. Kong Chan's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. One of the men in suits wonders aloud what is happening, just as the masked figure strikes another victim with the bat. A close-up reveals the unsettling mask worn by the attacker, its blank expression a stark contrast to the brutality of his actions. The masked figure continues his assault, swinging the bat with relentless fury, bodies falling around him. The swing connects with another victim, the force of the blow evident in the spray of impact. Kong Chan's eyes widen as he witnesses the carnage, his expression a mix of shock and dawning realization. Standing over a fallen man, the figure with the baseball bat prepares to strike again, the red stain on the bat a grim testament to his violence. A sinister smile creeps across the face of the man with the shaved head, even as he lies prone. He speaks, chilling warning, even though I told you not to come. The man with the shaved head dismisses any concern for their target's well-being, stating that it's just one more hit. Turning to the man with the sword, the man with the shaved head remarks that it seems like they're about to get busy. The swordsman lunges forward, his blade aimed directly at an unseen target. A group of men are sent flying through the air, the force of the swordsman's attack scattering them like bowling pins. The swordsman's blade finds its mark, a spray of blood erupting from the point of impact as the victim cries out in shock. The man with the shaved head appears, declaring that he is here too. The swordsman's blade slices through another victim, the force of the blow sending blood splattering. The swordsman mocks his opponent's lack of speed, declaring that they are too slow. The swordsman continues his assault, his blade leaving a trail of blood in its wake. One of the men groans in pain as he clutches his bloodied shoulder, the attack having clearly taken its toll. The man with the shaved head declares that his opponent is finished, his expression cold and unforgiving. The swordsman stands over his fallen opponent, while in the background, the figure with the baseball bat and the man with the shaved head approach, their intentions unknown. The swordsman's blade descends with lethal speed, poised to strike. The attack lands, the word captain appearing amidst a spray of blood. Elsewhere, a military briefing is underway. The number of enemy troops is estimated to be between 350 and 500. The military leader, ID, military leader, unknown, is present at the briefing. One of the soldiers asks what he is saying, and another responds that it seems like a lot of bastards have come. The swordsman continues his assault, cutting down more enemies. One of the soldiers cries out to Smithin. The swordsman, covered in blood, screams, demanding to know who he is. The swordsman kneels, cradling a fallen comrade. He declares himself a god. The words Black Field appear in bold letters, hinting at a significant event or ability. The swordsman stands over his victim, blood dripping from his blade. ID, military leader, unknown, enraged, grips a bloody knife tightly. ID, military leader, unknown lunges at the swordsman with the knife. The knife pierces the swordsman's hand, drawing blood. Despite stabbing the swordsman in the hand, the military leader, Channy, is shocked by his opponent's strength. The swordsman, unfazed by the injury, reveals that God of Blackfield is a nickname given to him by his enemies. Channy stares at the blade, piercing his hand, a look of disbelief washing over his face. Kong Chan's face contorts with rage as he vows to kill the military leader. The sound of a powerful blow echoes through the room. The swordsman's counterattack sends blood spraying from Channy's face. The force of the blow shatters Channy's nose, blood gushing from the wound. Kong Chan follows through with another strike, his knuckles stained crimson. Blood splatters across the floor as the military leader is struck again. Channy's vision blurs as he reels from the relentless assault. The military leader stumbles backward, his uniform now soaked in blood. Kong Chan stands over the fallen Channy, his sword raised for the final blow. Enraged, ID, military leader, unknown, is shocked by the turn of events. The masked figure, revealed to be Kong Chan, delivers a devastating blow to the major antagonist. The punch connects with full force, blood spraying from the impact. The force of the blow sends ID, military leader, unknown, crashing to the ground. Kong Chan stands over his fallen opponent, his expression grim. He raises his fist again, ready to deliver another crushing blow. The punch lands with a sickening thud, more blood splattering from the impact. The brutal assault continues, leaving a trail of blood and destruction. Suddenly, a voice cries out, pleading, "You can't kill them." Kong Chan's fist continues its descent, ignoring the desperate plea. The scene shifts to a hallway, where Kong Chan stands over the body of ID, military leader, unknown, who is surrounded by a growing pool of blood. ID, military leader, unknown, lies motionless, his uniform soaked in blood, seemingly defeated. The brutal beating leaves ID, military leader, unknown, lying prone, blood pooling around him. Meanwhile, a group of men, some bearing fresh wounds, stand guard outside. Elsewhere, a man wearing a distinctive monkey mask observes the scene. The man in the suit, visibly injured, warns that anyone unwilling to fight should hide in the rooms. The group of men advance, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. A door slams shut, the sound reverberating through the building. The man in the suit stumbles, weakened by his injuries, before collapsing to the floor. The masked man expresses surprise at seeing him again, before questioning where he acquired the mask. The masked man explains that the monkey mask is popular with kids, urging the injured man to leave quickly, lest someone call the police. The man in the suit is told to stay put while the masked man checks the counter for something to cover them with. The man in the suit looks down, his expression a mix of pain and resignation. The man in the suit clutches at his chest, wondering why this is happening now. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the building, numbering over 20. It seems the man in the suit is about to receive reinforcements. The reinforcements arrive in the hallway, a grim procession heading towards the injured man. The man in the suit struggles to stand, his body failing him. The approaching group pauses, their expressions unreadable. Oh Guangtek, the man with the goatee, admits he had his doubts about the man in the suit, but now believes he is a student. Oh Guangtek briefs his men on the situation inside. Oh Guangtek introduces himself, making sure everyone knows him as Sinsadong's Guangtek. He explains that he came after hearing that Jibum of the parking lot group was about to get messed up. The man in the suit, despite his injuries, asks if anyone has a smoke. Enraged, Oh Guangtek berates the man in the suit for his disrespectful tone, questioning if he can fight by himself. The man in the suit apologizes. Oh Guangtek orders the man in the suit to get out of the way. The man in the suit and Oh Guangtek stand face to face. The man in the suit, bloodied but standing, faces the masked figure who holds a bloodied baseball bat. Meanwhile, Oh Guangtek finds the situation amusing. He remarks on the absurdity of a high schooler and a man in a monkey mask being involved. The aftermath of the fight is being assessed. Park Jibum, it seems, will be embarrassed by the outcome. There are no deaths, but 5 are in serious condition. Hearing the report, the man with the shaved head decides to leave, instructing the others to take care of the aftermath. The masked figure speaks, suggesting that Kong Chan wanted to quietly deal with the situation. Oh Guangtek tells his men to go to the hospital to look after his boys. The injured Kong Chan remains silent, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, at school, Kim Myong sits at her desk, looking pensive. Kong Chan groans, stirring from unconsciousness in a hospital bed. A man peers into the room, asking how he feels. The man explains that Kong Chan needed stitches because his knife wounds had worsened. Confused, Kong Chan asks where he is and what the man is talking about. The man reminds him that he fainted after getting into Oh Guangtek's car. Elsewhere, a crowd cheers as a figure is thrown through the air. Oh Guangtek, watching the scene unfold, curses that he is not in his real body and vows to end this as quickly as possible. The swordsman attacks, his blade glinting in the light. The swordsman continues his assault, cutting down multiple opponents. How embarrassing, Kong Chan thinks to himself as he sits up in the hospital bed, his arm in a sling. The man with the shaved head asks how long he was out. He's told that he was unconscious for quite a while, and that it's already 1 a.m. The man with the shaved head explains that he told Kong Chan's parents that he would spend the night at his place, but they asked that he call them. Kong Chan winces in pain as he shifts his arm, insisting that he's fine and just wants a smoke. The man with the shaved head turns and walks towards the door. Kong Chan asks if he has a smoke, prompting the man with the shaved head to internally grumble about the brat always asking for cigarettes. The man with the shaved head says that Kong Chan claims to be a teacher at their school, asking if it's true. He adds that it would take a while to explain, but technically, yes. Kong Chan assures him that the man with the shaved head is someone he trusts, so he can listen to their conversation. The man with the shaved head acknowledges this, thinking to himself that thanks to Kong Chan, he profited this time without doing anything. He also believes that there won't be anyone in Gangnam's underground world who will stand against him. The man with the shaved head asks if there is anything he can do for Kong Chan. Kong Chan tells him not to get involved in their school, stating that it's simple and easy. The man with the shaved head points a finger at Kong Chan, thinking about rumors. Rumors about Kong Chan spread quickly, attracting those who need him, fear him, and are simply curious. The man with the shaved head knows that many will try to find him, but Kong Chan insists it's none of his business and that he'll handle it himself. The man with the shaved head addresses Kong Chan, acknowledging that he's an extremely special guy. The man with the shaved head admits that he also profited from the incident, whether it was on purpose or not, his expression hardening. Kong Chan retorts with a defiant, "So what?" The man with the shaved head, his eyes narrowed, declares that just as he acknowledged Kong Chan's talent, Kong Chan needs to respect his status and opinion. Kong Chan questions what would happen if he didn't want to, his face obscured by shadows. The man with the shaved head's expression darkens, a sinister aura emanating from him. Kong Chan remains silent, his gaze intense. The man with the shaved head's anger flares, his face distorted with rage. The man with the shaved head relents, saying, "God damn it, all right. You win. Let's forget about everything and be friends," though his smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. Kong Chan demands that he first get rid of his boys outside, stating that he doesn't need their protection. The man with the shaved head asks what Kong Chan teaches at school. When he replies, "P," the man responds that he thought so. The man with the shaved head agrees to keep his boys outside, noting that the ones from Ulsan aren't ordinary fighters. He says he'll be going now, and if Kong Chan wants anything to eat, he should tell the boys. Kong Chan simply replies, "All right." The man with the shaved head turns to leave, saying, "Well then, see you." He is urged to rest, but Kong Chan insists he can return to work. The conversation shifts, and someone asks if there's something going on between Kong Chan and Kim Myong, noting the excessive messages. Dismissing the idea, the man in the hospital bed waves it off, saying she's just a kid and not to pay attention. Kong Chan asks when he could be discharged, but the doctor has advised him to stay for at least a week. He realizes he needs to stay in bed for at least a week, but worries about telling his parents he'll be sleeping over at a teacher's home for that long. Kong Chan recalls going out to dinner to discuss his future, and then the accident happened on the way back. He decides he'll tell his parents that one of the guys outside caused the accident. The camera pans up to show the hospital where Kong Chan is staying. A woman reassures someone off-panel that Kong Chan will be discharged soon enough. She then asks him how the accident happened and where he got hurt. Kong Chan insists that it doesn't hurt as bad as it looks. The woman suggests transferring him to the bigger hospital he was staying at previously, mentioning that traffic accidents can have side effects on the body. Kong Chan quickly dismisses the idea. Kong Chan wonders what he should do, realizing he can't tell them he got hit by a knife delivery truck. The sound of something being delivered echoes. The doctor, accompanied by Kim Myong, pushes a medical cart down the hospital hallway. The doctor, truthfully, has been thinking of transferring Kong Chan to Saebail Hospital, where he was previously hospitalized. Inside Kong Chan's room, the doctor, Kim Myong, and another man stand around his bed. Kong Chan's mother bows to the doctor, introducing herself and being reassured that his wounds are not as bad as they look. The doctor explains that Kong Chan's treatment went well and that he only needs to eat and rest from now on. Kong Chan's mother reveals that she has been thinking of transferring him to Saebail Hospital, where he was hospitalized before. The doctor replies that they will do as she wishes. The doctor mentions that the director of surgical services at Saebail Hospital is his friend and that he can put in a good word for Kong Chan. However, he thinks it may be better for him to stay in their hospital. The mother of Kong Chan thinks about how in large hospitals, the number of patients that a single doctor is in charge of is astounding. She considers that in the case of Saebail Hospital, doctors have a lot of outside affairs to take care of as well. In a life-critical situation, a large hospital would be the best place to go to. But for Kong Chan, his treatment doesn't involve a difficult surgery, but rather attentive care. The doctor pats Kong Chan on the shoulder, while his mother looks on. The mother of Kong Chan thinks that in the end, this is just the doctor's personal opinion, and that the legal guardian should be the one to make the decision. Kong Chan's mother sits with him, and he gives her a thumbs up, reassuring her. The doctor asks if he should proceed immediately, but Kim Myong suggests waiting for her husband to arrive so they could discuss it together. Kong Chan acknowledges her decision with a quiet understanding. The doctor politely asks Kim Myong to step outside for a moment. The doctor explains to Kim Myong that he needs to change Kong Chan's dressing and bandages, a procedure he believes she wouldn't want to witness. She agrees, leaving Kong Chan in his care. With Kim Myong gone, the doctor prepares to tend to Kong Chan's wounds. The sound of scissors fills the room as the doctor begins to cut away the bandages. The doctor observes that the stitches are already starting to come off, a process that normally takes much longer. He asks Kong Chan if he needs to sew it again, but the patient declines. Kong Chan notes that the wound is healing quickly, something the doctor confirms he has rarely seen. He thanks the doctor for convincing his mother. The doctor, looking down at Kong Chan, asks if he knows why he is doing this. The doctor reflects on his past, recalling how his younger brother became a gangster while he was studying abroad. Their parents always compared them, and his brother eventually turned to knives, claiming he was better at wielding them. The doctor continues, revealing that his brother refused treatment at the hospital where he worked, and, in the end, he was the one who had to announce his death. Kong Chan listens intently, his expression unreadable. The doctor's words hang in the air, a proposition that could change everything. The doctor, O.H. Guangtek, explains that he has heard of Kong Chan's skill with his fists, but he has a request. He clarifies that Kong Chan can come there or send people whenever he wants. The doctor adds one crucial condition. Kong Chan must not kill nor die. O.H. Guangtek pauses, adjusting his glasses as he awaits Kong Chan's response. An unknown voice makes an offer, stating they've heard of someone's skill with their fists and have a request. The doctor, his face partially obscured by shadow, states that the man can send people to him whenever he wants, but he shouldn't kill or die. The man in the hospital bed understands, but explains that it's difficult for him to continue his job when those things happen. The injured man, Kong Chan, asks if the doctor can't just stop doing what he's doing. The doctor questions the point of that, stating it's not going to reduce the number of people who die from getting extremely beat up. The doctor asks what if things go wrong while he does this job, but then states that money isn't a problem for him, and if his license gets revoked, he'll just leave for another country and live there peacefully. Kong Chan says he understands and thanks the doctor very much. The doctor chuckles, saying he should be the one saying that, since he barely had to do anything. The man who brought Kong Chan to the hospital smirks. The doctor tells Kong Chan to keep in mind that if he comes to him as a corpse one day, he'll secretly remove and sell his organs to make a profit, without telling his parents, shocking Kong Chan. The doctor says he shall take his leave now and tells Kong Chan to take a good rest. The injured Kong Chan is visibly shocked by something. 1 week later, the city skyline pierces the clouds. The sound of the door opening announces Kong Chan's return home. His mother greets him, holding an envelope. She tells Kong Chan that they need to talk. She reminds him that he should be resting at home, as the doctor advised. Kong Chan insists he's fine and can go to school. He then notices the envelope in her hand and asks what it is. His mother tells him to take a look at the contents of the envelope. Kong Chan is shocked to see 50 million won inside, and says that this was unnecessary. Kong Chan says that he should return that money later. His mother says that this amount is just shady. Kong Chan agrees that it's true, and says that he's off. Kong Chan, dressed in a suit, is asked if he wants a ride to school. He seems surprised by the offer, but accepts. The mother of the other student waves goodbye as the two young men head out. In the car, Kong Chan wonders why the other student is being so forceful. The car speeds down the road. The other student, in his school uniform, drives in silence. The driver calls out to Kong Chan, asking if there is anything he hasn't told him. The driver warns that if the answer is no, he won't ask anything else. Kong Chan admits that there is something. He starts to explain that there's something he hasn't told the driver, admitting he got into a fight. Kong Chan continues, explaining that the guys from school he fought against last time were being backed by some gangsters. The driver explains that there were some complicated issues, but they managed to conclude things successfully, so they won't see them ever again, even at school, adding that there were a few injuries, but no deaths. The man in the passenger seat presses Kong Chan, demanding to know why they were told the incident was a traffic accident. Kong Chan explains that he told them it was a traffic accident because his mother would worry too much if she knew the truth. His hand bandaged, Kong Chan sends a text message, simply stating, "I'm sorry." The man driving the car reminds Kong Chan that his mother sacrificed a lot for him, prompting a confused reaction. A framed photo shows Kong Chan with his parents and a baby, hinting at the family's past. Kong Chan confirms that he isn't aware of the details, but something like that must have happened. A flashback begins, hinting at a tragic event. The flashback reveals a chaotic scene in an operating room, with medical personnel rushing to save a woman. The scene shifts to a close-up of the woman's hand as she lies in the hospital bed, unconscious. Back in the car, the man driving tells Kong Chan that there's no need to worry about him, but he shouldn't make his mother cry, asking if he can do that for him. Kong Chan somberly agrees, acknowledging the request. The driver expresses his satisfaction with Kong Chan's honesty as they continue down the road. Back in the present, Kong Chan is approached by a student, who addresses him as Captain. The student, his arm in a cast, assures Kong Chan that he has permission to leave, joking that the doctor had never seen a constitution like his. The student finds the rumors surrounding Kong Chan a bit disturbing and asks if it isn't odd. The rumors, it turns out, claim that Kong Chan is on the verge of death from getting stabbed, that he's already dead, and that a kid saw him getting arrested by the police. The student sits on a blue stool, a bag at his feet. Kong Chan muses that there must be a lot of people feeling glad now, and wonders if he should go take a look. The student asks what Kong Chan is referring to, prompting him to clarify that he means the rumors. Kong Chan, with a knowing smirk, responds, "Ooh, that." At lunch, a student eats alone, unaware of the looming threat. Suddenly, his head is slammed into the table. The bully, looming over the student, asks if he has a problem. The student, Gijin, weakly refuses to answer. The bully, concerned about Gijin's health, forces food into his mouth. He continues to berate Gijin, claiming that too much meat will clot his blood and that he should eat more grass. The bully insists he's only worried about Gijin's health, and Gijin offers a weak thanks as the bully continues to feed him. The bully demands to know why Gijin isn't eating, questioning if he isn't hungry. He shoves more food into Gijin's mouth, ignoring his protests. Other students watch and whisper, some finding amusement in Gijin's suffering. The bully continues to force-feed Gijin, who is now visibly distressed and struggling to swallow. Gijin's face contorts in distress as he is forced to eat. The man with the shaved head continues to force food into Gijin's mouth, ignoring his discomfort. Meanwhile, another student calls out to the room, drawing attention to the commotion. The student demands to know who is trespassing in their classroom. The student, Kim, recognizes the man with the shaved head. Kim greets the man with the shaved head as senior. The man with the shaved head and Kim grab Gijin and lift him up. Another student, also named Kim, introduces himself loudly as being from Year 1 Class 3, only to be told to be quiet. He then asks if there's a moon Gijin present. The man with the shaved head confirms that Gijin is in Year 1 Class 3. Kim points out Gijin to the other Kim. Gijin sits at his desk, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding around him. The other Kim approaches Gijin, confirming that he is indeed Moon Gijin. The weight of the situation presses down on the man with the shaved head, his hand covering his brow in contemplation. The man with the shaved head stands with his arms crossed, a picture of contained power and resolve. The upperclassman, Kong Chan, approaches Gijin, confirming his identity. Gijin realizes that Kong Chan is the terrifying upperclassman spoken of in rumors and wonders why he is being sought out. Kong Chan orders Gijin to follow him, prompting the bespectacled student to stammer in confusion. Whispers spread among the other students, who believe Gijin is now a dead man for talking back to Kong Chan. Kong Chan confronts Gijin, questioning if he's crazy for talking back. The upperclassman looms over Gijin, furious that he dared to talk back to him. Kong Chan warns Gijin not to interfere. Gijin, terrified, can only stammer in response to Kong Chan's warning. Gijin is left speechless by the encounter. Kong Chan tells Gijin that they need to talk. The major antagonist, Kong Chan, watches Gijin with a menacing glare, his expression a mix of anger and impatience. Kong Chan grabs Gijin by the collar, ignoring the pleas of the other students. He orders him to stop making excuses and follow him. Gijin's face is etched with fear as Kong Chan looms over him, his expression unreadable. Kong Chan, unfazed by the onlookers, reassures someone off-panel not to worry about them. The other students watch in a mix of fear and morbid curiosity as Kong Chan leads Gijin away. The classroom buzzes with hushed whispers and nervous laughter as the other students discuss what just happened. Cha Soyan sits alone at her desk, seemingly lost in thought, as the other students gossip around her. Someone approaches Cha Soyan, asking if she's indeed Cha Soyan. The student who approached Cha Soyan stands beside Kong Chan, who is accompanied by Gijin. The atmosphere is tense. Cha Soyan, looking nervous, confirms that she is Cha Soyan. Kong Chan, with a sinister smile, tells Cha Soyan, a third year, that they need to talk for a bit. The affected student is visibly shaken, her mind racing as she hears the name Kong Chan mentioned. She vehemently denies being busy, her voice laced with fear. Kong Chan, flanked by two other students, continues his advance through the school hallway, already planning his next target. A subordinate calls out to Kong Chan, acknowledging him as their boss. The affected student trembles, her expression a mixture of terror and resignation. Gijin, caught in the wake of Kong Chan's approach, looks up with a mixture of fear and helplessness. Kong Chan pauses, looking down at two students bowing deeply before him. He questions their actions. One of the bowing students, Jo Siho, explains that he is a second-year student who greeted Kong Chan the last time they met, hoping to make a good impression. Kong Chan, towering over the bowing students, simply responds with a curt yes. Another student apologizes for blocking the way, groveling before Kong Chan. The students continue to bow deeply, their foreheads nearly touching the floor, as Kong Chan and his entourage pass by. Kong Chan reveals that the reason he brought everyone to the sports room is he stands before the assembled students, explaining his intention to form a sports club, with Mr. Suk Kang-ho as the supervisor. The students exchange glances, a mix of confusion and apprehension on their faces. Kong Chan asks if there are any questions. A student hesitantly raises his hand, wondering aloud what sports they will be doing. Kong Chan, turning to address the question, lists physical training, basic self-defense, and perhaps even some field hockey. A female student, affected student, raises her hand, her expression a mixture of fear and defiance. She asks why they were invited. Kong Chan smirks, offering a simple, dismissive answer. Just 'cause. The students exchange uneasy glances, unsure of what to make of Kong Chan's intentions. The tension in the room is palpable. Kong Chan crosses his arms, a disarming smile on his face as he explains that he wants to get friendly with them and spend time together. The students remain seated, their faces etched with confusion and doubt, question marks practically hanging over their heads. Kong Chan's expression hardens as he clarifies that they aren't being forced to join, emphasizing that they don't have to if they don't want to. The major antagonist, ID, military leader, unknown, stands beside Kong Chan, a knowing smirk on his face as he observes the scene. Kong Chan gestures towards a table with a sign-up sheet, adding that it will be beneficial to them if they do join. A document sits on a table, waiting for potential members to sign up, while Kong Chan encourages those who aren't interested to stay until lunch is delivered. Kong Chan, his hand bandaged, points a finger, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he continues his recruitment efforts. The students sit in chairs, observing Kong Chan as he speaks to them. One of the students whispers to another, telling him not to glare at the others, reminding him that this isn't Africa. Kong Chan, frustrated, thinks to himself that he's trying his best. Kim Myong introduces herself as a third-year student and the club's manager. Kim Myong holds out application forms, asking who wants one. One of the students questions why Kong Chan brought along a girl that the school expects to get into a prestigious university. Kim Myong asks if the student really thinks Kong Chan brought her there, as another student asks for an application form. A student expresses concern for Kong Chan's injured hand, while he dismisses it. One of the students expresses his frustration, telling Kong Chan to deal with Kim Myong himself, while another suggests they just leave her be. Someone asks if the tonkatsu was ordered. Kong Chan receives a delivery of supplies, nodding in acknowledgement. He directs the delivery man to place the items, including what appears to be tonkatsu, on a nearby table. Meanwhile, the affected student peeks through a slightly open door, her expression unreadable. Kong Chan, oblivious to being watched, contemplates the tonkatsu, musing that it should be eaten with chopsticks. The affected student, having seen enough, runs away from the door. She is intercepted by Kim Myong, who calls out to her. Kong Chan confronts the fleeing student, questioning why she is loitering around. The affected student vehemently denies loitering, her face contorted in frustration. Kong Chan presses her, asking if she is not loitering, his expression unreadable. He curtly tells her to leave if she is not. The affected student, now visibly upset, pauses, her expression a mix of anger and confusion. Kim Myong calls out to Kong Chan, drawing his attention. The affected student wonders aloud if she can really go through with whatever plan she has. Meanwhile, Kong Chan glances back, a stern expression on his face. The student attempts to convince herself that she isn't acting suspiciously, though her flushed cheeks betray her nervousness. Kong-chan allows her to proceed with her shady things, seemingly unconcerned. The student walks away, heading toward a set of stairs. She curses under her breath, clearly frustrated by something. The camera focuses on the student's legs as she continues walking, the title of the series visible at the bottom of the panel. The students continued their grueling training, running laps around the school grounds. The exhausted student, struggling to keep pace, tells himself to run just one more lap. The other students continue to run, pushing through their exhaustion. The affected student watches the others run, her expression unreadable. The affected student, towering over the scene, stands with her arms crossed, a stern expression on her face. The students collapse to the ground, utterly spent from the training. The affected student approaches, holding 2 cans of soda. One of the students gratefully accepts a can, exclaiming that it's finally over. He cracks open the can and takes a long drink, relieved to have survived the day's training. The affected student smiles, asking if they should properly start today's training now. The affected student's words hang in the air, leaving the others unsure of what to expect. Kong-chan, now identified as ID. Soldier, Smithin, crosses his arms, explaining that it's not good to suddenly start training without warming up properly. The other students are visibly shaken, their expressions a mix of fear and apprehension as they realize the intensity of what's to come. The volleyball slams directly into the face of a student, his glasses askew from the force of the impact. The student who threw the ball clenches his fist, ready for the next round. The student who was struck is sent sprawling, papers scattering around him as he falls. The student who was hit cries out in pain, as Kong-chan scolds him for receiving the ball with his face. Kong-chan holds the volleyball, questioning if he purposefully aimed for the face. The student who was struck, now identified as Gijin, is taken aback by the accusation, trying to sound more polite. Kong-chan states the obvious, reminding the major antagonist that they are at school. The major antagonist acknowledges Kong-chan's statement, then suggests they continue playing. From below, Kong-chan declares that he will show the major antagonist what it is like. The major antagonist holds the volleyball, stating that he will aim for the face on purpose. Kong-chan's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with determination. With a flick of his fingers, Kong-chan prepares to strike. Kong-chan sends the volleyball flying with incredible force. The major antagonist laughs, seemingly unfazed by the incoming ball. In a swift motion, Kong-chan kicks the volleyball, adding even more power to its trajectory. The volleyball hurtles toward its target with blinding speed. The volleyball slams into Gijin's face, the impact exploding in a shower of blood. The volleyball continues its descent, now stained with blood. The force of the kick sends Gijin flying forward. The volleyball hurtles through the air, a blur of white and orange. The ball continues its trajectory, aimed squarely at its target. The impact is brutal, the sound echoing through the air. The force of the kick sends the volleyball careening into Gijin's face. The blow connects, snapping his head back. Kong-chan's face contorts with a savage grin as he watches the volleyball strike its mark. The volleyball ricochets away, leaving Gijin reeling from the impact. The members of the volleyball club stand in a row, their expressions grim. It's clear that this is one hell of a terrifying club. The volleyball team washes up after practice, while 2 figures stand nearby, observing them. One of them compliments the team's hard work. One of the observers reflects on his own physical condition, realizing that compared to the volleyball team, he's in pretty good shape. The other man asks if he's just now realizing that. The 2 students stand at the sinks, one remarking that the other's body wasn't normal in the first place. In the distance, the volleyball team discusses their training regimen, agreeing to increase it to twice a week. The student with the ponytail stands outside, a determined look on her face. Her expression hardens, a bead of sweat forming on her brow. Kong-chan is called out by a teammate. The ponytail-wearing student walks towards Kong-chan and his teammate. She declares that she wants to join as well. Kong-chan and his teammate look at her with surprise as she approaches the volleyball team. Kong-chan flatly refuses her request. The student demands to know why she isn't allowed to join. Kong-chan questions why a third-year student would want to join a club, implying that she should be focusing on university. He adds that Kim Myong is already part of the club as well. Kong-chan stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face as he thinks about grades. Kim Myong's face contorts in anger as she thinks to herself that she is unlike someone. The rejected student, Eun-sil, hangs her head in disappointment. Kim Myong glares at Eun-sil, her expression hardening. Eun-sil touches her forehead, lost in thought. Eun-sil walks away from Kong-chan and Kim Myong, leaving them standing in the courtyard. Kong-chan watches Eun-sil leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. Later, a group of students, including Kim Myong, wait at a crosswalk. Kim Myong thinks about how Eun-sil looked sincere and determined earlier, and wonders if Kong-chan can't let her join the club. Kong-chan thinks to himself that Eun-sil won't fit in and will scare the others as well. Kim Myong sees the green light and thinks that things might change if they spend some time together, as she says goodbye. She walks along the train platform, heading towards the school. The affected student enters the school building, her footsteps echoing in the hallway. Meanwhile, Kong-chan answers his phone, a bandage visible on his hand. Hello. He sounds surprised as he repeats the name. Michelle. On the other end of the line, Michelle, the French woman from the restaurant, asks for his number. Kong-chan's expression shifts to confusion as he listens to Michelle. Michelle, lying in bed, asks why he's calling. She teases him, asking if he's really going to act dumb after catching the attention of 3 beautiful ladies, reminding him that she knows he's in high school. Michelle emphasizes that she is French. Kong-chan replies that he's not in the mood for jokes, reminding her that she should keep her promises. Michelle finds his injuries might be sexy in their own way. Kong-chan hangs up, wondering if she's just a crazy woman. Michelle, lying in bed, tells someone on the phone that Saturday is no good and says goodbye. The call ends, and Michelle is seen in bed. Elsewhere, Kong-chan hangs up the phone, a look of annoyance etched on his face. Kong-chan walks towards his apartment building. He enters the building, his footsteps echoing in the hallway. Inside his apartment, Kong-chan is greeted by a man sitting on the couch, who seems surprised to see him. The man on the couch speaks into his phone, telling the person on the other end that he'll get there as soon as possible. As the man hangs up, Kong-chan enters the room, and the man asks if he's back. The man, with a wide smile, asks Kong-chan who he was talking to, claiming it was just a client. Kong-chan is told to take a shower and rest. He simply replies, yes. The man's hand, wrapped in bandages, grips the doorknob. Kong-chan, alone, suspects that the man is hiding something. Kong-chan, hand raised to his chin, appears deep in thought, his brow furrowed with concern. The man with the bandaged hand stands close to a woman, adjusting his tie as she looks up at him. Kong-chan sits alone in his apartment, lost in thought. The weight of recent events presses down on him. He rises and puts on his slippers, a decision forming in his mind. Smite-hen, now wearing a white and black jacket, wonders who is calling him. Kong-chan tells the person on the other end of the line that he is fine and to have fun. But then, changing his mind, Kong-chan says he will go out as well. He suggests to Smite-hen that they take a walk together. Kong-chan leaves his apartment. Later, Kong-chan and Smite-hen walk together, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the night. He walked alongside Smite-hen, the night air cool against the skin. The rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoed on the pavement. Smite-hen stopped, turning to Kong-chan, if you tell me nothing's wrong, then I won't ask anything else. Earlier that day, a man in a suit sat in his car, his expression stern. If your answer is no, then I won't ask anything else. The man chuckled, a sinister glint in his eyes. Back in the present, Smite-hen placed a comforting hand on Kong-chan's shoulder. The man in the suit continued his story, the scene shifting to a park bench. In fact, something did happen. He explained his initial plan, a grand scheme to import French cars. I was planning to import French cars and sell them here. The man in the suit elaborated on his strategy, detailing the initial purchase of 50 cars for exhibition and test drives, followed by pre-orders and further requests from the French company. He had expected the risks to be low. But then, the man in the suit revealed, an external factor intervened. The narrative shifted to a shot of the Seojung Motors building, revealing that they had established a subsidiary called Seojung Motors and offered to do parallel imports of the same cars. They had grown jealous of his father's potential benefits. Back on the bench, Kong-chan, now with a bandage on his head, muttered, "Those swindlers." He was shocked, realizing he had said father naturally and without hesitation. The man in the suit receives a call, the news from France already setting a grim tone for the day. He relays the terms of the deal. Seojung Motors guarantees them a monopoly, but only if they purchase 500 cars. On the surface, they appear considerate, but the catch is clear. Kong-chan's father sits on a bench, weighed down by the implications of the deal. He realizes that Seojung Motors made the offer knowing they couldn't meet the demands. The man in the suit explains that if they decide to pull back, Seojung Motors can strike a deal with a big corporation. He then asks what model his companion was planning on importing, clarifying that it was the Schiff. Kong-chan's father is reminded that the Schiffs are extremely luxurious sedan cars, and that they would need to buy 500 of them. The man in the suit lays out their options. Either give up the money spent on the contract for the 50 cars, or make the payment and try to sell the 500 cars, knowing that either choice will result in the same amount of losses. Kong-chan's father expresses his dismay. He apologizes to the man in the suit, explaining that the money borrowed with the house up for collateral was spent on this contract. The weight of the situation crushes him. He apologizes for showing such a pathetic side of himself, fearing things will get difficult for their family. Kong-chan's father's eyes are filled with tears as he is comforted. He assures the man in the suit that he is fine with everything, and asks him to take good care of his mother. The man in the suit admits that's what worries him the most. He's doing his best not to make it too obvious, but Kong-chan's father replies that it was quite obvious, prompting the man in the suit to ask if that's so. The man in the suit confesses that he honestly couldn't hold back his expression from showing too much after hearing some new information earlier, and asks if he wants to hear the new info. He explains that the executives from France, who were originally scheduled to arrive next week, will actually be arriving this week, indicating their eagerness to finalize the deal quickly. Kang Chan asks for clarification, wanting to know if this week means tomorrow or the day after. The man in the suit confirms that the meeting is set for Sunday noon, after the executives have had a day to rest. Kang Chan's father looks up, addressing the protagonist with a hesitant, father. Kang Chan, bandaged hands visible, asks if he can accompany his father. His father assures him that everything is fine and that he will handle the situation himself. Kang Chan sits on the bench, confident in his French skills, and offers to translate. Kang Chan's father stares intently at his son. Kang Chan's father urges him to try everything he can, emphasizing that if things still don't work out, they will have done all they could. Kang Chan looks determined. Kang Chan's father agrees, telling him to help him out until the end for his mother's sake. Kang Chan's father instructs him that both of them must act as usual and keep this matter to themselves. The camera focuses on a door labeled 701. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, the woman sits on the couch, asking, "I'm home. Where's your dad?" Kang Chan enters the living room, replying that his father said he'd stay outside for a bit longer. The woman responds with a questioning, "Really?" The woman finds it odd that her husband is still outside. The narration box states that men have moments when they need time for themselves. Suddenly, the perspective shifts to an upward angle as someone approaches the apartment door. The man at the door, revealed to be Kang Chan, calls out, "Hello." Inside the bathroom, Michelle, wrapped in a towel, answers the phone. "Hello? Channy. Hi, you again." Michelle continues, "Actually, nice timing. Oh, why? Did you miss hearing my voice?" She then says, "Let's postpone our appointment for a week." "Channy, you're asking for too much." Michelle explains, "It's because of some problems at home." "All right, then Monday. I won't yield more than this." Kang Chan, sitting at his desk, responds, "A fine Monday." Michelle confirms the arrangement over the phone, sealing it with a promise. Kang Chan, still bandaged, hangs up the phone, admitting to himself how captivating Michelle is. He presses a button on a security panel, initiating a sequence he barely remembers. The tapping of keys fills the air as Kang Chan attempts to access an old French bank account. He recalls that there should be at least 150 million won, or about $124,000, in the Credit ET Paris account. Kang Chan reflects that the system wasn't configured for online banking, and his memory of it is fading. He thinks to himself that nobody would believe him if he told them he was the legendary Kang Chan from the Foreign Legion, as he tries to remember his account number. Elsewhere, the man in the suit, who is on the phone, asks if everything is all right. The man in the suit confirms that everything is all right, but then states that their nearest branch is the one at Namsan Hotel. The man in the suit continues his phone call. He expresses concern for the other person's mother, stating that they must do everything they can to deal with the situation. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the Namsan Hotel on a Sunday. A black car pulls up to the Namsan Hotel. The car stops at the entrance as the man in the suit finalizes the arrangements. There will be 2 executives and 1 assistant translator. The man in the suit is told that he is going to be presented as an assistant translator to the French executives, despite being the son of the person he is talking to. He confirms the arrangement. The man in the suit, Kang Chan, is addressed by name. Kang Chan expresses his thanks. Kang Chan looks off to the side, lost in thought. He thinks to himself that it will be an interesting experience. Kang Chan and the other man enter the hotel. The man with the shaved head informs Kang Chan that they are already here. Suddenly, Kang Chan's face is illuminated with a strange light. Footsteps echo through the building. Kang Chan's face is contorted in pain as the strange light intensifies. Footsteps echo through the Namsan Hotel, the sound growing closer. The source of the sound is a man in a suit. His red tie is stark contrast to the dark fabric. The man in the suit approaches another man, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The man in the suit holds a small, metallic object in his hand, questioning how something is possible. Meanwhile, in a different location, ID, military leader. Unknown, the military leader uses a pointer to indicate a location on a map, preparing for a mission. The military leader barks orders, stating that taking over the area isn't the objective. He instructs his men to cease fire and fall back immediately upon confirmation of Masalin's death. Raising his voice, the military leader demands attention from his subordinates. The military leader states that he would usually have something to say, but he'll let it pass this time. The military leader concludes the meeting, ordering everyone to move out. Below, a figure in the darkness speaks a single word, "Hello." The man in the suit from the hotel is revealed, his expression now a sinister grin. The man in the suit extends his hand, as if offering a deal or invitation. The military leader, ID, military leader, unknown, speaks a name in French, Charlin. Meanwhile, the man in suit, wonders aloud just how someone could still be alive. The question hangs in the air, is he still? The man's face is partially obscured by shadow, but his grim determination is clear. The man in the suit extends his hand, ready to greet an approaching figure. The man in the suit, revealed to be major antagonist Channy, waits patiently. Charlon wonders why he is here. The hand of the approaching figure reaches out to meet Channy's. Channy greets the newcomer with a polite, hello. The handshake is firm, a silent agreement passing between them. The man in the suit greets Channy with a bonjour. Smitten is told to behave himself because they are in Korea. Channy confirms that he is here. Smitten wonders what is going on. A question hangs in the air. The man with the brown hair asks what's wrong, concern etched on his face. His companion assures him it's nothing. The man with the brown hair tells his companion that they should greet them. His companion agrees. Kong Chan, the assistant translator, stands among a group of men. He overhears that one of them is Kong Dae-jiong, the CEO of Kongyu Motors. The man with the gray hair compliments Kong Chan on his good pronunciation. Kong Chan is told that the way he speaks sounds familiar. He thanks the man. The man with the gray hair introduces Kong Chan as Smithin, the sales manager of their Asian branch. He greets Kong Chan. The man with the bandaged hand questions if Kong Chan is really in sales, wondering if he is the one working. The man with the bandaged hand asks if they should head upstairs now. The group gathers in a large room, sunlight streaming through the windows. The scene shifts to a close-up of a bar area. As they settled in, a waitress approached, asking if they were ready to order. The military leader, seemingly lost in thought, stroked his goatee. The man with the bandaged hand stood behind the seated group, his expression unreadable. The military leader addressed the protagonist, calling him by his alias, Smithin. The protagonist paused, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. The military leader inquired if the name Kong Chan was common in Korea. The man with the bandaged hand seemed to realize he might have spoken too quickly. The man with the bandaged hand confirmed that the person he was referring to was indeed named Chan. The military leader explained that he had asked because it was a nice name, his expression unreadable. Kong Chan, still posing as Smithin, thought to himself that it was interesting, and that he was also quite familiar with their names. The military leader seemed to be pondering something. A waitress arrived with their drinks, the other men in suits watching intently. The glass of lime juice sits untouched on the table. The man with the bandaged hand settles back on the couch, ready to get down to business. Let's start the real talk now. The vice president of Kongyu Motors, seated across from the man with the bandaged hand, is taken aback by the sudden shift in tone. Is that so? The vice president continues, stating that it would be difficult to accept this sudden proposal. The vice president explains that they were hoping to modify the contract conditions about having the monopoly. The man with the bandaged hand states that they want 500 cars. The man with the bandaged hand clarifies that they haven't changed the conditions. If they want, they could just sign the original contract of 50 cars with Kongyu Motors. The man with the bandaged hand explains that Seojong Motors will also be able to import the cars with the same conditions, since both their homeland and the vice president's nation are capitalist countries. The vice president argues that positive competition helps everyone out. The man with the bandaged hand thinks to himself that the vice president's words aim for weaknesses. The vice president and his associates are told that they have already paid for half the price of the 50 cars contract. The man with the bandaged hand explains that according to the contract, if they pay the remaining amount, Kongyu Motors is supposed to get the monopoly of ace rights for shifts in South Korea, only on the premise that they prepare facilities that match the head office's demands, components that they absolutely need to stockpile, and fully. A subordinate asks if what the man with the bandaged hand is saying is true. The man with the bandaged hand explains that they have signed contracts with workshops around the country to use as facilities and that they will prepare the other requirements right away. He continues, stating that they gave the same conditions to Seojong Motors and received a positive answer. The vice president of Kongyu Motors is speechless. The man with the bandaged hand takes a sip of his drink. The vice president, enraged, declares the situation outrageous, adding that if they continue this way, they will have no choice but to face Shoklin with that attitude. The man with the bandaged hand seems unconcerned by the vice president's outburst. He sets his glass down with a soft thud. The man with the bandaged hand states that seeing how the CEO is here, he can interpret that as Kongyu Motors' true intentions. The vice president expresses his disappointment, calling it such a shame. The man with the bandaged hand retorts that they were the ones who declared war first. He stands up, the sound of his movement echoing in the room. He stands, the man with the bandaged hand, as the others at the table try to walk back their earlier statements. They hadn't meant to imply they would act immediately. The man with the bandaged hand turns to leave, thanking them for the tea. One of the men asks him to wait a moment. The man with the bandaged hand pauses, a question forming in his mind. The man with the shaved head pleads with him to give them more time. The man with the bandaged hand scoffs at the request for more time, declaring that nothing is worth less than a waste of it. He clarifies that he isn't asking for much. 1 week and 1 evening should be enough. The camera focuses on the bandaged hand of the man, a silent reminder of his resolve. The man with the bandaged hand addresses Monsieur Kong, noting that he doesn't have the authority to make such decisions and questioning if he can take responsibility for his words. The man in the suit stands apart from the others, listening intently. The man with the shaved head asks if there's a plan. The man in the suit admits that he doesn't have a plan right now, but it's better this way. The man with the bandaged hand insists that abandoning the game is not an option. He warns that if they don't find a solution within a week, they won't be able to defend themselves. Because of this, the man in the suit stands firm, declaring that pulling back now would only intensify their enemy's attacks. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on the man with the shaved head, who covers his face with his hands, sighing deeply. Meanwhile, major antagonist Channy remains silent, his expression unreadable. The man with the shaved head continues to brood, the weight of their predicament pressing down on him. His brow furrows as he contemplates their next move, the pressure mounting. The man in the suit demands that someone translate for him, declaring that Chan's words and decisions are his own. He extends his hand, emphasizing the gravity of his statement. Suddenly, the man with the shaved head and the man with the bandaged hand exclaim, calling out for the president. The man in the suit stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he clasps his hands together. A smirk slowly spreads across his face, hinting at a hidden agenda. Major antagonist Channy lets out a small chuckle, seemingly amused by the unfolding events. The man in the suit stands with the others, the conversation seemingly concluded. The man with shaved head questions the meaning of one evening. A figure, wreathed in an ominous aura, commands someone to look. The figure's bandaged hands are ready to move forward. The men sit around a table, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. The man with bandaged hand remarks that Korea is an odd country, and that Monsieur Kong is similar to someone he knows. The man with shaved head asks if the other agrees. The man in the suit asks when the evening will be. The man with shaved head says that they will contact him soon enough about that, and the man in the suit understands. Since they also have work to deal with, the man with bandaged hand asks that they be contacted at least a day earlier. The man with shaved head agrees. The man with shaved head narrows his eyes. The man with bandaged hand thinks that if these guys are truly Charlon and Smithin, the man with the bandaged hand, ever confident, believes they can easily face their enemies. The men were confident. If their targets were truly Charlon and Kong Chan, they believed they could easily face them. The man with the bandaged hand shook hands with another man in a suit, sealing their agreement. The man with the shaved head announced that they were truly leaving this time. Smitten was told to leave. The president was asked what they were going to do. The man with the bandaged hand realized that they now had a justification to attack. However, he decided it wasn't time yet. The man with the shaved head explained that they had created a situation that their enemies hadn't predicted, calling it a significant development. The men were shocked. Kong Chan was told to leave, and he agreed. Outside, a car drove along the elevated highway. The black car speeds along the bridge, weaving through the other vehicles. Inside the car, the man with shaved head asks Kong Chan if he has a question. Kong Chan, confused, asks what he means by my son. The man with shaved head then asks if Kong Chan is still going to claim he learned French online. Kong Chan says that even if he told the truth, the man with shaved head wouldn't believe him, and that he won't trust him. The man with shaved head laughs, stating that he understands. The man with shaved head changes the subject, asking yes. Kong Chan thinks to himself that he absolutely shouldn't ask the gangsters for help. Kong Chan responds, yes. The man with shaved head looks at Kong Chan expectantly. Kong Chan says that he understands. The man with shaved head rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The man with shaved head sits in the car, his expression unreadable as he stares out the window. Kong Chan stands beside him, a silent observer in the confined space of the vehicle. Elsewhere, a hand taps numbers into a phone, the screen displaying an unfamiliar interface. Back at the car, Kong Chan announces that he has other matters to attend to, promising to return later. As Kong Chan stands outside the car, the man with shaved head reveals that he knows someone who might be able to help. The man with shaved head clarifies that he doesn't trust himself, but he does trust gangsters. Kong Chan, standing by the car, assures someone on the other end of the line not to worry, promising to see them later. Later, Kong Chan stands before a large, modern door, pressing the buzzer. He enters the building, disappearing inside. A close-up reveals Kong Chan's determined expression. He stands in front of the building, waiting. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes nearby. Gunfire erupts. The bullets whiz through the air. The hail of bullets intensifies. A soldier in tactical gear fires his weapon. Another soldier returns fire from behind cover. The scene descends into chaos as the soldiers unleash a barrage of gunfire. Two soldiers advance, weapons raised, amidst the ongoing firefight. One of the soldiers curses their opponent's persistence. The soldier continues to fire, frustrated by the ongoing resistance. Another soldier shouts for their captain amidst the chaos. Caught in the crossfire ID. Person. Kong Chan returns fire, bullets ripping through the air. From behind cover, one of the soldiers urges his comrade Day to hold on. The soldier braces himself, preparing for the next move. Scaling the side of the building, the soldier ascends, seeking a vantage point. He reaches the rooftop, the impact of his landing echoing in the night. Continuing his advance, the soldier sprints across the rooftop, his movements swift and precise. He slides to a halt, positioning himself for a clear shot. From his vantage point, the soldier surveys the scene below, assessing the situation. Another soldier leaps from the rooftop, joining the fray. Below, the soldiers unleash an RPG, the devastating weapon ready to fire. Another soldier takes aim, preparing to fire his weapon. The soldier lands heavily, the force of the impact reverberating through the structure. He is ordered to wipe out the enemy with the RPG. The soldier on the roof refuses the order. Another soldier leaps from the rooftop, joining the firefight on the ground. The soldier on the ground fires his weapon. The soldier is confused by the order to wipe himself out. The soldiers advance, unleashing a hail of gunfire. The RPG connects with its target, creating a massive explosion. The explosion engulfs several soldiers, their screams echoing amidst the inferno. The soldier is obliterated by the blast. The rain falls amidst the chaos, the air thick with smoke and the stench of burning flesh. The remaining soldiers are caught in the fiery explosion. The aftermath of the RPG strike leaves a scene of devastation. The flames of the RPG explosion still burned brightly, consuming what was left of the squad. He stood amidst the inferno, the silhouette of the military leader framed by the raging fire. Zone K was secured, but at what cost? The major antagonist spoke into his comms, reporting the situation. The remaining soldiers moved through the area, securing the perimeter. One of the soldiers questioned why the major antagonist always had to show off, while the other retorted that he should do a better job next time. The major antagonist dismissed the comment, then inquired about casualties. The report came back. From minor injuries, no deaths or fatal wounds, which the major antagonist deemed good. One of the soldiers wondered aloud why he didn't see Kong Chan anywhere, calling out his name. Kong Chan, unseen by the others, considered something. Elsewhere, a man with a shaved head licked his lips, pleased by the situation. A captive begged for it to stop. The captain's captor speaks to him, promising not to kill him, but suggesting they have some fun together. The captain's hands are bound behind his back as he sits on the floor. The captain insists that he doesn't want to. The man with the shaved head replies that it's a pity, as the captain's opinion isn't important. The man with the shaved head looms over the captain, grabbing him roughly. The captain calls out to Smithin, addressing him as Cap. Suddenly, Smithin appears, calling the man with the shaved head a son of a bitch. The captain, now free, remarks on Smithin's timing, noting that he had just found a civilian survivor. The man with the shaved head is sent flying backward from a powerful blow. Smithin strikes the man with the shaved head, shouting at him to shut up. The blow connects, blood spraying as the man with the shaved head is sent reeling. Smithin demands to know who he thinks he's fooling. Smithin angrily tells him that whenever he tries to do something bad, it shows on his face. The man with the shaved head is struck, the force of the blow drawing blood as his attacker declares him worse than a beast. The man with the shaved head is struck again, the brutal assault prompting the question of how his attacker is any different from the plunderers. The man with the shaved head, bloodied and beaten, begs for forgiveness, pleading for just one more chance. Elsewhere, Smithin stands outside a building, his expression mirroring the one he wore before, a sign of his internal conflict. The man in the suit asks if Smithin waited long. Smithin replies that he just arrived, suggesting they move to a place where they can talk heart to heart, and tells the man in the suit to get in the car. Inside the car, the man in the suit asks what happened. Smithin's name is spoken, though it's unclear by whom. The driver, revealed to be Smithin, reacts with surprise. The man in the suit mentions Smithin and Charlon, wondering if those guys are still alive, and then states that he met them because they were alive. Still in the car, Smithin demands to know their location. The man in the suit calmly replies, Namsan Hotel. The major antagonist grits his teeth, a barely controlled rage simmering beneath the surface. Suddenly, the man with the shaved head shouts, now. The major antagonist unleashes a barrage of gunfire. Inside the car, the man with the shaved head asks his companion what is happening now. The driver, man in suit, declares that they're going now. Man in suit states that they have to deal with something first. The man with the shaved head laughs maniacally, thinking about how Charlon is the vice president of Gaunt Cars and Smithin is a director. Man in suit, with a sudden change in expression, confirms that he is not joking. Man in suit orders the other man to go. The man with the shaved head questions why they keep saying they should go, suggesting that Smithin somehow survived after they died, but became a... Man in suit interrupts, saying that if Smithin is a director, he should be a minister, then it would make sense. He continues, saying that they are both equally stupid, but if he had to choose, the man with the shaved head is more so. He then suggests that they backstabbed them and were paid for it, otherwise it doesn't make sense. The man with the shaved head retorts that even a blockhead like him gets it, and asks man in suit not to tell him that he doesn't see it, Captain. The man in the suit, sitting in the back of the car, states his intention to act, believing there are circumstances they are unaware of and need more information about. His companion, the man with the shaved head, retorts with violent intent, suggesting they could simply beat the information out of their targets. The driver, overhearing the exchange, cautions them to wait, saying they don't even have one evening to spare. The man with the shaved head relents, telling the driver to do it his way. Then, Captain. The man with the bandaged hand slams his fist into the car's interior, declaring he'll do it his own way. The driver, revealed to be Kong Chan, shouts in frustration, slamming his hand on the steering wheel. Kong Chan's face is tight with anger and suppressed emotion. The captain orders them not to move until a proper plan has been made, making it clear that this is an order. Kong Chan apologizes, admitting he overreacted. The man with the bandaged hand tells Kong Chan it's fine, saying it's not even the first time he's seen him like this after hearing those bastards' names. The man with the bandaged hand suggests they ask Oh Guangtek for help. He agrees that asking Oh Guangtek's organization for help is a good idea, acknowledging the potential benefits. However, the man with the bandaged hand clarifies that Oh Guangtek's organization will be useful for gathering information as well as fighting. Kong Chan, sitting beside the man with the bandaged hand, tells him to forget about it, questioning if they are so powerless that they need the help of gangsters. The man with the bandaged hand simply acknowledges Kong Chan's statement with an understood. The man with the shaved head stands alone, admitting that while he said they should ask for help, there is no concrete plan right now. The camera pans down to reveal ID, military leader. Unknown, his expression grim as he listens to the others. ID, military leader. Unknown muses that if they could at least isolate either one of them, something could be possible. The man with the bandaged hand looks down, lost in thought. His eyes narrow, a sense of urgency building within him. Suddenly, the man with the bandaged hand's phone rings. He sees the caller ID, Michelle. He wonders why she's calling him now. His eyes widen in surprise as he recognizes the name, Michelle. The man with the bandaged hand answers the call from Michelle, his face betraying a hint of surprise. Meanwhile, Michelle, sitting at her desk, asks if Channy managed to deal with that problem of his. Back in the car, Channy, still on the phone, listens intently to Michelle's words, his expression unreadable to the driver. Michelle, perched on her desk, sounds cheerful as she says that she thought he had successfully resolved it. She then asks where they should meet tomorrow. The call continues, with Michelle's voice echoing in the car as Channy listens. Michelle, looking at her phone, suggests a hotel as a meeting place, a playful glint in her eyes. Michelle finds Channy's straightforwardness strange, a smirk playing on her lips as she continues the conversation. Michelle offers to buy dinner and invites him to bring his friends as well, inquiring about the hotel and the time. Channy confirms the time as 7 p.m., agreeing to see her tomorrow. Michelle hangs up the phone and walks away from her desk. Back in the car, the driver wonders what the call was about. Channy, looking at his phone, thinks to himself that Michelle is a beautiful French woman. He smirks, seemingly unfazed by the task ahead. The man with gray hair considers their adversary, preparing to use Kong Chan as bait. The man with gray hair emphasizes the importance of Smith in understanding the plan. The driver, overhearing the conversation, seems to be enjoying himself. The man with gray hair suggests they throw the bait, referring to Kong Chan. Kong Chan, with his hand bandaged, requests room 1901, identifying himself. A voice on the other end of the line answers in French. Kong Chan confirms his identity and his desire to discuss their meeting. The man with gray hair proposes Tuesday evening at 7 p.m. Kong Chan is asked to wait a moment, but he thinks that he shouldn't have to wait for authority to decide things. The man with gray hair believes Kong Chan is receiving Charlin's confirmation. He sits in the car, a slight smile playing on his lips as he recalls the major antagonist's words about an appointment with gorgeous ladies. Kong Chan, now dressed in a suit, checks his phone, a bandage wrapped around his hand. The major antagonist considers Kong Chan's reaction, wondering if his personality has changed. Kong Chan dismisses the major antagonist's words, figuring he's probably with Charlon or people from Seojang Motors, and had no choice but to pretend. The major antagonist smirks, betting that Kong Chan's head is filled with thoughts of tomorrow evening and gorgeous ladies. The major antagonist tells someone to get the car ready. It's noted that Michelle and the others are so eye-catching that once Kong Chan sees them, he'll definitely come. 3 women, including Michelle, walk down a hallway. The major antagonist watches the women as they walk away. It's stated that he's not the type to stay alone in his room, right? It's concluded that Kong Chan will definitely be hanging around the club. He watches the man's neck was snapped, a swift and brutal end. As soon as the opportunity arose, they were to take him to the car. The man in the suit simply replied, okay. The man in the suit stated that he would look for a quiet place to take ID, soldier, Smith in, and that he would personally. The man in the suit was asked if he would be okay. He questioned why they would think he might get defeated by someone like ID, soldier, Smith in. He continued, stating that even if it were his previous body, ID, soldier, Smithin was someone who couldn't be underestimated, recalling that when they arm wrestled ID, soldier, Smithin would win once out of 3 times. A voice from the crowd yelled for Diaru to finish him, while another voice encouraged ID, soldier, Smithin to swing that arm. The crowd cheered as ID, soldier, Smithin was encouraged, with someone yelling that they had bet everything on him. The crowd continued to cheer, urging him to finish it now. The man watching the arm wrestling match wondered where ID, soldier, Smithin's skills had gone, as the crowd screamed. The crowd reacted to the arm wrestling match. He continues to boast about his arm wrestling prowess, reminding his companion that he always wins with his left arm, no matter how many times they compete. The man in the suit acknowledges this, reminding ID Soldier Smithin that his body is now Dairu's, but he is still Smithin. He assures him that he hasn't been fooling around all this time. The man in the suit leans back, wondering what the point is of worrying about things like this now. He resolves to deal with everything tomorrow. The man in the suit crosses his arms, stating that if things don't work out, they'll have no choice but to kill. The man in the suit states that they have to kill them by Tuesday, hoping that they'll be able to solve the deaths of others. The man in the suit thinks it would be nice if that were to happen, but they don't have to forcibly try to solve them at the same time. He wants to be the ones who first see the spoils. The man in the suit reiterates that they'll have no choice but to kill. ID Soldier Smithin admits that he is nervous. The man in the suit responds that he is nervous as well. The man in the suit thinks that ID Soldier Smithin is an asshole, hoping that he's been maintaining his old skills. Kong Chan, still in the car, reflects on the upcoming challenge, realizing it will be far more difficult than the parking lot incident. The man in the suit considers the possibility that Kong Chan, known as Smithin, has been maintaining his old skills. He anticipates that the upcoming fight will be incomparably harder than the one with the parking lot group. The man with the bandaged hand exits his car, the sound of the door clicking shut echoing in the garage. Inside the car, the man with shaved head suggests a few places to deal with Smithin and asks if he should send a list. The man with the bandaged hand, now outside, thinks to himself that he should take a good rest. He announces his arrival, stepping inside. Inside, another man asks what he is doing, and the man with the bandaged hand replies that he is making some gruel. The other man questions the gruel, and the man with the bandaged hand explains that his mom is not feeling well, and that after he told her of the situation, she's been lying on the bed and hasn't moved since then. The man with the bandaged hand is told to go inside and rest, as he must be tired. The next day, Kong Chan arrives at school. A sleek, black car speeds down the road. Inside the car, Kong Chan is informed that some people who know the executives of Gong have been contacted and will look for a solution. He is thanked for his hard work. Kong Chan thinks to himself, but Chan. He is warned not to engage in illegal activities. Kong Chan confirms that he understands. The car pulls up to the school entrance, where students are milling about. Kong Chan exits the vehicle and is greeted by another student. The other student smirks, looking at Kong Chan. Inside the classroom, students are sitting at their desks. Kong Chan sits at his desk, looking pensive with a bandaged hand. Inside a building, the man with the bandaged hand speaks with a woman in a suit, both looking concerned. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the school building. Students in blue tracksuits sprint across the schoolyard. More students run, their faces etched with panic. One of the students points urgently, shouting something. The students continue their frantic escape, while a woman watches with a worried expression. The woman in the suit observes the chaos unfolding on the school grounds. The school bell rings, its sound seemingly swallowed by the surrounding chaos. Meanwhile, Kong Chan walks down a hallway, oblivious to the commotion outside. The sounds of the panicked students grow louder, but Kong Chan remains unaware. Suddenly, someone calls out to Kong Chan, snapping him out of his thoughts. He turns, a question forming on his face. The scene focuses on the school uniform, hinting at the identity of the person who called out to Kong Chan. As Kong Chan declares he has plans, the girl he's walking with seems curious. The girl, Kim Myung, wonders if his plans involve another girl. Kong Chan continues walking, seemingly lost in thought. Kim Myung offers to accompany Kong Chan, her expression hopeful. Kong Chan, his hand bandaged, tells Kim Myung that she can't come with him and bids her farewell. Kim Myung watches Kong Chan leave. Kim Myung's expression is unreadable as she stands alone in the hallway. Kong Chan descends the stairs, unaware that he is being watched. As Kong Chan continues down the stairs, someone calls out his name. The girl who called out to Kong Chan, wearing a blue sweater, says they need to talk. The girl in the blue sweater looks concerned. The girl in the blue sweater watches Kong Chan as he walks away. The girl in the blue sweater, clearly upset, mutters an insult under her breath as she descends the stairs. Meanwhile, a man in a suit approaches a nondescript building, his footsteps echoing in the otherwise quiet area. He arrives at the door, and a voice from inside calls out, confirming his arrival. Inside, another man adjusts his tie, preparing for the meeting. The man adjusting his tie, revealed to be the man with bandaged hand, is questioned about his choice of attire by the newcomer. The man with bandaged hand considers the question, thinking it might be better to forego the necktie altogether. The newcomer presses him, questioning why he would consider such a thing. The man with bandaged hand dismisses the concern, telling him to do as he wishes, then asks if he brought his own. The newcomer, revealed to be the man with shaved head, confirms he has it, but suggests they change in the car, as it's too small inside. The man with bandaged hand, arms crossed, questions if the man with shaved head is scared. The man with shaved head smirks, his bandaged hand visible as he considers the situation. The man with the shaved head gestures emphatically, his words likely meant to reassure his companion. The pair enter a building, their footsteps echoing in the sterile environment. Turning back, the man with the shaved head remarks that Kong Chan, known as Smithin, won't recognize them. Kong Chan, dressed in a school uniform, acknowledges the statement with a knowing look. Later that night, a car approaches the Namsan Hotel. The vehicle pulls into the hotel's entrance. Inside the car, the man with the bandaged hand states that he will be waiting in the underground parking lot, while Kong Chan assures him that he won't be recognized. The man with the bandaged hand contemplates the cost of the coffee, but Kong Chan dismisses his concerns, telling him to just pay for it. The man with the bandaged hand admits that his wife is terrifying. The man with the bandaged hand seems stressed, running a hand through his hair. Kong Chan sighs, seemingly exasperated. Kong Chan suggests that it's best to stay near him once inside, and the man with the bandaged hand agrees to pay, before stating that he will go park the car. He stepped out of the car, the sound echoing in the night. The man with bandaged hand, his expression unreadable, walked towards the hotel entrance. A close-up reveals the man's determined gaze. He entered the revolving doors of the Namsan Hotel. Inside, the man with bandaged hand continued his advance. The man wondered if Michelle had arrived yet, glancing at his bandaged hand and watch. He thought to himself that it was almost time, as he greeted someone with a respectful, "Good evening, Hyeongnam." The man with bandaged hand stood before the man he addressed as Hyeongnam, who was standing in front of a bar. The man he addressed as Hyeongnam turned to face him. The man, revealed to be Dulan, recalled meeting the man with bandaged hand downstairs on that day. Suddenly, a group of men shouted at Dulan, calling him a rude son of a bitch. Dulan looked shocked and concerned. He was informed that the man in the suit worked at the hotel full-time and was told to leave if he needed anything else. The man in the suit acknowledged the statement with a simple, "Understood." The man in the suit wished him a good time as he departed. Meanwhile, the man with bandaged hands sat on a couch, wondering if this place was also a nest for gangsters. He found the situation troublesome. The man with bandaged hands rested his chin on his bandaged hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone called out to major antagonist Channy. 3 women walked through the hotel lobby. A group of people stood around, murmuring amongst themselves. A woman in a black dress with a red belt walks forward. Suddenly, a disembodied voice declares, "Now it begins." The camera focuses on major antagonist Channy, his expression a mask of cold determination. The scene shifts to a brightly lit office, where Channy sits, his gaze intense. The major antagonist, Channy, sits with his hands clasped, and calls out to Smithin, "Come, Smithin." A disembodied voice echoes, beckoning Smithin to begin. The man with the shaved head sits calmly, his hands clasped, waiting. He turns his head slightly, listening intently. Nearby, the woman with auburn hair tells him, in French, that he looks great. The man with the shaved head is complimented on his color choices as he walks away from the group. He continues to listen, his expression unreadable. The man with the shaved head is instructed to stay in the area. He acknowledges the order with a subtle nod. Channy is called out by the auburn-haired woman, who asks where he is looking. She questions if he will continue to disappoint them, to which he offers a simple apology. He expresses his frustration with the multiple voices speaking at once, overwhelmed by the simultaneous demands. The group acknowledges Channy's statement. One of the women steps forward, eager to begin. She asks what the plan is for the day. Channy, his hand bandaged, suggests changing locations first. Elsewhere, a man in a suit sits alone, occupied with his phone. The man in the suit is joined by a woman in a black dress. The man in the suit nods, acknowledging someone. At a formal dinner, a waiter serves a plate to the man in the suit, who is joined by the woman in the black dress and another woman. The man with the shaved head observes them, noting that they haven't ordered yet. A waiter informs the group that they have been ordered to receive a full-course meal free of charge. The man in the suit looks up, surprised by the unexpected offer. The server explains that they will be serving the restaurant's signature dinner course, and to not hesitate to ask if they need anything else. The man in the suit's bandaged hand rests near his plate. The woman asks the server to bring them the wine list. A waiter pushes a cart with wine and glasses into the room. The woman smiles, thinking that Channy is quite the gentleman. Channy thinks to himself that the woman is someone he knows. The woman looks at Channy with a loving gaze. The woman thinks that Channy keeps getting more and more mysterious, while Channy thinks to himself that the gangster's actions were unnecessary. The sound of clinking glasses fills the air as the group toasts. The woman asks Channy if he doesn't like alcohol. Channy thinks to himself that he is a student as he takes a drink. He takes a sip of his drink, thinking that his mind is almost 30. Michelle, surprised, comments on how law-abiding Channy is. Another woman at the table remarks that it's good, even in France, to find something like this. Michelle asks if that's true. Michelle raises her glass, taking a sip of her wine. One of the women at the table tells the others to stop drinking, or they'll get drunk. Another woman says she wants to get drunk, laughing. The narrator states that all 3 of them are 26 years old. The narrator continues, explaining that not only are they all of mixed races, but they live in the same area, so they quickly became friendly with each other. It's revealed that Michelle is a magazine editor. Cecile is revealed to be an employee of a security company. Cecile laughs, thinking that she's comfortably talking with them even in the current situation. The man with the bandaged hand is shown, his hand resting on the back of a chair. The man with the bandaged hand apologizes, claiming he has to take a call. The call makes him suspicious, wondering if it's Dairu. He reasons that if it were Dairu, he would have sent a message to keep things quiet. He curses, wondering why the caller is contacting him. He answers the phone, greeting Oh Gwangtaek. Oh Gwangtaek asks if he is at Namsan Hotel in a full suit. The man with the bandaged hand curtly replies that it's none of his business. The man with the bandaged hand, flanked by two men in suits, states that he just wants to have a friendly relationship with Oh Gwangtaek. He tells Oh Gwangtaek to tell Co Doziak if he needs anything, as Co Doziak will deal with most things himself. He ends a call. The man with the bandaged hand hangs up the phone. Meanwhile, Kim Yong tells Channy that he is acting a bit odd today. Channy simply replies with what? Kim Yong says that it's as if he has some other business to attend to, and that he shouldn't underestimate a woman's intuition too much. Channy sits alone, thinking that it wouldn't be bad to lay some things on the table, even if it's not everything. Kim Yong, alone, admits that she lost. The man in the black suit reveals that Smithin, an American, is staying at this hotel and might join them. The woman with auburn hair questions if that was the reason they were called there. The man in the black suit admits that she is somewhat correct, but he will tell them honestly. The woman wonders if it's because of his recent family problems. The man in the black suit says that it isn't just that, and that there is something he needs to check out personally. The woman in the black dress says she is sorry to the three of them, and then pauses, thinking. The man in the black suit looks on. The woman in the black dress remains silent. A hand raises a finger. The woman in the black dress says that since he told them honestly and even apologized, she will let him. Two women are seen through a doorway. She sat at the table with the others, thinking it would be perfect to have one more person so they could pair up. Suk Kang-ho, sitting at the table, simply says thanks. The man in the black suit remains silent. The group of five sat around the table, the chandelier above them illuminating their faces. Suk Kang-ho sits alone at a table, a glass of wine in his hand, his phone buzzing with a notification. The notification on Suk Kang-ho's phone reads, Smith in here. He realizes he's finally here. Suk Kang-ho receives a message saying, okay, we'll move to the club. He replies, no, wait. Suk Kang-ho sits, looking at his phone with a bandaged hand. Suk Kang-ho's phone displays a message from Serpent Venomo. Suk Kang-ho, his hand bandaged, wonders, Serpent Venomo? Venomous snake. A group of men stand beneath a symbol, a skull impaled on a red serpent. Suk Kang-ho's eyes widen as he realizes it's the French gang. The cut of Suk Kang-ho's suit jacket is visible as he continues to process the implications of the message he just received. He glances up from his phone, his eyes landing on the group of men he had been observing. They stand in a tight cluster, their expressions unreadable from this distance. Suk Kang-ho's phone displays a close-up image of one of the men's hands. The system has verified the red snake tattoo above his left thumb, confirming his affiliation. The system indicates that there may be more members of Serpent Venomo present. The system's information box confirms that members of Serpent Venomo are identified by a red snake tattoo above their left thumbs. Suk Kang-ho stares at his phone, a realization dawning on him. He recognizes these men. He fought some of them in Paris. There's no way he could have misidentified them. Suk Kang-ho's brow furrows, his mind racing. He wonders why the French gang is here. He internally questions if they were hired as bodyguards for Charlon and Smithin. He decides to drop this line of inquiry for today, as gang members weren't part of the plan. Suk Kang-ho continues to stare at his phone, his expression a mix of concern and calculation. He thinks to himself that there's no way the gang members should be here. The system indicates that the gang members will withdraw tomorrow. Moreover, a shadowy figure lurks below. He clenches his fist, the weight of the impending confrontation with Charlon heavy on his mind. The thought of the upcoming battle brings a grimace to the face of the man in the suit. He wonders aloud if any battle ever goes according to plan. The man in the suit, revealed to be Suk Kang-ho, speaks into his phone, stating firmly that they will follow the original plan. His eyes narrow with determination, a hint of worry still present. Suk Kang-ho's eyes widen as he realizes that the men are moving towards the club. He curses under his breath. He clutches his phone tighter, frustrated that he doesn't even have time to think. The sound of footsteps echoes as a group approaches. 4 men descend the stairs, their presence commanding attention. At the front of the group is a man with long, dark hair and a scar on his face. Another man, with a shaved head and a stern expression, follows close behind. A third man, with a goatee and a piercing gaze, maintains a watchful stance. Bringing up the rear is a blond man, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. A quartet of men in suits ascend a set of stairs, their footsteps echoing in a dimly lit space. Among them is the man with the slicked-back gray hair, his expression unreadable. The gray-hair man's gaze remains fixed, his intentions unknown. The man with the slicked-back gray hair ID military leader. Unknown, narrows his eyes, subtle shift in his demeanor. Elsewhere, a woman's blue eyes betray a deep concern. She sits at a table across from a man who is currently contemplating his next move. The man, seated at the table, attempts to calm himself, trying to think through his problems. He sits alone, pondering what advantages he has left. The man's expression hardens with resolve. A knock echoes, breaking the silence. The man in the tan suit arrives at the table, where Kong Chan sits with a woman. He asks if he was summoned. Kong Chan instructs the man to ensure there are 4 Westerners in the club and to evacuate the other customers, locking the doors after he enters. Kong Chan sits alone, contemplating whether he will be able to run the business today. The man in the tan suit stands alone, realizing that this isn't a decision he can make on his own. Kong Chan, looking at his phone, realizes he should contact boss Guangtek instead of the man in the tan suit. He agrees to do so. Kong Chan receives a call. The man on the other end states that they have no time and gets straight to the point, ordering him to close the club for tonight. The man in the tan suit and the woman he was with earlier look confused, wondering what Kong Chan is talking about. The man in the tan suit is on the phone, stating that they have no time and asking if it's possible or not. He only has part of the shares, so making that big of a decision is difficult for him, and he needs to hear the other shareholders' opinions. Kong Chan, on the phone, states that if he survives this evening, he'll do one particular request the other man has for him in the future, whatever it may be. That's why he needs him to do as he says for tonight. The man on the phone remains silent. Kong Chan exclaims the name of Guangtek. The man on the phone, presumably Guangtek, asks if Kong Chan will really listen to anything. As Guangtek listens, the man with the shaved head informs his boss that CO Doziak is present and ready to speak. He relays the boss's instructions to evacuate everyone except the 4 Westerners inside. The man with the shaved head speaks into the phone, his expression serious as he listens to further instructions. The camera focuses on the man with the shaved head, suit, and tie as he continues his phone conversation. The phone is handed over to CO Doziak, the screen displaying an active call. CO Doziak, his hand bandaged, answers the phone. He assures the person on the other end that they will comply with the instructions and requests a few extra men in case things get out of hand. The man with the shaved head relays that Doziak and another man are already present, and that reinforcements will arrive in about 30 minutes. The boss sits in a chair, listening intently to the report. Kong Chan, his hand also bandaged, speaks into his own phone, his expression troubled. Kong Chan's eyes narrow with determination as he listens to the person on the other end of the line. Kong Chan confirms that they are already taking action at the club. Kong Chan ends the call, sitting across from a woman at a table. The woman asks Kong Chan what is going on, sensing that something is wrong. He promises to tell her honestly. Within the hotel, the Serpent Venomu gang was present. The man with shaved head stated that things were still fine, and that the woman should spend some time there. The woman insisted that there must be something they could do to help. The man with shaved head's eyes narrowed. The woman was told that she wouldn't be able to do anything with that terrified expression. The man with shaved head said that one day she would have to return to France, and if she caught their attention just because she got involved with him, things would get complicated for her. The man with shaved head announced that he would leave first. The woman watched as he stood up to leave. The man with shaved head told the woman that they should talk. Later, the man with shaved head told someone to leave those 3 in their care. The man with bandaged hand acknowledged that he understood and would deal with the request as quickly as possible. The man with shaved head walked away. He watches as the people he ordered the man with bandaged hand to take care of are at a dinner party. The man with bandaged hand walks forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing as the die has been cast. The man with bandaged hand's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with determination. The scene shifts to the Namsanin club. Inside the club, the man with bandaged hand's target walks through the halls. Outside, Kim Myung and another man walk towards the Namsanin club, casually chatting. Inside the club, the man with bandaged hand declares that they should hit the gangsters first. The man with bandaged hand explains that while they're unaware of their true intentions, they'll take out 2 of them with 1 hit each and start the fight with 2 of them down. The other man agrees. One of the men asks if he should fetch the tools in the car, but the man with bandaged hand says it's fine. He's sure there are things inside that can be used. The man with bandaged hand continues to lead the way down the stairs. The man with bandaged hand and the other man walk down the stairs. The man with bandaged hand states that this is Korea, and they wouldn't have brought guns with them since they don't know their real identities. The patrons of the club are being asked to leave, and they're not happy about it. One woman wonders aloud, what's with this shitty club? Guangtek is thanked as he and the man with bandaged hand descend the stairs. The pair are seen exiting the Namsanin club. The club is being emptied of its patrons. The man with bandaged hand notes with relief that there aren't many customers inside. The man with bandaged hand tells his captain that they're here. The club is nearly empty, with only a few patrons remaining. The captain tells the man with bandaged hand that he sees them and not to rush. The pair continue to move forward. The man with shaved head is seen watching from a distance. The captain and the man with bandaged hand find Mr. Smithin, who says he came to the club to clear his head. The man with the bandaged hand is asked why he didn't bring any women with him, as he had previously stated he would. He assures them that he contacted the women earlier and that they are on their way. The gray-haired man expresses his disappointment that there are no women and suggests they start the night by drinking. Mr. Smithen asks if that would be all right, as the gray-haired man tells him not to act so distant. The man with the bandaged hand sits with his arms crossed, stating that it's probably a joke. The gray-haired man tells Mr. Smithen to allow him to partake in the drinking. The man with the bandaged hand asks who the man with Mr. Smithen is. Mr. Smithen explains that he is the person who introduced him to the ladies who will soon arrive. The gray-haired man laughs, saying he understands what Mr. Smithen means. The man with the bandaged hand says it's good to see Mr. Sook. The gray-haired man reaches for a beer bottle. The gray-haired man grabs the beer bottle. The gray-haired man examines the beer bottle in his hand, the label catching the light. He surveys the room, a slight frown creasing his brow. The major antagonist takes a swig of his beer, settling back into the couch. Meanwhile, Mr. Smithen watches as a small group of people walks onto the stage. The military leader thinks to himself that he's a bit disappointed, as he heard that Koreans like to drink and party, but it's too quiet in here. He also notes that the few people who were here all left while he wasn't paying attention. Mr. Smithen chuckles, saying that it's because it's still early. He knows that the gray-haired man will soon be very surprised. The protagonist's eyes glint with anticipation as he twists the cap off another beer, thinking that the man will be very surprised. The stage is set, bathed in purple light, awaiting the impending chaos. Mr. Smithen leans forward, telling the gray-haired man that something's wrong. The military leader asks what it is. Suddenly, Mr. Smithen shouts now as he smashes the beer bottle over the head of the man with the bandaged hand, initiating a brutal attack. The man with the shaved head is kicked in the face, sent flying backwards. The ambush is swift and deadly, as the military leader's men are quickly overwhelmed and brutally dispatched. The gray-haired man is caught off guard by the sudden assault, struggling against the combined force of Mr. Smithen and the man with the bandaged hand. Mr. Smithen continues his brutal assault, blood splattering as he delivers a vicious blow. The military leader's face contorts in pain as he receives the beating. The man with the shaved head seizes the opportunity, stomping down on the gray-haired man while he's vulnerable. The man with the bandaged hand watches as the military leader is being assaulted. The man with the shaved head grabs a bottle, preparing to escalate the attack further. With a savage yell, the man with the shaved head brings the bottle down on the military leader's head. The bottle shatters on impact, sending shards of glass flying as the military leader is struck. Mr. Smithen, fueled by rage, prepares to deliver a final, devastating blow. The man with the bandaged hand is shocked by the brutality of the assault. Mr. Smithen lunges forward, his fist clenched and ready to strike. The military leader's eyes widen in terror as Mr. Smithen's fist hurtles towards him. The force of the blow sends the military leader flying backwards. The man with the shaved head continues his assault, relentlessly striking the gray-haired man as he falls. The military leader's face contorts in pain as the relentless barrage continues. The onslaught intensifies, blood spraying as the man with the shaved head rains down blow after blow. Smashing the military leader through a table, the man with the shaved head shows no sign of stopping. The man with the bandaged hand joins the fray, delivering a swift kick to the military leader's face. The combined assault continues, the military leader unable to defend himself against the coordinated attacks. The man with the shaved head delivers a final, devastating blow to the military leader's face. With the military leader seemingly defeated, the man with the shaved head steps back, assessing the situation. The man with the shaved head pauses, wiping blood from his face, the fight seemingly over. Kong Chan, observing the scene, wonders if the man with the shaved head used a knife, or if something else entirely was at play. A hand, clad in a dark suit, subtly retrieves something from within the jacket. The man with the shaved head wonders if it could be something else. The man with the shaved head reveals a knife, blood already staining his face. The man with the bandaged hand notes that it's not a gun, and strikes an awkward pose. The man with the shaved head lunges forward, knife extended. The man with the bandaged hand blocks the attack with his bandaged hand. The man with the bandaged hand counters with a swift kick, sending the man with the shaved head reeling backward. The man with the bandaged hand grabs the wrist of the man with the shaved head, preventing another attack. The man with the bandaged hand twists the arm of the man with the shaved head, forcing him to bend over. The man with the bandaged hand delivers a powerful blow. The man with the bandaged hand strikes the man with the shaved head, disarming him. The aftermath of the fight leaves the floor slick with moisture, reflecting the neon lights above. Because of the beating he just endured, the man with the shaved head lies prone, defeated. The man with the shaved head, blood trickling from his mouth, weakly pleads for a reprieve. The man with the bandaged hand, his expression hardening, delivers a final, brutal blow. The force of the impact sends a man with a shaved head into a screaming, silhouetted heap. Having dispatched his opponent, the man with the bandaged hand reflects on the ease of the victory. The man with the shaved head lies motionless on the floor, the fight clearly over. The man with the bandaged hand surveys the scene, realizing there is only one target left. A close-up reveals the cold determination in the eyes of the man with the bandaged hand. Elsewhere in the club, another man finds himself in a desperate situation, held at gunpoint. The man with the bandaged hand walks away, his intentions unknown. The man with the bandaged hand sneers at his captive, unimpressed by the other man's earlier confidence. He wonders aloud if the man's survival is due to something other than their contract. The man with the bandaged hand notes that Kong Chan's neck movement is a tell, a habit he has when he's confident he can win. He resolves to break Kong Chan's mind first. The man with the bandaged hand reveals that he knows Kong Chan's name. He questions how Kong Chan survived. The man with the bandaged hand suggests that the one Kong Chan is holding on to is actually Dairu, trying to make him doubt himself. Kong Chan, bloodied and bruised, asks who his captor is. The man with the bandaged hand scoffs, incredulous that Kong Chan doesn't recognize him. He repeats his question, demanding to know if Kong Chan truly doesn't know him. The man with the bandaged hand reminds Kong Chan of the expression he wore when he was about to die. He reveals himself to be the Kong Chan who was beaten half to death, the one who left halfway through the battle to mess around like a dog. The words God of Blackfield hang in the air, a title that seems to both empower and haunt. Kong Chan, the man with the bandaged hand, remarks on the timing of events. The younger Kong Chan announces that he has found a civilian survivor. The older Kong Chan, ID, soldier, Smithin, is struck by a sudden, brutal attack. The younger Kong Chan, standing over the downed soldier, demands to know who he thinks he's fooling. The man with the bandaged hand reminds ID, soldier, Smithin, that his intentions are always visible on his face, even as the soldier begs for morphine. The older Kong Chan coughs up blood, his face contorted in pain as he wonders how this is happening. Pinned to the ground, ID, soldier, Smithin struggles to understand his situation, questioning his own identity. The younger Kong Chan, blood dripping from his mouth, declares himself the god of Blackfield, raising his weapon. The words Blackfield are emblazoned across the scene, a declaration of the younger Kong Chan's domain. The older Kong Chan, cradled in the younger's arms, finds the situation impossible to comprehend. The younger Kong Chan believes that the others, those who died unfairly, pushed him back here. The man with the bandaged hand approaches, intent on twisting the head of the traitor. The man being threatened, man with shaved head, grits his teeth, fear evident in his expression. But the man with the shaved head remains defiant, despite the danger. He questions why the body of the man with the bandaged hand doesn't seem to belong to the god of Blackfield. The man with the shaved head taunts the man with the bandaged hand, suggesting he's shaking in fear because of his weak body. He asks if he's wrong. The man with the bandaged hand stands over the man with the shaved head, looming menacingly. The man with the bandaged hand warns that if the man with the shaved head takes even a single step, he'll twist his neck. He adds that if he's Kong Chan and he's Dairu, then he definitely can't attack him. The man with the shaved head asks if he can do it, realizing that the man with the bandaged hand started to use his brain after entering a large corporation. The man with the shaved head is struck, blood splattering from his face as he groans in pain. Enraged, the man with the bandaged hand calls the man with the shaved head a fucking idiot, saying that if he were awake, he should have discreetly signaled him. The man with the bandaged hand brutally twists the neck of the man with the shaved head. He drops from above, a swift descent towards his target. The man with the bandaged hand continues his descent, his trajectory set for a brutal impact. The bandaged hand slams into the back of the man with the shaved head, the force of the blow sending him flying forward. The man with the shaved head cries out in pain as the force of the blow reverberates through him. The man with the shaved head collapses, his body crumpling under the immense pain. The man with the bandaged hand stands over his fallen opponent, the sound of the impact still echoing in the air. Kong Chan, now sporting a new, slick-back hairstyle, stands in a nightclub, his expression unreadable. The man with the shaved head struggles to his feet, sweat beading on his brow as he grits his teeth in pain. The man with the shaved head thinks to himself that the attacks now only sting him a bit, compared to the firestorm he felt before. The man with the shaved head hears a voice praising him for doing so well with his puny body, as expected of the GOB. The man with the bandaged hand stands with his jacket off, his shirt slightly unbuttoned. Kong Chan reflects on the fact that the man with the shaved head didn't faint after getting hit, realizing he's lacking in power and speed. Kong Chan watches as the man with the bandaged hand stands over the man with the shaved head, who is lying on the ground. The man with the bandaged hand roars, preparing to strike. With a furious yell, the man with the bandaged hand throws a punch. The punch from the man with the bandaged hand connects with brutal force. The force of the blow sends the man with the shaved head flying backwards. The man with the shaved head's face contorts in pain as he is sent reeling. Blood splatters as the punch lands squarely on the man with the shaved head's face. Kong Chan watches the brutal display with a grim expression. The man with the shaved head is sent crashing to the ground. The man with the bandaged hand continues his assault, delivering another devastating blow. The man with the shaved head is pummeled relentlessly, blood flying with each impact. The man with the bandaged hand stands over his defeated opponent, the man with the shaved head, who is now a bloodied mess on the floor. He throws another punch, the force behind it threatening to shatter bone. The blow connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The man with the shaved head is sent flying backwards from the sheer power of the strike. He struggles to regain his balance mid-air, but the momentum is against him. Kong Chan, the man with the shaved head, realizes he's at a disadvantage if he trades blows. His only option is to aim for vital spots to turn the fight around. The man with the bandaged hand taunts him, remarking on how different he is from the Job he knows. Kong Chan recovers, bracing himself for another attack. The man with the bandaged hand lunges forward, his fist ablur. Kong Chan manages to block the punch, the impact still jarring. He thinks to himself that his block connected. The two men stand face to face, locked in a tense standoff. The man with the bandaged hand shifts his weight, preparing for his next move. He grits his teeth, realizing his attacks are ineffective. The man with the bandaged hand knows that if he gets pushed back now, he'll die. The sleeve of his jacket is torn. Kong Chan's fist connects with the man's face, drawing blood. The man with the bandaged hand reaches out. Kong Chan strikes again, the force of the blow visible in the air. The man with the bandaged hand reels from the impact, blood splattering from his face. Kong Chan continues his assault, landing another solid punch. The man with the bandaged hand stumbles backward, struggling to maintain his balance. Another blow lands, the impact echoing loudly. Kong Chan presses his advantage, his expression determined as he closes in. Kong Chan delivers a final, decisive blow, sending the man with the bandaged hand crashing to the ground. Having defeated the man with the bandaged hand, Kong Chan continues his assault on the man with the shaved head. The force of Kong Chan's blow sends the man with the shaved head staggering backward. The man with the shaved head struggles to maintain his footing. The man with the shaved head grits his teeth, pain etched on his face. Kong Chan continues his relentless assault, landing another powerful blow. The man with the shaved head stumbles, his body failing him as Kong Chan advances. The man with the bandaged hand watches as Kong Chan's fist connects with the other man's face. The impact of the punch reverberates through the air. The force of the blow sends the man with the shaved head flying backward. Blood splatters as the man with the shaved head crashes to the ground. The man with the shaved head struggles to rise, his face a mask of blood and pain. Kong Chan stands over his fallen opponent, ready to deliver the final blow. Kong Chan continues his relentless assault, his foot connecting with the man with the bandaged hand's chest. The force of the blow sends the man with the bandaged hand reeling, the impact echoing loudly. The man with the bandaged hand is lifted off his feet, the momentum carrying him upwards. The kick lands squarely on his face, blood erupting from the impact. Kong Chan follows through with a punch, adding to the brutal assault. He continues his advance, leaving the bloodied man with the bandaged hand behind. The man with the bandaged hand is sent flying backwards, colliding with the man with the shaved head. Kong Chan prepares another strike, his expression grim. The blow connects with the man with the shaved head, sending him crashing to the ground. The man with the shaved head lies prone, defeated, as Kong Chan advances. He stands over the fallen man with the shaved head, his victory secured. Kong Chan surveys the scene, the two men defeated and lying in pools of their own blood. The man with the bandaged hand is grabbed by the throat, blood trickling down his face. Above, the man with the bandaged hand coughs up blood. Below, Kong Chan, eyes glowing red, declares that he will finish this. Kong Chan slams the man's head into the ground with brutal force. The man with the bandaged hand groans in pain. Kong Chan's eyes narrow as he realizes there is still one opponent remaining. The man with the bandaged hand's vision blurs as he struggles to breathe, blood still pouring from his face. The remaining opponent screams as Kong Chan approaches, his footsteps echoing in the vast space. The man with the shaved head, ever confident, remarks that there is still one more left to deal with. His words are juxtaposed with the gruesome reality of his actions, as one of his victims lies bleeding out. The man with the shaved head delivers a brutal stomp to his downed opponent, eliciting a pain scream. The force of the blow is enough to send the victim's body flying across the room. Blood splatters violently as the attack continues. The man with the shaved head stands over his defeated foe, the scene a gruesome display of violence. He continues his assault, stomping down with unrelenting force. The victim's face is now a bloodied mess, barely recognizable. The man with the shaved head stands triumphant over the body, the sounds of his attack still echoing in the room. He is revealed to have a bandage on his hand. Despite his victory, the man with the shaved head clutches his bandaged hand, admitting that he is hurting everywhere. Pounding echoes against the door as someone demands it be opened for Kong Chan and Co. Doziak. A group of men, armed with what appear to be metal pipes, approach the door. One of the men orders someone named Suk Kang-ho to be taken to the hospital immediately. The others acknowledge the order. Someone asks if the man is all right as he is helped up. The man with the bandaged hand tells someone not to overreact and to give him the pipe. The man with the shaved head sits on a couch, looking exhausted and injured. A close-up reveals the extent of the man with the shaved head's injuries. Blood streaks down his face. Kong Chan raises the metal pipe high above his head, preparing to strike. Kong Chan, his hand wrapped in bandages, thinks to himself that he should finish it with the man with the shaved head. Kong Chan strikes the man with the shaved head with the metal pipe. Blood splatters as Kong Chan continues his assault. The man with the shaved head screams in agony as he is beaten. Kong Chan, standing over his victim, declares that this is Korea. The man with the shaved head lies on the floor, bloodied and defeated. Two men stand nearby, observing the brutal scene. A hand, wrapped in bandages, grips the broken neck of a glass bottle. Kong Chan walks away, leaving the injured man behind. The man with the shaved head writhes in pain, clutching his head. Kong Chan grabs the man with the shaved head, promising to send him to the hospital, but warning that he'll have to give up his favorite activity. The injured man, Charlon, weakly calls out his own name, his face covered in blood. Kong Chan tells Charlon that he sold him out, adding that it's too late. The man with the bandaged hand wonders if Charlon is trying to use Kong Yu Motors. The man with the bandaged hand demands that Charlon repeat what he said, noting the air has gotten bloodthirsty and wondering what they're talking about. Kong Chan kneels over Charlon, explaining that there will be drugs in the cars that will be imported and accusing him of not making sense and asking if he didn't say he'd give the rights to Seojao Motors. The information Kong Chan had extracted from Charlon painted a grim picture. After settling the payments, they would receive the cars, provided that Kong Yu Motors would pass them over to them in Korea so they could remove the drugs. He hadn't understood everything, but one thing was certain. If things didn't change, his father was in danger. The man with the shaved head, standing over Charlon's bloodied form, mused that he would be busy even after dealing with him. He then brought the bottle down on Charlon's head with a sickening crack. Blood splattered as the bottle shattered against Charlon's skull. The man with the bandaged hand watched, commenting that Charlon's body was so tough that the bottle wouldn't be enough. The man with the shaved head turned, hearing a noise. He saw the man with long hair standing over Charlon, examining the broken bottle. He remarked that it wasn't even a sashimi knife, adding that the big nose guys sure used interesting things. The man with long hair then raised his arm, revealing a weapon. The man with the bandaged hand passed him a weapon, calling him Hyungnim. The man with long hair held up the weapon, declaring that this was for Duru, and this was for him. He then brought the weapon down on Charlon, as the man with the shaved head and the man with the bandaged hand watched. The man with long hair stands over the fallen Smithin, a strange, bloody weapon clutched in his hand. One of the men in suits orders the others to take Smithin to the hospital as well. The man with the shaved head insists that Smithin isn't the immediate problem and that the man with long hair needs treatment first. He adds that a car has been prepared for them. The man with long hair, now inside, bears a cut on his cheek, but otherwise seems unharmed. A black van speeds away into the night. The van arrives at a hospital. Inside the hospital, the man with the shaved head asks about Suk Kang-ho. Another man, with silver hair, says they will have to see the progress. He then expresses relief that Suk Kang-ho didn't die. The silver-haired man tells the man with the shaved head that they should take an x-ray and get him treated first, and that they will talk later. The man with long hair asks for his right hand's bandages to be undone. A woman asks the man with the shaved head what the name of the hospital's director is. The director's name is revealed to be Yu Hyun-woo. The silver-haired man, Dr. Yu Hyun-woo, speaks with a woman in a yellow sweater as Kong Chan stands nearby. The doctor introduces himself to Kong Chan. The protagonist acknowledges the introduction. Dr. Yu dismisses someone, who acknowledges the order. The doctor leads Kong Chan further into the hospital, passing a woman sitting at a desk. The doctor and Kong Chan sit down in an office. Dr. Yu admits he told Kong Chan he could come whenever he wanted, but questions if this is too soon. Dr. Yu looks at a computer screen and says, well, anyways. The doctor reveals that Kong Chan's chest x-ray results are out, and 3 of his left ribs are about to shatter. He adds that Kong Chan's insides are chaotic, and he still walked all the way there and asked about something. Kong Chan says that he had never heard it before. Dr. Yu warns that if Kong Chan overdoes it right now, his bones will break and pierce his organs. Kong Chan says that he can't do that right now, and asks the doctor to just wrap him up in bandages. The silver-haired man adjusts his glasses, matter-of-factly informing Kong Chan that his bones are on the verge of breaking and that small shards may have already pierced his organs. The doctor's expression remains unchanged as he considers if he should make his diagnosis even simpler for the injured man. Kong Chan, his face grim, is told that he may die if he doesn't get hospitalized immediately. The doctor scoffs, remarking that even if he were to remove and sell Kong Chan's organs, they are so damaged that no one would buy them. Ignoring the doctor's grim assessment, Kong Chan simply asks to be wrapped up. He insists on knowing the reason for this request. Kong Chan reflects that if he were to lie in a hospital bed right now, his family, companions, and everyone he cares about would be in danger. The silver-haired doctor's face is shown in a close-up as Kong Chan thinks about his loved ones. The doctor sighs, thinking to himself that he will prescribe what Kong Chan wants. Kong Chan simply replies, yes. The doctor clarifies that this isn't a request nor a favor. The silver-haired man states that it's an order from the doctor. Kong Chan, shirtless and visibly injured, begins to wrap himself in bandages. Despite his injuries, Kong Chan adjusts his jacket, preparing to leave. The sound of the elevator ding announces the arrival of the man with shaved head on the second floor. The silver-haired man rushes to meet him. Are you all right, Hyungnam? The man with shaved head brushes off the concern. He asks, I'm fine. Where's Suk Kang-ho? The silver-haired man points down the hall. They're in that room. The man with shaved head approaches the room, his footsteps echoing in the sterile hallway. He pauses outside the door, thinking to himself, if you felt like things were going wrong, you should have stopped and escaped. Suk Kang-ho, lying in the hospital bed with a neck brace, retorts weakly, you stupid idiot. Thanks, asshole. The man with shaved head glares down at him, promising, I'll deal with the rest, so take a nice, long nap. He approaches the bed, his polished shoes clicking against the floor. The man with shaved head enters the room, his expression grim. He moves closer, his bandaged hand a silent threat. Elsewhere, a woman with auburn hair reclines on a bed, a phone displaying a call in progress resting beside her. She remarks that she is already on their Discord and decides to join as well and say hi. Lying in a hospital bed, the injured man calls someone a stupid idiot, then sarcastically thanks them. The man standing over him declares that he'll deal with the rest, telling the injured man to take a nice, long nap. The man, revealed to be man with shaved head, walks away. The sound of his footsteps echoes as man with shaved head continues down the hallway, his bandaged hand a silent testament to a recent struggle. Man with shaved head's expression is cold and calculating. The sound of footsteps grows louder as man with shaved head and another man approach a woman standing in the hallway. The two men, man with shaved head and silver-haired man, continue walking down the hospital hallway. Man with shaved head reaches for a door handle, the sound of the door opening echoing in the quiet hallway. The door opens to reveal a hospital room, where the injured man from earlier lies unconscious in his bed. The sound of footsteps grows louder as man with shaved head approaches the bed of the bandaged patient. He lies in the hospital bed, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips as he's asked if he's laughing. Kong Chan admits he let his guard down, but given the current circumstances, he's not worried. He feigns offense, asking if he's being threatened, dripping with sarcasm. Kong Chan's expression shifts to one of genuine shock and fear. He struggles against unseen restraints, panic rising. Meanwhile, the man with the shaved head reflects on the defiance of those he fought earlier, resolving to break their spirit. The silver-haired man is instructed to retrieve something left in the van. Back in the hospital room, Kong Chan's terror intensifies. A voice calls out to the man with the shaved head, using the honorific Hyungnam. The man with the shaved head prepares a makeshift weapon, breaking the top off a glass bottle. The silver-haired man is told to stay outside, as the man with the shaved head believes Kong Chan won't stay still with just a few cuts. Kong Chan hears the man with the shaved head express regret for Yu Hyun-woo, but insists this is the best decision for everyone's safety, just before the bottle is brought down on him. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone approaches the bedridden man. Man with shaved head, lying in the hospital bed, asks what the approaching figure intends to do. He's quickly reassured that he won't be killed, just... The man in the bed scoffs, questioning if the attacker cares about his family. The attacker holds a large knife. The man's face contorts in rage as the attacker raises the knife higher. The knife is raised high, ready to strike. Man with shaved head shouts that they are here on a business trip as foreigners, implying that the attacker should not do something like this. The attacker, revealed to be silver-haired man, retorts that he should save those words for the embassy. The knife plunges down, eliciting a scream of agony as it connects. Blood splatters as the knife continues its brutal work. The repeated stabs leave the man in agony. With his last breath, man with shaved head begs for the attack to stop. The dying man's final words are a plea to his mother. The hospital bed is soaked in blood, the sheets stained crimson from the brutal attack on man with shaved head. The victim, barely clinging to life, weakly pleads for his assailant to stop. Despite his pleas, the silver-haired man raises the bloody blade once more, poised to strike again. Desperate, the man in the bed cries out for help, his voice cracking with fear. He begs for someone to intervene, his face contorted in a mask of terror as the blade descends. His screams echo through the hospital, a desperate plea lost in the sterile halls. Meanwhile, down the hall, two men in suits pause, noticing the commotion. One of them expresses his surprise. The sounds of a struggle grow more intense, punctuated by desperate sobs and pleas for mercy. The man with the darker hair seems concerned. The man with a lighter gray suit recoils slightly, covering his mouth as he hears the dying man's final words. The other man in the suit questions the source of the disturbance, his expression hardening. The two men exchange a tense glance, the gravity of the situation settling upon them. Suddenly, new character Long Hair appears behind them. His bandaged hand is silent testament to his violent nature. He is accompanied by Man with bandaged hand. He grips the bloody machete, his knuckles white with rage. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man and Man with bandaged hand look on, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. The silver-haired man speaks, his words laced with a grim resolve. Those three. The silver-haired man confirms their target, his words echoing the sentiment of Man with bandaged hand. Yes. Elsewhere in the hospital, the silver-haired man and Man with bandaged hand push the man with shaved head down the hallway on a gurney, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. New character Long Hair watches them go, the bloody machete still clutched in his hand. He pauses at the doorway, glancing back at the prone figure of Man with shaved head. Man with shaved head, bandaged and bloody, cries out, "Wow, wait. Kang-chan, you're coming towards me, right? I'm finished. You did enough. Like a loyal dog." New character Long Hair responds, his voice cold and unwavering. "Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? I won't. I just feel sick thinking that you'll be able to walk around on your 2 feet perfectly." Man with shaved head, lying helpless, continues to plead, "I didn't know. I really didn't. Don't you remember that I was the first to get shot in the stomach? Right?" He continues, desperate to convince new character Long Hair of his innocence. Charlon came to us. Charlon thought that our team had been annihilated and brought a rescue team with him. My life just happened to stay intact until then. It's the truth. New character Long Hair, unmoved by his pleas, declares, "You should have told us he had betrayed us." As the bandaged man lies in his hospital bed, he recalls the moment he learned Charlon had betrayed them for a diamond. He reflects on his helplessness, knowing there was nothing he could do, riddled with bullet wounds and surrounded by gangs. All he wanted was to live a little longer. The man with long hair stands over the bandaged man's bed, a bloody knife clutched in his hand, ready to deliver his own form of justice. The man with long hair seethes, believing the bandaged man should have informed everyone of the betrayal from within the hospital, instead of following that asshole everywhere. The man with long hair's face is stained with blood, his eyes burning with rage as he prepares to strike. The man with long hair raises the bloody knife high above the bandaged man, demanding if he only thinks about himself. The bandaged man screams in agony as the man with long hair plunges the knife into him, reminding him that there are others besides Charlon in Korea. The man with long hair, consumed by fury, stabs the bandaged man again and again. The man with long hair continues his brutal assault, demanding to know if the bandaged man has any weapons. The bandaged man's face contorts in a silent scream. The words Glock 19, Gen 4, echoing in his mind as he faces his demise. The bloody knife is raised once more, ready for another strike. The bandaged man lies still, defeated, as the man with long hair's rage subsides. Freshly stained with blood, new character Long Hair holds the murder weapon, his expression unreadable. His victim lies still, the bed soaked in blood. He reflects that if he and Dairu hadn't acted swiftly, they would have faced firearms later. He turns, a red glint in his eyes, determined to finish what he started. The blade descends again, a brutal, decisive strike. The victim's final, agonized scream echoes through the hospital. The long-haired man stands over the body, the deed complete. He knows that before Charlon learns of this, he needs to end this right now. No matter how straightforward these guys are, they won't start a gunfight in a hotel in Korea. He considers that they must be wary of the media coming and going as well. As he walks down the hallway, he is confronted by the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man calls out to him, addressing him as Mr. Kang-chan. The silver-haired man exclaims that this is a hospital, and if things like this happen in a hospital, he can't continue this job. The long-haired man thinks to himself that they're from the worst gang in France. Left alone, they would have quickly recovered and killed all the patients, nurses, and doctors, including him, and escaped from here. He wonders if he should have left without doing anything to them. The silver-haired man's expression is stern and disapproving. He stands firm, blood trickling from his face, and declares that he neither killed nor died. The silver-haired man tells him that the others won't be coming to this hospital anymore after what happened. The silver-haired man adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable. The man with short black hair wonders if the remaining enemies are still out there. He is informed that there are still 3 of them, and they even have a gun. The silver-haired man explains that he can't lose a patient with no medical insurance and deep pockets filled with cash, telling the man with short black hair not to go anywhere else, as they will be waiting for him. The man with short black hair scoffs, while the silver-haired man tells the doctor to prepare for emergency treatment. The man with short black hair walks down the hospital hallway. He thinks that since Suk Kang-ho is in that state, it will be hard for him to get to the hotel, wondering who will drive since he's a high school student. He considers taking a taxi or a bus, realizing that his mobility around the city will be hindered. The man with short black hair thinks that asking Oh Gwangtek for more help doesn't sit well with him, wondering if he will really listen to anything. He wonders that even if he somehow manages to get to the hotel, how will he get Charlon to come down? He lay in a hospital bed, bandages covering his wounds, but the silver-haired man knew that Kong Chan, despite his injuries, was far from simple. Meanwhile, the man with long hair considered the situation. Even if he could somehow confront Kong Chan, how could he fight him in his current state? And they even had a gun. The man with long hair knew that if someone were to push his body with a single finger, he'd probably crumble down into pieces. The thought weighed heavily on him. Kong Chan grimaced, realizing this was truly the worst-case scenario. There wasn't a single advantage for him. The realization hit him immediately. He wondered if this was truly a situation he needed to deal with right now, deciding to think it over again. He recalled that Charlon had assigned 3 gangsters to Kong Chan, who were simply going down to flirt with women. Why? In a country without guns, and without having realized that variables like Dairu and he existed, Kong Chan questioned if it was really necessary to assign those guards to a man as strong as Smithin. He pondered the possibilities. Kong Chan wondered, what if it wasn't protection? Bu surveillance? Kong Chan's expression hardens as he contemplates the situation he finds himself in. The question hangs in the air. What if Smithin knows of Charlon's secret or weakness? The man with the shaved head's thoughts turn to Charlon. The narration declares that the one about to lose his mind right now is Charlon. The man with the shaved head stands tall, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he considers the one in a hurry. Elsewhere, the auburn-haired woman receives a message about releasing their series. She acknowledges the information, already aware of the situation. The men considered the possibility that Smithin might know Charlon's secret or weakness, and that he was the one in a hurry. The name, Charlon, hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Charlon was about to lose his mind. In a hospital room, a doctor tended to the heavily bandaged Smithin, who lay unconscious on the bed. The doctor, speaking in French, was interrupted by the arrival of the man in the black suit, who asked what was happening. The man in the black suit responded that nothing much was happening. The doctor, still speaking French, said that it wasn't much English, but he understood that the man in the black suit would just have a talk with Smithin and that he shouldn't pay attention. The man in the black suit stood over Smithin, who remained unconscious. Smithin suddenly awoke, startled to see the man in the black suit standing over him, and questioned why he was back. He is met with a barrage of questions, the man in the black suit demanding to know what he did with the diamond. The injured man lies in his hospital bed, his face obscured by bandages. Despite his injuries, the bandaged man remains conscious, though clearly in pain. The man in the black suit presses him, accusing him of dodging the question. But the interrogation is interrupted. The man in the black suit threatens the bandaged man, promising to kill him if he fails to deceive him. The injured man wonders if it's all right to have those people here. The man in the black suit reassures someone that they don't need to worry about the story leaking since they don't speak French, before confirming that the injured man is thinking about dodging the question. The man in the black suit demands the location of the Swiss bank account. The man in the black suit continues to press the injured man, demanding the account password and warning that Charlon would still be wary even after killing him. The injured man reveals that they've shared the money between them, half for the man in the black suit, half for him. The man in the black suit agrees, understanding that if he kills the injured man, he will never get his hands on the money. He questions the injured man, pressing him for honest answers and issuing a final warning. The injured man, bandaged and weary, insists that he didn't come up with the idea for the diamond. He claims Charlon made it that way when he came looking for him at the hospital and forbade him from speaking of it. He also reveals there's still 10 million euros left. Kong Chan wonders if this diamond is the size of a human head or something else entirely. His expression hardens as he considers the possibilities. The narration describes the diamond as a jewel that only appears once every few dozen years, even in African mines. It's known as the Devil's Gemstone. Kong Chan realizes it's an item he's never seen himself, and now understands why Charlon lost his mind over it. He then asks about the drugs. The injured man, Charlon, insists that he only has samples with him. The man with the shaved head curses, realizing that if he's unlucky, he might have to dispose of the drugs himself. Kong Chan asks who Charlon is selling them to. Charlon pleads with him to believe that he really doesn't know, even if he beats him to death. Kong Chan admits he can't 100% trust Smithin in this situation, but at least for now, he doesn't look like he's lying. Kong Chan presses Charlon for the bank password, knowing he's lying. The doctor, growing impatient, prepares to inflict more pain on Charlon. The doctor asks Kong Chan to shout angrily before leaving them alone. The doctor raises his voice, hoping to intimidate Charlon. The nurse, seemingly unfazed by the torture, casually asks what they should have for dinner. Charlon wonders if he's being hurt more because he lied. Kong Chan, ignoring the doctor's request to shout, thinks to himself that he'd rather have tonkatsu for dinner. Kong Chan realizes that as long as Charlon doesn't reveal the password, he can't make any withdrawals. Kong Chan realizes that there's no better weapon to use than the current situation to get the password. Charlon's bandaged chest rises and falls with each pain breath. Kong Chan demands the password from Charlon one last time. Charlin's mind is a swirling vortex of pain and fear. He lies prone, his face swathed in bandages, a testament to the brutal interrogation he's enduring. Kong Chan, his face a mask of fury, looms over Charlon, determined to break him. The sounds of Charlin's muffled screams fill the room as the interrogation continues. Elsewhere, a group of men in suits stand in a hallway, seemingly waiting for orders. The man with the shaved head, one of Kong Chan's lieutenants, stands with another man, the sounds of the interrogation echoing in the background. The lieutenant steels himself, realizing the battle has already begun and he must win. Blood stains the lieutenant's suit, a grim reminder of the violence he has already endured. He wonders aloud if he dropped something during the earlier fight at the hotel. The lieutenant finds the situation bothersome, his brow furrowed in frustration. One of the men addresses the lieutenant as Hyungnim. The lieutenant orders someone to connect him to Gwangtaek, initiating a phone call. The lieutenant explains over the phone that Kong Chan asked him to make contact, assuring the person on the other end that nothing is wrong. He hands over a phone, his hand stained with blood. The man with the shaved head walks away, mentioning Gwangtaek's name. On the phone, the man with the shaved head inquires about drug samples at Namsan Hotel. The silver-haired man on the other end of the line is surprised by the question, prompting the man with the shaved head to apologize for his carelessness. The man with the shaved head realizes that Gwangtaek might be the client for the drugs. He understands that these men could become his enemies in an instant. The silver-haired man demands that he speak properly, questioning the presence of drugs at Namsan Hotel. The silver-haired man explodes in anger, furious that someone is dealing without authorization in his territory. The man with the shaved head wonders if the silver-haired man's people are involved, but he can't be certain. The man with the shaved head relays that there are 3 Frenchmen with the samples, implying there's someone else who wants to buy them. The silver-haired man asks if he knows who wants to buy it. The man with the shaved head says he doesn't know, finding it strange that someone would deal in that area without him hearing about it. He reveals that the sellers are from Serpent Venomu, a gang from France, and believes they have guns. The silver-haired man, still seething, vows to end things today, instructing his subordinate to find a suitable location to lure their enemies out. If they refuse to emerge, he'll take the fight directly to the hotel. The man with the shaved head suggests a quiet villa instead, reminding him that causing trouble at the hotel, which just reopened, would be problematic. The silver-haired man directs him to handle things in Namyangju, offering a car if needed, but warns him not to provoke the French fighters, as they are not ordinary. The man with the shaved head questions if he's being told to keep a low profile in his own territory. The silver-haired man retorts that if he needs anything else, he can ask the others, implying he's losing patience. The man with the shaved head asks whether to go to the hotel or the villa, realizing that the silver-haired man wouldn't listen to him right now if he told him to stay out of it. He decides to adapt to the situation. The man with the shaved head is told to contact him when a decision is made. The man with the shaved head looks at his phone. The phone displays the time, 10:08. The man with the shaved head, visibly injured with blood on his face and hand, demands the hotel's number from his subordinates. One of the subordinates says it's not in his phone and offers to dial it for him. The subordinate hands the phone to the man with the shaved head. The sound of dialing and then a click echoes. The man with the shaved head, still reeling from his injuries, makes a call. He identifies himself as Kong Chan to the Namsan Hotel operator, requesting to be connected to Mr. Charlin's room. The operator puts him on hold. The scene shifts to a sterile hospital corridor, where medical staff attend to patients. Back on the phone, the man with the shaved head speaks into the receiver, simply saying, "Allo." He realizes it's not Charlin's voice on the other end. He clarifies that he'd like to speak to Mr. Charlon, but the person on the line replies that he is not available right now. Meanwhile, at a formal dinner, several figures are seated around a table, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. A man with long hair approaches the table, interrupting the meal. This is the same man who was previously seen with the auburn-haired woman. The silver-haired man, seated at the table, looks up, annoyed. He asks what's wrong, irritated that he's being disturbed. The man with long hair explains that someone called the guest room, and he thought he should inform him as soon as possible. The man with long hair leans in close to the silver-haired man, whispering something in his ear. The man with long hair relays the message. "The god of Blackfield is waiting," is what he said. The woman, clad in tactical gear and wielding a rifle, gives a knowing wink. The title card displays the name of the series, God of Blackfield. The camera pans up to reveal the hospital where Kong Chan is currently located. Inside, the protagonist, Kong Chan, holds a phone covered in blood. Kong Chan is approached by a man who greets him. He confirms his presence. The phone is shown again, still covered in blood, as Kong Chan continues his conversation. The man who greeted Kong Chan stands beside him as he speaks on the phone. On the other end of the line, Co. Doziak is furious. He demands to know why Kong Chan is calling him a rascal. Kong Chan identifies the man on the other end as Co. Doziak, Hyungnim, and mentions that Charlon is there as a guest. Co. Doziak orders his subordinate to report Kong Chan's every move, detailing what he did earlier, where he is now, and what he's doing. The subordinate relays information about Kong Chan, noting that a foreigner named Smithin was looking for another foreigner not too long ago, and that he was seen wandering around the club before it opened. The scene shifts to a restaurant where Kong Chan is meeting with a few Korean guests. CO Doziak's subordinate questions if they know who the guests are. At the restaurant, the man with the shaved head relays information about the guests. They are important executives from CO Jiang Motors. Listening to the report, Charlon finds it strange that Kong Chan is meeting with CO Jiang Motors at a time like this. The man with the shaved head acknowledges Charlon's concern. He understands and promises to call immediately if anything new happens. The man with the shaved head confirms that he will. The man with the shaved head then asks if the club has been cleaned up. He receives confirmation that it has been. Charlon asks if the man with the shaved head found his phone over there. The man replies that he didn't personally oversee the cleanup, but he didn't receive a report like that. Charlon says he'll look into it a bit more, before making one more request. He asks the man with the shaved head to elaborate. The man with the shaved head confirms that Charlon is at the restaurant. He is then instructed to search their rooms and check if he finds anything interesting. The man with the shaved head apologizes, stating that he is unable to search rooms with the authority he has. Charlon remarks that even Boss Guangtek is unable to do that. He then realizes that they technically are at a hotel. Charlon acknowledges that it must be hard for them to do it. He tells the man with the shaved head to keep an eye on them and tell him if they return to their rooms. The man with the shaved head confirms that he understands. He examines his phone, noting that there are a few odd things, but for now, it seems that Smithin didn't lie to him. Elsewhere, the auburn-haired woman sits with a rifle, realizing that someone wouldn't have tried to trick her carelessly. The silver-haired man is informed that the god of Blackfield is waiting. Kong Chan's eyes narrow, a flash of anger crossing his face. His expression hardens. The silver-haired man tells the man with long hair that he understands and to wait a moment. He apologizes, explaining that the head office has given him an urgent task to deal with. At a nearby table, one of the men assures the others not to worry, that they've already. The man with long hair thanks the silver-haired man for being so understanding, adding that they've talked about the important matters, so there's no need to be concerned about them. The silver-haired man walks away. The man with long hair watches him go, a calculating look on his face. The man with long hair sits at his desk, answering a call. Footsteps echo as someone approaches. The man on the phone wonders if it could be Kong Chan. Kong Chan, sporting a fresh wound on his face and blood on his hands, walks down a brightly lit hallway. He continues his march, his expression unreadable. Kong Chan receives a call from Doziak Hyeongnim. The elevator display shows that this is Kong Chan's floor. He receives a message stating that Charlon is returning to his room and acknowledges the information. He wonders about his phone, realizing that no one seems to have seen it. The screen displays the name Doziak Hyung, but the call is abruptly ended. Kong Chan stands silently in the elevator, lost in thought. He thinks to himself that this would be the perfect moment to smoke a cigarette. Looking at his phone, he realizes that, taking the elevator into account, Charlon must have reached his room by now. The time reads 10:30. Kong Chan puts his phone to his ear, seemingly making a call. The legs of a man, his pants stained with blood, stand in a sterile hallway. The man, identified as Kong Chan, answers his phone, his hand covered in blood. He speaks into the receiver. Across town, a silver-haired man sits on a couch, also on a call. He wonders aloud if the call was unnecessary. The silver-haired man, growing impatient, warns Kong Chan not to go overboard with his meddling. He considers ending the call. The silver-haired man offers to give Kong Chan the monopoly rights for the cars. Kong Chan is told not to get involved any more than he already is. The silver-haired man wonders how many people would believe that the Kong Chan who died in Africa would come back to life in Korea. The silver-haired man decides to go along with Kong Chan for now, noting that Kongyu Motors has no leeway to pay for the contracted amount. A subordinate assures the silver-haired man that they will hand over the rights with a payment of only 50 cars. The silver-haired man reiterates that Kong Chan should not get involved any more than this. The silver-haired man tells Kong Chan that he doesn't want a promise, but a document. The silver-haired man, his eyes narrowed, clenches his fist, clearly frustrated with the situation. He states bluntly that the person on the other end of the line doesn't look very trustworthy. The silver-haired man admits that the other party has guts. He acknowledges that the other party has guts for someone their age, but reminds them that there's an organization involved. The silver-haired man demands to know where Smithin is, stating he doesn't care about the organization and wants the contract first. The man on the phone warns that if he makes one more meaningless speech, Smithin will be gone forever. The silver-haired man asks about the guarantee that Smithin will be safely handed over once the contract is finalized. The man on the phone stands in what appears to be a hospital hallway. The silver-haired man acknowledges that he has the authority to make a decision, but it takes time to notarize the contract and announce it. The man on the phone responds that if that's the case, they'll just have to fall into ruin altogether. The man leans against a wall, blood staining his suit. The man's face contorts in rage as he speaks into the phone. The man on the phone tells Charlon not to make useless excuses, saying it's not like him. He continues his phone call, the silver-haired man's words echoing in his mind. He reflects on how much Kong Chan has changed. The man on the phone insists that there's no need to reveal everything right now, keeping his cards close to his chest. The silver-haired man, Charlon, demands that Kong Chan not change the topic, reminding him that they are discussing business. He then asks if Kong Chan is with Smithin right now, but receives an evasive answer. Charlon sits back, listening intently to Kong Chan's response, his expression unreadable. Kong Chan wonders who else could have revealed information about the Swiss bank, drugs, and Blackhead, his hands stained with blood. Kong Chan agrees to finalize the contract tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the hotel's business center. Kong Chan, his hands still covered in blood, tells Charlon to wait. A flashback reveals that both Kong Chan and his mother may be in danger. Kong Chan thinks to himself that he can't just change the course of action right now, despite the danger to himself and his mother. Two figures stand before Kong Chan, one of them demanding his answer regarding the contract. Kong Chan agrees to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the business center, then states he will hang up now. Kong Chan slams his hand down on a laptop in frustration. He spits out a curse, enraged by the recent turn of events. That fucking son of a bitch. The memory of a brutal attack flashes before his eyes. The ferocity reminds him of someone. A figure stands ready, clad in tactical gear and armed with a rifle. The scene shifts to a hazy, dreamlike state, filled with swirling colors. The man with the shaved head thinks to himself that the person in question is different from Smithin. No matter how much of a hurry he is in, he does what needs to be done and never makes mistakes. The man with the shaved head observes that Charlon is the same as always. The words Charlon is appear above a portrait of the bandaged man. The man with the shaved head looks down, his expression grim. The unseen observer reflects on Charlon's meticulous nature, noting that he is unlike Smithin. No matter the urgency, Charlon always completes his tasks and avoids errors. Smithin, still bearing the bloodstains of recent battles, stands in an elevator, his expression unreadable as he stares at his phone. The observer's thoughts continue, concluding that he is the same as always. Meanwhile, in a waiting room, Smithin sits among other patients, his head bowed, lost in thought. He reflects on his current state, acknowledging that the situation is a mess and his body is a wreck. Smithin takes a sip from a paper cup, his expression grim as he contemplates his next move. He notices the time, it's already 10:45. Driven by a sudden decision, Smithin crushes the paper cup in his hand and throws it into the trash. He decides to postpone his problems until tomorrow, resolving to call home for now as he walks down the hospital hallway. He asks to borrow the phone, explaining that he lost his own. The woman behind the counter readily agrees. Holding the borrowed phone, ID, soldier, Smithin contemplates what he should tell his family. A smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to make the call. He muses that he feels like he's become a high schooler again. The phone rings, the sound echoing in the background. His mother's worried voice floods the speaker, asking where he is and why he hasn't been answering his phone. He assures her that he'll be there soon, telling someone else that the details can wait until he arrives. He hands the phone back to the woman, thanking her for the use of it. Footsteps echo as he walks away, presumably heading home. A close-up shows the collar of his suit jacket, emphasizing his formal attire. Meanwhile, a woman sits in the back of a car, looking at a photograph. The photograph shows a series of images, a man comforting a crying woman, and then the same couple smiling and happy. The woman in the car watches as a woman rushes to a patient's bedside. Elsewhere, two men stand together, while a woman below them looks up with concern. A memory surfaces, a smiling couple embraces, a promise of home first hanging in the air. The woman in the car is seen from the waist down. Back in the hospital, the man with the shaved head walks down the hallway. He thinks to himself that even if he has to come back here afterwards, he should head home first. The man with the shaved head is greeted by a group of men. One of the men tells him that he can have anything he wants. Another man asks the man with the shaved head to give him a minute to get clothes. The man with the shaved head continues walking down the hallway. He instructs someone to tell O Guangtek and Co Doziak that they've decided to meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and if anything happens until then, they need to contact him right away. Someone responds to the man with the shaved head, asking if he needs something. The man with the shaved head's instructions echo in the sterile hallway, his subordinate's agreement hanging in the air. Meanwhile, the woman in the car watches the apartment buildings, knowing that he is on his way home. Back at the apartment, the man asks if the woman is feeling any better. She confirms that she is. He wonders aloud if he's the only thing she ever thinks about, a question she finds ridiculous. Later, the man sits alone, lost in thought. He shifts uncomfortably in his seat, a sense of unease settling over him. His phone rings, the caller ID displaying an unknown number. He wonders why they are calling so late. He answers the phone, while the woman remains in bed. The man listens intently to the person on the other end of the line, his expression hardening. The woman in bed looks up, concern etched on her face as she listens to his one-sided conversation. He asks the caller to check if the head office did something. He expresses his disbelief at the situation, agreeing to meet at 10 a.m. the next day. Concluding the call, ID. Person. Man acknowledges the information and praises the caller's work. A wave of realization washes over ID. Person. Man as he processes the implications of the call. Michelle, noticing his change in demeanor, asks what's wrong. He explains that paying for the 50 cars contract would grant them a monopoly on Gaunt cars in Korea for the next 20 years. Michelle wonders what that entails. ID. Person. Man elaborates, explaining that the monopoly would extend to all cars produced by Gaunt, not just the Schiff, and that they've been asked to meet tomorrow morning at 10 to sign a contract. He then wonders why they're doing this. Michelle admits she doesn't know either, suggesting it's because of Chan. ID. Person. Main looks concerned. He wonders if he got mad at Chan over the phone, without even knowing the full story. The couple sits in silence, the tension palpable. Kang Chan returns home to find his wife and another man waiting for him. He looks concerned as he enters the house. The other man and Michelle look at Kang Chan with worried expressions. Michelle gently wraps Kang Chan's injured hand. Michelle asks Kang Chan why his hands and face are so injured. He is asked what happened to his face, and he responds by asking about the injuries. Kang Chan dismisses the injuries, claiming they're just from working out. He insists that it's nothing important. Michelle looks at him with concern as she continues to tend to his hand. The other man invites them to come inside, also asking if Kang Chan has eaten dinner. The three of them stand in the doorway. The other man reveals that Gaunt is signing the contract because of Kang Chan and asks if they called him. The news about the meeting at 10 a.m. clearly rattles Kang Chan, who demands to know what was done to make it happen. Michelle admits she got help from acquaintances on the internet, though she avoids eye contact. Suddenly, Kang Chan clutches his chest in pain, staggering backward as Michelle rushes to support him. Michelle catches him, preventing a fall. Kang Chan's eyes are wide with a mix of pain and realization. Michelle embraces him tightly, offering comfort. The man with the shaved head asks what's the matter, his expression concerned. Tears stream down Michelle's face as she thinks of how hard everything must have been for Kang Chan. Kang Chan's father appears, stating that he did all the work and that his son only helped a little bit. Kang Chan embraces Michelle, telling her that his mother's health is more important to him than the contract. The man with the shaved head reaches out his hand, realizing what it feels like to have a family. Kang Chan and Michelle embrace, finally having family. Kang Chan thinks about his family. Kang Chan's father, standing beside Michelle, mentions that something is up. Michelle, wiping away a tear, reveals that Kang Chan's mother got into a traffic accident, and she was thinking of visiting her in the hospital. Kang Chan questions why she would visit at this time of night. Michelle explains that she was thinking of staying the night with Kang Chan's mother, and his father asks where the rest of his family members are. Kang Chan's father says that they've left for the countryside recently, and tells Michelle to have a good time. Michelle thanks Kang Chan's father, calling him darling. Kang Chan's father says that he'll go downstairs with Michelle, but Kang Chan says he was thinking of going out for a smoke just now. His father says all right. Outside, Kang Chan's father asks if gangsters helped him out, but Kang Chan says no. He wonders how a simple group of people who mess around in their country could influence a foreign company. Kang Chan's father agrees and asks what's next. The man with the shaved head reminds someone off-panel not to talk about acquaintances on the internet as an excuse, and to remember that he is a businessman. The man with the shaved head, standing outside, says he'll tell the details later. Kang Chan asks why, but the man with the shaved head says that if he asks him right now, he'll have no choice but to lie to him, and he doesn't want to be injured. Kang Chan looks off to the side, listening. The man with the shaved head tells Kang Chan that his father is indebted to him this time. The man with the shaved head tells Kang Chan not to get. The man with the shaved head says it's meaningless to gain billions if you aren't in good health, and Kang Chan replies that he'll keep it in mind. The scene shifts to a hospital at night. The elevator shows it is going to the second floor. A man bows to Kang Chan as he exits the elevator, welcoming him back. Kang Chan tells him to keep it appropriate and asks how many times he's planning on saluting him per day, and the man replies, yes, Hyeongnam. Another man asks what now, and the man with the shaved head says that the teacher is awake. The man with the shaved head expresses his surprise, asking, really? Kang Chan lies in a hospital bed, a neck brace supporting his head. He appears to be recovering from his injuries. In a sterile office, a man in a suit informs ID. Person, main that the teacher is awake. The news elicits a surprised, yet pleased, reaction from ID. Person, main. A flicker of anticipation crosses his face as he turns his head. Later, ID. Person, main finds the teacher, Charlene, resting in a hospital bed, hooked up to various machines. The bandages covering Charlene's face are now accompanied by a neck brace. Despite his injuries, Charlene's expression is one of defiance. ID. Person, main stands over him, a smirk playing on his lips as he asks if he's alive. Charlene scoffs, retorting that he wouldn't die at the hands of someone like him. The smirk widens as ID. Person, main tells him not to bluff, reminding him that he was beaten up one-sidedly. Charlene grits his teeth, insisting that it wasn't one-sided and that he got some hits in as well. The young man settles onto the stool, the vinyl creaking beneath his weight. He finds Charlon resting in the hospital bed. The young man asks if the injured captain sustained any further injuries. Charlon waves a bandaged hand dismissively. He admits to breaking a few ribs and hurting his hands, but insists it's nothing to worry about. Charlon thanks the young man, who replies that they already did that. Charlon asks if his clothes are in the cabinet and then requests a cigarette from the pocket inside his jacket. The young man retrieves the jacket from the closet and asks if he can have one as well. Charlon reminds him that he is a teacher and the young man is a student, so he shouldn't smoke in front of him. The young man says that's unfair of him, as he presses a button on the remote. Charlon sits up in his bed, looking at the young man. Charlon lights the cigarette. He exhales a plume of smoke. Charlon reminds the young man that as a high schooler, he shouldn't do passive smoking either. The wounded Charlon, still recovering in his hospital bed, scoffs at some unseen detail. He then asks to be filled in on what happened while he was unconscious. And Drip stands silently by the bedside, a constant reminder of his fragile state. Kong Chan, standing nearby, listens intently as Charlon speaks, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The smoke curls around Charlon's face as he awaits the explanation. Lying in a hospital bed, Charlon listens to the details of what transpired. The explanation concludes, leaving a heavy silence in the room. Charlon, his brow furrowed, announces that he has 2 requests for the captain. Kong Chan, identified as the captain, acknowledges the request, urging him to speak freely. Charlon continues to smoke, his expression unreadable. The first request is revealed. Charlon wants to let Charlon go tomorrow. Kong Chan is taken aback by this request. Kong Chan is shocked by the request. Charlon then reveals that not only is there the contract with his father, but also appears that he's planning to return. Charlon states that this outcome is definitely better than Kong Chan losing his life or his father losing this contract. The weight of his decisions settled on Kong Chan's shoulders. His eyes narrowed as he considered the implications of chasing after Charlon. Kong Chan stood, his expression hardening as he acknowledged that he was well understood. Meanwhile, in a hospital bed, the man with shaved head, still wearing a neck brace, finished his cigarette. He turned his head, his expression one of annoyance. Back in a room, Kong Chan's face was etched with determination as he asked if it was happening right now. The man with shaved head, still in his hospital bed, stated that once he was taken to the hotel tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to see the person he was talking to, and that he must see that asshole at least once. The man with shaved head gestured with his cigarette. Kong Chan, standing in a hospital doorway, demanded that someone get him a wheelchair, and a voice responded affirmatively. Elsewhere in the hospital, Charlon lay in a bed, heavily bandaged and seemingly unconscious. Charlon suddenly gasped awake, his eyes wide with pain and confusion. The wheels of the wheelchair turn as it is pushed down the hallway. The man with shaved head, lying in his hospital bed, startles awake as he sees someone approaching. He asks who it is. Kong Chan pushes the wheelchair closer to the bed. Kong Chan stands behind the wheelchair, looking down at the man with shaved head. The man with shaved head, still disoriented, asks if it's Dairu. Kong Chan's companion observes that the man with shaved head can't speak Korean and that he didn't get reborn. The companion remarks that it seems like it will be hard to communicate with him, just like in the past. He offers to translate for Kong Chan. Kong Chan, his eyes narrowed, simply says, "All right." The man with shaved head struggles to speak. The man with shaved head calls Kong Chan a bastard, but then says he has now forgiven him. Kong Chan stares intently at the man with shaved head. Kong Chan continues to watch the man with shaved head, his expression unreadable. The man with the bandaged hand declares that once he leaves tomorrow, things will change. Below, a group of men listen intently. Kong Chan is told to live the rest of his life with a heart filled with remorse, as he apologizes to the squad members who died unjustly. He listens with a grim expression. The protagonist, Kong Chan, stands with his fists clenched, his expression unreadable. The bandaged man in the hospital bed cries out, questioning if he is the god of Blackfield. Kong Chan is asked if he wasn't listening earlier, but he admits he wasn't in his right mind. After thinking to himself, Kong Chan realizes that this might be a trick planned by Charlon to make him reveal the password. Kong Chan states that he is pretty sure Charlon doesn't know that he almost got beaten to death after laying a finger on a 16-year-old girl. The bandaged man in the hospital bed says that he has something. Kong Chan asks if the bandaged man ever borrowed money from him. The man replies that he borrowed money 3 times to play with women, then corrects himself, saying it was 4 times if you include the time he ran away with his wallet from his field jacket while he was in the toilet. Kong Chan asks if he ran away with Dairu's wallet that was in his clothes. The bandaged man in the hospital bed calls out to someone, referring to them as Captain. Kong Chan says that if they still can't believe them, then forget it because it's annoying. The bandaged man lies in bed, contemplating the possibility of rebirth in a new body after death. Kong Chan, standing nearby, admits he doesn't know if such a thing is possible. However, given their shared experiences, he concedes that it might be. Below, the bandaged man remains in bed, lost in thought. Kong Chan is told that the bandaged man will be handed over to Charlon tomorrow. He's assured that Charlon wasn't told the password, and that he should just return to France and not make them see him again. The bandaged man, Charlon, asks if they have a cigarette. Kong Chan is informed that Charlon is asking for a smoke and is asked what they should do and if they should give him one. A lit cigarette is placed in Charlon's mouth. Kong Chan is praised for his good work. Kong Chan is told that he is now lighting the cigarettes of his subordinates like a servant, and that he is the only one still young and healthy and shouldn't take it personally. Charlon remarks that it's a Korean cigarette and that it's good, before telling them to shut up and suck it up, as he's sick of looking after them like a nurse. Charlon thinks to himself about Charlon's password. Kong Chan looks surprised and asks what. Charlon thinks to himself that he has some shares of Gaunt in his name, and that he got half of it from the money he got from selling the diamond, and the other half came from the gang. He realizes that if he returns to France like this, he's dead. He scoffs, finding the situation utterly ridiculous. The bandaged Charlon, lying in his hospital bed, pleads for protection, promising to reveal the account password in return. A close-up reveals the man with the shaved head's menacing glare, making it clear that he hasn't forgiven Charlon for his earlier words. Kong Chan declares that he has no intention of taking the money Charlon gained by sacrificing their teammates, and that Charlon should negotiate with him directly. The protagonist acknowledges that he'll have to destroy Charlon to get to Smithin. The scene shifts to a view of the Bampo Hotel and the hotel in front of the city hall, locations of interest. The man with the shaved head reveals that there are 10 members each of the Chinese and Japanese mafia in those locations, as Charlon continues to beg for his life, knowing that if he is handed over, he will surely die. Kong Chan thinks to himself that the situation is getting out of hand and that he needs to intervene. Kong Chan decides it might be better to deal with Charlon one-on-one tonight. The man with the shaved head believes that Charlon is planning to distribute the drugs to Japan and China, recalling when Charlon called him back then. The man with the shaved head tells Charlon that he can't live in Korea, demanding that he be made the manager of the Korean branch of Gaunt. Kong Chan observes the scene, calling the man with the shaved head a crazy asshole, while the man questions why he is laughing. Kong Chan stands over Charlon, who is in a wheelchair with a neck brace, his legs bandaged and elevated. Charlon is asked how he learned Charlon's password, as it should have been impossible for him to trick Charlon with his empty head. The man in the jacket is told that they can take Charlon's head as soon as they finish with the contract. Even though he has become weak, he has also become smart. Charlon scoffs at what he's hearing, calling it nonsense. The man in the jacket questions the decision to appoint him to that position. The man in the jacket wonders if it has something to do with the money. The man in the jacket is told to just take him to the school, as he's good in English and French. The man in the jacket is told that if they tweak the documents, they could keep him there as a native language teacher. However, it's a bit off-putting to leave him in a situation of certain death, even though he forgave him. Either way, they decide to continue this talk later. The man in the jacket asks Charlon how he discovered Charlon's password. The man in the jacket thinks to himself that he is quite curious. The man in the jacket wonders how a moron like him could trick that crafty bastard. Charlon is shown lying in bed, smoking a cigarette. The man with the shaved head looks down, a question forming on his lips. The password to access Charlon's accounts was, ironically, God of Blackfield. It was the key to unraveling the truth. The revelation of the password left Kong Chan reeling. Kong Chan, now aware of Charlon's password, cursed the conspirators. He turned to the bandaged man in the hospital bed, demanding, "So, how did you find out?" The injured man, Charlon, recounted the events that led to the password's discovery. He had once told someone to call the bank for a withdrawal. Charlon continued, explaining that he always told them Smithin of Africa before saying the numbers, but that day he got confused and said God of Blackfield instead. The story continued, revealing that the bank had asked for the second password. Charlon, under pressure, blurted out Smithin 0702 of 0913 Africa, and the withdrawal was completed. Charlon concluded that this was how he found out that his password was God of Blackfield. Kong Chan, digesting this information, thought to himself what a mess it all was. He couldn't believe that Charlon, the most thorough person he knew, would make such a flimsy password. A wave of doubt washed over Kong Chan. He wondered if he should even believe Charlon. Lying in his hospital bed, Charlon makes a bold request. He tells Kong Chan that if the password he provided turns out to be wrong, he won't mind if Kong Chan snaps his neck, but asks that he trust him for now. Kong Chan, standing beside the bed, dismisses Charlon's words. He reflects on how Charlon revealed the password without being prompted, a detail that continues to bother him. The bandaged man in the bed continues, stating that he always pays attention to his own back. He adds that he's most likely trusting those Chinese and Japanese men to watch his back for him. The man with the shaved head, standing next to Kong Chan, suggests that they should start by getting rid of those men. He asks Kong Chan if he agrees. The camera focuses on Kong Chan's face as he listens to the conversation, his expression unreadable. Charlon, still in bed, lights a cigarette. He thinks to himself that if he returns to France after the contract gets finalized tomorrow, those Serpent Venomu guys are definitely going to kill him. The man with the shaved head notices Charlon's sudden agitation. Kong Chan also notices Charlon's change in demeanor, wondering why he is getting so agitated suddenly. Charlon, his face contorted, realizes that Kong Chan is probably doubting him already since he's with him. He wonders what he can do. The man with the shaved head continues to question Charlon, suggesting that he's doubting him since he doesn't know that he knows his password already. From an overhead view, Charlon lies in a hospital bed, seemingly unaware that his password has been compromised. The man with the shaved head reflects on Charlon's situation. He recalls that until now, they didn't cross paths with the gang, but Charlon got greedy and decided to buy shares of Gong using the gang's money under his name. He knows that once they lose the money, he'll be of no use to him. So if he wants to survive, he'll take him to France and will use the money in their account to patch things up with him. He concludes that Charlon will kill him and move on to his next plan. The bandaged Charlon stands at the foot of a hospital bed, his back to the door. He listens as the patient in the bed pleads for his life, begging to be saved. The man with the shaved head enters the room, asking what the patient has been saying. The man with the shaved head summarizes the patient's request to be saved and for Charlon to be eliminated. The patient, his neck supported by a brace, asks if the man with the shaved head will do it. The man with the shaved head confirms that, as he said earlier, they will help him. He asks the patient if he is fine with that. The man with the shaved head looks down at the patient, then up at someone else. The patient confirms that he is. The patient's feet rest on the footrest of his wheelchair. The man with the shaved head orders his men to call Guangtek for him. The man with the shaved head speaks into a phone, confirming that it is him. The man with the shaved head assures the bandaged Charlon that he will hand something over. Meanwhile, the man with the shaved head receives a call. He learns that there are 10 Chinese and 10 Japanese men in the hotel facing the City Hall and Bampo Hotel. The caller explains that they're the ones buying the drugs. He adds that the Japanese and Chinese men seem to be messing around globally. The man with the shaved head asks for the organization's name, but the caller doesn't know it yet. The man with the shaved head seems unconcerned about the number of enemies, confident they will find out enough soon. He also requests a room in Namsan Hotel. Elsewhere, Charlon, still in his hospital bed, says he needs to tell Doziak to do something. He asks if the man with the shaved head will stay in the hospital or if he should call the number to contact him. The man with the shaved head confirms he will. The man with the shaved head agrees. 2 men in suits, one with silver hair, stand in a doorway. The silver-haired man remarks that Charlon and the man with the shaved head don't look so well. The silver-haired man and his companion stand outside Charlon's hospital room. The man with the shaved head tells Charlon that it's not so bad. Charlon replies that they're probably not there to simply check on them, asking what's the matter. The silver-haired man announces to Charlon and the man with the shaved head that they are about to start the attack, calling them foreigners. The man with the shaved head asks the silver-haired man if he's not going to go. He is questioned about his hesitation. The silver-haired man is asked what he is talking about. The man with the silver hair demands to be told honestly if there is a lack of confidence. The silver-haired man tells the man in the dark gray suit to talk to him so that he can understand. The man in the dark gray suit asks if he thinks he can get away with emptying the club and helping out on some small things. The man in the dark gray suit raises his hand, telling him to wait. The man in the dark gray suit says he wants to ask him something. The silver-haired man asks if the man in the dark gray suit takes him to be there and fight for him. The silver-haired man asks if the man in the dark gray suit actually thinks that he, the great O Guangtek, would ask for the help of a measly high schooler who's already on death's door to clean up his garden. The man in the dark gray suit says he doesn't care about that and that they should end this talk here. He says that since he made a promise himself, he'll still listen to a single request of his. The man in the dark gray suit says that after that, they should not cross paths ever again. The silver-haired man asks if the man in the dark gray suit takes him. He says that this is fucking ridiculous. The woman, having delivered her message, walks away, leaving the silver-haired man alone. He seems satisfied, now that his debt regarding the domination of Gangnam is repaid. The silver-haired man is enraged by the woman's words. He demands that she withdraw her boys from the hospital as well. The woman explains that she is leaving them there not for him, but because the hospital is vital to her. She tells the silver-haired man to stop ordering her around. The silver-haired man retorts that he doesn't care, stating that it's her business, not his. The woman bids him farewell, telling him to study hard or he'll become a gangster. The man in the dark gray suit says he understands. The 2 men watch as the woman walks away down the hospital hallway. Later, the man in the dark gray suit asks the silver-haired man why he did that. The silver-haired man asks what he means. The man in the dark gray suit clarifies, asking if the silver-haired man really needed to do what he did. The silver-haired man tells Day to get his thoughts together, then asks if they are gangsters. Day explains that although they had to get indebted to him for a few things, this is where they must draw the line. He adds that they'll defend their own territory while they take care of Charlon themselves. Day sighs, admitting that the silver-haired man is not wrong, Captain. The man in the dark gray suit observes the scene with a calculating gaze. Turning, the silver-haired man heads towards the door, his expression unreadable. The silver-haired man advises the patient to rest, stating that an injured man shouldn't overthink things. He adds that he will also leave. The man in the dark gray suit responds that he has a few things to say. Startled, the patient in the hospital bed is asked if he is awake. The patient, wearing a neck brace, thinks that something is odd and wonders what it is. The patient is lying in his hospital bed. The patient urgently asks if his injuries have worsened and demands to know if the doctor should be called. The patient is feeling a lot better than expected. The patient is confused. Although it still hurts a bit, the man with the shaved head flexes his bandaged fist. He notes that his condition is incomparably better than yesterday, a small smile playing on his lips. The man with the shaved head wonders if it's actually possible to get this much better in a single day. Although his hand still aches, Kang-chan notes that his condition is improving rapidly. He stretches his arm, wondering if such a quick recovery is even possible. Lying in his hospital bed, Kang-chan reflects on his situation. He thinks to himself that waking up in an unknown body is more believable than dying. He decides to be happy about his fast recovery and not look for a reason in every little detail. Kang-chan stands up and faces the wall-mounted telephone, agreeing with the person on the other end. He picks up the receiver. Kang-chan listens intently to the voice on the other end of the line. The person on the other end asks if he doesn't already know that he can't answer truthfully. Kang-chan hangs up the phone. He turns back to the bedridden man, telling him to take care of himself and that he'll be back soon. He stares off into the distance, a grimace twisting his lips. Of course, things are far from all right. Meanwhile, the bedridden man in the hospital bed rationalizes his situation. It's still better than having someone with a twisted neck dragging him down, since he won't be dragged down. Kang-chan stands in the doorway, a somber expression on his face. He acknowledges the man's words, stating that he will take care of his body. The door clicks shut behind him. The man retrieves a pack of cigarettes. He lights one, the smoke curling into the air. Outside, an ambulance speeds down the street. Inside the ambulance, the man with the bandaged eyes lies on a stretcher as Kang-chan sits nearby, lost in thought. The bandaged man asks if it's really just the two of them. Kang-chan, his expression hardening, questions why a battle-experienced guy like him is cowering in fear. The bandaged man retorts that he's never gone out on a battlefield with a body in this state. The man with the shaved head reassures someone off-panel, promising that everything will proceed as planned. A nervous gulp betrays the bandaged man's anxiety as the ambulance doors slam shut. The ambulance speeds away, its tires screeching against the asphalt. The vehicle approaches a grand building, its architecture imposing against the skyline. The ambulance pulls into the building's underground parking area. Inside the parking garage, the ambulance comes to a stop. The man with the shaved head begins to push Charlon, still bandaged, in a wheelchair out of the ambulance. Inside the parking garage, a man in a suit approaches them. The man in the suit asks if he is Mr. Kang-chan. The man with the shaved head confirms that he is. The man in the suit states that they were informed of their arrival and will take them to the guest room through the freight elevator. The elevator doors open. The man in the suit presses a button inside the elevator as the man with the shaved head pushes Charlon inside. He leads Kang-chan, still injured, out of the elevator. The man with the shaved head hands Kang-chan a card. It indicates that their destination is Suite 1701. The elevator doors open with a ding, revealing a long hallway. Charlon, still bandaged, is wheeled down the hall. The hallway stretches onward to a guest room, where Charlon is left in his wheelchair. Kang-chan sits on the edge of the bed, his expression unreadable. The clock on the wall reads 9 o'clock. The man with the shaved head sits at a desk, contemplating whether he should call Charlon now. He confirms that he would like to speak with a guest called Charlon. Kang-chan sits alone in the guest room, lost in thought. The man with the shaved head speaks into the phone, telling someone to come alone to room 1701 if they want check. He wonders what will happen if he gets ambushed, but reminds himself that the contract is vital. He states that they will finalize the contract by 10 o'clock, and once the lawyer confirms that there's no problem with it, he'll hand Kang-chan over. He asks what they will do. The man with the shaved head, still on the phone, relays the terms of the deal. He asks what he should do if Smithen disappears during the meeting, adding that he'll bring an extra person with him. He continues his conversation, acknowledging that the other party is crafty, but it won't matter if they accept the condition. The man on the phone confirms that he will be there in 10 minutes. Kang-chan, sitting on the couch, remains silent as the arrangements for his handover are finalized. His expression is unreadable as he contemplates the situation. Meanwhile, the man with the shaved head is joined by another man in a suit, who appears to be his subordinate. Charlon, still bandaged, asks what the man with the shaved head did, to which he replies that they had some circumstances. The man with the shaved head smirks, finding the situation amusing. Charlon questions if punishment is being considered for betraying his comrades, adding that the man with the shaved head's pranks are going too far. The man with the shaved head asks Kang-chan if he thinks he's stupid, warning that if he tries anything foolish, the men underground will come over in 3 minutes to stop him. The man with the shaved head dismisses Charlon's concerns, stating that no matter what they prepared for, they just need to take Smithen with them. The man with the shaved head orders his men to get ready, as the handover is about to begin. The man with the shaved head contemplates the situation, his expression unreadable. He prepares a silenced pistol, ensuring it's ready for use. The man with long hair stands guard, a silent sentinel. The man with the shaved head warns the younger man to behave until the contract is signed. The younger man tells him to do as he wishes, while the man with the shaved head wonders where the other three are. The man with the shaved head thinks that they would drag him down in this situation and promises to release them after they wrap things up, telling the younger man to deal with them however he wants. The man with the shaved head tells the younger man that he'll be back. The younger man asks if he can sit down, and the man with long hair tells him of course. The younger man sits down, thinking that everything is going smoothly. The man with the shaved head thinks that there's just one thing. From an overhead view, the man with the shaved head shoots someone, thinking that they need to deal with it if they do. The man with the shaved head returns to the room, where the younger man is sitting on the couch, and Charlon is standing. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the sterile environment. He sits with his hands clasped, the bandages on his knuckles a silent testament to recent violence. The clock ticks ominously, each second amplifying the tension in the room. Kong Chan, also known as Smithin, relays the news. The contract is signed, no problems. He confirms that it's CEO Doziak. Smithin continues his phone call, confirming that the lawyer has checked everything and Charlon is on his way up. The man with the shaved head stands before a seated figure, the deal seemingly concluded. He notes that they just need to wrap things up. The bandage man asks why Kong Chan won't undo the bandages on his remaining eye. Kong Chan simply asks, why? The bandage man reveals his disturbing desire. He wants to watch. Smithin expresses his annoyance, but proceeds to remove the bandages from the bandage man's eye. The woman with long brown hair watches as the man with the shaved head removes the bandages, revealing Charlon in a wheelchair. Two men in suits enter the room, their expressions grim. One of the men in suits, distinguished by his thick mustache, closes the door behind him. Charlon, his face still obscured by bandages, sits silently as the men around him prepare to enact his wishes. The man with the shaved head confirms, "We've signed the contract, as you wanted." The man with the shaved head adjusts his tie, a flicker of something akin to recognition in his eyes, as he says, "I know I'm repeating myself, but you really do resemble the Kong Chan I knew." The man with the shaved head closes his eyes, lost in thought. Charlon, overhearing the comment, smiles faintly. The man with the shaved head, now facing Kong Chan, asks with a sneer, "What did the previous Kong Chan do to destroy your pride?" Kong Chan's expression hardens, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The man with the shaved head continues his taunting, his grip tightening on his tie. "Was the blackhead more precious than the life of your men?" Charlon laughs, recognizing the barb. "Looks like that moron." The man with the shaved head leans in, his eyes narrowed. "Blabbered about God of Blackfield and what not to you." The man with the shaved head confronts Kong Chan directly, demanding, "Why don't you answer my question?" Charlon watches them both intently, a sinister edge to his voice as he wonders aloud, "What more are you scheming?" The man with the shaved head continues his threat, mentioning Kong Chan's mother. The man with the shaved head smirks, implying Kong Chan didn't realize everything during their previous conversation. Charlon, standing with the man with the shaved head, instructs someone to let them in. The man with the shaved head turns, his expression unreadable. Charlon's face is shown in profile, his expression serious. The silver-haired man raises an eyebrow, a question forming on his lips as he looks at the man before him. The man's expression hardens, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. From above, three figures stand in a hallway, observing the scene below. The three figures descend, their shadows lengthening as they approach their targets. The man with the shaved head and the silver-haired man stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. The silver-haired man is taken aback, questioning how this could be, while the man with the shaved head asks what's wrong, feigning surprise. Charlon, his face wrapped in bandages, reveals that they have been trapped by the god of Blackfield. The silver-haired man and the man with the shaved head stand face to face, the words "trapped by god of Blackfield" hanging in the air between them. Close up on the silver-haired man's eye, showing his shock and realization. The man with silver hair is confronted about his past. His interrogator asks if his nickname is Desert Ice. The man with the shaved head remarks on the password being flimsy. He then thanks the silver-haired man for ensuring his death would occur here today. The man with the shaved head reveals that a bonus was added to the price on the silver-haired man's head, bringing the total to 7 million euros. The silver-haired man questions when the events that led to this moment occurred, looking at the men surrounding him. A man with a gas mask relays that they received a request from France to let them continue their business, but that they wouldn't distribute it in Korea. Kong Chan, realizing he's been led into a trap, thinks to himself that this is his home. The man with the shaved head asks Kong Chan if he should explain things more simply. The silver-haired man looks around, realizing he is outnumbered. He states that he has more than just the men on his side. Kong Chan notes the abundance of security cameras in the country, implying that they will be his undoing. The man with the shaved head asks Kong Chan if he is clinging to the laws, implying that Charlon is too stupefied to do so. He offers to help him out, telling him not to overthink things and to choose one of the two options. The man with the shaved head demands that they surrender immediately and beg to be killed without suffering. The silver-haired man asks how he will accomplish this, implying that he has a plan. The silver-haired man smirks, finding the question of their escape route rather obvious. Below, Charlon asks if they are referring to the mercenary way. Kong-chan questions if their escape involves Gyobi. The silver-haired man tells him to believe it or not. That's up to him. Kong-chan stands before the silver-haired man and the others. He asks if they will acknowledge it if he manages to kill the silver-haired man. One of the men responds that it's a genuine 1v1, and the others are just there to spectate. The silver-haired man agrees to the terms, removing his jacket and loosening his tie. He declares that they should do it. Kong-chan smirks, confident in his abilities. The silver-haired man begins wrapping bandages around his hands as the spectators look on. He prepares for the fight. The spectators watch with anticipation, eager to see the outcome of the fight between Kong-chan and the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man finishes wrapping his hands. He then produces a knife, ready to fight. The fight begins. The silver-haired man lunges forward, knife in hand, while Kong-chan prepares to meet his attack. The silver-haired man recalls that Kong-chan failed to dodge his bullet that day. Kong-chan's eyes widen as he realizes the danger. The silver-haired man's knife slashes across Kong-chan's arm, drawing blood. The silver-haired man thinks to himself that he almost had Kong-chan's neck cut open in the span of breath, realizing that he truly isn't a pushover. He continues his relentless assault, delivering a powerful punch to Kong-chan's face. The force of the blow sends the protagonist staggering backward, struggling to maintain his balance. The silver-haired man presses his advantage, following up with a swift kick aimed at Kong-chan's torso. The kick connects, sending Kong-chan flying through the air. The impact of the kick is devastating, the force radiating outwards. The silver-haired man continues his relentless pursuit, closing the distance to deliver another blow. The two clash once more, a whirlwind of fists and feet as the silver-haired man overwhelms Kong-chan. The silver-haired man's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in them as he anticipates the final strike. Suddenly, Kong-chan produces a large combat knife, the blade glinting menacingly in the light. The silver-haired man, momentarily taken aback, is confronted with the blade as Kong-chan asks if he is the one who shot Dairu. A sinister smile spreads across Charlon's face as he admits that if Smithin, who had his guts spilled in the beginning, doesn't count, he's probably the one who killed everyone. Charlon, his eyes covered by a bandage, watches as Kong-chan lunges at him, musing that he probably wouldn't be alive either. The blades clash, a whirlwind of steel as Kong-chan and Charlon trade blows with lethal intent. The force of the exchange sends the captain staggering backward, blood already staining his shirt. Charlon presses his advantage, his knife ablur as he aims for a decisive strike, drawing blood. Despite the pain, Charlon smirks, confessing how much he enjoyed killing Kong-chan's squad members and promising the same fate for him. Kong-chan's eyes blaze with fury, his resolve hardening with each word from the silver-haired man. He vows to make Charlon pay. The captain lunges forward, his movements now fueled by pure rage, determined to end the fight. Charlon parries the attack, his expression a mask of cold calculation as he prepares his next move. The two trade a flurry of strikes, each blow carrying the weight of their hatred and the stakes of their conflict. Kong-chan's attack finds its mark, a spray of blood painting the air as Charlon is struck. Despite the wound, Charlon maintains his grip on the knife, his eyes narrowed in focus. The intensity of the fight escalates, the air crackling with the force of their blows. Kong-chan delivers a final, devastating blow, sending Charlon reeling. He thinks to himself that Charlon is weaker than the captain. He continues his assault, noting that Charlon is in top condition. Charlon reflects on his opponent's past reputation, dismissing his chances of winning with his short, weak arms. He questions why he even bothered with a one-on-one fight when victory was within their grasp. Kong-chan strikes with a knife. Charlon resolves to seize the single opportunity that arises to end things once and for all. The blade cuts deep. Kong-chan continues his relentless assault. Below, the man with the shaved head, the silver-haired man, and the blindfolded man observe the fight. The difference in attack range between the two closes as Kong-chan presses his advantage. Charlon, covered in blood, smiles as he prepares to end the fight. Kong-chan is stabbed in the side. Charlon realizes that Kong-chan wasn't resisting, but lunging at him, and that he had been planning this from the start. The difference in attack range has disappeared, and all Charlon needs to do now is... He drives the blade downward with brutal force, the words "stab him faster" echoing in his mind. The sound of the blade piercing flesh reverberates through the room as Charlon's attack connects. The knife plunges deep into Kong-chan's shoulder, blood splattering as the blade finds its mark. Kong-chan cries out in pain as Charlon's blade pierces him. The blade continues its descent, sinking further into Kong-chan's body. Blood sprays as the knife is fully embedded, the force of the blow evident in the violent spray. Kang Chan grits his teeth against the pain, a guttural groan escaping his lips as the agony intensifies. The two men remain locked in a deadly embrace, the consequences of Charlin's actions now unavoidable. The knife, now free from Kang Chan's body, clatters to the floor, a grim testament to the brutal attack. Charlon grips the bloodied bandage on his face, his expression unreadable. Kang Chan's head hangs limp, the severity of his injury becoming increasingly apparent. The sound of a body hitting the floor echoes through the room, a grim prelude to the scene unfolding within. In another room, Charlin's superior, the silver-haired man, sits with his associates, seemingly unconcerned by the violence. Close to death, Kang Chan grits his teeth, blood trickling from his mouth. He thinks to himself that they will all end up in hell either way. Standing over the fallen body of the man with the shaved head, Charlon, covered in blood, declares that they will have another fight when they reunite. Kang Chan lies on the floor, his arms outstretched, a pool of blood forming beneath him. The force of the blow sends Charlon reeling. The bloodied Charlon struggles to maintain his footing after the brutal attack. The scene shifts to a room where the man with the shaved head observes the aftermath, flanked by his subordinates. Kang Chan, his hand gripping a bloodied knife, is clearly prepared for more violence. Charlon, wounded and defeated, manages to utter a threat. He vows to have another fight with Kang Chan when they reunite. Kang Chan stands over Charlin's prone body, the fight clearly over. Blood pools on the floor, a testament to the brutal encounter. Back in the room, the man with the shaved head declares that everything is over, instructing his men to take care of the cleanup. One of the men prepares a bag, presumably to dispose of evidence. The man with the shaved head questions Kang Chan's trustworthiness in this endeavor. The man with the shaved head assures his companion that they've handled situations like this many times before. Kang Chan, visibly wounded, bears a grim expression. The cleanup crew carefully covers the body with a black sheet, concealing the evidence of their actions. One of the men pours a liquid, presumably to eliminate any remaining traces of the incident. The liquid spreads across the floor, obscuring the bloodstains and any other lingering signs of the struggle. Kang Chan examines a bloodied knife, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the weapon. The man with the mustache calls out to Kang Chan, his gaze intense. The man with the mustache holds out a phone to Kang Chan, the screen displaying an incoming call. Kang Chan answers the phone, a questioning look on his face as he responds with hello. The man with the mustache acknowledges Kang Chan's help in erasing the embarrassment, but reminds him not to forget the two promises he made. The man with the mustache emphasizes the importance of keeping promises and protecting honor before asking for the caller's name. Kang Chan, still holding the phone to his ear, declares himself the god of Blackfield. He stood, hands in his pockets, waiting for the conversation to conclude. On the phone, Kang Chan heard the terms of their agreement. If he ever needed a favor, they would grant a single request, provided he identified himself by a specific name. He curtly ended the call. The man with the mustache handed Kang Chan a phone. He and the long-haired man announced they would take their leave. Kang Chan questioned why they had to take Charlon with them. The man with the mustache, holding a cigarette, stated that it was the honor of their partners. The long-haired man offered another piece of news, stating that, as Kang Chan demanded, they would soon announce him as the branch manager of Gaunt. The man with the shaved head and the long-haired man exchanged a look. The man with the shaved head punched the wall, venting his frustration. The long-haired man explained that the man with the shaved head was thanking Kang Chan for the amazing fight and for this deal, and that he wished to meet him formally next time. Kang Chan scoffed, calling it a joke. He told the man with the mustache to make sure to tell him that he would kill them if he ever saw them again. The man with the shaved head and the long-haired man exchanged another look. The man with the shaved head grinned widely, waving. The man with long hair, holding a cigarette, asks if his message was properly conveyed. A knock echoes. The man with long hair states that it's time for them to leave. A man pushes a laundry cart down hallway. 3 men stand around the laundry cart, placing something inside. The man with long hair watches as the laundry cart is wheeled away. The laundry room stands empty. Meanwhile, the injured man with the bandage states that they should get moving as well. An elevator descends. The injured man stands with 2 other men in front of an ambulance. One of the men declares that they will do it themselves as they walk through the parking garage. The man with the shaved head presents a phone, explaining that boss Guangtek wanted him to pass it on as a final gift. He assures the recipient that it has the same number as his old phone. The injured man, Kang Chan, remains silent, listening to the offer. The man with the shaved head continues, stating that this is compensation for dealing with the Chinese and Japanese men without making a ruckus. The man with the shaved head adds that Guangtek said he'd come find him at school if he doesn't accept this. Kang Chan smirks, a hint of defiance in his expression. The man with the shaved head reassures him that it's nothing too complicated and that he shouldn't worry about them. The man with the shaved head tells him to not act like that, as Kang Chan agrees. The man with the shaved head bids him a safe ride home. bowing respectfully. An ambulance speeds away from the scene. The ambulance continues its urgent journey. Inside the speeding ambulance, Kong Chan wonders how he should live from now on. Lying in the ambulance, the long-haired boss assures Kong Chan not to worry about it. He explains that the value of the shares they spent to get the gangsters on their side amounts to 7 million, so he should have 3 million euros left, and that he should be the captain. He listened to the man with the shaved head, who spoke of becoming a branch manager and earning a high salary. The man wondered if Kong Chan would accept his offer. The man in the suit insisted that Kong Chan take the money as compensation for all the hardships he had endured, but Kong Chan scoffed at the suggestion. The man with the shaved head continued, saying that it seemed Kong Chan would be staying in the hospital for a while, so he should just use the money. He added that he would deal with the situation somehow. The injured Kong Chan, lying in his hospital bed, muttered that he was living in Korea. The man in the suit suggested that Kong Chan leave if he didn't like it there, suggesting a place with nice scenery, clear water, and pretty girls should satisfy him. Kong Chan told him to forget it. The man with the shaved head stated that Kong Chan had been with Dairu for a while, addressing him as captain. An ambulance drove down the street. Later, a doctor with short white hair and glasses asked Kong Chan how he had gotten these wounds in a few days. Kong Chan requested that he be given some privileges as a VIP. The doctor tended to Kong Chan's wounds as he requested a change of clothes in the same style as what he was wearing. The doctor, looking down at Kong Chan, stated that this was a hospital, not a shop. Kong Chan replied that that's why he was asking for VIP privileges. The doctor finished tending to the wounds and told Kong Chan that he would tell the administration about his request. He offers a polite thank you. Elsewhere in the hospital, a sign indicates that Suk Kang-ho is a patient, prompting someone to call him a bastard. Back in the room, the man with the shaved head sits by the bed, wondering if Kong Chan's blood was even red. Kong Chan reflects that he thought he'd feel exhilarated with Charlin's death, but he doesn't. The man with the shaved head changes the subject, asking the captain if it's true that he manipulated the French, Chinese, and Japanese while he was asleep. Kong Chan responds, knowing how it feels to be unable to reach your comrades during an operation. With that in mind, Kong Chan predicted that Charlon would contact them in the morning. He explains that the French only wanted to finish their business one way or another, so he only took what he could take and gave them what they needed. Kong Chan scoffs, saying that even though his body is crap compared to before, his brain got more developed, unlike a certain someone. The man with the shaved head mentions that they still have some money left over from the whole incident, and that Smithen told him to share it between the two of them. Kong Chan is surprised to hear that it's about 3 million euros. The man with the shaved head corrects him, saying it's 4 billion won, which Kong Chan guesses is about that much. The man with the shaved head tells Kong Chan to do what he wants with the rest, since he didn't do much during this incident. The disembodied voice continues, stating that they will decide later what to do. The voice questions whether Kong Chan will live as the mercenary captain or as the high schooler. The mercenary captain, Kong Chan, responds with a simple "oh" as he considers the question. Kong Chan's eyes narrow as he contemplates the path ahead. A lone figure, presumably Kong Chan, sits on a stool, lost in thought. A man in a hospital bed asks Kong Chan, the mercenary captain, whether he will continue living as such or as Kong Chan, the high schooler. The mercenary captain pauses, considering the question. He simply replies with an "oh." The man in the hospital bed urges him to think about it carefully, stating that no matter what he ends up doing, he will always follow his decision, captain. Kong Chan reflects on his recent actions, remembering how he found the traitor who shot Day in him in the head, and how he personally dealt with Charlon. He realizes his revenge was accomplished. From now on, Kong Chan realizes he doesn't have to worry about being sniped when sitting by the window, or live a life where he doesn't have to sleep while escaping the gaze of his enemies. He recalls being in the jungle or in the middle of a desert, living a life where he doesn't have to worry about killing or being killed. He imagines a life by the side of a wealthy and kind family. Kong Chan embraces a woman, finding solace in her presence. Such a life is awaiting him. He thinks it's nothing too difficult. As long as he doesn't do anything and sits patiently, his life will become peaceful. But all of this. He stood in the sterile office, the weight of his past pressing down on him. Did he truly deserve this newfound peace? Kong Chan considered the body he now inhabited. If he could return it to its rightful owner, he wouldn't hesitate. However, if he couldn't find a way to return it, and if he had no choice but to live in this body, what then? For the rest of his life, what was the correct thing to do? Would it be okay for him to call you Haisuk mom and Kong Dae-jiong father? He pictured the happy couple. If he were to suddenly leave them one day, how much pain and anguish would they go through? Back in the hospital room, the man with shaved head noticed Kong Chan's deep contemplation. He inquired what he was thinking about so deeply. Kong Chan brushed it off, claiming it was nothing important. The man with shaved head suggested they talk about their future plans once they got better. He added that they had a lot of time, and they should make a decision after they each think things through. Kong Chan, now with a cigarette in hand, agreed. All right, let's do that. The man with shaved head mentioned that his wife was planning to come over later, and he would introduce Kong Chan to her. Kong Chan wondered what he would even tell her when introducing him. The man with shaved head simply smiled. The man with shaved head thought to himself, referring to Kong Chan as my student. He wondered if she would buy it. The man with shaved head, addressing the younger Kong Chan, admits to treating him poorly in the past, even hitting him. He then shifts the blame, stating it's all on Kong Chan, not him. He turns away, and then answers a call, confirming that his clothes are ready and that he will head there now. He abruptly ends the conversation, claiming to be busy and tired. Elsewhere, a woman with long brown hair trims her bangs, a serene expression on her face. The camera pans up to show a modern high-rise building under a bright blue sky. The woman with long brown hair greets Kong Chan as he enters the room. She expresses relief that he made it through a lot. Kong Chan smiles, mentioning he heard about the father's meeting. The woman with long brown hair tells him that it was all thanks to him. Kong Chan deflects the praise, saying it was all thanks to his father and that he didn't do anything. The woman with long brown hair gently takes Kong Chan's hand, offering a silent gesture of comfort and support. He embraces the woman with long brown hair, who thanks him, calling him honey. From behind her, Kong Chan's expression is unreadable. The woman's eyes are closed, a faint smile gracing her lips. A hand clenches into a fist, the sound of suppressed anger filling the air. The woman with long brown hair tells Kong Chan that she'll go to her room to take a nap, feeling a bit tired. He agrees, telling her to take a good rest. Alone, Kong Chan sits at a desk, his back to the viewer. He sits on the edge of his bed, his head in his hands, lost in thought. A close-up reveals the turmoil in his eyes as he wonders what he should do. Kong Chan sits slumped on the bed, admitting to himself that he has no idea what to do. He falls back onto the bed, deciding to just take a break. Kong Chan lies sprawled on the bed, exhausted. He drifts off to sleep, thinking that he deserves this much at least. The city skyline stretches into the distance, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. He stirs in his sleep, the events of the recent days weighing heavily on him. He sits up in bed, a sigh escaping his lips. It's already 6 p.m., the phone reads. Kong Chan sits up, finally deciding to face the day. He wonders why there's so many messages on his new phone. Then, he remembers that someone said they would transfer his contacts. The number hasn't changed, he notes as he checks his phone. A message pops up. Please contact me when you see this message. Kong Chan knows who sent it, even without name. He answers the call. It's her. She says she was sleeping and asks if something happened. He tells her to deal with it. Then, he remembers he has to attend class. She says she told everyone he was with her during her accident, Captain. He relays that he told them he wasn't badly injured, but asked them not to trouble her too much. He sarcastically remarks how thoughtful she is. Another message comes through from the same number. It asks if Channy is still busy and doing okay. He thinks to himself that she's also very recognizable. He confirms that things got resolved properly. They were worried and wanted to know where he was. He responds that he's home. He lay in bed, still processing the previous night's events, when his phone rang. Kong Chan answered, agreeing to reschedule dinner with Channy for next week. His brow furrowed as he considered something. He received a flurry of concerned messages. He wondered how the senders had found out about his injuries. His phone rang again, and Kong Chan answered with a hint of annoyance, questioning why the caller would come to his house. The caller, the club's manager, immediately asked if he was okay. Kong Chan downplayed his injuries, but wondered how the manager knew he was hurt. The manager revealed that he was the club's manager. He continued, clarifying that Suk Kang-ho was badly injured, while he only had a few scrapes, so there was no need to come all the way over. Kong Chan, now dressed, assured the manager that he was almost there and would arrive in 3 minutes, asking him to meet him at the bench. The camera panned to the park where the bench was located. The woman with long brown hair sat on the bench, waiting. Kong Chan approached. He walked towards her, his expression unreadable. As he reached her, the woman with long brown hair grabbed him, pulling him close. He seems taken aback by the woman with long brown hair's sudden actions, wondering if she's being straightforward. The woman with long brown hair's expression is serious as she stares at Kong Chan. Earlier, the woman with long brown hair had warned Kong Chan to watch his step as they walked together. Kong Chan's expression is one of concern as he looks at the woman with long brown hair. The woman with long brown hair's eyes are wide as she mentions Kong Chan's injuries. Kong Chan insists he's fine, trying to deflect the woman with long brown hair's concern. The woman with long brown hair demands that if he's fine, he should show her, grabbing him to keep him still despite his protests. The woman with long brown hair firmly grips Kong Chan's arm, her expression unreadable. A faint blush colors the woman with long brown hair's cheeks as she holds onto Kong Chan. Kong Chan is unnerved by the woman with long brown hair's behavior, finding it nerve-wracking. Kong Chan's eyes widen with a mix of surprise and apprehension as the woman with long brown hair gets closer. The feet of Kong Chan and the woman with long brown hair stand on a stone path. The man with the shaved head gazes intently at the woman with long brown hair, his expression unreadable. He wonders why she is acting so strange, the tension making him uneasy. The pair stand close together, their feet nearly touching. Their lips meet, the kiss surprisingly forceful. They remain locked in the embrace, the setting sun casting long shadows. The woman with long brown hair looks down, a conflicted expression on her face. The streetlights begin to flicker on as dusk settles. The man with the shaved head asks if she is really all right. He then asks if she will come to school, to which she replies with a simple yeah. As they walk together, a voice narrates that Mr. Sook is in a bad state, but the club will continue its activities. He and the woman with long brown hair confirm that their exams are approaching. The man with the shaved head looks off to the side, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A fist clenches in determination. The woman with long brown hair confidently declares that she will rank first in the entire school, flexing her bicep for emphasis. The woman with long brown hair remarks how studying has become fun recently, while the man with the shaved head wonders why she is so excited for an exam, comparing her to a mercenary preparing for battle. The man with the shaved head expresses surprise. The woman with long brown hair proposes a deal. If he ranks first in their school for the next test, she will kiss him. The man with the shaved head's eyes are shadowed, a determined look on his face as he considers the offer. When asked what's wrong, the man with the shaved head replies that nothing is wrong. The man with the shaved head admits to feeling tired and stiff after their walk. He tells her to be careful on her way back. The woman with long brown hair waves goodbye, saying she's off. He watches as the woman with long brown hair walks away. The woman continues her walk, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the night. Kong-chan thinks to himself that she is like a little duckling, following her favorite idol around. He finds relief in the fact that she is at least motivated to study seriously. Monday arrives, the day of the final exam. A black car pulls up to the curb, presumably to pick up Kong-chan. Inside the car, the man in the suit asks what he will do from now on, now that he's about to be an adult next year. The man with the red tie thinks to himself that he should first prepare to get into university, one way or another. He admits to himself that he is not even confident he can pass the final exam. The man driving the car is surprised, as the man with the red tie reveals he's been thinking of going to a sports university and maybe studying abroad in France. The driver says that he finds French quite interesting and fun, and that he's also made connections with some French people. The man in the suit continues to drive, asking if Kong-chan will avoid getting injured from now on. Kong-chan responds with a smile, stating that everything is over now. The car continues down the road, the driver stating that he understands and that it's a relief. Meanwhile, the woman with long brown hair stands outside a school building, looking surprised. Kong-chan is now in a school uniform, his expression serious as he seems to sense something. The woman with long brown hair is talking to Kong-chan, calling him cakey face. Kong-chan clicks his tongue, seemingly annoyed by the woman's comment. Kong-chan thinks to himself that he only handled a single week. The woman with long brown hair stands with a hand on her head, looking stressed as Kong-chan walks away. Inside the classroom, students are chatting amongst themselves as Kong-chan enters. Kong-chan sighs, realizing that he knew this would happen. He walks into the classroom, where a student with blonde hair and bandages on his face rests his head on the desk. The blonde student remains silent, seemingly unfazed by Kong-chan's presence. Kong-chan stands over the sleeping student, thinking to himself that it's the other's hobby to get hit by people everywhere. Kong-chan continues to stand, thinking that it doesn't matter to him. He places his bag on the desk with a thud. Kong-chan sits down at his desk, placing his bag on the table. A female student sits to his left, reading a book. The female student looks at Kong-chan and confirms that she is. Kong-chan looks back at the female student, who is smiling at him. The view widens to show the classroom, where most of the students are not smiling. The female student smiles, thinking to herself that she is the only one smiling. Kong-chan asks the smiling student if she knows that. The scene focuses on the legs of the students sitting at their desks. The teacher continues his lecture, explaining that this is one of Mengzi's most famous analects. The teacher elaborates on the meaning. When a child is about to fall into a well, everyone tries to save him. A female student points out that Kong-chan's phone is vibrating. The teacher continues, explaining that people help not because they want praise or to avoid rumors. Kong-chan pulls out his phone, a frown forming on his face. The screen shows a series of messages. Smithen is asking for his account number and wants to give them his shares. Kong-chan is confused by the message, which reveals that Smithen asked a nurse to translate for him, causing his wife to learn about the shares. Frustration washes over Kong-chan as he realizes, once again, that Smithen has created another mess. As the teacher instructs the class to mute all notifications, Kong-chan types in class into his phone. Moments later, a message from an unknown number appears on his screen. He wonders why a teacher would be contacting a student during class. The message from the unknown number reads, Kong-chan, this is only the beginning. Kong-chan stares intently at his phone, a serious expression hardening his features as he reads the ominous message. Kong-chan receives a message, the sender unknown, but the message is clear. This is only the beginning. The message seems to have struck a nerve, as Kong-chan stares intently at his phone. The man thinks to himself, wondering who would send such a message, and dismisses the sender as pathetic. He places the phone back on the desk, a warning echoing in his mind. You shouldn't bark from behind if you don't have the confidence to bite from the front. Kang Chan rests his head on his hand, seemingly bored in class. The bell rings, signaling lunch break at school. Inside the sports storage room, the club members are informed that all activities will be temporarily stopped until Mr. Suk Kang-ho gets discharged. Kang Chan sighs, seemingly troubled by the news. His classmates tell him to let them know if anything bad happens, to which they respond with an enthusiastic yes. Kang Chan sighs again, while the girl next to him looks at him with a questioning expression. Kang Chan's thoughts drifted, questioning his current actions. The sky was painted with the colors of the setting sun. Students streamed out of the school gates, their footsteps echoing on the pavement. The rhythmic sound of footsteps filled the air as students walked home. Kang Chan wondered how long the girl had been following him. He figured they would soon be going their separate ways. The girl asked Kang Chan if he wanted to study with her, but he declined. The girl seemed dejected by his rejection. The girl's downcast expression was evident. Kang Chan wondered why she was so downcast, realizing he had planned to visit Mr. Suk Kang-ho. He mentioned his plans for the day, and the girl eagerly offered to join him. Kang Chan was taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, questioning her motives. Kang Chan offers a seemingly innocent reminder about upcoming exams, a sly grin betraying his awareness of the situation. The schoolgirl brown hair, insists that she is still the club's manager, eager to prove her worth. The schoolgirl's enthusiasm intensifies as she learns that the supervising teacher, Mr. Suk, is hospitalized. She declares her intention to visit him, pressing Kang Chan for the hospital's location. Kang Chan closes his eyes, a pained expression on his face as he apologizes to someone named Dae, acknowledging that this situation is a necessary sacrifice. Kang Chan reveals that Mr. Suk was injured in a sensitive area, making a visit from the schoolgirl potentially problematic. The schoolgirl realizes the implications of Mr. Suk's injury, her expression shifting to one of understanding and slight embarrassment. Kang Chan suggests that she simply greet Mr. Suk when he returns to school, subtly discouraging her from visiting him in the hospital. He announces that he is going a different way, effectively ending their conversation. The schoolgirl agrees, a hint of disappointment in her voice. As Kang Chan walks away, the schoolgirl's face is shown, revealing a look of sadness and hidden determination. The scene shifts to a hospital, where Mr. Suk lies in bed. He is visited by a man in a suit, who asks about his well-being and the whereabouts of his wife. Mr. Suk reveals that his wife is taking care of their child. Mr. Suk reflects on a message he received and the conversation about shares, suspecting that someone is planning something unusual. Kang Chan, in a close-up, reveals that he has something else to say, hinting at a hidden agenda. The atmosphere in the shared hospital room is tense as Kang Chan sits between the two injured men. He wonders aloud since when they have been sharing rooms. The silver-haired man, lying in his bed, recalls what the crazy asshole kept saying. Meanwhile, the man with the neck brace admits he doesn't understand why the silver-haired man wants to be with him, especially since they can't even communicate. The silver-haired man, speaking in French, says he got the gist of the story. He reminds Kang Chan that last time, he mentioned giving them 3 million euros, and now he's offering his shares. He questions what this is all about. The silver-haired man explains that he has 3 million in his account and 12 million worth of shares, so it adds up to about 15 million. He proposes that they share it between the three of them and take the money to make him their comrade again. The man with the neck brace points out that the money and shares are in the silver-haired man's name, questioning why he's trying to give them away. The silver-haired man admits he shouldn't be saying this, but he also went through quite the experience. He clarifies that he's not asking them to be greedy for money, but to take this opportunity to forgive him and accept him as their comrade once again. Kang Chan remains silent, contemplating what the silver-haired man said. Kang Chan thinks to himself that the silver-haired man is planning something. He considers placing himself in the silver-haired man's shoes, thinking about how he suddenly gained a lot of money. So why would he try to share it and live with people who always reprimand him? Kang Chan states that he smells the stench of a hidden motive and agrees with the man with the neck brace. The man with the neck brace says that they understand Kang Chan's point. Kang Chan's expression hardens, his suspicion deepening. The man in the suit presses the injured man in the hospital bed, asking if he's hiding something. The injured man, his face bearing several bandages, claims he isn't. Meanwhile, the man in the suit's associate refuses the offer, stating they won't take the money. The man in the suit gives the injured man one last chance to reveal what he's hiding. The injured man admits he thinks there was someone in the shadows behind Charlon, but claims he has no idea who it was. He continues, thinking to himself about who it is or how influential he is, and since he can't protect himself anymore. The man in the suit sees through the injured man's words, stating that his face tells him he's saying some bullshit. The man in the suit's associate realizes that the injured man is scared of Charlon's backers, so he's trying to give him the money to share the risks with him. The man in the suit turns to his associate, asking if he sees what he told him. The injured man continues to try and convince them, saying they'll get lots of money, and having more money is always good. He insists he's truly not hiding anything anymore, so let's share the money equally. The injured man agrees, but states he won't be the one to make the decision this time. The man in the suit reminds the injured man that he mentioned this last time, but he gives him the decision rights for anything related to Smithin, also known as Kong-chan. The injured man asks what they want to do. The injured man, lying in his hospital bed with a bandage over his eye, laughs heartily. Despite his apparent good spirits, the injured man winces slightly, teeth escaping his lips. The man in the suit suggests they simply comply with his requests. His companion questions the decision, but the man in the suit seems resolute. The man in the suit states that he knows why he's making this decision and agrees. The injured man, revealed to be Dairu, is thanked by the man in the suit, who confirms that Dairu agreed. The man in the suit expresses his gratitude to Dairu. Dairu corrects the man in the suit, reminding him that he is actually a captain. The man in the suit, his brow furrowed, states that Dairu has another request, warning him not to say anything ridiculous. Elsewhere, Kong-chan sits alone, consumed by dark thoughts of vengeance, muttering that he will wreck them all over again. Dairu clarifies that it's not like that, explaining that since he'll be living in Korea from now on, he'd like to have a personal Korean tutor and a place to live once he's discharged. The man in the suit is taken aback by the request, questioning it. He responds that Dairu is the only one to whom he can request this. The man in the suit, looking at Dairu, says that he is one shameless guy. The injured man, still recovering in the hospital, considers his options. He believes he can find someone through Michelle. Elsewhere, a woman contemplates the situation. She thinks it might be worthwhile to ask Michelle about the case involving the shares and decides to contact her. Back at the hospital, the man in the suit asks what's wrong, as the injured man shows him something on his phone, urging him to look at it. The man in the suit thinks that Kong-chan has too much time on his hands, and it annoys him. The injured man asks if the man in the suit also received something like this, referring to the message on the phone. The man in the suit tells him to tell him he did as well. The phones display threatening messages. One reads, "Kong-chan, this is only the beginning." The other says, "You will soon die." The injured man looks at the man in the suit, confused by the messages. The man in the suit stands beside Kong-chan's hospital bed, the latter looking up at him with a confused expression. The man in the suit explains that he initially dismissed the message as spam, but since they both received it from the same number, especially after the Charlotte incident, it seems suspicious. The man in the suit pauses, lost in thought as he considers the implications of the message. Kong-chan tells him to forget about it, but the man in the suit questions his dismissal. The man in the suit states that it's useless if their enemies only bark at them, no matter who they are. He continues, saying that if their enemies approach to bite, they'll just crush them, so there's no need to worry. Kong-chan responds that that's how they do things. The man in the suit declares that he's done talking and will be leaving. A man in a nearby bed asks if he's leaving already. The injured man in the other bed pleads with the man in the suit to stay longer, saying that without him, they're just sitting ducks. The man in the suit replies that his parents told him to come home early since they're eating dinner outside. The injured man questions his mention of parents. The injured man, Mr. Sook, says that the man in the suit must be sick of this question. The man in the suit asks if he wants him to punch him one more time to answer. The city lights twinkled as someone called out to Kong-chan, asking if he was sleeping. He responded that he was resting after finishing work that morning. Meanwhile, Tony, lounging in bed, received a call. She brushed her hair back as she heard the caller say it was fine and asked what was the matter before suggesting a dinner date and then stating she had a request. Tony smiled warmly as she spoke on the phone, listening intently to the person on the other end. Elsewhere, a text box revealed that the Korean branch manager of Gonk Motors, called Smithin, was hospitalized and was asking for a personal tutor who could teach. Back in her room, Tony, still on the phone, thought that these days were going to be hard for someone. She then mentioned another friend of hers who came to mind, asking if the person on the other end wanted to meet her. The man on the other end of the line, presumably Kong-chan, agreed to have Tony send him the exact date and location another day. He then added that he had one more thing to ask. Tony, looking stressed, was asked if it was about finance. She responded that it was unfair as the person on the other end was talking to her, but Tony was then told to think of it as the person on the other end asking her, even though they could ask them directly. She admitted that it didn't sound so bad, agreeing that they were right. Kong-chan explained that they had a large amount of money they needed to share between some people, and the process sounded complicated, so they needed some help. He added that it was Cecile's specialty, and he would ask her. Tony was told that he would tell her to call her to ask her for the details, and that they should keep personal and business talk separate. Tony acknowledged, thanking the person on the other end. She then asked if they didn't have anything to ask her. Tony's expression shifted to a sly smile as she thought to herself, or she wanted. She hangs up the phone, ending the call abruptly after mentioning a date. Meanwhile, Kong-chan walks down the street, thinking that the woman with long brown hair is annoying, but in a different way than someone else. The restaurant's sign reads Tekbaki. At the table, the woman with long brown hair asks if Kong-chan is disappointed with the food. He replies that he also likes tonkatsu, but it was just... Kong-chan finds the situation unexpected. Kong-chan thinks to himself that he will have to wear expensive clothes, eat expensive food, and drink expensive wine in a luxurious place, whether he likes it or not. He also thinks that outside of business, it's quite calming and peaceful to eat at a restaurant like this. Kong Chan finds the restaurant quite nostalgic and wonders why. The woman with long brown hair reminds Kong Chan that they were extremely poor and penniless before his father's business succeeded. The woman with long brown hair realizes she has made a mistake. Kong Chan laughs, saying he just forgot about it, because he was thinking of something else. He then says the food looks delicious and suggests they eat now. The woman with long brown hair says, all right. Kong Chan, the woman with long brown hair, and the man in the blue sweater eat at the restaurant. Kong Chan is offered a bite of food by the woman with long brown hair, a gesture he returns. The moment is a fond memory. The plate holds a selection of savory dishes, meticulously arranged. The woman with long brown hair mentions an upcoming presentation for the new shift model, as well as the inauguration ceremony for the new Korean branch manager. Kong Chan is asked to attend the inauguration ceremony with his mother, as the ambassador in South Korea will also be present. He agrees. The woman with long brown hair wonders aloud what she should wear to the event. Kong Chan reassures her that she looks gorgeous no matter what. Kong Chan smiles, a hint of something hidden behind his eyes. The week passes quickly. Kong Chan sits at a desk, seemingly bored, while a woman takes notes beside him. Kong Chan thinks about how long it has been. A plan is being discussed. Mr. Smithen should first take a loan from the bank, using his shares as collateral, and then reimburse it by transferring money from a Swiss bank. The plan continues. Mr. Smithen needs to sign some documents, stating that he's lending money to Channy and Mr. Suk Kang-ho. This will solve the donation tax problems and the foreign currency import problems. The woman with long brown hair reveals that Kong Chan won't have to pay him back if he signs documents to erase the debt in advance. The conversation continues. The woman with long brown hair explaining the complexities of the tax evasion scheme to Kong Chan. The woman clarifies that trick would be a more accurate term for the plan. She assures him that they will handle all the complicated processes, and his only task is to create an account and sign a few documents. Kong Chan expresses his gratitude, but the woman with long brown hair insists that she should be the one thanking him, as he is increasing her performance grade. The woman with long brown hair informs another man that she has left Cecile fully in charge of the distribution process, requesting that he prepare everything listed. After a series of tedious meetings, Kong Chan reflects on receiving 1.5 billion won as a share, along with the 230 million won he earned as a mercenary, totaling over 1.7 billion won. Kong Chan stares intently at his phone, seemingly contemplating the implications of his newfound wealth. The phone screen displays a bank account balance of 1,730 million won, as Kong Chan acknowledges the incredible sum now under his control. Elsewhere, the injured man, Mr. Suk, is informed that a woman named Alice will be his Korean teacher. Mr. Suk, bandaged and recovering, expresses his surprise. Kong Chan, accompanied by Alice, stands nearby as the injured man requests his own personal room from tomorrow onwards. Kong Chan, reacting to the request, calls Mr. Suk a crazy bastard. Mr. Suk quickly clarifies that it's not what Kong Chan is thinking, explaining that he simply doesn't want to disturb Dairu. Kong Chan, now seated beside the bandaged man's bed, questions what he said this time, implying a history of unusual requests. He wants. The restraints chafe against his skin as he grits his teeth, a silent struggle against his confinement. Across the room, Mr. Suk, still in his hospital bed, throws his hands up in exasperation. He insists that whatever the woman with long brown hair is thinking, it's not true. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the narrative reveals that a tutor has been found for Smithen, who has also been officially appointed as the Korean branch manager. The speaker expresses concern that the main office in France would cause trouble regarding Charlene's disappearance, but they didn't. Apparently, Serpent Venomou's influence within France is the reason why. A week passes. A week later, the scene shifts to the Lots Hotel. Inside, preparations are underway for the Comte Motors' new car presentation and the new Korean branch manager's inauguration ceremony. Guests mingle near a table laden with refreshments, awaiting the start of the ceremony. Kong Chan, now dressed in a suit, walks with a woman on each arm. The trio continues their stroll, the lights of the event sparkling around them. The new Korean branch manager, Kong Chan, is about to make his entrance. Nearby, a man in a suit confirms that the young man is indeed Kong Chan. The party was in full swing, guests mingling and chatting under the soft lights. Among the crowd, the silver-haired man, one of the antagonists, watched Kong Chan from afar. He confirmed to his associate that the young man was indeed their target. The man in the suit adjusted his tie, his expression unreadable. The silver-haired man raised his glass, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he watched Kong Chan. Nearby, a hand reached for dessert, the atmosphere deceptively calm. The man in the suit, flanked by his associates, moved through the crowd, their intentions hidden beneath their formal attire. The crowd continued to mill about, oblivious to the danger that lurked among them. Elsewhere, Kong Chan stood, seemingly unaware of the eyes on him, as someone called out his name. Meanwhile, the injured man with bandages, now in a wheelchair, was pushed through a hallway, his face grim. The bandaged man spoke to someone, recalling a past meeting at a hotel, a detail that seemed to trouble him. The injured man, bandaged from head to toe, is asked a question by Alice, who seems surprised to see him. He chuckles, telling her not to mind them, as they always talk. Alice is taken aback by the closeness between the bandaged man and the man in the wheelchair, President Kong. Kong-chan simply states that it's just the way he is. President Kong greets the woman with Alice, stating it's been a while and that he'll be in her care from now on. He relays that he's glad to see her again and will be in her care from now on. The man with the brown hair replies that he should be the one in President Kang's care. He then adds that he doesn't know how Kong-chan got those injuries, but wishes him a quick recovery. President Kong says that he doesn't know the cause of his injuries, but wishes him a quick recovery. He then laughs, saying that Smithin will be very surprised if he finds out how he got these injuries. President Kong raises his hand, stating that he'll say, all right. A man asks Smithin if the woman is his mother. The man with the brown hair thinks that she is a gorgeous lady and that it's a pleasure to meet her. President Kong says that he'll be inviting everyone for a meal sometime soon. The man with the brown hair relays that he says it's a pleasure to meet him. The woman with Alice says, why, sir? The man with the brown hair asks to join the conversation, addressing Kong-chan as Mr. Smithin. President Kong is surprised and says, oh, my pleasure. He is surrounded by men in suits, their expressions unreadable. The silver-haired man, addressing Kong-chan directly, confirms his identity. A hand extends, and the man introduces himself as Rannork, the French ambassador. The French ambassador, Rannork, shakes Kong-chan's hand, the gesture seemingly innocuous. Kong-chan introduces himself to the French ambassador, shaking his hand. Kong-chan wonders why the French ambassador is taking such an interest in him, while the woman with brown hair questions who he is. The woman with brown hair is shocked to learn that he is Mr. Rannork, the French ambassador. The woman questions why the French ambassador asked for a handshake, but Kong-chan dismisses it as nothing much, claiming he just happened to pass by and join the conversation. The silver-haired man asks Kong-chan for a bit of his time, and he readily agrees. The silver-haired man decides that the current location isn't suitable and suggests they move elsewhere. Kong-chan, looking concerned, is asked to excuse himself. Later, in a more private setting, the French ambassador compliments Kong-chan on his excellent French accent. He is confronted about his lack of formal French training, despite his apparent fluency. The French ambassador, Rannork, asks if he is supposed to answer that. Rannork's expression is unreadable. The ambassador feigns offense, asking Kong-chan to be at ease. He claims it's not an interrogation, but rather an attempt to satisfy his curiosity. Kong-chan notes that Rannork seems proficient in information technology. Rannork states that he wishes to talk a bit about Charlon. Kong-chan remains silent, his expression unreadable. Rannork explains that Gonk represents French car companies, and it would have been problematic if the world found out that the company was dealing with a criminal organization and selling drugs. He expresses his gratitude for stopping them. Kong-chan asks Rannork not to thank him, clarifying that he didn't act in the name of the French government in the first place. Rannork continues, stating that all information related to Charlon has been dealt with by French intelligence agencies, and asks for Kong-chan's cooperation. Kong-chan understands that this is a roundabout way of telling him not to leak information, so that no tasteless rumors begin to circulate. Rannork reveals that someone got in an unfortunate accident on their way to the airport, implying that is all Kong-chan needs to know. Kong-chan understands, and Rannork states that his country wishes to express its gratitude. He listens intently as the French ambassador, Rannork, explains the terms of their agreement. He can receive French nationality at any moment should he ask for it. The protagonist considers the offer. He thanks Rannork for everything. Meanwhile, Kong-chan sips from a delicate teacup. He is informed that his country has dealt with everything, including the money transferred from the Swiss bank. Rannork continues, adding that they will donate a certain amount of shares to him. Kong-chan is assured that he won't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. He realizes that these bastards were already aware of everything. The protagonist sits back in his chair, absorbing the information. He is told that the compensation is quite extravagant compared to the small incident he resolved. Rannork leans forward, mentioning that next year is the French presidential election. He suggests that they're trying to tie up all loose ends so that it doesn't interfere with the elections. The protagonist understands, telling them not to worry. Rannork states that the compensation was prepared by the Republic of France, and now, this is... He slides a business card across the table. The card reads, Ambassador to France. He tells Kong-chan that whenever he needs help, he shouldn't hesitate to contact this number. Then, the protagonist asks if he could have access to the records of French mercenary dispatches. Rannork warns that if it is something related to Charlon, it would be wise to just turn the page. Kong-chan's expression hardens as he contemplates the warning he received. He acknowledges the situation with a somber, I understand. The silver-haired man responds, an excellent choice. Rannork, the French ambassador, states that he will be heading back, mentioning his family is waiting for him. The silver-haired man replies, of course. The meeting concludes, the men in suits standing behind the seated silver-haired man and Ranark. Kong Chan's expression remains grim as he considers the implications of the conversation. The silver-haired man sits back, knowing that rumors begin to circulate as a result of their discussion. The silver-haired man thinks to himself that their intelligence agencies will have to clean things up. Kong Chan clenches his fist, his resolve hardening as he realizes this is South Korea. The silver-haired man warns that Kong Chan shouldn't have said that last comment of yours. He asked if that is so. The silver-haired man continues, stating that it was something he had to say, even if he had to apologize afterwards. Kong Chan remains silent. The meeting concludes, leaving Kong Chan to ponder the veiled threats and the complex web of power at play. The woman in the blue cardigan asks Kong Chan what he discussed with the ambassador. Kong Chan explains that the ambassador offered to recommend him as a scholarship student if he ever wanted to study in France. The woman seems surprised by this revelation, questioning if the ambassador really said that. Kong Chan dismisses it as probably just flattery. Another woman notes that the French ambassador Ranark just left to present the new car. She points out that he is still present. On stage, a man in a wheelchair begins the presentation, stating that it is an honor to present the newest car model that Gong has devoted several years to develop. Kong Chan thinks to himself, impressed that the man in the wheelchair learned to make a speech. The man in the wheelchair gestures grandly, announcing that he will introduce the new car. The new luxury sedan, the FGM-5, is revealed on stage. The car is displayed prominently on the stage, flanked by models. A woman in a red suit gestures towards the car as photographers take pictures. Kong Chan watches the presentation with a thoughtful expression. Kong Chan's eyes widen as he recognizes the woman in the red suit. He whispers her name, Michelle. The Shift Private showcase was in full swing, complete with models and a gleaming new car. The woman in the red suit, later identified as Michelle, posed for the throng of photographers. The man in the black suit, Kong Chan, spotted Michelle and wondered why she was there. The photographers jostled for position, eager to capture Michelle's image. Michelle continued to pose, seemingly unfazed by the attention. The models beside the car felt overshadowed by Michelle's presence. The crowd of onlookers watched as Michelle dominated the event. Kong Chan decided to greet her. As Kong Chan approached, Michelle spotted him and called out his name, but it was a bad idea. Suddenly, a figure tackled Michelle, sending them both crashing to the ground. She's embraced by Kong Chan, the kiss a surprise to both of them. The sudden kiss startles onlookers, while Michelle seems equally surprised by Kong Chan's actions. Speaking in French, Michelle tells Kong Chan how happy she is to see him. Kong Chan, overhearing her, thinks to himself that they should calm down and greet them first, and not in Korean. Kong Chan and Michelle stand together, facing a small group of people. One of them wonders who she is and what she is saying. Kong Chan assures the others that she is just greeting him, recalling that they met her back at the French restaurant last time and got a bit close back then. He notes to himself that this doesn't look a bit close to him, though. Michelle questions Kong Chan's presence, reminding him that she works for magazine articles. Another person asks Kong Chan what he is doing there, revealing his name to be Channy. Michelle explains that the president of Kongyu Motors is his father. Kong Chan thinks to himself that that's not really the case. Someone comments that it's so cool either way. Kong Chan replies that they can just interpret it however they want. Michelle then asks Channy if he has time to go out for drinks with her later. Kong Chan wonders why these two girls behave the same way all the time. Michelle tells Kong Chan that he can't, thinking to herself that she's a bit lazy, but guesses she should considering how he is. She expresses her gratitude, stating that Kong Chan helped her out when she needed a helping hand. She clarifies that she can't drink alcohol because her parents are here, but she does have some time to spend with him. The pair stand among a small crowd of onlookers, the logo of the event looming behind them. Nearby, the silver-haired man watches them with a knowing smirk. Kong Chan looks down, lost in thought. Michelle and Kong Chan stand together, the event logo visible behind them. Suddenly, Michelle calls out to him, using a familiar nickname. Channy, she asks, prompting him to respond with a simple yeah. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes something. The silver-haired man asks how she knows Kong Chan, to which he replies that they just met today for the first time. Unseen, a group of men discuss the silver-haired man, noting that he's famous for his arrogance in France and that he's aiming for the next presidential elections. Michelle observes that the silver-haired man is definitely not someone who would greet another first, implying that Kong Chan must have initiated the conversation. The silver-haired man extends his hand to Kong Chan, suggesting they go now. The silver-haired man tells Kong Chan that since Michelle is a friend he hasn't seen in a while, he'll go out for some drinks with her, suggesting that Kong Chan should head home first. Kong Chan seems surprised by this suggestion. Michelle, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, is asked if she and the silver-haired man are on their own. The silver-haired man smiles, acknowledging that he owes Michelle quite a bit. A man with light brown hair assures a woman that they will be fine on their own, and she can do as she pleases. The scene shifts to an outdoor patio, where Michelle and the silver-haired man are seated at a table. A woman in a black skirt suit walks by. Michelle and the silver-haired man are now seated at the table, drinks in hand, while Kong Chan sits at a table in the background, observing them. Michelle holds a green bottle, the label partially obscured. Michelle, looking troubled, is addressed as Channy. She wonders why he keeps pushing her away. Kong Chan asks when he did anything to push her away, adding that she always steps back when he tries to reduce the distance between them, and that he is no idiot. Kong Chan thinks to himself that he doesn't know how to explain it. Kong Chan reflects that they each have their own style of life, and their focuses are slightly different. Michelle suggests that they can become very close friends. Kong Chan counters that he believes they already are, but he's not sure if they can go further than that. Kong Chan wonders if it's because he's being too indecisive or acting too much like a French person. He listens intently as Michelle Red Suit states her intention to cut off contact with all other men and focus solely on him, asking if they can become even closer. Kong Chan, however, responds with a cryptic warning, telling her that he is a very different person than she believes him to be. The conversation continues at the outdoor table, where Kong Chan admits that starting a special relationship right now would be burdensome. Michelle Red Suit, taken aback, questions if he thinks she is a high schooler. Kong Chan responds, telling her to think of him as she wants, and whatever it is, she's right. Michelle Red Suit admits she's not sure she completely understands what he's saying. She then proposes they proceed, stating that she won't stick too closely to him from now on, but instead he shouldn't push her. Kong Chan remains silent, sipping his drink as he considers her words. Suddenly, Michelle Red Suit is addressed by name. A woman, Yun Soyeon, calls out to her. Eun Soyeon questions why Michelle Red Suit is here, revealing that the chief sent her. Eun Soyeon identifies Kong Chan as the son of the president of Kongyu Motors. Earlier that night, Kong Chan offered a polite farewell. Michelle, in her red suit, noted that someone had been appearing frequently. She asked if Kong Chan recognized her, but he admitted he didn't watch TV. Eun Soyeon, with a triumphant grin, told Michelle to up her game, declaring that this was only the beginning. Michelle stated she would be on her way, suggesting that the other two should take their time. Eun Soyeon offered to leave if Michelle was leaving because of her, claiming she had only dropped by to say hello. Kong Chan stated that he was just about to leave himself. Michelle looked disappointed as she watched them. The scene shifted to an apartment complex. A figure in a dark hooded jacket stood outside the building. The figure began to run. It was said that Charlon was strong, but he lost his edge after leaving the battlefield and doing administrative and management work. That's why he couldn't live the long life he wanted. He sprints forward, his resolve hardening with each step. I will never. Driven by a singular purpose, Charlon races towards his destination. His pace quickens, fueled by a burning desire for vengeance. He vows that his target will die the same way he did. He sprints forward, a vow echoing in his mind. He will never. The man in the dark jacket continues his relentless pursuit. His target's last words haunt him, a chilling echo of a past he can't escape. Die the same way he did. The traffic light turns green as the man continues his chase. He recalls the first time he felt this surge of power during the battle against the parking lot group. When he felt like he was at his absolute limit, he got a sudden sensation as if he were back in his previous body. He originally thought it was a coincidence, or that he got an adrenaline rush since it was a crisis, but that wasn't it. Afterwards, whenever he was in a life-threatening crisis, he got the feeling that his past sensations had reawakened. He doesn't know the reasons why, but there's one thing he knows. He pushes his body to its absolute limit, seeking to restore something lost. The soldier's past senses begin to resurface, a flood of forgotten sensations returning. The world around him seems to warp and distort as the resurfacing memories take hold. Driven by this surge of restored senses, he continues to push forward, his movements becoming more frantic. The intensity of the experience threatens to overwhelm him, the boundaries of his perception blurring. Meanwhile, back at the base, the injured soldier, Charlon, mutters apologies in his sleep. The other soldiers watch over Charlon, concerned by his repeated apologies. One of the soldiers demands to know if the injured man is the boss, telling him to shut up, while another tells him to leave him be. One of the soldiers notes that it was Charlon's first battle yesterday, and another agrees that everyone gets nightmares after their first battle. Despite the nightmares being normal, the soldiers still find it weird that Charlon keeps saying sorry. They note that people usually say die, no, and stop. The soldiers continue to watch over the sleeping Charlon, their concern evident. Suddenly, a soldier shouts for the captain, his voice filled with urgency. He continues to push himself, his breath ragged as he runs. 50 laps remained, a daunting number that he was determined to complete. Other soldiers questioned his resolve, wondering why he was pushing himself so hard. They noted the field was small, forcing them to run more laps. The captain, observing the protagonist's efforts, was challenged to match his stamina. He agreed to run the same amount. The captain began running alongside him, determined to continue until the end. Meanwhile, another soldier called out to the pair, telling them to stop and come over. The captain ignored the call, focusing on the task at hand. He reminded himself that there were only a few more laps left. The captain declared that he would run the same amount as the protagonist, no matter what. Another soldier watched, calling him a musclehead. The soldier who called them overwatched the pair, noting that at least the protagonist wasn't giving up. The captain collapsed, exhausted, as the other soldier told him he did his best. The captain, struggling to speak, asked if he did well. The captain smiled, sweat dripping from his brow. The sounds of gunfire echoed across the battlefield. A soldier took cover behind a rock, returning fire as explosions erupted around him. The captain, struggling to his feet after collapsing, heard the soldier's urgent warning. The soldier yelled over the din, telling the captain that they should retreat, but that backup choppers would be arriving soon. The soldier next to the captain stated that they just needed to hold the line until then. The soldiers braced themselves as a wave of enemies advanced, unleashing a hail of gunfire. One of the soldiers cried out in pain as he was struck by enemy fire. Two soldiers watched as Kong Chan, heedless of the danger, charged forward. Another soldier cursed, questioning where Kong Chan was going, insisting that nothing would change even if he went there. Kong Chan, ignoring the warnings, grabbed one of the enemy soldiers, attempting to pull him down. The ground exploded as the enemy soldier detonated a grenade. Kong Chan was caught in the blast, blood splattering as he was sent flying. The force of the explosion sends Kong Chan hurtling backwards, the world spinning violently around him. Debris and shrapnel rip through the air, narrowly missing him as he flies through the impact zone. The captain, amidst the chaos, desperately tries to rouse the injured soldier, shouting for him to wake up. The captain's voice cracks with urgency as he continues to yell at Kong Chan to regain consciousness. Kong Chan's gloved hand twitches, a faint sign of life amidst the blood and dust. The soldier observing covers the captain and the injured Kong Chan as the tank fires again. Through the haze of smoke and blood, Kong Chan's legs move, a desperate attempt to stand. A memory flashes, the symbol of his family, a reminder of what he fights for. Driven by this memory, Kong Chan pushes himself up, his resolve hardening. He steels himself, knowing that no matter how peaceful things seem, he must maintain the strength to protect his people at all times. He begins to run, realizing that his current strength is not enough. Kong Chan knows he needs to push himself a bit more, his mind focused on the task ahead. The school day begins, and students make their way to class, wondering if they're late. The city skyline stretches out, dominated by the Helpless building. Kong Chan, back in his school uniform, glances back over his shoulder. He stops as Eun Soyeon approaches, her footsteps echoing on the pavement. Soyeon remarks that he's going to school now, adding that she also left. Soyeon playfully touches Kong Chan's arm, remarking how obvious it is that she's been waiting for him. He retorts that she should practice her acting. Kong Chan turns away, while in a car nearby, Michelle Redsuit addresses the driver as a club member. The driver tells her to get on. He'll drive her to school. The car, parked in front of a building called Mythos, is approached by Kong Chan and Soyeon. Soyeon asks if he's really okay now. The driver, wearing a neck brace, says that his neck was almost busted, but they managed to stick it back together properly. Soyeon asks if it's possible to stick it back properly, and Michelle Redsuit confirms that it is. The driver laughs, stating that since his neck is especially thick and sturdy, they managed to get it patched up faster than expected. The driver with a neck brace listens as Michelle Redsuit speaks, a look of understanding on her face. She remarks, "Oh yes, I see." Meanwhile, the man in the suit laughs, asking, "Since you're back now, will the club continue its activities, sir?" The driver, still wearing his neck brace, responds, "Of course it will." He thinks to himself, "I'm so sorry, Day." The man in the suit continues, "But since your finals start this Wednesday, we'll just have a short meeting today and continue the physical activities next week." Kong Chan replies, "All right." Soyeon clenches her fist, thinking to herself, "I'll definitely rank first in the entire school for this exam." In the car, the man in the suit thinks, "You're definitely capable of doing that, Myeon." He then asks Kong Chan, "By the way, isn't your birthday in March, Sean?" Kong Chan wonders why they're talking about his birthday. The man in the suit continues, "Come on, since your birthday has passed, you should aim for a driver's license." The driver with the neck brace looks over at the man in the suit, a confused expression on his face. He wonders what he's implying when he says he should get his license. Soyeon checks her phone, a look of annoyance on her face. She mutters, "Geez, not again." The driver with the neck brace glances in the rearview mirror, wondering if Soyeon is being stalked. Soyeon receives a threatening message on her phone that reads, "You will soon die." She thinks, "I'd understand." The man in the suit thinks to himself, "If Suk Kang-ho gets something like this, but even her." Soyeon asks the man in the suit, "You said not again just now, right? Did you get something like this before?" The man in the suit replies, "Yeah." The man in the suit is informed that another threatening message has been received. He mentions that he deleted a similar message from yesterday. The driver, still wearing his neck brace, confirms the message. Kong Chan then asks if they can talk after the club meeting. The scene shifts to a sign that reads exercise room. A voice reminds someone to prepare. The teacher, still wearing his neck brace, addresses the class, mentioning the summer camp for the second-year students. The teacher asks if there are any other questions. As the teacher finishes speaking, Michelle Red Suit approaches Kong Chan and asks to join their conversation. A student, presumably the manager, speaks up. Kong Chan explains to the manager and Eun Soyeon that they need to discuss the traffic accident privately, since Channy was riding in his car. The manager understands, but warns Kong Chan that she won't leave next time. Kong Chan realizes that if Myong also received the message, anyone in their surroundings could be targeted. He suggests that the man in the suit try asking at a phone number service, even if it means including family in the search. The man in the suit agrees that the situation is getting out of hand and that they need to meet up with Kong Chan. The man in the suit then asks about the summer camp. The man with the neck brace explains that they couldn't go on a field trip this year, so they're doing a camp instead. He's told he can't skip it by using his injury as an excuse, as having him leave for so long isn't a good idea. If he can't make it, the chief PE teacher will have to go, but it's his 64th birthday. The man with the neck brace thinks that if a young teacher pushes work onto a senior teacher who is celebrating their 64th birthday, bad rumors about him will fly around. He wouldn't mind them if he were just Dairu the mercenary. But as Suk Kang-ho, the man with the neck brace, is clearly stressed. Suk Kang-ho leaves his apartment. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Eun Soyeon is preparing food. Suk Kang-ho receives a message that says, "You will soon die." He asks Eun Soyeon if she knows about the messages. She explains that apparently it's a trend to send messages like, "I'll kill you," to random people amongst elementary and middle schoolers these days. Suk Kang-ho realizes that's why. Michelle Red Suit asks if he got one of the messages. In the kitchen, a woman states that she erased something as soon as she got it. Meanwhile, the driver with the neck brace overhears the woman's statement and comments on the bizarre trend of erasing things. The driver, now with his jacket slung over his shoulder, glances back, a thoughtful expression on his face. Elsewhere, someone observes that it's certain now that everyone around him is being targeted. A collage of faces appears, hinting at the people being targeted. The title card for the series, God of Blackfield, appears with the tagline, "Can't protect everyone at the same time." Kong Chan realizes the danger he's in. Everyone around him is being targeted, and he knows who is behind it all. He laments that he can't protect everyone at the same time. The taxi approaches its destination. The taxi pulls up to the curb. He steps out of the taxi, checking his phone. This should be the right place. The Gonk branch manager's house looms before him. He thinks to himself, damn, he really is the Gonk branch manager, just look at this. A voice calls out, "Channy, come on in." Inside, a woman pushes a man in a wheelchair. The man in the wheelchair greets him, "You look well." The man in the wheelchair, sporting bandages on his face, adds, "You should come more often." He apologizes for his bluntness, stating he doesn't have time to play around and will get straight to the point. Kong Chan agrees to speak privately with the injured man, prompting the woman to leave them alone. The injured man asks what's the matter. Kong Chan explains that he had mentioned it in the hospital, but since the injured man doesn't speak Korean, he must be unaware of it. Kong Chan reveals that someone around them is receiving threats. The injured man is surprised and asks who would dare to do that. Kong Chan replies that they don't know yet. The injured man asks if Kong Chan also received any threat messages. Kong Chan replies that he received none, realizing that Smithin isn't their target. Kong Chan presses the injured man, asking him to explain why he had suspicions about someone supporting Charlon from behind. The injured man says it's just a gut feeling. Kong Chan's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. Kong Chan warns that if the injured man keeps hiding things and scheming, he'll have to treat him the same way he's being treated, adding, "And one last thing." He warns the injured man, his voice low and menacing, not to breathe a word about their mercenary work in Africa to anyone. The injured man imagines Kong Chan's rage, a promise of unleashed fury if even a single rumor surfaces about those forbidden topics. The injured man recalls the figure who attacked him, a figure who acted like I did in the hotel. Sweat beads on the manager's brow as he remembers the encounter. Kong Chan announces that they are finished here. The protagonist turns and declares that he is leaving. The injured man recalls that he's seen Charlon Meat from now on receive someone's orders before and wonders what that means. The manager remembers that he didn't think the attacker knew he was there, but when he asked who it was later on, the attacker gave the same answer Kong Chan did. The injured man recalls Kong Chan's threat that he'd kill him if he spread this information. The manager remembers seeing Kong Chan on a similar phone call several times afterwards, but he acted. The manager realizes the gravity of the situation. Kong Chan's expression hardens as he realizes there really is someone behind all of this. He tells the injured man bandaged that he should be careful as well. The injured man bandaged responds that if something happens, he should be called immediately. Later that night, Captain is walking down the street. He notices his phone vibrating in his pocket. He thinks to himself, "Don't tell me another one." The caller ID shows DAY. Captain answers the phone. Day asks what's up. Day explains that he tried calling the phone office to track the number, but they told him they needed a police warrant to do so. He adds that they can only do it after getting permission from the police and that he'll go to the police station tomorrow. Captain finds this annoying, but thanks him for the information anyway. Captain is then asked what he's doing right now and if he want to meet Smithin. He confirms that he just met him. Day asks if he found out anything. Captain says he did find something out, but it wasn't anything important, and Day should tell him as well. Day is seen on the phone. Captain sighs, walking towards a building. Captain, now on a balcony, is asked if he found what happened. He responds that he is getting chills down his spine, even though he is not even on the battlefield. He continued walking, the conversation from moments ago still weighing on his mind. One man questioned if they had ended on good terms with Serpent Venomu. Another voice confirmed that they had, but added that it was too early to say for sure. The man with the gun, surrounded by his crew, reasoned that Serpent Venomu wouldn't send threat messages while hiding like this. It wasn't their style. The man in the suit, with a bandage over his eye, pointed out that Smithin should be the first to receive a threat from them, but hadn't. Speaking on the phone, the man agreed that they needed to keep all possibilities in mind and stay on their guard. He instructed the person on the other end to inform him if they found out anything. Later, Smithin stared intently at his phone, lost in thought. He couldn't seem to shake the feeling of unease. He tried to calm down, but the weight of the situation pressed down on him. Answering the phone, Smithin heard a voice on the other end requesting to consult the private security service. The voice explained that the price for private security services would vary depending on the class and duration of the service. Walking down the street, Smithin listened as the voice on the phone continued, stating that the VVIP security service was used in the case of serious terrorism, or for clients who needed more information about the classes of the security services. The voice added that they didn't need more information and requested the highest class. The voice on the phone warned that the price would be extremely high, but the client insisted that they didn't need to worry about the money and should proceed with the highest class. The voice on the phone instructed Smithin to apologize, and that he must consult their PTO plan and receive the VVIP security service. Smithin, visibly stressed, wondered if he should contact the chief before finally agreeing. He acknowledges the information relayed over the phone. Kim Tae-jin's security service is now in play. President Kim Tae-jin, silhouetted against the city lights, confirms that he will personally greet the caller tomorrow. The person on the other end of the line simply says thank you. Smithin, looking at his phone, acknowledges that even he can't protect everyone at the same time, especially since he's the company that provides security. He finds some reassurance in the fact that the Korean president's security service will be worth the money, understanding the power that money holds. Smithin is surprised to see Oh Gwangtaek calling him again, wondering why he's calling at this hour. Oh Gwangtaek confirms his identity over the phone. The man on the other end asks what's the matter, reminding Oh Gwangtaek about Doziak from Namsan Hotel and asking what's up with CO Doziak. The scene shifts to a hospital bed, where CO Doziak lies in critical condition, having been attacked. A man in a suit believes that the remnants of the parking lot group are behind the attack and warns that Oh Gwangtaek should be careful as well. The man on the phone suggests that Oh Gwangtaek is probably the one the parking lot group will target next. Smithin, after hearing this, is shocked and asks if they're talking about the parking lot group. He clenches his teeth, a storm brewing behind his eyes. If the parking lot group is responsible for the attack on CO Doziak, they'll face his wrath. Meanwhile, the man in the suit receives a call. The voice on the other end suggests that it would make sense for Smithin to be excluded from the group of people getting threatened. Kong Chan, on the phone, wonders if the parking lot group is behind the recent events. The man in the suit's face contorts with rage as he considers the possibility. The man in the suit realizes that it would make sense for Kong Chan to be excluded from the group of people getting threatened. Kong Chan confirms he's listening and asks about CO Doziak's condition, learning that he's currently in surgery. The man in the suit relays that the attacker's skills were abnormal and that it seemed like the work of a seasoned professional killer, not just ordinary gangsters. The man in the suit tells Kong Chan that he'll send some of his men to him, warning him not to refuse or pretend he doesn't know anything. Kong Chan assures the man in the suit that he won't be reckless, thinking to himself how nice of him it is to say that. Kong Chan wonders if he should tell him about the threats as well. The man in the suit says he'll talk to Kong Chan later, revealing that they've also received some threat messages, which surprises him. The man in the suit, now agitated, demands to know what this is about. He listened intently as the caller detailed the threats received by those around him, including Professor Suk Kang-ho. Outside, the man in the suit considered the information. He surmised that someone had likely picked up the phone he lost at the hotel and was using his contacts. His brow furrowed as he considered the possibility that it was all related to CO Doziak's injuries. The man in the suit listened to the other end of the line. He acknowledged that it was definitely the parking lot guys, but said he understood. The call ended, and the man in the suit admitted to himself that he felt bad about the situation. He reassured himself that he just had to find the head of the parking lot group and deal with him. However, he reconsidered, deciding that Oh Gwangtaek was a thorough guy, so he would let him deal with him instead. The man in the suit realized there was still the possibility that their threats had nothing to do with Oh Gwangtaek's situation. He resolved that he shouldn't let his guard down and needed to keep the people around him safe. Elsewhere, two men discussed the purchase of a new facility. One of them explained that their facility was a bit too shabby to call a sports club, so he bought those with his own money. The other man replied that they did gain a lot of money this time. The man with the neck brace commented that it barely reduced the total amount of funds he had. Another man, presumably the one who received the threats, complimented the man with the neck brace on his work. He then asked if he had dealt with the threat messages problem. The discussion continues, revealing that a cyber investigation organization has been looking into the incident and that the culprit apparently used a program dedicated to sending messages from overseas. The cyber investigation group assured them that while catching the culprit would take time, they wouldn't receive any more threat messages. The man with the neck brace finds this difficult to believe. He receives another message on his phone. They're going to die anyways. He wonders if they made it so that they would. He realizes that they must have used another method to send this one. Kong-chan asks if the man in the suit is going home right away, inviting him to dinner if he has no plans. The man in the suit declines, saying he has something to do and will take a rain check. Kong-chan asks if he's going to study for tomorrow's exam, but the man in the suit scoffs, calling it a joke. The man in the suit thinks to himself that there is someone he needs to meet. The scene shifts to a view of June Coffee. The man in the suit stands at a door, ready to leave. He confirms that he is leaving. The man in the suit presents a business card, identifying himself as President Kim Tae-jin. Two men in suits stand, one handing over a business card. The card identifies him as Director Co Sang-yeon. His companion admits he didn't realize Kong-chan was a high schooler. Director Co Sang-yeon hands over his card, his expression unreadable. The man observes Kong-chan, noting his impressive physique. He thinks that Kong-chan is different from those who only build muscle for physical strength, implying he has mastered something more. The director invites Kong-chan to have a seat, and he thanks them. Director Co Sang-yeon states that he's been informed about the general situation and asks if there have been any incidents other than threat messages. The man from the Blue House's security office believes that they wouldn't be spending so much money because of a few threat messages. He asks them to share any ideas they have, even simple guesses. The man from the Blue House's security office states that he is informed of a few national secrets and has never created any trouble using his knowledge. Kong-chan understands, believing that some gangsters and thugs are behind the threats. Director Co Sang-yeon sees, noting that there are several gangs within their country. He asks if they know what group it is so they can take preemptive action, stating that for now, he just needs their protection. The man from the Blue House thinks that he is misunderstanding something. The man from the Blue House's security office and Director Co Sang-yeon are shown in a close-up, the sound of a slap echoing. Kong-chan is struck, his head snapping to the side from the force of the blow. Director Co Sang-yeon's eyes widen as he hears Kong-chan shout. The man in the suit, unfazed by the sudden attack, offers a simple apology. The man in the suit takes a sip of his drink, seemingly unconcerned by the unfolding chaos. A document lies on the table, a pen resting beside it, awaiting a signature to initiate their plans. The man in the suit confirms that the VVIP protection service for their clients is in place, ensuring they won't even realize they're being protected. He instructs Director Co Sang-yeon to ensure that Professor Suk Kang-ho doesn't notice anything, emphasizing the professor's high pride. The man in the suit asks if that is everything, before excusing himself. The man in the suit rises from the table, leaving Director Co Sang-yeon behind. As a man in the suit walks away, he thinks to himself about the arrogant kid with money. The man in the suit asks Director Co Sang-yeon how many years he has worked for their organization. Director Co Sang-yeon looks up, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The man in the suit questions how Director Co Sang-yeon still couldn't notice, prompting a confused response. A shadowy figure, bathed in crimson light, stands over a bloodied victim, a knife dripping in their hand. Back in the office, Director Co Sang-yeon reflects on the capabilities of the weaponless king, believing he must have been a formidable killer in his youth, having faced death countless times. The director's eyes widen in disbelief as he hears something shocking. Co Sang-yeon sits alone, arms crossed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The man in the suit stands, his polished shoes gleaming in the dim light. The camera pans up to a towering skyscraper, its many windows reflecting the night sky. Kong-chan sits at his desk, deep in thought, wondering if the parking lot group is truly behind recent events. He admits to himself that he has no idea who has the skills to pull off such a feat. The protagonist, Kong-chan, clenches his hands together, his expression troubled. His phone rings, displaying the name 11-0. Kong-chan wonders if this could be the culprit. Kong-chan decides he should answer the call, no matter what. As he answers, a voice on the other end greets him, calling him Monsieur Kong, and he recognizes the voice. He listens intently as Rannork explains that the phone number he's calling from is exclusively used by government officials to prevent recording, implying someone has tampered with Kong-chan's phone. Rannork continues, asking what business the ambassador has with him and if he has time to meet at the hotel like last time. Rannork says he has an exam at school tomorrow and would prefer to talk on the phone, adding that Kong-chan is unfazed. Kong-chan retorts that if the number prevents recording, they should just talk now, as he has something to tell Rannork in person. Rannork relents, stating he will get to the main point for now. The ambassador reveals that Charlon is still alive, a revelation that clearly shocks Kong-chan. Kong-chan slams his fist on the table, the sound echoing in the room. Close up on Kong-chan's face, his expression a mixture of disbelief and anger. Kong Chan stands abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor as he rises. Kong Chan stares intently at his phone, processing the news about Charlon. Kong Chan, back in Korea, reflects on a past encounter, trying to piece together fragmented memories. The sound of footsteps echoes from above, a stark reminder of the present. Meanwhile, at the Lots Hotel, a message is delivered to Kong Chan, a reminder that his betrayal in China has not been forgotten. Elsewhere, a man in a suit cuts to the chase, dismissing formalities. He wants answers. The man in the suit inquires about Charlon, his expression serious. The silver-haired man reveals that they believe Charlon is in Korea and that they are doing their best to find him. Intelligence from France suggests the men from China betrayed them. Before that, Kong Chan is asked how certain he is that the target survived, given the severity of the attack. Kong Chan recalls the brutal fight, certain he had dealt a fatal blow, even if a doctor had been present. Back in the present, the silver-haired man states they have no choice but to accept the situation. Their intelligence agency overheard Kong Chan contacting someone in France. The silver-haired man continues, stating that they must accept that anything is possible, even cases where someone dies and wakes up in another person's body. He then asks what the conversation was about. He states that desert ice is an enemy in South Korea that they absolutely have to kill, clarifying that it was Kong Chan's codename from his mercenary years. The silver-haired man scoffs, finding the situation laughable. The man in the light gray suit continues, explaining that they are using all their men to find Charlon's whereabouts, his goals, and the person behind him. He adds that this incident may also be related to the upcoming presidential election in France. Kong Chan's expression hardens as he listens to their plans. The silver-haired man states that they are hoping Charlon will attack Kong Chan. Kong Chan realizes that because he is currently hiding and erasing his tracks, they believe he will eventually show up before them. The realization dawns on Kong Chan that they are seriously and openly calling him a bait. The man in the light gray suit remarks that the expression on Kong Chan's face doesn't really suit him. The silver-haired man continues, stating that they have to select one of two choices. The man in the black suit prepares to cut the end of a cigar, declaring that they will eliminate the existence of Kong Chan. The man in the light gray suit lights the cigar, adding that it won't be as simple as killing just Kong Chan. The man in the black suit retorts that what the man in the light gray suit said isn't something people should say in a foreign country, but he doesn't seem to care. He concludes that if that's what the man in the light gray suit wants, so be it. The silver-haired man tells Kong Chan to give it his best try. The silver-haired man's laughter echoes, a chilling prelude to the deadly game about to unfold. The man in the suit orders everyone to listen until the end, his tone brooking no argument. The silver-haired man reveals their plan, to use Kong Chan as bait to draw out and eliminate Charlon. Kong Chan listens intently, his expression unreadable as he absorbs the details of their scheme. The silver-haired man continues, stating his preference for the second choice, adding that he likes Kong Chan's character very much. The man in the suit assumes that Kong Chan understands their intentions and suggests moving on to the next topic. The man in the suit reminds everyone that they are in Korea, implying that there are limits to what they can do. Kong Chan learns that they are planning on helping and supporting his activities for now, though the full extent of that support remains unclear. The silver-haired man suggests finding a corporation or taking over an existing one, promising that their intelligence agencies will take care of the expenses, leaving Kong Chan confused. The silver-haired man elaborates, stating that it's easier to act as the president of a corporation than as a high schooler, but it should preferably be in a sector unrelated to Gaunt, seeking the opinion of the man in the suit. Kong Chan realizes that if Charlon is being backed by China, and if the one at the other end of the line is China's head of state, this incident won't end just with him receiving ill will. Kong Chan understands that he won't be able to protect anyone on his own, neither his family nor his friends. The silver-haired man, seated and holding a cigar, finishes his thought, suggesting that Kong Chan will ultimately choose to cooperate. He apologizes for rushing him, but the silver-haired man urges Kong Chan to make a decision quickly. The silver-haired man reiterates his earlier point, emphasizing the importance of Kong Chan's cooperation. Kong Chan states that he believes everything that needed to be said has been said, and he will take his leave. Kong Chan exits the room, passing between the two men in suits who stand guard. A question mark hangs in the air as Kong Chan pauses at the door, contemplating the offer. The silver-haired man suggests that Kong Chan should acquire French nationality, expressing a desire to work alongside him. The silver-haired man continues, stating that he will take measures so that everyone Kong Chan designates will also receive the benefit. Kong Chan, standing at the doorway, retorts that there's no need to act generous, as he believes they think French nationality is superior to Korean, a mindset he dislikes. Kong Chan says he'll thank them for their concern at least, before bidding them goodbye. The silver-haired man remains seated, flanked by the two men in suits, as Kong Chan departs. The silver-haired man smiles faintly, still holding his cigar, seemingly confident in the outcome. The weight of his past actions settled heavily on Kong Chan. Outside, Kong Chan entered a taxi, hoping to find some clarity. The driver asked for his destination. Kong Chan simply told him to start driving. Inside the taxi, Kong Chan decided he needed to be somewhere crowded, a place where he could sort through his thoughts amidst the anonymity of strangers. He instructed the driver to head to Tron Square, a request the driver thought should have been made earlier. The taxi made a U-turn. Tron Square bustled with activity. The taxi approached the busy square. Elsewhere, a man received a call, the topic of which was Charlon. If Charlon was alive, there was a high chance the threat messages were related to him. The man on the phone considered the situation. If it really was him and not the parking lot group, then the situation was a lot more severe. He thought of the cowardly Chinese who spouted some nonsense about pride and honor and took Charlon's body away. Another man admitted it was all his fault. He shouldn't have left other people in charge of cleaning up. Kong Chan reflects on Charlon's continued ability to impart harsh lessons. The man in the military jacket continues his internal monologue, resolving to eliminate Charlon and dismantle his support network with Ranark's assistance. Elsewhere, a man resolves to settle everything during his vacation and return to his normal life. The man's decision is simple, or so he believes. A sinister grin spreads across Kong Chan's face as he anticipates a confrontation. He taunts Charlon, daring him to approach. The man from before pauses, noticing the sounds of fighting. He wonders if people are seriously fighting in the middle of the city. The man continues walking down the street, seemingly unconcerned. Down the street, a brutal fight unfolds as a group of men assault a woman. The man realizes that it is not just fighting, but something far more violent. The woman is brutally attacked by the group of men. He watches as the street thugs, true to form, immediately start another brawl. The man in the black shirt recalls the misery of those bullied by the two men now being beaten. The leader of the thugs stands over the fallen men, his crew watching with amusement. One of the thugs urinates on one of the downed men, laughing cruelly. A sinister voice echoes through the alley, demanding they stop the abuse. The man in the black shirt pauses, recognizing the voice. The man in the black shirt continues walking down the alley, unfazed by the command. The thugs turn their attention to a woman in a suit, assaulting her as she cries out in pain. The sound of approaching footsteps draws the attention of the thugs, one of whom recognizes Kong Chan. Kong Chan's face is contorted with rage as he approaches the scene. Kong Chan orders the thugs to leave immediately. The thugs question the man's authority, but he repeats his demand. Kong Chan delivers a swift kick to one of the thugs, sending him flying. As Kong Chan's kick lands, one of the thugs shouts a furious order to attack. The thug reels from the blow, momentarily stunned. He wonders how he could be losing. The man in the suit is struck again, the force of the blow sending him staggering. The other thugs close in, their coordinated attack focusing on Kong Chan's legs. The protagonist retaliates, landing a powerful punch on one of his attackers. The man in the suit, now sprawled on the ground, reflects on how much easier it is to fight these brats compared to Smithin and Charlon. The protagonist, standing tall, coldly tells the thugs to get lost. Enraged and bleeding from the mouth, the man in the suit curses at Kong Chan, promising to return with reinforcements. The thug's face is a mask of fury and pain, blood streaming from his nose as he vows revenge. He knows that Kong Chan will come after him again. Despite the threat, the man in the suit reflects on lessons he's learned. He reminds himself to never forget to clean up after himself. That's so, he thinks, looking at his soiled shoe. With a grimace, the man wipes his shoe clean, the act a symbolic gesture of his ruthless nature. The man in the suit howls in pain as Kong Chan's fingers dig into his face, blood erupting from his nose. The force of the blow sends blood spraying as the man's face contorts in agony. Kong Chan stands over the fallen man, who clutches his face in pain. The protagonist stands over him, wondering aloud if he's still curious about him. Kong Chan's fist clenches, ready to deliver another blow. He grabs the man by the head, telling him that he lacks manners. The sound of brutal impacts echoes as Kong Chan continues his assault, his victim's associates watching helplessly. The man in the suit begs for mercy, promising he won't do it again. He continues to beg, groveling on the ground. Kong Chan stands over him, his back to the defeated man. The protagonist glares down at the thugs, who are visibly shaken. Kong Chan orders them to take their boss and leave. The man in the suit orders his subordinates to take the fallen man and leave. The man's expression hardens as he watches them. Two men help the injured man to his feet, asking if he's all right. One of the men shouts, drawing the attention of the man in the black shirt. The man in the black shirt gestures for something to wipe with. The injured man is supported by his comrades. The man in the black shirt is handed a jacket. He tells the injured man to leave. The group departs, leaving the man in the black shirt alone. Two students look on in shock as the group leaves. He watched as the student wiped her face with his jacket, offering a quiet thanks. Meanwhile, the blonde student knelt before another, who warned him not to offer any weak excuses. The student in the black shirt explained that they were from the Student Gangs Alliance. The blonde student seemed surprised, asking if they weren't his friends. The blonde student explained that the gangsters backing them had disappeared, leaving them at the mercy of the other students. He considered it a joke. The student in the black shirt reminded him that students from their school who used to attend the gang meetings hadn't been attending lately. He questioned why the blonde student kept seeing them and why he had come out to meet them today. The student in the black shirt asked the girl if that was why she wore so much makeup at school, to hide her bruises. She quietly confirmed his suspicion. The student in the black shirt scoffed, finding the situation ridiculous. He instructed the blonde student that if they ever contacted him again, he should tell them he didn't want to see them again and to get lost, though he doubted they would contact him from now on. The girl looked down, ashamed. He told her to forget about it, and to go to a public bathroom or something to wash herself before going home, adding that she stank. She remained seated on the ground, silent and dejected. The two students who were confronted by Kong Chan are left kneeling on the ground, watching as a man walks away from them. The man continues to walk away, his back turned to the students. A taxi drives down the street. Elsewhere, Kong Chan, now in a car, checks his phone. He wonders if he should inform Day that Charlon is alive. Kong Chan makes a call, stating that he wants to consult with someone about the sports club. He reflects on how the captain purposefully changed the way he addresses him. The person on the other end of the line asks what's the matter. Kong Chan thinks to himself that the captain's casual language is unusual. The captain, Mr. Suk, is at home when he receives the call. He remarks that an owl just flew by his window, calling it wicked. The captain considers the possibility that his phone might be tapped, and tells Kong Chan to stop talking about something else. Mr. Suk angrily tells Kong Chan that calling his teacher and someone resting at home in the evening is a nuisance. He tells him to come to the counseling room after classes if he has something to say. Kong Chan apologizes to Mr. Suk and wishes him a good evening. He sits in his car, recalling Mr. Suk's instructions to meet him in the counseling room on the fourth floor after classes, which is also the second location they had previously agreed upon. Meanwhile, a car speeds down the street, the passenger asking the driver to make a U-turn. Elsewhere, the man in the white turtleneck sits on a bench, seemingly waiting. The man in the white turtleneck is approached by another man, his expression unreadable. The man in the white turtleneck admits that it was hard coming up with an excuse for his wife. The man who approached the man in the white turtleneck asks if he found out who's been sending them the messages. The man in the white turtleneck responds with a simple, maybe. The man reveals that he met Ranork earlier, prompting the man in the white turtleneck to ask why he would meet with the French ambassador. The man in the white turtleneck simply states that he is alive. The man is confused, recalling that he lacerated him from his heart down his side, but there was a phone call emitted towards France, and the person called himself Desert Ice. The man in the white turtleneck is asked to wait a minute, as the man recalls that he said the Chinese man would take his body. The man in the white turtleneck appears agitated, his brow furrowed as he speaks. The conversation continues, the unseen speaker suggesting that someone must be backing Charlon. The man in the white turtleneck concedes that it's a possibility. However, the unseen speaker counters that sending threat messages doesn't seem like something Charlon would do. The man in the suit questions whether the Charlon they know is sending threat messages while hiding behind a phone screen like a coward. The man in the white turtleneck suggests that even if Charlon survived, he was fatally injured and needs time to heal. The man in the suit concedes that it does seem like something Charlon would do. The man in the white turtleneck asks what that means. The man in the suit counters that while Charlon might have survived, it could be someone completely unrelated sending the threat messages, questioning if the man in the white turtleneck should know what it means, since he's a school. The man in the white turtleneck chuckles, stating that he's a PE teacher. The man in the suit sighs, remarking that the man in the white turtleneck has become more knowledgeable compared to the past, before asking what they should do now. The man in the suit suggests waiting for France to deal with Charlon, adding that if they don't succeed, they'll still live their normal lives and wait for France to ask them for specific help. The man in the white turtleneck states that he'll go to. He states that he is fine with everything, but what worries him most is that he will soon be leaving on the school trip. The man in the white turtleneck is told that he will probably be safer by leaving on the trip and staying with the students. The man in the suit asks if the man in the white turtleneck has any ideas for projects he could use to start company. The man in the white turtleneck repeats the question, surprised. The man in the white turtleneck denies that he is feeling greedy for money. He explains that the ambassador told him to found a corporation or take over an existing one if he wants to take action more comfortably and easily in the future. The man in the white turtleneck admits he is completely clueless about things like that, calling himself a dunce who makes money using his body. He wonders if it would be better to ask those ladies questions like this. The man in the suit asks if he's talking about Michelle Redsuit and her friends. The man in the white turtleneck confirms that Michelle Redsuit and her friends were the ones who helped them with the money transfer problems before, stating that it's true. A woman, presumably Michelle Redsuit, sits at her vanity, stating that if it's something like that, she has the perfect solution. Michelle Redsuit, on the phone, asks if the man in the white turtleneck is serious. The woman with auburn hair sits at her vanity, phone pressed to her ear. She listens intently, a thoughtful expression on her face. The conversation turns to Eun Soyeon, though the context remains unclear. Meanwhile, the man with dark hair is on the phone, trying to recall someone. He thinks back to meeting her at a presentation for the newest shift model. The auburn-haired woman continues her phone call, learning that Eun Soyeon is capable but lacks the backing of a powerful agency. The woman on the phone admits she's not knowledgeable in that sector, but believes it would suit the man she's speaking with, given his track record. The man on the other end of the line expresses his thanks, bringing the call closer to its end. Grateful, the auburn-haired woman invites the man to her place, suggesting there's still plenty of time before sunrise, before hanging up. Elsewhere, someone is rapidly typing on a keyboard, the clatter of the keys filling the air. The man with dark hair researches Eun Soyeon, discovering she's the lead actress in a K-drama that recently ended. The media is completely silent about Eun Soyeon, which the person typing believes is not a good sign for a TV star. The agency's social media presence shows a post about Eun Soyeon, but the overall silence is deafening. He considers the limited options available to him. Meanwhile, Kang Chan sits at his desk, musing that he isn't trying to make money through the company. He decides to keep the Dai family as a possibility. Kang Chan strokes his chin, lost in thought. A smirk plays on his lips as he continues to contemplate. Kang Chan reflects on his past, recalling how he stood up against a foreign ambassador and became the target of international terrorists. He wonders if his previous life seems more ordinary than his current one. After those events, several days passed peacefully without incident. The man in the suit sits at a desk, reviewing a contract with a grave expression. Suddenly, flames erupt around a woman in a suit as the man in the suit watches on, unfazed. He recalls taking his final exams. The man in the suit's actions are far from the mind of Kang Chan, who is being questioned about his driving skills by an associate. Kang Chan had passed his driver's license test. The testing center bustled with activity as other hopefuls attempted to earn their licenses. Kang Chan's face is shown in a close-up. Outside the testing center, a friend asked Kang Chan how it went, implying that he expected him to fail. Kang Chan retorted that he completed everything perfectly, as his friend remarked on his luck. The friend suggested they go get something to eat, given how many people were applying for licenses. Inside the car, the friend asked if it was new, adding that it was not a surprise considering the money they earned, and asked if Kang Chan liked it. Kang Chan stated that it was the most luxurious shift model, and that it was not even about liking it anymore. The friend gifted the car to Kang Chan to congratulate him on passing his driver's exam. Kang Chan was shocked, exclaiming that the car cost over 100 million won, or about $86,000. The friend dismissed the price, stating that it was nothing compared to the money he gained thanks to Kang Chan, and insisted that he take it so he would be at ease. He sighs, looking less than thrilled despite the generous gift. His friend acknowledges his feelings, but Kang Chan is already thinking ahead. He won't need such a luxurious car until he graduates high school. The friend waves off his concerns. He suggests Kang Chan celebrate passing the test by driving the car. He admits that driving it to their current location was an incredible experience, finally understanding why everyone wants one. Kang Chan dismisses the idea, pointing out that he hasn't even received his license yet. He suggests they go get lunch instead, but the black sedan is already on the road. The black sedan speeds down the road. Walking down the street, Kang Chan wonders if he's really living an ordinary and peaceful life. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he realizes he's being targeted. He pauses, confused, and decides to wait. Kang Chan realizes someone is following him. He wonders if it's Charlon. He dismisses the idea that it's a private bodyguard, concluding that the person is too sloppy to be a professional. The group, posturing menacingly, wonders aloud if he is a member of the parking lot group. Unseen, Kang Chan, the protagonist, vows to deal with whoever is following him. The camera pans out, showing the street below, where the man in the black jacket walks, unaware of the danger lurking above. Silently, the protagonist drops from the rooftop, stalking his prey. He closes the distance with alarming speed. The protagonist is now mere feet away from his target. Kang Chan's fist connects with the back of the man's head, the force of the impact blurring the scene. The man in the black jacket is sent flying through the air from the force of the blow. The man crashes violently into the wall, the impact clearly taking its toll. Kang Chan's eyes narrow with cold fury as he prepares to deliver another blow. A woman screams as the protagonist's fist hurtles towards her face. The woman, now revealed to be Michelle in a red suit, is caught off guard by the sudden attack and wonders what is happening. Recovering from the sudden attack, Michelle Red Suit demands an explanation. Kang Chan, standing a short distance away, seems caught off guard by her question, his expression a mix of confusion and guilt. Michelle explains that she had seen him following her and was only trying to surprise him. Kang Chan sighs, seemingly frustrated that his attempt at a surprise was ruined. Michelle presses him, wondering how he had discovered her following him so discreetly. Kang Chan simply responds with a curt right. He reaches out and takes her hand, a gesture that seems to ease the tension between them. Michelle looks down at their joined hands, a soft smile gracing her lips. Kang Chan asks if she's going here. Michelle explains that she reviewed the answers afterward and didn't get anything wrong. Kang Chan thinks to himself that the results aren't out yet, but she didn't leave anything blank and didn't get anything wrong, wondering if she came here to show off. Michelle thinks to herself that since she didn't get anything wrong, no matter what score anyone else gets, she'll at least tie as the first place in their year. Michelle begins, stating that the exams this year were quite difficult. She continues, predicting that she will likely rank first in their school year. Kang-chan realizes where she's going with this. He continues, trying to explain himself. She understands what he is trying to say. Her eyes sparkle as she listens to him. They embrace, the tension between them seemingly dissolving. She sighs softly, a smile gracing her lips. Kang-chan asks if everything is all right. She responds with a soft affirmation. The stage is set. A voice declares that it's about to begin. The man in the suit sits, holding glass. A disembodied voice warns to prepare yourself. A figure in a suit prepares for what is to come. He steels himself, readying for the events about to unfold. Meanwhile, at school, a student wonders aloud if the school trip for the second years is tomorrow. At 9 a.m., the students eat together. Elsewhere, the members of the sports club are warned in advance that they are forbidden to drink alcohol, escape the visits, and every other offense. One of the men warns that if they get caught, there will be consequences. Back at school, the student from earlier complains that it's unfair, as he finally got friendly with the others, and now he'll be alienated. The man from the sports club eats, seemingly unconcerned. Suddenly, the man is struck, and he wonders why it's happening to him again. The man in the suit is urged to join the others on vacation, since he'll be off work anyway. He questions why he would go with them, believing only they would enjoy it, while the other second-year students would be left out. One of the others insists that he's popular among the second-year students. The man in the suit scoffs, calling a joke, but the woman with him thinks to herself that she isn't even joking. Now, a voice interjects, trying to defuse the situation. Someone suggests they clean up the trash and head home. The group begins to pack up their belongings. The man in the suit reflects on the summer vacation and school trip, remarking that he never thought he'd experience these things after kicking the bucket. He thinks it would have been more enjoyable if not for Charlon, whom he calls a son of a bitch. One of the men asks if he said anything wrong. Someone hands the man in the suit a car key, telling him to take it. The man in the suit is reminded that he's receiving his license in a few hours. He replies that he's not planning on driving before graduating, but another person suggests there might be a situation where he'll need to drive, even if he doesn't want to. The man in the suit is told to just take the key already. He's reminded of where the car is parked. The man in the suit listens to someone speaking off-panel. The other man asks if he's scared of getting into an accident, handing him a car key. The key is tossed from one hand to the other. The other man tells him to have fun during the trip. The man in the suit, now alone, admits he doesn't want to go. A close-up reveals a scar on the man in the suit's neck. He has a bad feeling about what's to come. The next day, the camera pans up to show a tall building. The man in the suit's eyes widen in shock. He sits up in bed, clutching his phone. He thinks to himself that this would never have happened. In the past, he received a message on his phone. Looking at his phone, the man in the suit sees a message from someone named Suk Kang-ho, saying they're departing now. The man in the suit is shocked that he subconsciously called Suk Kang-ho's name as if it were natural. He sits in bed, looking at his phone. He decides he should answer. The man in the suit sees that Cha Soyeon also sent a message. The man in suit stares at a message from Cha Soyeon, who urges him to come if he changes his mind, claiming everyone else is okay with it as well. He wonders if she really thinks they were being honest about it. He looks at the calendar, trying to reassure himself, thinking, it's fine. The man recalls that Suk Kang-ho won't be around for 4 days, and Michelle told him to wait a bit. He stretches in bed, thinking about Charlon, but decides he doesn't have anything to do right now. He wonders if he should start working out seriously. Later, the man in suit walks into the kitchen, where a woman is preparing food. The woman greets him with a morning, and he responds with a good morning. I'll head outside to exercise a bit. She presents him with a bowl on a tray, telling him to drink it before he leaves. He asks what it is. The woman explains that she got some herbal medicine from the shop nearby. She tells him he must be tired from all the exercise these days. He thanks her and drinks the medicine. He asks the woman what about hers, implying she should drink some too. The woman smiles, telling him that his happy face is more than enough to heal her. The man in suit looks at the woman with a soft expression. The man in suit announces he's leaving, turning to walk away from the woman in the kitchen. The supporting woman tells him not to exhaust himself as he heads out the door. Kang-chan walks down a busy city street. Kang-chan checks his phone, a message from Kim Myong displayed on the screen. He answers the call, asking where she is. Kang-chan tells her he's on his way to school and that the club room is empty today, suggesting they use it. He thinks to himself that he'll use the club room and work out as much as he can. He wonders if the Healthy Happiness Gym is the place to do it. The exterior of the Healthy Happiness Gym comes into view. Inside, Kang-chan lifts a barbell, pushing himself to his limit. He reflects on how much stronger he's become, but realizes he still hasn't reached his previous body's level. After his workout, Kang-chan takes a long drink of water. He continues his workout, unaware that someone is approaching the gym. Kang-chan's name echoes through the doorway as a familiar face appears. The club's manager, with a playful smirk, has arrived. Kang-chan, taking a break from his workout, pauses to hydrate. He wonders aloud if she's also there to exercise. He tells her that he's working on his back and suggests she use other equipment. The club's manager clarifies that she's not there to exercise, implying that Kong-chan is oblivious to her true intentions. Kong-chan seems confused as she explains that she was bored and came to hang out with him, reminding him that she's the club's manager. She mentions that she'll have 2 days off from cram school soon. Kong-chan continues his workout, pulling down on the machine as she watches him. He confirms that cram school will be closed for 2 days, meaning she'll have a day off with nothing planned, which he finds a bit boring. The club's manager, with a knowing smile, reveals that she has something in mind. The sound of weights clanging echoes through the gym. Kong-chan wipes the sweat from his brow, still oblivious to the manager's intentions as she approaches him. She suggests making plans, her tone light and playful. Kong-chan, still in his gym clothes, seems surprised by the suggestion. He confirms, a slight smile playing on his lips as he takes a swig from his water bottle. The club manager, Cha Soyeon, laughs, clearly enjoying their banter. Kong-chan's thoughts drift, a silent question hanging in the air. What should he do with her? Later that night, Kong-chan arrives home, the city lights twinkling below. Inside, a woman, presumably his mother, greets him with herbal medicine, expressing her concern for his well-being. He offers to share, a gesture of gratitude and affection. His mother questions where he got the money to afford such things, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Kong-chan explains he earned it through translation work. Tired, he announces his intention to rest in his room, leaving his mother with her thoughts. Reaching his room, Kong-chan reflects on the day, considering it a rewarding one. But a sudden, unsettling feeling washes over him, a sense of being watched. He is suddenly attacked, the world blurring as he is struck from an unseen assailant. He felt a familiar sensation, a primal warning resonating deep within him. The sensation intensified, a feeling he hadn't experienced since undergoing a significant change. It was a feeling he associated with the battlefield, a sense honed by countless encounters with death. The feeling coalesced into a stark realization. A dangerous presence was rapidly approaching. Kong-chan's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he braced himself for the imminent threat. Kong-chan spots his target in the distance. He crouches low, realizing the hostages are being held somewhere nearby. The compound is heavily guarded, surrounded by tall fences and dense foliage. Kong-chan sprints through the tall grass, moving with purpose. He continues his approach, keeping low to the ground. The fences are too tall to climb quickly, and Kong-chan knows that getting caught would be disastrous. He realizes he can't recklessly barge in through the front entrance. But he spots another way in, deeming it doable. He hears the distinct sound of rushing water. Kong-chan peers down into a large drainage pipe. He descends into the drainage pipe, preparing to infiltrate the enemy compound. The protagonist, Kong-chan, steels himself, thinking that this infiltration is no different from what he did in Africa. Emerging from a pipe, Kong-chan surveys the area. He overhears 2 men in suits discussing how they've got men keeping an eye on the area. Kong-chan realizes there must be even more people inside the compound. He knows it'll be bad if they attack him all at once, so he should chip them down one by one. He thinks that taking care of those 2 men is a piece of cake, but Kong-chan sprints towards the 2 men in suits, who are still unaware of his presence. He peers through the bars of a nearby structure, his gaze fixed on his targets. Kong-chan grips a small, golden knife, preparing to strike. A truck rumbles nearby, its engine echoing through the compound. Kong-chan's eyes narrow, and he thinks to himself that now is the time. He lunges forward, grabbing one of the men in suits from behind, while the other man in the suit watches, seemingly unconcerned. Caught off guard, the man in the suit is stabbed in the neck with a golden knife. He can only utter a confused, "huh," as the blade pierces his skin. The golden knife remains embedded in the man's neck as Kong-chan maintains his grip. The man in the suit gurgles, unable to speak, as blood begins to flow. The man in the suit, now choking on his own blood, manages to rasp out a threat, warning that you should never go after family. Kong-chan tightens his grip, ensuring the man's demise. The second man in the suit, who had been standing idly by, finally reacts, stepping forward. The golden knife remains lodged in the first man's neck as he collapses to the ground. The second man in the suit stands over him, ready to retaliate. The second man in the suit's eyes widen with fury as he witnesses the death of his comrade. The second man in the suit delivers a powerful kick, the sound of the impact echoing with a resounding crack. The force of the kick sends Kong-chan's golden knife flying from his grasp, landing uselessly on the ground. Kong-chan is sent hurtling through the air, crashing through a nearby metal structure. The second man in the suit stands over the prone form of Kong-chan, his shadow looming large as he prepares to finish the job. The 2 men in suits stand over an unseen figure. The man who delivered the kick pauses, a glint of metal catching his eye. He realizes Kong-chan is not defeated. The man in the suit recalls that military knives would have been better, but these knives will have to do. The man in the suit scans the area, his eyes narrowed. He sprints toward the greenhouse. The greenhouse looms in the distance. Driven by a desperate need to escape, the man in the suit continues his headlong sprint. He closes in on the greenhouse. The man in the suit slides to a halt, his eyes fixed on the structure. His grip tightens on the knife as he surveys the greenhouse. He realizes the greenhouse isn't transparent. He realizes there are people inside. From his vantage point, the man in the suit estimates that there are, at most, 10 people inside the van due to the tinted windows. He continues his approach toward the greenhouse, his pace quickening. Inside the greenhouse, ID, soldier, Smithen uses a knife to carefully cut a slit in the wall. Through the slit, ID, soldier, Smithen observes several figures inside the greenhouse, including the hostages. Counting the figures, ID, soldier, Smithen tallies 6 individuals. He realizes that there are 10 people in the car, making a total of 16, and that there might be more people in the blind spots of the greenhouse. He also notes that the 2 hostages are near him. ID, soldier, Smithen debates whether to wait for Kim Tae-jin or Oh Gwang-taek to arrive before acting. But he decides against waiting, fearing something might happen to Suk Kang-ho if he delays any longer. ID, soldier, Smithen steels himself, knowing it's now or never. He kicks open the greenhouse door, announcing his arrival. ID, soldier, Smithen immediately engages the closest enemy, delivering a swift blow. The man in the suit turns to see ID, soldier, Smithen standing in the doorway, ready for a fight. The man in the suit speaks with a woman, his expression grim. Turning away from her, the man in the suit examines a small knife. Elsewhere in the greenhouse, another man, dressed in a white shirt, comforts 2 women huddled together in fear, assuring them to hold on. The man in the suit, watching from above, berates his subordinates for their hesitation, demanding they attack. A subordinate lunges forward, knife in hand, ready to strike the man in the white shirt. The man in the white shirt anticipates the attack, turning to face his assailant. The subordinate's knife finds its mark, drawing blood from the man in the white shirt. The man in the suit watches as the subordinate attacks. The man in the white shirt grabs the attacker's wrist, preventing further strikes. Despite the injury, the man in the white shirt manages to disarm his attacker, seizing the knife. Now armed, the man in the white shirt glares at the man in the suit. The man in the suit narrows his eyes, a silent challenge passing between them. Kong Chan's counterattack connects, drawing a spray of blood from the man in the suit's face. The man in the suit reels, wiping the blood from his eyes, surprised that he avoided a fatal blow. Elsewhere, the remaining thugs advance on the hostages, blades drawn. The hostages, seeing their chance, attempt to flee the chaos. The thugs, faces grim, are clearly experienced fighters. The man in the suit grits his teeth, acknowledging that 3 of his men are skilled, and the others have at least some experience. Back in the classroom, the students huddle together, terrified by the sounds of the ongoing struggle. The man in the suit's expression hardens as he takes a step forward. The man in the suit advances, his footsteps heavy, as Kong Chan prepares for the next attack, blood dripping from his opponent's face. Kong Chan and the man in the suit face off, each armed with a knife, ready to strike. The 2 clash, knives meeting in a flurry of motion. The fight intensifies, a whirlwind of blades and desperate movements. The blade of ID. Person, Kong Chan cuts through the air, slicing into the surrounding thugs. He continues his assault, his movements a blur as he fends off multiple attackers simultaneously. The protagonist spins, his knife a whirlwind of steel, forcing the thugs to keep their distance. A woman screams in terror as the fight rages on, the sounds of clashing metal and panicked cries filling the air. The man in the suit manages to land a blow, the knife cutting across Kong Chan's forehead. The protagonist retaliates, his own blade finding its mark as he slices the man in the suit across the chest. The hostages huddle together, fear etched on their faces as they witness the brutal fight unfolding before them. Kong Chan clutches his arm, realizing he's bleeding profusely from the earlier wound. Weakened, Kong Chan finds himself surrounded by the remaining thugs, their knives glinting menacingly in the dim light. He grits his teeth, knowing that he can't afford to let this fight drag on any longer. With renewed determination, Kong Chan launches himself forward, ready to face whatever comes next. The blade slices through the air, connecting with the face of one of the thugs. With 2 enemies remaining, the man in the suit seems pleased with the progress. Wounded, but resolute, Kong Chan assesses the situation. He believes taking down the remaining enemies shouldn't be too difficult. The thugs, however, are not so confident. They appear to be running away from something. Kong Chan realizes that 3 more thugs have joined the fray. The man in the suit seems surprised by the arrival of reinforcements. He wonders if they are running from something. An unseen figure demands that someone wait. Kong Chan, despite his wounds, remains determined. Kim Tae-jin is revealed to be the one who couldn't wait, creating a mess. Kim Tae-jin, the god of Blackfield, stands ready for action. The man in the suit, his blade already stained, expresses his displeasure. He believes someone couldn't wait a few minutes and created this mess. The man in the suit walks forward, his black gloves and dress shoes clicking against the ground. The camera focuses on the eyes of the man in the suit. The sound of footsteps echoes as the man in the suit and his men approach. The man in the suit surveys the scene, his men standing over the bodies of their fallen enemies. The man in the suit tells Kong Chan to take a break. The man in the suit tells Kong Chan that it's time to move. Several men stand ready, knives in hand, prepare to defend Kong Chan. Kong Chan asks the man in the suit if he could protect the two people behind him. The man in the suit reminds Kong Chan that he is also a client they need to protect. The man in the suit stares intently, his gaze fixed on an unseen target. The man in the suit grips the makeshift weapon tightly, his knuckles white with tension. His gaze hardened, the man in the suit mutters that he will handle things personally. Another man questions if he is sure he can do this, but the man in the suit ignores him. He leaps into action, deciding he doesn't need to worry about the hostages anymore. The man in the suit's first strike is brutal, leaving a spray of blood in its wake. He continues his assault, striking down another enemy with a savage blow. The man in the suit presses his advantage, his makeshift weapon a blur of motion as he cuts down another foe. One of the remaining enemies shouts to just go for the hostages, while the man in the suit continues his bloody rampage. The man in the suit is relentless, taking down multiple opponents at once. He strikes again, leaving another enemy bleeding on the floor. The man in the suit continues his assault, his movements precise and deadly. With a final, decisive blow, the man in the suit ends another life. The man in the suit, facing down two opponents, demands the older man move out of his way, threatening him with a knife. Confident in his abilities, the man in the suit takes a fighting stance, ready to engage. The man in the suit delivers a swift punch to the older man's face, the force of the blow evident. The punch connects, sending the older man flying backward, blood spraying from the impact. The man in the suit watches as the older man falls, already turning his attention to the next threat. He dismisses the older man as a threat, confident in his victory. The man in the suit engages the younger opponent, their fight a blur of motion. A swift strike from the man in the suit leaves the younger man bleeding. The younger man is sent crashing to the ground, defeated. The man in the suit stands over his fallen opponent, victorious. He turns his gaze to the viewer, a cold and calculating look in his eyes. The man in the suit's eyes glow red, a sinister aura surrounding him. His eyes blazing with fury, the man in the suit lunges forward, knife in hand, unleashing a string of curses. The protagonist, ID, Soldier, Smithin, barely manages to deflect the initial attack, the force of the blow sending him staggering backward. Pressing his advantage, the man in the suit continues his relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. The protagonist is unable to fully evade the onslaught, the blade slicing across his arm, drawing a spray of blood. Despite the injury, ID, Soldier, Smithin grits his teeth and parries another strike, his determination unwavering. The man in the suit's attack connects, a burst of energy erupting as his knife finds its mark. The protagonist manages to block the blade with his own, the force of the impact still sending a jolt through his body. Locked in a deadly struggle, the two combatants exchange blows, each strike carrying the weight of their animosity. The protagonist, now visibly wounded and strained, curses under his breath, realizing the situation is dire. With a desperate surge of strength, ID, Soldier, Smithin kicks out, attempting to create some distance between himself and his attacker. The two warriors stand their ground, each assessing the other, the air thick with tension as they prepare for the next exchange. The man in the suit's expression hardens, realizing that the protagonist is stalling for time. The protagonist, ID, Soldier, Smithin, declares that he won't allow something to happen. The declaration is followed by a burst of speed as he moves to intercept the man in the suit. He launches a kick, aiming to disrupt the man in the suit's advance. The man in the suit, however, anticipates the attack and counters with a knife thrust, forcing ID, Soldier, Smithin to evade. The protagonist narrowly avoids the blade, but the man in the suit continues his relentless assault, forcing him to stumble backward. The man in the suit grips the knife tightly, blood staining his hand. The man in the suit pauses, extending his hand as if to stop ID, Soldier, Smithin, but it's a feint. "Wait," he shouts. The protagonist, eyes glowing red, refuses to listen. "No need," he retorts, preparing to strike. ID, Soldier, Smithin plunges the knife into the man in the suit's chest, ending the fight. The eyes of the man in the suit fade as he succumbs to the fatal wound. Standing over the fallen body, ID, Soldier, Smithin surveys the scene, the red lighting casting long shadows. Suddenly, a voice calls out from outside, indicating that someone has heard the commotion and is approaching. "Over there. I heard some noise over there." He notes the arrival of reinforcements, realizing the situation has worsened. Despite the odds, ID, Soldier, Smithin tries to remain optimistic. A group of armed men storms into the room, shouting orders and threats. A familiar voice cuts through the chaos, ordering the men to move. The man in the suit expresses his surprise at the protagonist's efficiency, but ID. Soldier. Smithin remains stoic. The man in the suit instructs ID. Soldier. Smithin to contact Mr. Suk Kang-ho's men. Nearby, a woman clutches a child, fear etched on her face as she anticipates the arrival of the man. The woman looks up, her expression a mixture of fear and resignation as someone approaches. ID. Soldier. Smithin suggests contacting Mr. Suk Kang-ho from a hotel, but the woman remains terrified. The man in the suit reveals that Mr. Suk Kang-ho's men are not answering their calls. The man in the suit decides to go himself, leaving the woman and child in the care of ID. Soldier. Smithin. Gwangtek, the man who gave the order to move, acknowledges the situation with a sinister calm. The man in the suit instructs ID. Soldier. Smithin to take the women to safety at Namsan Hotel and to take care of the bodies as well. Smithin replies that he can leave that to his men, as he is going with the man in the suit. The man in the suit believes there are more of these bastards hidden around Seoul. He wants Smithin to stay there, as it would reassure him. Smithin agrees to go. The man in the suit thanks him. The man in the suit walks to a black car. Inside the car, Smithin sits beside the man in the suit. The man in the suit announces that they are leaving. As they drive, Smithin asks if the man in the suit knows where Mr. Suk is at Yuri-san. The man in the suit replies that he can find out on their way. The man in the suit reveals he has a gas gun with him, but it won't be very useful in fights like earlier. Smithin, shirtless and covered in blood, says he will stop his bleeding for a bit. Smithin tears a piece of his shirt. The man in the suit suggests that a bandage would be better than a shirt, and that there should be a first aid kit in the compartment before Smithin. Smithin wraps the torn piece of shirt around his wound. He glances up as the man in the suit addresses him by name, Kong Chan. The man in the suit, driving, asks Kong Chan who he is. The man in the suit finds it hard to believe that Kong Chan is just an ordinary high school student. Kong Chan remains silent, lost in thought. Looking in the rearview mirror, the man in the suit asks Kong Chan how many people he has killed in the past. The man in the suit clarifies that they don't have the right to dig into their client's private life, but since they've already signed the contract, they will protect him with their utmost abilities. However, the man in the suit plans to use his own methods to find out about Kong Chan once the contract ends, even if it's his job. Kong Chan states that he does not wish to protect an evil person, but the man in the suit assures him that he doesn't have to worry about that. Kong Chan thinks to himself that the man in the suit is a straightforward person. Kong Chan, lying in bed, decides he needs to call someone. He calls Soyeon, asking where her accommodations are exactly. Elsewhere, Soyeon is on the phone, telling someone that she's just going to play a little prank on Mr. Suk. She continues her phone call, relaying the name of the hotel to the person on the other end, the Yurisa Natural Forest Youth Hostel. She then mentions that Mr. Suk has gone out, so the prank call might not work. Meanwhile, Kong Chan is also on the phone. He asks if Mr. Suk went out and if anyone saw him leave. The man in the suit confirms that he left with 3 men dressed in suits. Kong Chan acknowledges this and asks if anything happened to them. Kong Chan, still on the phone, seems to have received some concerning news. Elsewhere, the supporting woman is on the phone with Soyeon. The others are suggesting they should drink some alcohol. Kong Chan ends his phone call, thanking the person on the other end and telling them to do as they wish and have fun. The man in the suit notes that since his men aren't answering, this incident won't end easily. He then asks what they should do about the police, but assures Kong Chan that they will listen to him to a certain extent. For now, he suggests they act like they don't know anything. The car speeds down the road at night. The driver says they'll be driving at full speed for a bit, so the passenger should take a nap. They'll arrive in an hour. The car is headed towards a mountainous region. The forest is dark and dense. 2 figures are tied to a tree. One of the tied-up figures, presumably the captain, is bloodied and barely conscious, warning someone that they mustn't. A body hangs from a tree, blood dripping onto the ground. The body of the captain hangs lifelessly from a tree branch. Before his death, the captain desperately tried to resist his captors. The ground beneath the hanging body is stained with blood. The captain's body hangs amongst the trees, a grim testament to the events that transpired. Nearby, other men in suits are bound and left sitting at the base of a tree. A black shoe steps in a frame, the owner of which is unknown. Elsewhere, a sign for Yuri-san comes into view. A black car speeds down the road. The driver, one of the men in suits, reflects on how he had to fight for his life just hours ago. The man in the passenger seat is sleeping soundly. The young man sleeps soundly, recovering his strength and stamina, a feat that would be impossible for most in a situation. The fact that he can fall asleep at all is the biggest problem, considering the extreme circumstances. Even highly trained individuals struggle to rest properly in such situations. The driver observes the sleeping Kong Chan, a boy not yet 20, taking advantage of the perceived safety to replenish his energy. The driver finds it ridiculous. It's not about innate talent or skill, but the countless incidents Kong Chan has experienced that allow him to sleep so easily. The driver wonders just who Kong Chan is. The driver's phone vibrates. The man in the suit answers the call. The man in the suit, Gwangtek, stands outside a building, cigarette in hand, assuring someone on the phone that as long as an entire army doesn't attack, Kong Chan will be unharmed. Gwangtek listens intently to the voice on the other end of the line. Gwangtek remarks that the situation is bodies as usual, noting that those still breathing were captured for later use. Gwangtek sighs into the phone, mentioning his own name. The person on the other end of the line responds with a sharp "what?" followed by silence. Gwangtek's eyes narrow as he listens to the other person. The man on the other end chuckles, accusing Gwangtek of being shy. He claims he can guess what Gwangtek was going to say anyway. The man continues the phone call, his expression unreadable. The man in the car asks how the person on the phone knows Kim Tae-jin. He responds that they met during the recent incidents. Gwangtek, standing outside, retorts that it's stupid to try to find logic in the other man's actions. The man in the car states that they will depart in 5 minutes and asks for the location. Gwangtek tells the man on the phone that he doesn't have to come, implying the man is crazy. Gwangtek abruptly ends the call, calling the man a bastard as he hangs up. The man in the car asks how long until they reach their destination. The driver responds that they are about to arrive at the youth hostel. The car speeds down the road. A sign indicates the Yurisen Natural Forest Youth Hostel is 800 meters away. The driver unknown, pulls the car over to the side of the road. The man in suit, believes they know they've arrived and suggests parking the car there. The driver and the man in the suit exit the vehicle. Inside the car, Gwangtek wonders if their targets have already left the mountain. Gwangtek continues, explaining that their plan wasn't to run away in the first place, and that they should hide somewhere within the trees. Kang-chan realizes that he is their final objective. Gwangtek believes they are definitely still in the mountain, but it will take a while to find them since the mountain is so big. Gwangtek assures the man in the suit that he doesn't have to worry about that, because their company's bodyguard have trackers in their shoes. Gwangtek explains that even if they're deep within the trees, they can locate them once they get within a 2 kilometers radius from them, and that they seem to have a signal already. The man in the suit looks at a device that shows they're northeast from their current location. The man in the suit suggests they should head there now, but Gwangtek apologizes, saying he wants him to stay there. Gwangtek's expression hardens as he stares intently at someone out of view. He instructs someone to prevent the police from intervening and to find a discreet hospital. The man emphasizes the need to avoid spreading rumors, questioning if the other is sure he can return alive. In response, a figure assures him that Suk Kang-ho will return alive. The man's gaze is firm, his resolve unwavering. He acknowledges the instructions, signaling his understanding. The man in the suit hands over a phone, stating that it may be shameless of him, but asks that his men be taken care of. He promises to return double the contract fee. The man in the suit walks away, leaving Gwangtek behind. Gwangtek looks back, his expression unreadable. He presents a bayonet, explaining that it's the one he used when he served at the demilitarized zone. Gwangtek considers the bayonet a treasure and a lucky charm. He's asked why he is giving it away. As Gwangtek's words hung in the air, he demanded that someone return something to him. The man in the suit's expression remained unreadable. The bayonet, now in the possession of the man in the suit, glinted ominously. Elsewhere, a figure moved stealthily through the night, their destination unknown. The figure, revealed to be Kim Tae-jin, approached a parked car, the darkness concealing his intentions. Kim Tae-jin continued his trek through the dense forest, his footsteps muffled by the undergrowth. He checked his device, noting that the signal was growing stronger, spurring him onward. Kim Tae-jin muttered to himself, acknowledging that he was close to his objective. Suddenly, Kim Tae-jin was struck by a pair of tranquilizer darts, his expression one of shock and pain. His unseen assailant swiftly bound and suspended Kim Tae-jin from a tree. Hanging upside down, Kim Tae-jin's face was flushed with blood, his situation dire. Kim Tae-jin grimaced, realizing that even with training, being suspended upside down for an extended period could be life-threatening. Despite the high probability of a trap, a decision is made to act. A hand grips the handle of a large knife, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Footsteps echo through the forest as someone approaches the location where Kim Tae-jin is being held. 2 men are bound together, their faces showing signs of recent struggle. A close-up reveals Kim Tae-jin's bloodied face, a testament to the violence he has endured. The man in the suit, standing before the bound men and the hanging Kim Tae-jin, acknowledges someone's arrival. "You came." A voice, seemingly belonging to the man in the suit, echoes through the forest, promising, "Still alive. Your family is safe." Hanging upside down, Kim Tae-jin lets out a chilling chuckle, his face covered in blood. Kim Tae-jin's expression is one of fierce determination, his teeth bared in a grimace. The figure from panel 3 continues to advance through the forest, undeterred by the dangers that lie ahead. A group of armed men, presumably working for the man in the suit, stand ready to defend their position. A large group of men, armed with various weapons, stand in the forest, awaiting orders. The man in the suit approaches the large group of armed men, his back turned to them. The group, composed of masked men and others, stands ready. The leader of the group, the man with the gray hair, grits his teeth, referring to his men as the parking lot group. The gray-haired man, smoking a cigarette, declares that after dealing with the 2 before him, they will go after Oh Guangtek. One of the men comments that Kim Tae-jin came on his own, just as they predicted, which surprises the gray-haired man. The gray-haired man wonders if they're talking about Charlon and if he is really backing them. Kim Tae-jin, hanging upside down, bloodied and beaten, is told to just escape. The gray-haired man orders his men to kill all those sons of bitches and save some for him later. No wonder Kim Tae-jin came alone. He's armed with a sword. Kim Tae-jin, beaten and bloody, asks if they forgot who he is. Two men, bound and seemingly held hostage, wonder why they should wait for another time, as they've come for Kim Tae-jin. The gray-haired man says that Kim Tae-jin only has two. Kim Tae-jin's eyes glow with a menacing red as he gives the order, kill them all right now. The intensity of his gaze is undeniable, a cold fury simmering beneath the surface. Another time, two men, bound and seemingly left for dead, realize their would-be executioners have arrived. They've come to them on a silver platter. From the shadows, a voice commands, ordering the immediate execution of the bound men. Kim Tae-jin emerges, a predatory glint in his eye, a knife held ready in his hand. The forest is filled with the sound of approaching footsteps, the assassins closing in on their targets. The bound men, helpless, await their fate as the assassins draw closer, their faces grim. The assassins' footsteps echo through the forest as they converge on their prey. The assassins' footsteps grow louder as they close in, their intent clear. The assassins' faces are revealed as they approach, their expressions cold and determined. Kim Tae-jin launches the first attack, his knife a blur as he strikes. One of the assassins lunges forward, screaming a battle cry as he attacks with his sword. He is surrounded. The other assassins close in, blades drawn and ready to strike. A blade finds its mark, slicing into the captain's shoulder. The captain roars in pain as the blade bites deep. One of the assassins silences the captain's scream, telling him to die quietly. Another blade pierces his hand, pinning it to the ground. Despite the pain, the captain fights back, swinging his own blade. The assassins swarm him, their blades a blur of motion. Blood splatters as they continue their assault. The captain is struck repeatedly, the force of the blows staggering him. The captain's face is bloodied, but he remembers a time before they changed bodies. The captain recalls that he and another try their best to avoid killing anyone. The captain falls defeated. One of the assassins remarks that the captain is like the captain from Africa all over again. Despite being surrounded, Kim Tae-jin continues to fight, blades flashing in the dim light. The assassins close in, their faces grim as they press their advantage. A blade finds its mark, piercing Tae-jin's side. He curses under his breath as blood splatters. Another assassin lunges forward, knife raised high, ready to strike. The captain is overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers, each strike pushing him closer to defeat. Despite the pain, Tae-jin manages a grim smile. He realizes that the attackers hired both the parking lot group and the Chinese man. Even with the injury, Kim Tae-jin remains defiant, his eyes narrowed in determination. The assassin, fueled by rage, screams a taunt at Tae-jin, calling him Charlon. Tae-jin's gaze hardens, his expression unyielding despite the dire situation. He falls to the ground, but even then, Tae-jin assesses the damage, relieved that his muscles weren't hit properly, allowing him to still move his arm. Looking up from the ground, Tae-jin sees the assassins poised to deliver the final blow. The assassins descend upon him, blades aimed to end the fight. The parking lot group and the Chinese men continue their assault on Kim Tae-jin, their coordinated attacks overwhelming him. Realizing the odds are stacked against him, Kim Tae-jin knows he can't last much longer in this open space. The assassins advance, their laughter echoing as Kim Tae-jin desperately tries to formulate a plan. He knows he needs to turn the tables, but how? Despite his injuries, Kim Tae-jin manages to break free from the immediate encirclement, using the momentum to propel himself towards the nearby forest. He dives headfirst into the dense foliage, hoping to use the environment to his advantage. Recognizing the change in terrain, Kim Tae-jin realizes that unlike the open space, this area is similar to the jungle, a place where he can use stealth and cunning. The assassins are ordered not to let him escape. The assassins, now in the forest, are immediately disoriented. They frantically search for Kim Tae-jin, questioning where he could have gone. The leader of the group, frustrated by their inability to locate Kim Tae-jin, barks orders to find him, dismissing their initial confidence as foolish. Emerging from the shadows, Kim Tae-jin, now armed with a long, wickedly sharp blade, prepares to turn the hunter into the hunted. The jungle becomes his ally as Kim Tae-jin melts back into the darkness, the blade glinting ominously. A garrote wire is stretched taut between his hands, ready to strike. The wire finds its mark, a strangled gasp escaping the victim's lips as Kim Tae-jin strikes from the shadows. He drags one of his pursuers down with him, using the dense foliage to break their fall. Kim Tae-jin's eyes glow with a predatory intensity. This forest, he realizes, is his domain. The other man, still searching, pauses, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. The man Kim Tae-jin dragged down with him lies on the ground, a thin line of blood appearing on his neck. The hunter, now the hunted, stands over his downed prey, drawing his sword. The other pursuer's eyes widen as he hears the sickening sound of steel meeting flesh. The swordsman cries out as Kim Tae-jin strikes from the shadows, the sound of the blow echoing through the trees. Realizing his mistake in bringing a long weapon to this fight, the swordsman looks down at the bloody knife in his own hand. Kim Tae-jin strikes again, the knife finding its mark with brutal efficiency. The remaining pursuer shouts, pinpointing Kim Tae-jin's location, urging his comrades to move quickly. The group struggles to find him, frustrated by his ability to disappear into the undergrowth. Kim Tae-jin, hidden from view, smiles grimly, knowing he can recover his stamina and eliminate them one by one. The man with the slicked back hair orders his men to abandon the search for Kim Tae-jin and instead kill the bodyguards tied to the trees. One of the men expresses his frustration. Hearing the order, Kim Tae-jin moves swiftly through the forest. The men in suits approach the bound bodyguards, their intentions clear. One of the bound men, realizing his impending doom, curses them as cowards. Kim Tae-jin, blade in hand, intercepts the men before they can carry out their orders. The ambush is swift and brutal, the men in suits caught completely off guard. One of the men manages to raise his sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself, but Kim Tae-jin's attack is too fast. The bodyguard shouts a curse, a desperate cry of defiance, as Kim Tae-jin's blade finds its mark. Another man falls, the forest floor slick with blood, as Kim Tae-jin continues his relentless assault. He is heard muttering in frustration. The attack is precise, each strike finding its mark with deadly accuracy. The last man standing is quickly overwhelmed, his final word a choked gasp as Kim Tae-jin ends his life. With the last bodyguard dead, the man with the slick back hair is informed of the outcome, his rage palpable. The fallen figure lies prone, blood pooling around his head, the sword that struck him lying nearby. Nearby, the remaining thugs discuss their next move. One isn't sure, but another suggests they continue beating him until he can't stand anymore, stopping short of killing him. The leader of the group agrees, clutching a baseball bat. Suddenly, Gwang-taek cries out in pain, clutching his head. Gwang-taek's agony intensifies as he clutches the sword wound in his shoulder, screaming in pain. The man in the suit is shocked that Gwang-taek can still fight after taking a bat to the head. Gwang-taek struggles to understand what is happening to him, but he is certain his mind isn't making it up. When his body goes through extreme pain, Gwang-taek regains his senses from the past. Gwang-taek apologizes for making him wait. He grips the sword tightly, blood dripping from the blade. Gwang-taek, now fully recovered, warns the man in the suit that he will be facing him from now on. The man in the suit looks on in terror. Gwang-taek, his eyes burning with newfound resolve, clenches his fist, ready to confront whatever comes next. A voice apologizes for the wait as a hand grips a bloodied knife. The man in the suit, Gwang-taek, declares that from now on, they will be... The camera pans down to reveal a body falling from above. Kang Chan, eyes glowing red, prepares to strike with a knife. The words "the real god of Blackfield" appear. Gwang-taek is surprised, noticing that his aura has suddenly changed. Another man grimaces in pain. Kang Chan plunges the knife into the man's neck. Blood splatters as the title god of Blackfield appears again. A crowd of people stand in the distance. One of Gwang-taek's men tells someone that they're just a brat on death's door. He leaps into action, blades flashing as Kang Chan engages the men in suits. The fight leaves him bloodied, but his eyes burn with a fierce determination. One of the men falls defeated. Kang Chan continues his assault, cutting through the ranks of suited men. Gwang-taek watches the scene unfold, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The protagonist grips a knife, his knuckles white with tension. Standing amidst the carnage, Kang Chan surveys the scene, the knife a grim reminder of the violence. From somewhere below, a voice beckons him to come. Gwang-taek roars with laughter, seemingly unfazed by the bloodshed. Kang Chan sends another man flying through the air. Close up on Kang Chan's face, the blood a mask of fury. One of Gwang-taek's men raises a weapon, preparing to strike. He continues his relentless assault, the blade meeting flesh with brutal efficiency. Each strike from ID, soldier, Smithin is precise, leaving no room for error as he cuts down another of Gwang-taek's men. The relentless onslaught continues, the bodies of the fallen littering the ground as the remaining thugs advance. The sheer number of opponents seems endless, yet the protagonist remains undeterred, a whirlwind of lethal force. The crowd surges forward, a wave of desperation crashing against the lone figure of ID. Soldier, Smithin. Despite the odds, the protagonist presses on, his movements a blur of motion as he cuts through the ranks. Another thug falls, the blade finding its mark with deadly precision, as the protagonist continues his bloody work. One of Guangtek's men cries out in pain as he is cut down, another victim in the protagonist's path of destruction. The remaining thugs, witnessing the carnage, can only express their pain and fear as they are cut down. The protagonist's relentless assault leaves a trail of blood and bodies in his wake, a testament to his deadly skill. Guangtek watches in disbelief as his men are systematically cut down, his face a mask of shock and anger. The scene is a tableau of death, the fallen thugs lying in pools of their own blood, a grim reminder of the protagonist's fury. His face a mask of blood and fury. Kong Chan surveys the remaining enemies. He notes that there are around 40 enemies left, his mind consumed by the need to kill every last one. Despite the rage boiling within him, Kong Chan forces himself to remain calm. He crouches low, the knife glinting in his hand, a silent predator preparing to strike. Kong Chan reminds himself that his priority is to rescue the hostages, a task more important than killing all of Guangtek's men. He realizes that he should free the bodyguards tied to the tree first. Kong Chan moves through the remaining men, a whirlwind of motion as he cuts them down. From above, the scene unfolds, a clearing littered with bodies, and Kong Chan a lone figure amidst the carnage. The protagonist wipes blood from his face, his expression grim as he prepares for the next wave. More of Guangtek's men charge, swords raised, but Kong Chan is ready for them. A brutal strike sends one of the men flying, his face contorted in pain. Kong Chan continues his assault, cutting down anyone who stands in his way. He parries a blow from one assailant while simultaneously stabbing another, the force of the strike sending blood flying. The world blurs around Kong Chan as he recalls the hostages he's trying to save, their faces a stark reminder of what's at stake. Driven by his mission, the protagonist pivots, using the momentum to deliver a devastating kick to another attacker. A wave of enemies surges forward, their numbers seemingly endless as they try to overwhelm Kong Chan. He charges through the throng, his grip tightening on his weapon, ready to cut down anyone who stands in his way. The blade flashes as Kong Chan deflects another attack, the metallic clang echoing in the confined space. The protagonist's knife finds its mark, piercing the throat of one of Guangtek's men, silencing him instantly. With brutal efficiency, Kong Chan silences another enemy, the man's blood painting the walls as he collapses. The fallen man's comrade stares in disbelief, realizing the sheer force and skill of the man cutting through their ranks. Despite the mounting casualties, Guangtek's men continue to press their attack, their faces grim with determination. Kong Chan sweeps another attacker off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground, another obstacle removed from his path. The protagonist stands amidst the chaos, his back to the viewer, facing the remaining horde, his resolve unwavering. He grips the knife tightly, preparing for the onslaught. The mob descends upon Kong Chan, weapons raised. Kong Chan's eyes narrow with fierce determination as he prepares to face his attackers. Meanwhile, one of the hostages remains tied to a tree, struggling against his bonds. The gang advances, their numbers overwhelming. Kong Chan breaks into a run, knife in hand, ready to meet the charge. He leaps into the air, a desperate attempt to evade the mass of enemies. From the trees, the hostage watches Kong Chan's desperate fight. Landing hard, Kong Chan grits his teeth, knowing the odds are stacked against him. One of the thugs, emboldened by their numbers, taunts Kong Chan, questioning if they are afraid of a single kid. Kong Chan, defiant, yells for them to come and get him. The fight continues under the cover of the trees, the outcome uncertain. The thugs advance on Kong Chan, one of them shouting insults. Unseen by the approaching thugs, a knife clatters to the ground, dripping with blood. The thugs swarm the protagonist, their numbers overwhelming him. One of the thugs stabs Kong Chan in the leg, the blade sinking deep. The protagonist cries out in pain as one of the thugs notes that he is slowing down. Despite the injury, Kong Chan continues to fight, his face a mask of grim determination. The thugs are surprised by his resilience, one of them questioning his resolve. Blood splatters across Kong Chan's face, his eyes burning with fury. The thugs begin to look worried, realizing that Kong Chan is not going down easily. Kong Chan grits his teeth, knowing he can't afford to slow down, even with his injuries. He has to keep fighting. Finally, Kong Chan manages to cut the ropes binding the hostage. Elsewhere, the man in the suit orders his men to bring Mr. Suk Kang-ho down. The men are urged to assist Kong Chan, who is currently engaged in combat. The order is given to eliminate them all. The men are told not to fight, but to get Suk Kang-ho and run away. The man's face is covered in blood as he glares forward. A voice calls out, catching the attention of the men. Two men in suits are determined to eradicate their enemies. The punch lands squarely on Kong Chan's face, sending blood flying. The man questions why they are here. One of the men in suits assures the other that he has dealt with the police, but the other wonders if this will create trouble for them. The man's blood is boiling, and he couldn't sit still. Still, he acknowledges that the kid is in terrible shape. Despite what he said, Kong Chan realizes that they'll have to escape once they finish rescuing the last hostage. One of the men suggests that Kong Chan take a break, stating that they are technically his bodyguards. Kong Chan retorts that if they have time to say that, they should use it to save Suk Kang-ho first. The man with the scar acknowledges the plan. His companion agrees, suggesting they charge in together. Immediately, the scarred man and his two allies sprint forward, weapons ready. The first of the three men raises his knife, preparing to strike. The trio attacks Kong Chan, knives flashing as they attempt to overwhelm him. Kong Chan is immediately swarmed by the group, the force of their attack creating a visible shockwave. The sounds of the brutal assault echo through the night. A knife pierces flesh, drawing blood. The man in the suit watches the assault, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he sees the intensity of the attack. The man in the suit shouts to his subordinates, ordering them to protect the hostages and get Suk Kang-ho down. Two men begin to lower Suk Kang-ho's hanging body, while another stands ready to catch him. Elsewhere, the fight continues, with Kong Chan surrounded by enemies. Suk Kang-ho is caught as he falls, his body hitting the ground with a thud. He clutches his head, reeling from the recent beating. The situation has clearly deteriorated. The man in the suit demands repayment for a life debt, his words hanging heavy in the air as his armed men surround Kong Chan. With a chilling resolve, Kong Chan declares he'll settle the debt immediately, his eyes burning with an unnatural intensity. One of the armed men urges his companion to fight together, confident that victory is assured with their combined strength. The group of armed men stand ready, their weapons glinting ominously in the dim light. The man with the beard realizes that this turn of events was not part of their original plan, his face etched with concern. One of the men cautions his ally not to kill too many of their targets, suggesting a need for restraint amidst the impending violence. The suited men advance, weapons drawn, their movements precise and coordinated. The man with the gray hair, clearly in charge, curses under his breath. This unexpected turn of events was not part of the plan. One of the suited men holds a knife to ID. Soldier, Smithen's throat, a clear threat. The situation grows dire as the man with the gray hair acknowledges that the odds are not in their favor. The man with the gray hair wonders if risking annihilation for ID. Soldier, Smithen is truly worth it. The man with the gray hair observes that while they haven't suffered any casualties yet, Kong Chan, Suk Kang-ho, and their men are not looking good. The man with the gray hair notes that winning would be great, but getting his men treated is more urgent. He also observes that their opponents are nervous, but not backing down. The man with the gray hair decides to take action, questioning if someone is getting cold feet. The man with the gray hair decides to make the first move, his eyes glowing red with determination. Someone calls out to Mr. Kong Chan, asking him to wait a moment, but the man with the gray hair declares that he will deal with it. A new figure steps forward, asking if anyone is in charge. He continues to address the group, his words hanging heavy in the air. The man in the suit listens intently, his expression unreadable. Below, Gwangtaek observes the exchange, his face a mask of stoicism. The leader's words cut through the tension, the rustling of leaves the only other sound. The man in the suit and Gwangtaek stand firm, surrounded by their men. The leader's pronouncements echo in night. Gwangtaek recalls being told that Gwangtaek was almost here, and that they should back off now. He wonders who they think they are. The man in the suit thinks to himself that they are bodyguards, and a bodyguard's mission is to protect the client, and not to. The leader states that the two are both at their limits right now. Therefore, as the person in charge of their protection, the leader declares that he cannot allow them to fight with their lives on the line. The man in the suit retorts that he doesn't care. Elsewhere, a body lies on the ground, a knife clutched in its hand. Someone remarks that they have to use this opportunity to end this conflict, and that they won't have enough time to deal with the bodies. The man in the suit continues, saying that even if those men deserve to die, if this incident gets out in the open, they will get sentenced to life imprisonment. He asks if Mr. Kong Chan wants that. The leader states that it doesn't matter. The leader, Mr. Kong Chan, declares that as long as he can exterminate those pests. He is met with a barrage of attacks, each blow echoing his name, Kong Chan. A swift kick lands, the force of it promising pain. The man in the suit, Gwangtaek, shouts, reminding Kong Chan of those who fought by his side and the people waiting for his return. Kong Chan remains silent, the weight of the situation settling upon him. Kong Chan apologizes for shouting, acknowledging that he still has people to protect and that their mission as bodyguards isn't over. Despite his words, Gwangtaek notes that their teacher is on the verge of collapsing and that they should let him fall. Kong Chan understands the gravity of the situation. Gwangtaek thanks him, stating that otherwise, he'd be gathering the corpses of his own boys here. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the forest. The new figure leader stands over Kong Chan's body, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The new figure leader expresses his gratitude, stating he would be gathering the corpses of his own boys here. The new figure leader asks if Kong Chan is surprised that he can speak his language. The new figure leader, having defeated Kong Chan, explains that he never thought he'd find such a strong warrior in Namjoseon. He warns that Kong Chan won't see them again, and next time he'll be facing the Hanjok. He emphasizes the importance of winning, as their reputation is on the line. The leader adds that Kong Chan must never come to Yinbian and Harbin before telling him to fuck you. The leader's men turn to leave Kong Chan behind, one of them saying, "See ya." Elsewhere, Guang Tek barks orders at his men, demanding if they are waiting for the sun to rise and telling them to get moving. The group of men, led by Guang Tek, make their way through the forest. Kong Chan lies on the ground, severely injured. One of the men from the new figure leaders group calls out to their captain, and another tells him to carry Kong Chan. Guang Tek's men carry him, one of them questioning where their reinforcements are, as they should have arrived by now. Another man responds that they are waiting for them at the bottom, stating that it's perfect timing. One of Guang Tek's men urges Mr. Kong Chan not to fall asleep. The man continues to try and keep Kong Chan awake, telling him that there's an ambulance waiting for them, so he needs to stay awake until they reach it. As Guang Tek's men rush him towards the ambulance, the scene fades. The world around Kong Chan blurs as he remembers the faces of those he fought alongside. The faces of the men in suits flash before his eyes. A voice calls out to Kong Chan. His eyes snap open as he hears his name. He realizes he's in a forest. Sitting up, Kong Chan wonders if he's in Africa. The voice calls out to him again. Kong Chan sees a vision of his mother, bound and calling out to him. He struggles against restraints, questioning what is happening to him. The restraints tighten around his neck, choking him. He falls to the ground, seeing his mother's vision again as she calls out to him. He grits his teeth, struggling against the unseen force constricting his throat. The vision intensifies, revealing a towering, demonic figure poised to strike a bound woman. This is the same woman Kong Chan saw in the previous vision. Desperate, the woman cries out, begging the figure to stop. Tears stream down her face as she urges her son to flee. Kong Chan strains against the pressure, urging himself to hold on just a bit longer. His vision blurs as the woman's face becomes clearer, her pain mirroring his own. The demonic figure raises its blade, poised to strike, the image burning itself into Kong Chan's mind. Kong Chan's eyes snap open, a silent scream escaping his lips as he awakens in an unfamiliar place. He reflects on his situation, noting that he doesn't mind being stabbed by outlaws. The man receiving the injection questions where he is and why he's getting shot in the hospital. The doctor, standing over the patient, asks if he is serious, stating that it's not his first time here. The doctor, revealed to be Guang Tek, expresses his disappointment at not being able to harvest the patient's organs this time. He lies in a hospital bed, remarking that he has unfortunately just returned from hell. Guang Tek stands with his arms crossed, listening to the doctor with white hair. The doctor assures him that Kong Chan is fine and predicts he'll be asking to be discharged by tomorrow morning. The doctor instructs Guang Tek to tell one of the employees if the patient's pain suddenly increases or if he needs anything. The doctor walks away, the sound of the door sliding open echoing behind him. Guang Tek sits by the bedside, asking where Mr. Suk Kang Ho is. A man's voice declares that he isn't with them, prompting Kong Chan to ask what he means. The man, revealed to be Kim Tae-jin, stares intently. The man's associates were already making inquiries, demanding to know the location of Mr. Suk Kang Ho. The unseen man insisted that Kong Chan join them. Lying in his hospital bed, Kong Chan wondered what they wanted. The man on the other end of the line stated that he would call Kong Chan once he was awake. Kong Chan found the man's formality grating. The man, already 52 years old, preferred not to change the way he spoke unless it was someone close to him. Kong Chan questioned if he qualified as someone close, considering they had been in life-or-death situations together not once, but twice. The man on the phone wondered if Kong Chan considered him someone close by now, admitting that he also felt like talking comfortably with him. Kong Chan remained in his hospital bed, lost in thought as the man on the phone chuckled. The man approached Kong Chan's bedside, telling him to stay still. He groggily requests some water, but the man in the suit advises against it immediately after waking. Despite the warning, Kong Chan insists on having at least a little. The man in the suit watches him, seemingly resigned. The man in the suit pours water into a cup. He offers the water to Kong Chan, suggesting it will help with his dry mouth. The man in the suit reveals that he spoke with Guang Tek while Kong Chan was unconscious. Kong Chan takes a drink. The man in the suit thinks to himself that this case is more interesting than he initially believed, prompting Kong Chan to ask if he's talking about him. The man in the suit confirms that he is, but admits he is not so sure about it. Kong Chan asks where his phone is, and the man in the suit tells him it was left in one of the drawers. The man in the suit hands Kong Chan his phone. Kong Chan sees multiple missed calls from other, Kim Myong, Michelle, and Smithin. Kong Chan decides he should deal with the moron first, answering a call from Channy. The man with the silver hair, already on the phone, is asked if he's ready to proceed. Still in bed, the silver-haired man, identified as Captain, assures the person on the other end that he's fine, retorting to their concern with a hint of playful accusation. Meanwhile, Kong Chan, still in his hospital gown, speaks into his phone, reassuring the caller that he is perfectly fine and they shouldn't worry. The man in the suit, Kim Tae-jin, stands beside Kong Chan's bed, revealing that a French handicapped man named Smithin is staying at Namsan Hotel. He identifies him as the branch manager of Gaunt. Kim Tae-jin continues, stating that Kong Chan is one of them and should be protected for a while. He adds that he is not in any condition to sign a contract right now, but will do so as soon as he can. Tae-jin promises to do the same for Mr. Suk Kang-ho and his family, as well as Kong Chan's family and friends. He assures him that there's no need for money, and they'll even pay back double the contract fee. Kong Chan calls the offer shameless, but Tae-jin insists it's a matter of his pride. Tae-jin thinks to himself that Kong Chan is just as stubborn as he looks, and suggests they talk more about it later. Kong Chan looks at his phone, which displays a message from Kang-ho saying, "Call me as soon as you wake up." He wonders if Kang-ho isn't driving right now and reminds him to keep his eyes on the road. Kong Chan begins to type a message back to Kang-ho, writing, "I just woke up." Kong Chan sends a message, the phone vibrating in his hand. Kong Chan answers a call, saying hello, and is greeted with surprise that he's up. He responds to the unknown caller, confirming that he is awake. The caller asks how he knew, and he explains that the message was marked as read. He adds that he will visit tomorrow. The caller, revealed to be Kim Tae-jin, urges him to stay in the hospital for now. Kim Tae-jin tells him not to force himself and to come back after the school trip is over. Kong Chan questions what he is talking about, reminding him that the trip ends tomorrow. Kong Chan is taken aback by Kim Tae-jin's words. Kim Tae-jin asks if he thought he woke up right after fainting, telling him to stay in bed and that he will check on him tomorrow. Kong Chan agrees. Kim Tae-jin stands beside Kong Chan's bed, confirming that it is Thursday. Kim Tae-jin reminds him that the doctor said he passed the critical stage and that he was literally on death's door yesterday. Kim Tae-jin asks if Kong Chan contacted them, seemingly relieved that he didn't. Kim Tae-jin explains that they didn't contact him, which is why they're not here. He adds that everyone predicted he would survive, and he woke up in perfect form, expressing his relief. Kim Tae-jin assures Kong Chan that he placed some of his men outside, so there's no need to worry about his safety, asking if he is all right. Kim Tae-jin explains that he can't keep his office empty for too long, as he has things to deal with. He says he will deal with the most urgent stuff and come back afterwards, telling Kong Chan that he doesn't have to if he is too busy. Kong Chan states that it's a matter of his pride. He lies in the hospital bed, recovering from his injuries. He thinks to himself that he needs to contact the others, noting that he's like the leader of an army squad. The phone rings loudly as an incoming call displays the number 111, 1111, 1111. He answers the phone, greeting the caller. The caller, whose name is revealed to be Charlon, speaks, and the room around Kong Chan begins to crackle with energy. The energy intensifies, focusing around Kong Chan's head. Charlon's face is revealed as he speaks into the phone. Charlon taunts Kong Chan, saying that he has foiled his plans once again and that his flank seems to have healed. Charlon continues, noting that Kong Chan is still as arrogant as ever and that there is no need for formalities. Charlon declares that it will be just him and Kong Chan, one-on-one. He tells Kong Chan to be patient, calling him a cheeky bastard. Charlon asks Kong Chan if he's getting cold feet, reminding him that he was gravely injured. The impatient voice on the other end of the line seemed to amuse Charlon. He apologizes for not planning to meet him right now. Charlon warns that the people around him will be in danger from now on. The voice on the phone, presumably Kong Chan, curses him out, but Charlon continues to taunt him, promising to torment him again and again for eternity. The call ends abruptly. Charlon states that he will call again in 3 days. Kong Chan reflects on Charlon's tactics, realizing that he used the Chinese organization to mobilize the remnants of the parking lot group against him. He must have fully investigated his background and past. Kong Chan realizes he can't face Charlon alone. Despite his earlier thoughts, Kong Chan hardens his resolve, deciding to face them by himself. He quickly reconsiders, realizing he needs an organization of his own to fight them, a strong and trustworthy organization. The weight of his situation pressed down on Smither, the grim reality of his circumstances etched on his face. He knew he couldn't face his enemies alone. Smither realized he needed to build his own organization to stand chance. He needed a strong and trustworthy organization. Confined to a hospital bed, Smither held his phone, already formulating a plan. Since he couldn't find a solution right away, Smither decided to take action. For now, he would reach out to Michelle. The call connected. Michelle answered, surprised to hear from him. Hello, Shani. I was just thinking about you. We must have connected somehow, maybe through telepathy. That company you mentioned. Smither, unfazed by her playful tone, cut to the chase. Before, do you have more information about it? Michelle playfully responded, Geez, Channy, you're being shameless. He apologized, explaining sorry. This is sort of urgent. I need to know more. He sighs, annoyed by the direction of the conversation. Smither asks if she's talking about the Dai family. Meanwhile, Channy applies lipstick while on the phone. She says she looked into it, and it seems pretty good, adding that its current president is planning on selling it at an appropriate price, a price that won't affect her fortune. Channy continues, stating she doesn't know how to do that anyway, and it's fine if she takes over, right? She notes that other than Eun Soyeon, the other two are pretty popular, so it'll be worthwhile to invest in them. Back on his end of the line, Smither listens intently. Smither tells her that if she'll take care of the company, he'll leave it to her, but if not, let's not do this. Channy says she doesn't know anything about all this and doesn't have the leisure to worry about it. Smither thinks to himself that she interprets everything. He sits on the edge of his bed, thinking that if he could, he'd rather just buy Kim Tae-jin's company instead. He asks if Channy is listening. Smither rubs his face, responding with an yeah, as he thinks about. Channy tells him to call her back after he's taking over the company for her. She suggests they talk about this in more detail tonight at a fancy restaurant under the moonlight, but then says she's sorry. She has some things to deal with. Channy looks at her phone with a slight blush. A close-up on Channy's lips, showing her lipstick. Lost in thought, Channy muses over Smither's charm. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Smither speaks to his mother, explaining that he dropped his phone in the river while spending time with friends. He assures her that he's calling now that it's finally dry. He continues the conversation, mentioning that he's having fun with others. Smither then asks if it's possible for him to stay there for a few more days. Elsewhere, a woman receives a phone call, her expression suggesting concern. Back with Smither, he tells a person on the other end that he wasn't ignoring them. He just left his phone back home. He explains that he's in the countryside because Mr. Suk asked for his help with something, and he might have to stay there for the entire week. The person on the phone reminds Smither that he said his cram school was closed that day. He replies that he's fine with that day. Smither lies in his hospital bed, lamenting the excuses he has to make to so many women. Elsewhere, Kim Tae-jin asks someone if they finished their work already. Kim Tae-jin tells the other person that he dealt with the most urgent stuff, and asks if they should continue their conversation. Kim Tae-jin reveals that he has a network of people and connections from his days working at the DMZ and at the Blue House, implying that he has ways to dig out more information about Smither without his consent. Kim Tae-jin wants to hear the story directly from Smither, no matter what. Smither states that for some reason, even with connections to the Blue House, the White House, or the Kremlin, he won't be able to find out everything about him. The man in the suit understands, and asks Smither to listen carefully. Smither prefaces his story, saying there's something he wants to mention first. Kim Tae-jin assures him that no matter how large his network is or what connections he has, he's listening. Smither continues, stating that, as he said, he won't be lying from here on out, but from an overhead view, Smither lies in his hospital bed, ready to tell his story. He doesn't think Kim Tae-jin will be able to handle the entire truth and asks if that's fine by him. Kim Tae-jin wants to know if he can trust all the words that come out of his mouth, so he won't bring up topics where he'll have to lie at all. Smithers simply replies, yes. Kim Tae-jin seems satisfied with that. The two men continue their conversation in the hospital room. Smither left out the parts about his previous life and reincarnation and told Kim Tae-jin about almost everything that had happened until now. Kim Tae-jin silently listened to his story until the end without interrupting him. He asks if the conflict will only end once he finds this Charlon person and kills him. Smither confirms that he was trying to get a contract with Gaunt and got involved in all this. He expresses his desire to hear the details that Smither had previously omitted from his story. Smither explains that Kim Tae-jin wouldn't be able to understand or accept the full story, citing his French skills, his relationship with Mr. Suk Kang-ho, and combat skills that don't match his age. He suggests it would be better to skip over those details for now, implying the information is too complex or unbelievable. Kim Tae-jin asks if those details would be too much for both of them, and Smither confirms. Kim Tae-jin accepts Smither's decision, admitting that he may have asked him to tell the story, but he didn't have to if he didn't want to. He then asks why Smither told him the story at all, if he doesn't seem to be asking him to protect him better. Smither states that he would like Kim Tae-jin's help in catching Charlon. Kim Tae-jin suggests that Oh Gwang-taek would be a better choice. Smither explains that Charlon was once the leader of special forces and has lots of experience on the battlefield, implying that if he appears with professionally trained men, Gwang-taek and his gang won't be of much help. He continues, saying that Gwang-taek and his gang would only result in more meaningless deaths. Kim Tae-jin seems to consider Smither's words. Smither acknowledges that this obviously won't be an easy task for Kim Tae-jin either, and that he might even have to put his life on the line again, like they did at Yuri-san. Kim Tae-jin asks what about this, and Smither responds that once he recovers and graduates from school, he'll employ him as an instructor, adding that he may have noticed it back at. The conversation continues, the unseen speaker lamenting that their youngest employees are still lacking in skill. He believes that if they were personally trained, they would be a great help in the upcoming conflict. Kim Tae-jin, his expression unreadable, suggests they forget everything they spoke about today. He states that he does not wish to watch his companions and subordinates die again. Smither tells him that he doesn't have to answer immediately, reassuring him that they still have time to think about it for a while. Kim Tae-jin remains silent, his profile stoic. Time passes as Smither sits beside a patient in a hospital bed, the silence thick with unspoken thoughts. A nurse approaches, holding a tray with a syringe. She announces that it's time for a shot. The nurse explains that the shot will put him into a deep sleep. Kim Tae-jin, standing nearby, says he understands. The nurse says, again later. The patient weakly protests that she really doesn't have to. Smither reassures him, saying that his men are also hospitalized downstairs and that he shouldn't feel bad about it. The nurse prepares to administer the injection. The needle pierces the patient's skin. The hospital stood tall against the night sky, its windows glowing with a sterile light. Inside, the hospitalized patient lay still, seemingly asleep after the injection. Kim Tae-jin sat beside him, a silent sentinel watching over the man in the hospital bed. The patient, now awake, addressed Kim Tae-jin, his voice raspy. "How long have you been sitting there?" Kim Tae-jin revealed that he had learned through his network that Charlon was declared dead due to a traffic accident on his way to the airport. He continued, stating that the agency also asked for their cooperation to keep this incident secret and not be reported, wondering if there was something else he didn't know. Kim Tae-jin offered the patient comfort, telling him that if it was difficult to talk about, he didn't have to. The patient's mind drifted back to the past, to a different time. Kim Tae-jin explained that the French information mission was to guard the front lines. He revealed, however, that the real mission he had received was something else entirely. The scene shifted to a dark, foreboding military outpost, a watchtower silhouetted against the night sky. A soldier stood guard, rifle in hand, a grim sentinel against an unseen enemy. He recalls a time of conflict, a soldier with a rifle and bayonet standing guard. The soldier is struck by an unseen force, the impact exploding around him. The soldier is sent flying, landing hard on the ground. From a high vantage point, someone yells to fire. Gunfire erupts, tearing through the air. The memory continues, the soldier reflecting on his past, protecting his allies and bringing retribution at the DMZ. The soldier, clad in black tactical gear and a mask, walks forward, a knife glinting in his hand. That, he realizes, was his true mission. Kang Chan, now older, stand in a bathroom, thinking to himself that he wasn't bragging, but his skills were excellent and he was also conceited back then. He continues to reflect, thinking about when he met him. A close-up of a hardened face, etched with scars and experience, fills the frame. The soldier from memory stands silhouetted against a bright light, a figure of grim determination. The man's face is etched with grim determination as he recalls a fateful encounter. But then I met him. The memory hangs heavy in the air, a swirling vortex of past events. The figure of ID, soldier, Smithin stands silhouetted against the swirling mist, his back turned, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. The words echo ominously. The throat slasher. Back in the present, the hospitalized patient ID, soldier, Smithin, listens intently. The man in the suit explains that the throat slasher infiltrated their checkpoint area, killing people by cutting their throats. The man continues, stating that the throat slasher leaves no traces behind, hence the name, and that they received a special order to stop him. The man pauses, his arms crossed, the weight of the situation hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a group of masked figures lurks in the shadows of the forest, their intentions unknown. He was the subject of intense scrutiny. The group had received intelligence 7 hours prior that an unidentified man had crossed into their territory. The man in the camouflage hat dismissed the possibility of the intruder being a defector, stating that the likelihood was low. The leader deduced that the intruder was either there for reconnaissance or to cause harm. Given his boldness in attacking them alone, he concluded that it was definitely the throat slasher. The leader, poised and ready, saw this as the perfect opportunity to strike. The man in the beanie asked if there was a plan to end the throat slasher's killing spree. Another man countered that if a professional like the throat slasher was hiding in such a vast forest, they would never find him. The leader, however, knew that when the throat slasher tried to return his post, there were only 2 possible routes he could take. Point A, this hill, and point B, this river. The man in the camouflage hat stated that the odds were 50-50, questioning where they should stand by to ambush him. The leader, with a confident smirk, declared that they would position themselves at both locations. The man in the camouflage hat asked if they would divide the squad into 2 groups of 4. The leader responded that 3 would head to point A, and the other 5 would go to point B, adding that he alone was worth 3 men. The leader smiled, seemingly looking down on the others. One of the men, clearly annoyed, retorted that the leader was looking down on them too much. The leader responded that if they didn't agree with him, they should bring him the enemy's head, and then he'd change his mind, adding that they would do so if the enemy came to them. The soldiers stand ready, weapons drawn, prepared for the throat slasher to appear. The leader reflects on his subordinates' inexperience, despite their talent and potential. But something is about to happen. One of the soldiers hears static over his comms, a sign that something is interfering with their communication. The leader reveals his strategy. He divided the squad, hoping the throat slasher would come to his position. He orders his team to begin pursuit. He instructs his team not to engage in battle if possible, to simply follow the throat slasher and wait for him. He reminds them that the target is extremely dangerous. One of the soldiers acknowledges the order, but frustration boils over as he curses the throat slasher. The soldiers advance, the leader's words echoing in their minds. "You should have." A voice booms out, taunting them. "Come to me instead." The perspective shifts to a distant vantage point, overlooking the mountain where Team A is positioned. The leader of Team A attempts to contact his team. The leader of Team A desperately tries to reach his team, but receives no response. Team A is shown standing on a ledge, seemingly unaware of the danger that surrounds them. He clenches his fist, a silent acknowledgement of the dire situation. One of the soldiers wonders if the throat slasher subdued their comrades in a short time. Another soldier reprimands him for speaking such thoughts aloud. The soldier speculates that the missing team might be engaged in battle or have turned off their radios to avoid making noise. The leader of the team orders his men to follow the missing team's tracks. The soldiers continue their pursuit through the dense forest, weapons raised. The soldiers pause, noticing markings carved into a tree. They acknowledge the sign with a nod. The forest canopy looms overhead, the light filtering through the leaves. The soldiers advance cautiously, their boots crunching on the forest floor. They're clearly tracking something. The team discovers a gruesome scene, a severed hand lying amidst blood-soaked foliage. The leader of the team gasps in horror. The leader's face is illuminated, revealing his shock and anger. He realizes they are dealing with a throat slasher. Rage contorts his features as he curses the throat slasher. The soldiers follow a trail of blood leading north, their determination hardened by the gruesome discovery. He was also injured, the soldier notes, as he surveys the scene of the throat slasher's latest victims. The blood trail leads away from the bodies, deeper into the forest. The soldiers follow the trail, their expressions grim. A whistle pierces the air, a signal of some kind. The soldiers move with increased urgency, the forest blurring around them as they pick up the pace. They continue their pursuit, weapons raised, closing in on their target. One of the soldiers spots Charlon, the throat slasher, and alerts his comrade. There he is, that bastard. The soldiers prepare to engage, weapons raised and ready. One of the soldiers questions the situation, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The other soldier warns that they are entering the North's territory and could be walking into an ambush. The first soldier dismisses the warning, declaring that they will kill anyone who gets in their way, but the second soldier insists that they must withdraw. The first soldier, ignoring his comrade's caution, declares that Charlon is right in front of them. He and another soldier struggle with the captive, their faces contorted with rage as they vow to kill him. The captive, revealed to be Kim Taejin, is told to get a grip. The man's eye twitches as he thinks to himself that they need to survive to get revenge. A figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, a silent observer. The man, now standing alone, clenches his bloodied fist, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He wipes the blood on his finger, his expression one of cold satisfaction. The man, face shadowed by a beanie, vows to remember his enemy's face, calling him a throat slasher. He stalks through the forest, promising to kill someone with his own hands. The soldiers yell at Kim Taejin to let them go, promising to kill and butcher him. Years later, the man recounts how he ended up getting discharged. He expresses frustration, saying that if others hadn't intervened, Kim Taejin would have gone to Pyongyang himself. The man in the suit reveals that one of the two survivors from the intelligence department now leads a squad, while the other contacted him. Kim Taejin admits to feeling restless, and the man in the suit reveals that the throat slasher is now part of the Chinese intelligence department. The man in the suit confirms that the throat slasher is the same person who disappeared after killing 5 of his men, and asks if Kim Taejin will head to China now. The man in the suit reveals that Kim Taejin is currently in Korea and is on the list of people Charlon called before arriving. Confused, Kim Taejin asks who contacted whom. The man in the suit explains that Charlon entered the country as a representative of a company called Gwangmyeong Ltd. The man in the suit continues, stating that it's a company that designs and produces printed circuit boards, PCB, and that Charlon is currently staying in a Seoul hotel, making it impossible to approach him directly because he has Chinese agents protecting him. The man in the suit adds that Kim Taejin is also being monitored by Korean agents, but the man in the suit reveals that Charlon will leave with some cargo in a fortnight, cargo that should only be composed of PCB, but for some reason. The man in the suit explains that a cargo ship is fully booked, and that Charlon made a phone call. The man in the suit concludes that Charlon is trying to smuggle Charlon out of the country. He considers the possibility that Charlon's injuries are severe enough to be a hindrance. The man continues, explaining that by investigating Charlon's past, they discovered the identity of the throat slasher. He was a representative of a Chinese company and the vice president of a French company, connected by a formal phone call. An old friend in the intel department tracked down the throat slasher. The man reveals that they do not know the throat slasher's real name or age. The throat slasher, W.I. Min Guk, appears with a sinister grin. The man admits he doesn't know if W.I. Min Guk is the throat slasher's real name or an alias, but confirms that he entered the country under that name, posing as the representative of Gwangmyeong Ltd. The man acknowledges that he understands the implications of this information. The man declares that he will kill the throat slasher. The man reiterates his intention to kill Charlon. The man's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering. The man's eyes narrowed, a cold fury hardening his gaze. He vowed to kill the throat slasher, and he would kill Charlon. The man's expression shifted, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he considered the task ahead. Meanwhile, intelligence revealed that the company they were investigating wasn't recently founded. It had been creating printed circuit boards for quite some time. Elsewhere, the man in the suit revealed that they had also learned the major shareholders were manipulating the stock prices, but that wasn't important right now. The hospitalized patient was told that their top priority was to figure out why Min-guk's schedule and his movements. He asked what he should do then. The man in the suit responded that first and foremost, he needed to rest and recover, fixing his body, because their battles wouldn't be easy. The disembodied voice stated that the recovery would be slow. He is observed by another man in the hospital room. The assassin Wai Min-guk sits up in his bed. The doctor, with his silver hair and glasses, enters the room. The doctor tends to the assassin's wounds. The doctor hums to himself, lost in thought. Wai Min-guk asks if the doctor has something to say. The doctor notes that Wai Min-guk's recovery speed is still faster than the average man, but not as fast as before, wondering if it's because he has so. The doctor tells Wai Min-guk that the gruel is an order from his doctor. Wai Min-guk understands, then asks if there is anything notable he wants to say. Wai Min-guk admits he is hungry. The doctor replies that it's great news, meaning his organs have resumed to function properly, but he cannot eat whatever he wants right now and should make do with some gruel tonight. A tray of food is shown, containing a bowl of gruel and some side dishes. Wai Min-guk eats the gruel. He pauses while brushing his teeth, contemplating the throat slasher and his connection to the current situation. The man's thoughts drift to the masked figure, wondering if his appearance is merely a coincidence. The man, now sitting on his bed, wonders if he should tell Ranark about Kim Tae-jin and vice versa, or if it's too soon. He finds the situation to be incredibly complicated. It feels to him like he's solving the problems one by one. But everything is actually intertwined, and he can't escape. It's all intertwined, and he can't escape. It's always been like this. The man's expression hardens with resolve. The more complex it is, the simpler he should think, as long as he gets Charlon. Charlon believes he could be freed from all these schemes. For now, the man must find Charlon. He considers the plan to take over a company with Michelle. The man decides to stick to the plan for now, remaining wary of Ranark and preparing for the possibility that Charlon won't appear. With everything decided, the man's resolve hardens. The man eats his meal. Kim Tae-jin enters the room, commenting on how fine the man looks. Kim Tae-jin sits down, the sound of his movement echoing in the room. The man finishes eating. He pours himself a cup of hot water. Kim Tae-jin takes a drag from his cigarette while holding a cup. Kim Tae-jin tells the man to open the window first. The man thinks that Kim Tae-jin is so fussy. Kim Tae-jin stands by the window, smoking and looking out at the night sky. Kim Tae-jin is questioned about his recent trip to Ulsan, the man in the suit wanting to know if he finished dealing with everything there. Park Kibyum, the group's boss, is informed that the parking lot group will no longer be a problem. He is further told that someone will be immigrating to the Philippines next week, and the man in the suit thanks him for everything. The man in the suit pauses, taking a moment to consider the information. He seems displeased as he holds a cup. Kim Tae-jin learns that the recent incident was just after service, implying a cleanup operation. The man in the suit wonders if Kim Tae-jin came all this way just to say that, implying he expects more information. Park Kibyum smirks, claiming there's nothing else to report. The man in the suit turns and exits the room, seemingly satisfied with the information he received from Park Kibyum. Kim Tae-jin recalls meeting Gwangtaek in the elevator, noting that he was grinning from ear to ear, suggesting something good happened to him. He resigns himself to the situation, accepting that there's no turning back. The man in the suit notes that Gwangtaek is different compared to other gangsters. He then asks what Kim Tae-jin told his family, but Tae-jin replies that it's nothing. The man in the suit explains that with school teachers' families being kidnapped every day, he couldn't come up with a good excuse, so he just went along with it. The man in the suit continues, saying that when they received the settlement payment for their previous traffic accident from Gwangtaek, the Chinese mafia thought they were smuggling drugs. The man in the suit adds that he also told them that they received some hush money from Gwangtaek, and that if this incident gets out, they would suffer far worse than before. Kim Tae-jin recalls telling his wife that they'd receive 500 million won this time, and another 500 million won later on. She silently nodded in response. Kim Tae-jin continues, explaining how else a school teacher could receive this much money, implying that his wife had no choice but to believe him. The man in the hospital bed states that his condition has significantly improved, adding that it happens to every man living. The man in the suit asks Kim Tae-jin if he said something to his daughter, but Tae-jin denies it, questioning why he would. The man in the hospital bed reveals that his daughter is madly in love with Kim Tae-jin. The man in the suit, Gwangtaek, declares that his daughter is still in love. Gwangtaek clarifies that he doesn't want Kim Tae-jin to become his son-in-law either. Gwangtaek smiles, telling the man in the hospital gown that he told him he'd invite him for dinner one day. The hospitalized patient looks at Gwangtaek, surprised by the offer. Gwangtaek continues, stating that what normal people do in this country is not special, and asks if anything special happened to him. The patient replies that he has lots to tell. The hospitalized patient and Gwangtaek stand in the hospital room, engaged in conversation. The patient looks off to the side, lost in thought. The patient's expression shifts to one of contemplation. The patient recalls Gwangtaek's advice to train his body during the vacation, suggesting it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to join Kim Tae-jin's company as an instructor. The patient shakes his head, remembering that school teachers aren't allowed to have side jobs. Gwangtaek asks if he has to continue being a teacher. The patient raises a finger, his expression serious. The patient thinks that he wouldn't have vacations if he joined Kim Tae-jin's company. Gwangtaek calls him a crazy moron, questioning if he's refusing an executive position at a large corporation because he wouldn't have vacations. The patient thinks that he already has lots of money, and it's better to have vacations if he wants to train his body. The hospitalized patient reveals he has stopped smoking. He reflects on only showing his pathetic side since the incident with Smithin, resolving to train properly from now on. He recalls being hospitalized all weekend and discharged on Tuesday. The patient, now dressed in his usual attire, walks down a hospital hallway, passing two men who observe him. He continues his walk, his destination unknown. The two men from before discuss the patient's resilience, one remarking on how quickly he recovers, even compared to their own employees. The patient, seemingly unaffected by their comments, continues walking, telling himself to accept his circumstances and move on. He arrives at a parking garage. The patient gets in his car. While in the car, he notices a large deposit from Philip Jong on his phone and wonders what the money is for, noting the numerous zeros. His phone vibrates intensely. The patient realizes that something important is happening today. The phone is held up to someone's ear as they listen to the person on the other end. Meanwhile, Gwangtaek sits in the back of a car, phone pressed to his ear. He hears the name Ranork and wonders if it could be Charlon. Kong Chan suggests they leave Tron Square for somewhere better, making sure the woman beside him has her seatbelt fastened. She confirms that she does. The car pulls away from the curb. As they drive, the woman looks at Kong Chan with a hint of concern. Her cheeks flush slightly. She hesitantly asks if he really has a license, surprised that someone their age could even get one. The woman's expression is one of disbelief. Kong Chan retorts, questioning if she thinks Mr. Suk would lend his fancy car to a kid without a license. She looks down at her hands, fidgeting nervously. Kong Chan smirks, confident in his driving. He continues driving, the car speeding down the road. The woman in the passenger seat is impressed by the scenery. Wow. The car continues along the winding road. The woman in the car waves out the window, enjoying the ride. She smiles, seemingly carefree. The woman continues to enjoy the ride, while Kong Chan remains stoic behind the wheel. Kong Chan thinks back to the conversation they had. He could have gone to Tron Square, which was closer, or driven her home without stopping. He replays her words in his mind. She had said that he couldn't drive and go their separate ways. He wonders why he insisted on driving her. He questions his decision to drive all the way to Missouri. Kong Chan wonders if he is actually interested in the high school girl. He reminds himself that he is technically also a high schooler right now. Kong Chan reflects on his situation, realizing he is not exactly the Kong Chan that she knows and remembers. He didn't steal this body on purpose and has no idea how to return it to its owner, leaving him to wonder what he is. He stood there, a chilling figure, the words echoing in his mind. All he was doing was surviving by taking over someone else's body. The soldier, Kong Chan, lowered his gaze, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. He wondered if he was acting like an idiot. The woman in the car smiled softly, seemingly oblivious to his internal turmoil. Kong Chan glanced at her, his expression unreadable. She tilted her head, a soft escaping her lips. She questioned why he would think that. The woman in the car simply smiled. The car pulled into a parking space. The vehicle came to a stop in front of a building. Steam rose from a cup of coffee. They sat together at an outdoor cafe, the woman in the car commenting that it was really nice. Kong Chan suggested they come again when they had time. He is offered a cup, a silent invitation to share a moment. The woman's question hangs in the air. Would he leave for France to further his studies? The question catches Kong Chan off guard. She explains that there's a rumor circulating. The French ambassador supposedly recommended him for a scholarship to study in France. Kong Chan recalls a past conversation where the ambassador mentioned recommending him as a scholarship student if he ever wanted to study in France. He now realizes it was probably just a figure of speech. The woman continues, stating that Kong Chan is already famous at her cram school as a genius who instantly mastered French by listening to online seminars. Kong Chan admits he feels bad for the other students. The woman, holding her cup, declares that she will also go to France for her studies. Kong Chan is taken aback by her sudden decision, questioning why. She explains to Kong Chan that she isn't saying he can't go, but he is already a top-level student, so why bother going there? The woman asks if her accomplishments aren't enough, wondering what else he wants. Her expression hardens as she states that she has made up her mind. The woman declares that she will go to France with Kong Chan, and if her parents don't agree, she will just live with him there. She had already committed to learning the language of love. Kong Chan struggles to find the right words. The woman in the pink cardigan stares intently, waiting for him to continue, her expression unreadable. Kang Chan stammers, admitting he's just surprised by the sudden news of her decision. He takes a long drink, his throat suddenly dry. The woman in the pink cardigan continues to stare at Kang Chan. She wonders if the drink is too hot. The woman in the pink cardigan is confused by Kang Chan's reaction. The tension between them is palpable as they sit at the cafe. Kang Chan walks away, admitting to himself that he doesn't know anymore. The woman in the pink cardigan follows Kang Chan as he exits Willie's kitchen. Kang Chan is overwhelmed and decides to deal with the situation later. The city skyline stretches into the distance, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. He walks away from her, his back turned as he heads toward his car. The woman pauses, watching Kang Chan's retreating figure. She sighs, muttering that she has to say something to Chan. The woman's earlier words echo in his mind, reminding him that she thinks he's too reckless and dangerous and that he should be more careful. Kang Chan stops in his tracks, a confused expression washing over his face. He wonders what the woman is doing, his confusion growing. Standing by his car, Kang Chan wonders how much she knows. The woman reminds him that he's only had his license for a month and that he should drive more carefully. She continues to scold him, saying that he was going too fast just now. Kang Chan and the woman stand in the park, and she tells him that he can't do that. Kang Chan promises that he'll be more careful, and she says that's a promise. He watches as the woman in the car waves goodbye. Kang Chan, standing beside his car, reminds himself to remain cautious. He reflects on his past experiences, thinking that he didn't get into a single accident on the African battlefield filled with anti-tank mines and mortar shells falling from the sky. Despite his past, he knows he should still be careful. Later, Kang Chan arrives at his apartment building, announcing his return. He sits down for a meal with his parents. His father tells him that he doesn't mind that he gets along with his friends, but he shouldn't stay away for too long. Kang Chan assures his father that it's not like anything happened this time. His mother chimes in, saying that they aren't worried he might get in trouble. They just want to see their son's face more often. Kang Chan apologizes. His father mentions that they're planning to go to the orphanage that his mother and he are supporting on Sunday and asks if he wants to come with them, noting that the staff members are having a difficult time these days. Kang Chan says all right, but because of their sports club, he might have some plans with the teacher. His father says that he can come with them if he has time, otherwise, it's fine. Kang Chan thanks him. He offers a simple, thank you for the food, placing his spoon down. His mother replies, telling Kang Chan to wait a second. The mother and father of Kang Chan are seen in the kitchen. His mother hands him his herbal medicine, which he had completely forgotten about. Kang Chan takes the medicine from his mother and drinks it. He thanks his mother, saying that he is feeling great now. Kang Chan reflects on his current situation, unsure when it all started. He lies in bed, thinking that the house has become relaxing to him. Kang Chan wonders if he has the right to enjoy this comfort, this sense of belonging and safety. He questions whether he is deceiving these people. Kang Chan is seen with a woman in CAR, who is smiling. Kang Chan is seen sleeping. The ringing of a phone pierces the silence, a question hanging in the air. The phone vibrates insistently on the bed. A hand reaches out, silencing the persistent ringing. The man's eyes slowly open, a glint of awareness returning to them. Kang Chan sits up in bed, the events of his recent hospitalization still fresh in his mind. He stares intently at his phone, a grim determination hardening his features. Right. Whatever the case, you're my top priority right now. Kang Chan answers the call, his expression unreadable as he listens to the voice on the other end, speaking in French. Meanwhile, an unknown figure questions how Kang Chan was discharged from the hospital so quickly. The call seems to trigger something within him, his eyes glowing red as the lingering injuries from his recent battles flare up. The man on the other end of the line continues, his voice laced with malice. I hear you had quite the fun today. Kang Chan grits his teeth, the pain evident in his strained expression. He thinks to himself that he hasn't even gotten to the main bout. The unknown figure from earlier wonders if that was a groan they heard, realizing that Kang Chan isn't completely healed yet. He demands the person on the other end of the line get straight to the point. The voice on the phone counters, offering help in exchange for 20 billion won, around $18 million. The man on the phone is taken aback by the offer. The voice continues, suggesting he is more than capable of doing what they ask. If not, they want reliable information about his movements in exchange for the money. He wonders what this bastard is talking about. The voice urges him to think carefully, as he doesn't have a lot of time. They reveal that if they figure out Ranork's movements first, he won't be able to see one of the people he loves. The voice lists potential dangers, a fall down the stairs, a traffic accident, a burglary. They ask if he thinks the measly bodyguards he hired can stop all of these. The man, revealed to be Charlon, warns that if they lay their filthy hands on the people around him, there will be consequences. The voice on the phone tells Charlon to calm down, wishing it won't have to come to that. The voice cackles, telling Charlon to tell them his answer tomorrow. The voice states that Charlon has 10 days to complete the mission. If he doesn't manage to do it within that time, or if they do it before him, someone around him will disappear before he'll have time to react. The voice give a little hint since they're so generous. The target will most likely be a woman. Rain lashed against the windows, mirroring the turmoil brewing within. The faces of several women, each with their own worries, seemed to materialize in the downpour. They were all connected, all vulnerable. Among them, two figures stood out, their expressions etched with a shared anxiety. The threat against them was real, the deadline looming. Kang Chan, the protagonist, gripped his phone, his knuckles white. The weight of Charlin's ultimatum pressed down on him, fueling his anger. He tightened his grip on the phone, the plastic creaking under the pressure. The call was his only lead, his only hope to protect those women. A disembodied voice taunts, offering a cryptic hint. The voice continues, musing that the target will most likely be. The scene shifts to a group of people, their faces blurred and indistinct. The focus tightens on the group, revealing a collection of worried faces. The camera hones in on the silver-haired man's phone as he receives a call, a woman standing nearby. The silver-haired man holds the phone to his ear, his expression unreadable. The silver-haired man clutches his head, a voice echoing in his mind, questioning if he thinks he'll be allowed to do what he plans. The voice continues, stating that of course he will intervene, but reminding him that he is just one person. The silver-haired man, now lying on the ground, groans in pain as the voice asks if it's right, implying he is being attacked. He finishes his phone call, the connection clearly poor as he strains to hear the other person. Elsewhere, Kang Chan is asked a question, though the question itself is cut off. Kang Chan sits on his bed, responding to the unseen speaker. Yu Haisuk stands in the doorway, downplaying the importance of the person Kang Chan was speaking with. Yu Haisuk explains that she had to speak louder due to the poor connection. Kang Chan expresses his relief at her explanation. Yu Haisuk offers to cut him some apples. He accepts her offer. Kang Chan sits on his bed, a serene expression on his face. Suddenly, a loud knock echoes from the door. The silver-haired man's eyes glow with fury as he curses Charlon. Kang Chan sits on his bed, holding his phone, his expression now grim. A disembodied voice promises to tear out someone's heart and kill them. The next day dawns. The sounds of exertion echo across the schoolyard. Kang Chan practices his killing techniques, his expression focused. He continues his training, each movement precise and deliberate. The force behind Kang Chan's strikes is evident as he practices. Kang Chan's movements are a blur as he demonstrates the killing techniques, his audience watching from the stairs. One of the students calls out, questioning what he's doing. Kang Chan corrects himself, clarifying that he meant self-defense techniques. He tries to justify his demonstration, claiming they are self-defense techniques. Yu Haisuk observes that the techniques don't look cool at all, unlike the ones used in movies. Kang Chan explains that movies aim to make fights look cool, but his techniques are meant to kill the opponent, or rather, defend oneself. The student with glasses exclaims his desire to learn the moves Kang Chan has been demonstrating. Kang Chan questions why he wants to learn a fight, asking if he is still being bullied. The student denies that he is being bullied, explaining that the world is dangerous. Kang Chan states that he will teach them simple techniques, and that they should practice in groups of 2. As the students prepare to practice, Kang Chan thinks to himself that he should just teach them some basic steps and focus on training himself. Kang Chan observes that the thugs they see on the streets aren't very good at fighting, or more precisely, have never learned. He explains that proper fighting techniques are violent, and that he will teach them how to defend themselves against people like that. He calls Moon Gijin to join him. Kang Chan instructs Moon Gijin to just stand there and punch at him. Moon Gijin throws a punch at Kang Chan. Kang Chan explains that 9 out of 10 untrained thugs will swing large hooks like Gijin just did, and that if they stay a step and a half away from them, they'll never be hit by those. Kang Chan continues, saying that if their opponent steps forward to hit them, they just need to retreat with the same number of steps. He continues to instruct, explaining that even with the arm movements, one might still be outside the opponent's range. He directs them to spread their arms forward and flap them up and down to defend against surprise kicks. Kang Chan elaborates, stating that as long as they perform the movements correctly, they won't be hit in any vital spots. One of the students questions the effectiveness of the technique, wondering if it looks silly. Kang Chan emphasizes that if they master these skills perfectly, they will be effective. He assures them that they will never be victims to street thugs if they master the technique. But then, one of the students questions the practicality of continuously flapping their arms. Another student points out that they won't be able to attack if they're constantly flapping their arms. He sarcastically asks if they think they are in South Korea, where the police will arrive within 5 minutes, adding that self-defense isn't about that. A text box appears, stating that punching an opponent is about survival. Kang Chan observes his students, a thoughtful expression on his face as he listens to their concerns. One of the female students laments that senior Kang Chan would have taught them something much cooler. Kang Chan remarks that the kids are cranky today, thinking to himself that if he were to teach them close combat techniques, someone would get hurt. He thinks that someone will get in trouble for not being able to control their strength if they use techniques from the battlefield, wondering how else he could show them how useful this technique is. The students call out to Kang Chan as he walks away, still contemplating their earlier criticisms. He reflects on the best course of action in a fight, deciding that avoiding conflict should always be the last resort. Kong Chan explains to his students that the best solution is to avoid getting into fights with thugs in the first place. One of the students questions Kong Chan's advice, pointing out that he always gets into fights. Kong Chan tells them not to be so fussy, brushing off the student's comment. He admits that the backstep flap-flap technique may not look the coolest, but it's a useful self-defense skill that may save their lives. Kong Chan encourages the students to get into groups of 2 and try to hit their partner as they do the technique, so they'll realize how useful it is. The students respond with enthusiasm, ready to put the technique into practice. The students begin practicing the technique outside the school building. The students continue to practice the backstep flap-flap technique. Kong Chan expresses his gratitude, seemingly pleased with the students' progress. Kong Chan's thoughts are interrupted by a call from Charlon, hinting at a new development. He bristles at the audacity of the request. The man standing before Kong Chan had clearly crossed the line. The man explains that he needs to kill Ranark for 20 billion won, otherwise someone around him will die. He tells Kong Chan not to freak out, assuring him that he won't be the victim this time. Kong Chan turns away, claiming he didn't freak out, though his expression betrays his inner turmoil. The man reveals that Charlon says the next target will be a woman. Kong Chan's expression hardens, his jaw tightening as he contemplates the implications. The man explains that Ranark betrayed his loyal subordinates from the battlefields just for a measly piece of diamond and started smuggling drugs. He scoffs at the idea that 20 billion will change Europe's future. He then asks if Kong Chan did what he asked. Kong Chan says he hasn't told Ranark yet. He explains that Charlon said he'll call him again today, so he'll have to tell him before that. The man admits they weren't expecting the situation to change like this, but he guesses they could use Ranark as bait this time. Kong Chan wonders if Ranark ends up getting killed. Won't everything become a huge mess? Troubled by the task ahead, Kong Chan is told that dealing with the French intelligence agencies is not his concern. The man in the suit emphasizes that whatever means necessary must be used to acquire Charlon. The scene shifts to the embassy of France in Korea. Inside, 2 men sit at a table, deep in discussion. Back at the office, the silver-haired man watches as 2 men enter a room. The silver-haired man is informed that the ambassador is on the line. He learns that Kong Chan had called earlier. The man in the suit wonders if he should call Kong Chan back, but decides to handle the situation himself and orders his subordinate to finish his work. He acknowledges the order with a smile. The man in the suit picks up the phone. It's Ranark, apologizing for being occupied. He sits in a well-appointed room. The silver-haired man asks the caller what is the matter. The camera pans out, showing the room where the silver-haired man is sitting. The silver-haired man acknowledges the situation, stating that it is good. He then thinks to himself that he will have to act as bait to drag Charlon out of his hideout. The silver-haired man is shown on the phone, a slight smile on his face. The plan was set. Kong Chan would act as bait, drawing Charlon out hiding. The silver-haired man questioned the wisdom of the plan, pointing out that Kong Chan's life would be at risk. The man in the suit was given 2 more days to think, and he would book a table at the hotel for the following day. Speaking in French, the silver-haired man requested a more detailed conversation. The man on the phone confirmed a meeting for the following evening, indicating his understanding. Below the towering building, the man in the suit continued his preparations. The man on the phone confirmed that Taejin and Ranark's teams were cooperating with him. The silver-haired man believed that Taejin and Ranark wouldn't betray him, as they both had clear goals. He decided to trust them for now. The man in the suit resolved to trust them, and in the meantime, do what he could and what he must, knowing that facing Charlon again would be a battle. He acknowledges his lack of confidence in the upcoming fight, knowing that the throat slasher will be a formidable opponent. The silver-haired man recalls how his senses, honed from a past life, saved him at Yuri-san. The most pressing matter, he realizes, is to regain his former fighting prowess. His goal is clear, to regain his old fighting abilities. He bows his head slightly in acknowledgement. Kong Chan, standing with other students, wonders what's going on. The silver-haired man suggests a friendly spar, hoping to test his abilities. Kong Chan is taken aback by the sudden request, but the silver-haired man insists. Other students protest, questioning the appropriateness of a teacher fighting a student. Kong Chan, despite the objections, seems to accept the challenge, his expression hardening. The silver-haired man agrees to exchange moves with Kong Chan for a short time. Kong Chan thanks the silver-haired man, a subtle smile playing on his lips. With a sudden burst of speed, Kong Chan launches a surprise attack. He launches a kick, the force of it creating a visible shockwave as his foot connects. The kick sends the silver-haired man flying backwards, the suddenness of the attack evident in his posture. Kong Chan, his face a mask of intensity, demands, "Are you out of your mind? What are you doing?" The silver-haired man retorts that he is the only one who can match Kong Chan's skills. He reminds him that he said he'd train seriously from now on, and that he'll need some actual physical spars to efficiently strengthen his body. The sparring match continues, observed by a group of students. Kong Chan acknowledges that it's not okay to do this in front of kids. The silver-haired man, now airborne, shouts back, "Who cares if it's not okay?" The silver-haired man crashes heavily to the ground. The students watching are visibly shocked by the display of force. One student remarks that the PE teacher can't rival senior Kong Chan, to which another replies that of course he can't, as he's already at that age. Kong Chan looms over the silver-haired man, his expression unreadable. One of the students asks, "You all right, sir?" The silver-haired man lies on the ground, having taken a beating. Kong Chan taunts him, asking if the fight was too intense for an elderly man. The silver-haired man, grimacing, declares that he's done holding back in front of the students. Pushing himself up from the ground, he prepares to fight seriously. A sinister smile spreads across the silver-haired man's face as he suggests they have some fun like the good old days. Kong Chan braces himself, anticipating the silver-haired man's next move. The silver-haired man takes a fighting stance, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The silver-haired man launches a swift attack, his fist connecting with Kong Chan's face. The force of the blow sends Kong Chan reeling backward, struggling to maintain his balance against the onslaught of attacks. The silver-haired man continues his relentless assault, each strike carrying immense power. Kong Chan is struck again, the impact blurring his vision. The silver-haired man's face is illuminated by a sinister grin, reveling in his dominance. The silver-haired man delivers a final, devastating kick, sending Kong Chan crashing to the ground. The silver-haired man continues his relentless assault, driving Kong Chan back with a flurry of blows. His fist, charged with unseen energy, flies forward, aimed directly at Kong Chan's face. The punch connects, the force of the impact shattering the air around them. The silver-haired man's relentless strikes continue to batter Kong Chan, each blow carrying immense power. The force of the blows sends Kong Chan staggering backward, blood spraying from the point of impact. From a distance, a group of onlookers watches the brutal exchange, their faces a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. Kong Chan grits his teeth against the pain, his expression a mask of grim determination. The silver-haired man's face remains impassive, his eyes cold and calculating as he continues his assault. With a final, devastating kick, the silver-haired man sends Kong Chan crashing to the ground. The impact reverberates through the air, dust and debris swirling around Kong Chan's prone form. The silver-haired man pauses, his foot hovering over Kong Chan. He declares that they shouldn't go any further than this. A sinister smile spreads across the silver-haired man's face as he suggests they stop here for now. The man in the suit addresses a group of students, presumably giving them instructions for the day. The students stand silently, listening to the instructions. Later, the silver-haired man and Kong Chan wash their faces at a public sink. Kong Chan splashes water on his face, trying to recover from the beating he just endured. The silver-haired man reveals that he spoke with Rannork earlier, who agreed to cooperate and act as bait for Charlon. The silver-haired man acknowledges Rannork's guts, admitting he didn't expect that from a politician, and Kong Chan agrees. The silver-haired man offers Kong Chan a towel, commenting on his own strength. The silver-haired man admits that his strength is decent, but he is too slow and gets exhausted too easily, before asking Kong Chan if he is fully recovered. The pair walk away from the sinks, their conversation continuing. Kong Chan realizes that he needs to recover completely before facing Charlon or the throat slasher. Kong Chan walks alone, seemingly lost in thought. Kong Chan checks his phone and sees new messages. A woman with auburn hair and a red blazer urgently reminds someone about the acquisition meeting for the Dai family, insisting they absolutely must attend. Smelling trouble, Kong Chan assures the woman on the other end of the line that he will be there, though he thinks to himself that this isn't anything complicated and he just needs to go. Kong Chan continues walking, his mind drifting to a more pleasant conversation where a woman suggests going to GangCon on Friday and the beach on Saturday. The protagonist, still walking, thinks how carefree she is. Kong Chan continues his walk through the city. Suddenly, his phone rings again, but this time the caller ID is hidden. Kong Chan realizes that since he spoke with Rannork earlier, this has to be Charlon. Kong Chan answers the phone with a cautious greeting. The ominous voice on the other end of the line immediately demands if he has decided yet. Kong Chan firmly replies no, stating that he needs 2 more days to think about it. The man on the other end of the line sighs and says he will call him in 2 days. Kong Chan, now agitated, calls out Charlon's name, demanding to know what he wants. Charlon questions if Kong Chan plans on sending the payment and how he can trust his word, before stating that he will tell him once he makes his decision. He demands immediate answers, stating that there's no trust between them and he can't believe the other party's assurances. Charlon grits his teeth, his frustration palpable. Charlon explains that the payment will be in a Swiss bank account with the promised money inside, warning that the password might be changed before he withdraws the money. The man on the other end of the line dismisses the importance of the money, stating that Rannork's death will be a game-changer in the European political field and that 20 billion won is nothing compared to that. The man scoffs, saying he won't scam anyone for that amount and that he doesn't care about who gains. He continues, stating that he knows how the 20 billion won will safely enter his hands with no strings attached. He adds that if Charlon can't give him a satisfactory answer, then he should count him out, not caring whether Charlon kills him or not. Charlon, visibly enraged, retorts that the man is his only enemy right now, but if his scheme goes wrong, he might have to fight against the entire French government as well, emphasizing that the risks are high for him. He calls the man a fussy bastard. The man relents, stating that he will give more information about the payment method next time. Charlon has always hated when his opponent takes the initiative during negotiations. The narrator observes that Kong Chan is probably furious by now. Kong Chan is eating when he receives a call. The caller asks if he has some time today. He mentions his plans for the day, noting that he has to meet up with Michelle in the morning and Ranork in the evening. He adds that he also plans on meeting with Gonk Korea's branch manager, Smithin. The mention of the branch manager, Smithin, prompts a question from one of the people at the table. Why? Another person at the table explains that their orders have been piling up because Smithin hasn't been coming to work for the past few days, adding that they heard he's holed up somewhere. The first man wonders if Smithin has been in hiding ever since their last conversation. He continues, wondering if something has displeased Smithin, noting that while he gave them an opportunity to work together, the two companies started off on different wavelengths. Smithin's name is uttered, his expression one of deep concern. A voice booms, declaring that Smithin is an amazing guy who will surely live a long life. Smithin reflects on the words he heard, a somber expression clouding his face as he recalls being called an amazing guy who will live a long life. Elsewhere, someone believes it's unlikely that their actions displeased Smithin, and they plan to contact him later to discuss the matter further. The man's associate questions his decision, asking if he truly intends to follow through. Inside an office, a man recounts how Smithin gave him his business card and told him to call whenever he wanted. He then asks how many cars the company needs right now, and is told they need at least another 200 due to the high volume of orders. The man marvels at the booming business, impressed by the sheer volume of orders. However, another man cautions against celebrating too early, noting that everyone is keeping a close eye on them and observing their every move. The camera pans to a street view, showcasing the bustling city and the exterior of a building. Kong Chan, dressed in a sleek black suit, strides confidently down the sidewalk amidst the crowd. He holds a phone in his hand, a small detail hinting at an impending call. Indeed, Kong Chan answers the phone, a slight smile playing on his lips as he greets the caller. Hi, Channy. He stands in front of a mirror, carefully placing his artificial eye. He chuckles, explaining that he's not used to it yet, so it's taking a while. He then asks if he's being told to apologize for that. Kong Chan is on the phone, laughing. He remarks sarcastically that the other person understood him perfectly, as he was just answering their question. Someone nearby mutters that he's an impudent jackass. Still on the phone, Kong Chan is asked if he's been at home since the last call. He confirms that he's been quarantining himself properly ever since. The person on the other end of the line tells him that he'll definitely live a long life, calling him a cautious brick. Kong Chan learns that Motors ordered a new batch of cars and needs his signature to finalize the purchase. He is told that from today onwards, he can move around, as he's likely no longer their main target. However, he's advised to stay in crowded areas just in case. The voice on the phone assures him that this entire situation will be over within 2 weeks at the longest. The silver-haired man is on the phone, instructing someone to guard until then. He orders them to call the main office and prioritize the batch of cars for Korea first, stating that it's a piece of cake and that he'll contact Kangyu Motors. The man on the other end of the line responds with a "yeah, thanks," before the silver-haired man interrupts, calling him Channy and asking if there are two of everything. The silver-haired man states that he has things he wants to check with him. The man on the other end wonders what he is scheming now. The silver-haired man tells the person on the phone to stay on the line, asking what it is. He says first. The silver-haired man asks if nightclubs count as safe crowded areas. He stares intensely, a barely contained rage simmering beneath the surface. The silver-haired man, on the phone, is questioned about his desire to go clubbing despite his leg injuries. He curtly tells the other party to stop with the details. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, ending the first call and immediately starting another. Kong Chan, standing outside, is asked if he can apply at a Korean language school. He tells the person on the other end to do it in 2 weeks, then hangs up. Someone observes that it seems Kong Chan has grown tired of his female assistant. A voice wonders if he ever changes. Kong Chan confirms he withdrew the money and will be there in 5 minutes as he stands outside Nara Bank. He looks at his phone, a woman standing close by. Someone thinks that the meeting with the DII agency could have happened at their office or a lawyer's office, but instead it had to be at. The thought continues, revealing the location. Namsan Hotel, where nothing ever goes properly. The exterior of the Namsan Hotel is shown. Kong Chan walks through the hotel with an attendant. He enters the room, the door clicking shut behind him. Inside, the silver-haired man sits at the head of a long table, surrounded by several other individuals. Kong Chan approaches the table, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Channy." A woman rushes towards Kong Chan, her arms outstretched. She embraces him tightly, a familiar warmth between them. The woman, with a playful smile, says, "But I'm French, so that doesn't matter, does it?" Kong Chan sighs, a hint of resignation in his eyes. "'Tis fine." The silver-haired man introduces them. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Kong Chan." Kong Chan observes the man at the end of the table, Mr. Kim Sung-gil, CEO of DIAI, and wonders if he's a gangster as well. The man thinks to himself that Vice President Kim Seon-il doesn't concern him. The silver-haired man introduces Mr. Choi Young, a lawyer from the Sunshine Law Firm, who will be responsible for the contract. The silver-haired man gestures towards 3 women seated at the table, introducing them as actresses affiliated with the DII agency. He notes that Kong Chan has already met Ms. Soyeon. The silver-haired man assures Kong Chan that he will meet the actresses later after the contract is signed. The group sits around a long table, the contract lying in front of the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man states that he has thoroughly reviewed the contract with the lawyer already, but the woman with red hair insists that Kong Chan should still check it. Kong Chan takes the contract, stating that it's fine. The woman with red hair calls Kong Chan Channy, while the silver-haired man thinks to himself that Kong Chan is a pompous brat. The silver-haired man sits at the head of the table, a sinister aura emanating from him. Kong Chan's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. The silver-haired man's eyes glow red, a subtle sign of his true nature. Kong Chan sighs, thinking that he already has a truckload of things to worry about and doesn't need another. The woman with red hair places her hand on Kong Chan's, offering a silent gesture of support. The silver-haired man smirks, confident in his plans. He asks where he needs to sign, but Mr. Kim Sung-gil points out that Kong Chan didn't bring his seal. Mr. Kim Sung-gil says a signature is more than enough for now, but he'll need Kong Chan's seal and ID for notarization later. Kong Chan signs the document with a flourish. From a distance, an observer remarks on his carefree attitude. Kong Chan observes that they're acting like he's stealing the company. Kong Chan wonders if they understand French, but Yu Haisuk doesn't think so. Kong Chan voices his suspicion that they're discontent about something, and he doesn't want to proceed if it will cause trouble. Yu Haisuk explains that they were producing a TV show that didn't do well, so they have no choice but to sell the company. She believes they want Kong Chan to invest in them instead of buying the company, but he says that has nothing to do with him. She is then told to stop yapping. Someone asks Kong Chan what he's staring at, implying that he's dating Yu Haisuk. Mr. Kim Sung-gil tells Kong Chan that he'd prefer it if he didn't fire their current employees. Yu Haisuk interjects, stating that those demands aren't part of the terms and conditions. Mr. Kim Sung-gil says they will consider Kong Chan's request at a later date, but right now, they need to. A thick finger presses down on a document, a silent threat hanging in the air. Mr. Kim Sung-gil leans forward, a predatory glint in his eyes. He suggests adding a few more clauses to the contract. Yu Haisuk's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she anticipates the inevitable. The silver-haired man's smile widens, a sinister gesture accompanying it. The camera focuses on Mr. Kim Sung-gil's cruel smile as Yu Haisuk's face contorts with anger and frustration. The sound of tearing echoes through the room. Yu Haisuk's eyes widen in shock as she witnesses the destruction of the contract. The sound of paper ripping fills the air. Mr. Kim Sung-gil's face is partially visible as the torn pieces of the contract fall around him. Yu Haisuk stares in disbelief as the shredded contract rains down. Kong Chan watches as Mr. Kim Sung-gil tears up the contract in front of Yu Haisuk. Yu Haisuk's expression is a mixture of shock and fear as she looks on. The deal was off. Mr. Kim Sung-gil's words hung in the air, final and absolute. Forget it. A sinister laugh erupted, the sound echoing with a chilling glee. The man's rage was barely contained. He sneered, calling someone a loaded rascal. A man, silhouetted against the light, remained unfazed. He coolly stated that he didn't know how terrifying the world could be. From above, the scene unfolded. A table littered with papers, the aftermath of a failed negotiation. The man in the suit instructed Michelle to leave. The silver-haired man sat at the head of the table, his hands spread wide, a picture of cold calculation. The man demanded to know if he was being defied, threatening Michelle with death. He insisted that she knew him. The silver-haired man issued an ultimatum. Either pay an additional 500 million won to buy the company, or else. He continued, stating that if they messed with him, they could either leave the money they brought behind, or he would pay them back double once his TV show hit the jackpot. The silver-haired man slammed his hand on the table, punctuating his threat. The man in the suit, presumably Kong Chan, led Michelle away from the table. The silver-haired man glared at Kong Chan as he left, his face contorted with fury. The silver-haired man, momentarily stumbling over his words, corrects himself, insisting that the SO hasn't finished speaking. The CEO, Mr. Kim Sung-gil, lies motionless on the floor, having been struck down. The silver-haired man questions why the SO suddenly fainted, his tone laced with sarcasm. The silver-haired man stands over the fallen CEO, his expression cold as Michelle and Kong Chan watch in horror. The punch lands squarely on the man's jaw, the force of the blow evident in his distorted expression. The man collapses to the floor, unconscious, as the silver-haired man looks down at him. The silver-haired man scoffs, wondering why the jackass suddenly fainted before he could finish talking. His expression hardens, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Three women watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with worry as they witness the scene unfold. The woman in the white blouse looks on with wide eyes, her shock mirrored by the man with glasses standing behind her. The unconscious man lies prone on the floor, the silver-haired man standing over him, his intentions unclear. The woman from before stares at the silver-haired man, fear evident in her eyes as he warns that if you do this, then they'll. The silver-haired man, his expression resolute, tells her not to worry and to just follow him. He takes her hand, leading her away from the other women, a sense of urgency in his movements. The woman is forcefully told to sit down. The silver-haired man, having just knocked someone unconscious, glances back at Yu Haisuk as he leads her away. Elsewhere, a man slams his fists on a table, enraged. The silver-haired man stands with Yu Haisuk, telling her that something is worthless and has no value. The enraged man continues his tirade, saying he'll have to teach someone respect in their parents' stead. The scene shifts to a chaotic dining room, where a man in a red shirt is being restrained. Below, other people watch with concern. The man in the red shirt looms over the silver-haired man, who looks up at him calmly. The silver-haired man thinks to himself that this would happen, saying that the hotel is cursed. The silver-haired man stands with a waiter, who looks concerned. Someone asks if everything is all right, having heard a commotion. Another voice apologizes, saying they'll be quiet from now on and that everyone can go back to work. The man in the red shirt smiles sinisterly, while below, the silver-haired man glares intensely. Someone says they understand and will be at the other's disposal for anything. The sound of a slap echoes through the room. The silver-haired man's associate, having delivered the blow, demands understanding. He boasts of connections with the hotel's manager. The associate threatens to turn the man he struck into pulp, ensuring he'd never be seen again. The man wonders if his attacker is part of Oh Gwangtaek's group. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim Song-gil contemplates using someone's name to resolve the situation. Elsewhere, someone is furious, but at this stage, the man's anger is palpable, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The sound of something breaking echoes. The man in the red shirt is sent flying backward from the force of his own destructive outburst. The man in the red shirt is too angry to resolve things peacefully. Back at the hotel, the women look on with shock and concern. The silver-haired man's associate continues his assault, landing another blow. The man collapses to the floor, defeated. The silver-haired man's associate continues his brutal assault, his fist cocked back for another strike. The force of the blows sends the victim reeling. The assailant's face is finally visible, revealing the cold determination in his eyes as he prepares to deliver another punch. The punch lands squarely on the victim's face, the impact spraying blood and sweat. The victim's face contorts in agony as he absorbs the relentless beating. The attacker's relentless assault continues, his polished shoes planted firmly on the ground as he delivers another blow. The victim, Mr. Kim Song-gil, is now on the ground, pinned beneath the relentless onslaught. The attacker stands over Mr. Kim Song-gil, preparing to deliver a final, decisive blow. The final blow connects, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the room as Mr. Kim Song-gil cries out in pain, his head ringing. The attacker's face is grim, his eyes narrowed as he continues to pummel the defenseless Mr. Kim Song-gil. A nearby woman and another man watch in shock as the brutal beating unfolds, the woman questioning what is happening to Mr. Kim Song-gil. Another man, witnessing the scene remotely, is shocked and decides to call for backup, wondering who the attacker is. The silver-haired man's associate continues his brutal assault on Mr. Kim Song-gil, whose screams of pain fill the room as blood pours from his face. The force of the blow causes blood to splatter, a testament to the violence inflicted. The associate, his face still obscured by a mask, maintains a tight grip on Mr. Kim Song-gil's hair, preparing for another strike. His fist clenches, ready to deliver another devastating blow. Mr. Kim Song-gil's vision blurs, his face a mask of blood and pain as he desperately pleads for mercy. A figure, silhouetted against the light, cries out, begging for the violence to stop. Yu Haisuk, her face etched with worry, attempts to intervene, desperately pleading with the masked man to stop the beating. Her pleas are met with cold indifference, the silver-haired man showing no emotion as he watches the scene unfold. The masked man continues his assault, slamming Mr. Kim Song-gil's head into the floor with brutal force. The silver-haired man, seemingly unfazed by the violence, adjusts his cuffs, a subtle display of his callousness. Lying on the floor, battered and bleeding, Mr. Kim Song-gil is questioned by the silver-haired man, who demands to know if anyone else has anything to say. The scene unfolds in a room filled with onlookers, their faces a mixture of fear and apprehension as they witness the brutal display of power. He lay on the floor, defeated. The silver-haired man, standing over him, instructs his men to leave. The silver-haired man turns, his expression unreadable as he exits the room, flanked by his men. Suddenly, the The silver-haired man stops, his brow furrowed. He demands to know what is going on. One of the men on the floor recognizes the man who beat Mr. Kim Sung-gil. He shouts that it's that bastard, referring to ID. Soldier, Smithin, and that he tried to. ID. Soldier, Smithin, standing beside Michelle, tells her to stay back as a voice shouts to kill their CEO. The silver-haired man faces ID. Soldier, Smithin, acknowledging that he is the one responsible for the chaos. He asks what he wants now. The tension between the silver-haired man and ID. Soldier, Smithin is palpable, the air thick with animosity. The silver-haired man shouts for everyone to stop, calling them morons. The silver-haired man tells everyone to stand down if they wish to live, questioning ID. Soldier, Smithin's motives. A man bows before ID. Soldier, Smithin, introducing himself as Ju Cheolbeum, assistant to Boss Doziak. One of the men wonders why Boss Cheolbeum is bowing to ID. Soldier, Smithin. ID. Soldier, Smithin looks on, his expression unreadable. He bows deeply, offering his apologies and promising to resolve the situation swiftly. The silver-haired man is surrounded by his subordinates, who affirm their understanding. The silver-haired man demands that his subordinates ensure none of the current events become public knowledge, ordering them to get to work. The silver-haired man thanks someone for their patience. One of the men questions if there are morons standing against the silver-haired man, wondering what is going on. The silver-haired man dismisses someone, stating that the current situation has nothing to do with them. The silver-haired man explains that the men on the floor used to be part of their organization, but they quit some time ago. He lent them the room due to their request, adding that if they somehow displeased him, the responsibility is partly his. The silver-haired man believes he was lied to and asks for an opportunity to make up for the blunder. Someone wonders who the young man being held on the floor is. The silver-haired man watches as one of his men kneels to assist the young man on the floor. A man yells that the young man is a friend of Boss Guangtek. Someone is in disbelief that the young man is not Boss Guangtek's underling. The silver-haired man stands beside the young man on the floor, questioning if he is truly a friend. Enraged, Mr. Kim Sung-gil berates the men who brought the young man to him, furious that they didn't recognize his importance. He accuses them of bringing shame to his name. The silver-haired man watches Mr. Kim Sung-gil, his expression unreadable. Mr. Kim Sung-gil begs for another chance, promising to personally readjust everything and assist the silver-haired man. He pleads with him to let go of his anger. The silver-haired man states that he will reimburse the hospital fees and relocation expenses for the other guests, demanding that Mr. Kim Sung-gil contact him before the day and to ensure he receives every single penny. Mr. Kim Sung-gil, sweating profusely, insists that the situation has nothing to do with him. Mr. Kim Sung-gil offers his humblest apologies for their slip-up, repeating that he is terribly sorry. The man on the floor, still kneeling, hears Mr. Kim Sung-gil say he was about to forget the incident and would be more than happy to have him by their company. The silver-haired man wonders if Mr. Kim Sung-gil is trying to do business in this situation. Mr. Kim Sung-gil strikes the kneeling man, demanding if he's gone insane and ordering him to shut his trap. Mr. Kim Sung-gil warns that if he were to leave like this, Boss Guangtek would never let him off, no one would be willing to buy the company, and it would be over for him in the underworld. The man on the floor is struck with a powerful blow. Still prostrated on the floor, the young man on the floor hears the desperate pleas of the men before him. The silver-haired man watches with a calculating gaze. The two men continue to beg for salvation, their faces pressed against the floor. The silver-haired man turns his attention to Yu Haisuk, calling her by a different name, Michelle. Yu Haisuk looks up, surprised by the unfamiliar name. The men who are begging are shown to be injured and bloodied. The focus returns to Yu Haisuk, highlighting her attire. Michelle, the woman who has been working with the man with slick-back silver hair, looks up, a confused expression on her face. The man with slick-back silver hair states that he was going to leave her in charge of the company in the first place. An unseen person agrees to do as he says. Michelle realizes that the entire situation was his fault, and he should have been mad at her, but instead, he gave her full authority. The woman wonders how this could be. Michelle's eyes widen as a realization dawns on her. She thinks it could be. The man with slicked-back silver hair embraces Michelle, a sinister aura surrounding them. The silver-haired man says that he only bought the dial for her, Michelle. Michelle responds with a soft The scene focuses on their feet, his in black dress shoes and hers in red heels, suggesting a partnership. Michelle shares a tender moment with the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's eyes are closed as he embraces her. Startled, Michelle pulls away, questioning what is happening. The silver-haired man stands with Michelle and another woman, seemingly in a business meeting. Michelle looks at the other woman with a concerned expression. Close up on Michelle's eyes, showing her concern. The silver-haired man explains that they were thinking of buying Dai from the beginning, and he doesn't think it will bring them any trouble. The silver-haired man asks why they don't proceed as initially planned. Another man, wearing glasses, asks if there's a problem. The silver-haired man states that he will buy Dai family, but Michelle will be acting as his proxy for everything, both for work and for signatures, asking if that would be a problem. The man with glasses looks concerned. The silver-haired man stands with Michelle, while a man with blood on his face sits at the table. The silver-haired man gives his captive one last opportunity to speak up. The captive, kneeling on the floor, expresses his sincere gratitude, stating he has no further requests. The silver-haired man turns to leave, Michelle red suit watching him. The door clicks shut behind them as they exit. The sound of a door closing echoes again. The silver-haired man orders one of his subordinates to finish the paperwork quickly so they can talk in his office. The subordinate replies, "Yes, sir." Elsewhere, the silver-haired man sits at a table in a hotel lobby. He thinks to himself that something always goes wrong at this Namsen hotel and wonders who is calling him this time. The silver-haired man answers the phone, addressing the caller as ambassador. He proposes a meeting at Namsen Hotel at 5 p.m. this afternoon. The silver-haired man confirms the meeting at Namsen Hotel again. The silver-haired man contemplates the need for countermeasures. Lost in thought, he considers the implications of the upcoming meeting. Elsewhere, a group of women walks through the hotel, their presence drawing attention. Their arrival doesn't go unnoticed. Some men are impressed by their beauty, while others express more sinister intentions. Back in the office, Michelle Redsuit informs the silver-haired man that the paperwork is complete. She also relays that the trainees and contracted employees are headed their way, prompting him to consider their next move. He realizes he forgot something and suggests they should have lunch with everyone. Michelle Redsuit acknowledges the plan. She then receives a call, her expression suggesting the conversation is serious. Elsewhere, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair sits on a couch, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding. The silver-haired man seems to be pondering something. 3 women observe the woman from Panel 9 and Michelle Redsuit, noting the intensity of their stares. The women from Panel 11 discuss the possibility of violence, with one expressing surprise that it might be due to the women's gender. Another woman recalls Hyo Un-sil, suggesting she will grow up to be like them. They were almost here, the silver-haired man thought, as he sat waiting. He then asked the woman in the white shirt what they should have for lunch. Meanwhile, the woman in the black dress stated that the place they were going to was delicious. The woman in the white shirt agreed, but wondered if it would be too difficult with their numbers. The silver-haired man stated that they didn't even book any tables and suggested they head outside. He then asked what was wrong with that, and if the woman in the white shirt disliked Japanese food. The woman in the white shirt stated that that wasn't it, and that Michelle in the red suit was doing this on purpose. She then stated that they've got a large number of trainees and employees. The woman in the black dress thought to herself that she's the most popular actress amongst the members of their agency, and since the woman in the white shirt was younger than her, she wondered how she should. The silver-haired man asked if Michelle was challenging the woman in the white shirt and trying to show who's in power. He then paused and told them to wait. The silver-haired man wondered what their large number of people had to do with Michelle challenging him. He then stated that he didn't quite follow. The woman in the white shirt explained that the Japanese place above was a hotel restaurant and the chef was famous for his cooking, so the price was extremely high. She then stated that if they take all the trainees and employees, the silver-haired man stated that to that restaurant, the bill will go up to several millions of won for a single meal, which is about several thousands of dollars. He smirked. The silver-haired man smirked as the woman in the white shirt looked on with concern. The woman in the black dress narrowed her eyes, seemingly annoyed. The silver-haired man observes the affected student, noting how much she reminds him of Hyo Yinsul. He continues his internal monologue, thinking that if Michelle Redsuit were to wear a school uniform and smoke on a school rooftop, they'd be like 2 peas in a pod. Meanwhile, Mr. Choi Yong tells the woman with wavy brown hair that he wouldn't recommend something, despite Lee Hae-yeon's personality. He elaborates, stating that Lee Hae-yeon is still their agency's most popular actress, bringing in a lot of income and raising the value of their agency on her own. Mr. Choi Yong continues to explain to the woman with wavy brown hair that, to put it in simpler terms, she is the one keeping the agency afloat. The woman with wavy brown hair understands that this isn't a fight, but business, so even if she gets annoyed or mad about something, she needs to endure it. She acknowledges this, asking if it's possible to cancel their contract with Lee Hae-yeon. Mr. Choi Yong says that it's possible, but once they break up with her, there'll be countless articles in the news about them, painting their agency in a bad light every month. The woman with wavy brown hair understands the situation for now. Elsewhere, the silver-haired man and Michelle Redsuit are sitting at a table on a rooftop patio, where a waitress approaches. The waitress asks what she can do for them, and the silver-haired man asks her to check if the Japanese restaurant upstairs has any open seats. The waitress asks how many they are, and Michelle Redsuit responds that they are around 20, including the employees and trainees. The silver-haired man's companion observes the young woman, commenting on her apparent wealth. The silver-haired man is confronted by the woman, who questions if he suggested the Japanese restaurant knowing it would be full. The woman reveals that she's heard the young woman is a high schooler. The silver-haired man seems surprised by this revelation. The woman calls the young woman a brat. The silver-haired man thinks to himself that if she's like Hyo Yinsul, he thinks he can just treat her like he treats a stupid bitch. A woman from Dai Entertainment waves them over, telling them to come this way. A waiter informs them that there are enough seats available upstairs. The silver-haired man responds to the waiter, saying that they should head there. Elsewhere, a man in a suit greets someone, saying it's nice to meet them and that he will be in their care. The man in the suit introduces director Kim Jae-tae and the road managers to someone off-panel. The silver-haired man smiles, stating that they will be in the president's care. The man in the suit pauses, lost in thought. The man in the suit gestures towards a group of stylists, makeup artists, and agency trainees. The group enthusiastically greets the president. A waiter approaches the man in the suit and asks if he may take their orders. The man in the suit glances down at his phone, seemingly distracted. The man in the suit tells the waiter that they will have the lunch menu for everyone. One of the women at the table suggests they have wei, a Korean dish similar to sashimi. Another woman wonders if she's being inconsiderate. The woman who suggested wei looks concerned. The silver-haired man excuses himself, drawing the attention of the woman who suggested wei. The silver-haired man asks the waiter what the most expensive menu item is. He dismisses the exorbitant price of the course, which is 500,000 won per person, or about $450. The silver-haired man's expression remains unchanged as he listens to the waiter. The waiter informs the rest of the restaurant that the course is for everyone. Michelle Redsuit is shocked by the announcement, questioning what Channy is doing. The affected student is outraged, saying that Michelle Redsuit was challenging her, but there's a limit to everything. She points out that if he orders this course for everyone, it'll cost 10 million won in total for this single meal, or about $9,000. The silver-haired man smirks, declaring that he's filthy rich. The silver-haired man's smile widens, seemingly unconcerned by the cost. Yu Hae-suk's face contorts in frustration, declaring that there's a limit to everything. Kong Chan states that for everyone, it'll cost 10 million won in total for this single meal, adding that it's cheap. A smirk plays on Kong Chan's lips as he looks off to the side. The woman seated at the table exclaims that she already knows he's rich, adding that this isn't a date, but business, and there's no need to show off. Kong Chan turns his head, his expression hardening as he asks if there's a problem. The silver-haired man seated at the table assures them not to mind them, adding that the French language has a strong accent, so it makes everything sound dramatic. Yu Hae-suk laughs in response. Yu Hae-suk asks Kong Chan if they can talk outside for a bit. Kong Chan's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. An unknown man states that he'll send 300 million won tomorrow, so use it to manage the company. Yu Hae-suk's expression hardens, her eyes filled with determination. She is greeted with enthusiasm as she descends the stairs. The crowd chants, "Channy, Channy, Channy," as they express their gratitude. The woman at the table reflects on the conversation, realizing the entertainment industry requires a different understanding of money. She recalls being told that 10 million won was spent on a single meal and 300 million was requested for company management, despite her never asking for money. She thinks to herself that you can't run a company like this. Kong Chan wonders aloud what would happen if he tried to trick her and steal her money. He quickly dismisses the thought, believing he wouldn't do that. Channy sighs, overwhelmed by the situation. The woman at the table continues to reflect on the financial realities of the industry, realizing that a TV series costs around 10 billion won to produce. Kong Chan flatly denies the possibility of wasting the money. Kong Chan acknowledges the high costs involved, at least now he knows. He wonders why it costs so much. Channy wonders if the series will make even more money when it's released. She realizes it will, if it gains popularity. Kong Chan grimaces, realizing that if the series isn't successful, they'll have wasted the entire 10 billion won. A narration box explains that they don't have to fund the entire thing, but the advance costs will still go through the roof. It also notes that popular actors and scriptwriters always demand a high pay. The narration continues, stating that the company's past performances also matter, and since DII has never produced a series before, ex-CEO Kim Song-gil couldn't find sponsors for their TV show, even though they had the popular actress Lee Hae-yeon as part of the cast. Kong Chan realizes that this whole thing is a lot more complicated than he thought. He then wonders why Ranor told him he made an excellent choice. Kong Chan asks Channy how influential Fun Soyeon is. The woman at the table listens as the others discuss Fun Soyeon's position, concluding that she is just an add-on to Lee Hae-yeon. Kong Chan considers the statement, acknowledging that the position does help her and give her opportunities, but wonders if there is more to it. The scene shifts to a flashback of Kong Chan and Yu Hae-suk. She mentions their earlier fight. Yu Hae-suk touches Kong Chan's chest, telling him he was so hot earlier. Back in the present, Kong Chan's eyes narrow as he remembers the moment. Kong Chan, now walking down the stairs, announces that they should go eat lunch. Yu Hae-suk follows behind him, her expression unreadable. Inside the restaurant, someone counts down, presumably for a toast. The group cheers for Kong Chan, thanking him for the meal and calling him the best president. Kong Chan looks surprised by the amount of food that has been ordered. The spread of food is enormous, and a voice wonders if it is seriously for one person only, noting that it is only the first course. He sits at the table, surrounded by women who seem impressed by the spread before them. The spread is indeed quite impressive. Yu Haisuk smirks, clearly amused by something. Kong Chan's expression is unreadable as he stares off into the distance, lost in thought. Yu Haisuk asks Kong Chan how much the company employees make monthly. The company, however, pays for all their meals, accommodations, dance, singing, and acting lessons, and even their gym memberships. Kong Chan listens intently, absorbing the information. The man in the suit responds, seemingly surprised by this information. The man in the suit tries to pay again, insisting that the balance in the account should be more than enough. The waiter informs him that it's the same result. The payment is not going through. Yu Haisuk mocks the man in the suit, commenting on how pitiful it is that the young and rich president's pockets must be empty. The woman at the table agrees and thanks them for the meal as she and Yu Haisuk leave. The man in the suit hands over a credit card, hoping it will be enough to cover the bill. Yu Haisuk suggests he use it for now, but promises to try splitting the payment into 2 installments of 5 million won each. Downstairs, the payment goes through successfully. The system thanks him for his patronage. Yu Haisuk smiles, seemingly pleased with the transaction. A group of people, including Kong Chan, wait for the elevator. The elevator doors open, revealing a crowd of suited men. They seem to be waiting for Yu Haisuk. One of the men in suits tells Yu Haisuk that they have something to discuss and asks her to head downstairs first. The silver-haired man wonders what more Yu Haisuk has to say, then dismisses her with a curt, "Then have a good afternoon." Yu Haisuk and a man in the suit enter the elevator, the doors closing behind them with a soft thud. Inside the elevator, the display shows they are heading to the 14th floor. Kong Chan stands beside Yu Haisuk, his expression unreadable. Yu Haisuk tells Kong Chan that she will make him a company card sometime soon, explaining that the limit is higher and easier to use for expensive payments. She then dismisses him with a later. Kong Chan agrees to postpone whatever it is they need to do, adding, "and from now on." Kong Chan finishes his thought, stating that all he wants is to produce the TV show he mentioned earlier, and that otherwise, she is free to do as she wishes. Yu Haisuk questions why Kong Chan bothered to call. Kong Chan remains silent, his expression unreadable. Yu Haisuk firmly grips his arm, telling him not to tell her. Her eyes betray a deep-seated worry. She presses him, asking if he was the one who... Kong Chan thinks to himself that Michelle is becoming tiresome. Yu Haisuk, now referred to as Channy, continues to plead with him, suggesting they... The tension between Kong Chan and Yu Haisuk is palpable as they stand close together. Kong Chan's phone rings, displaying Smithin as the caller ID. It seems it could be useful at times. Kong Chan tells Michelle to wait a moment, stating it's an important call. Answering the call, Kong Chan asks Smithin what's the matter. Smithin reports that they can only send the Korean batch of cars in 3 months. Kong Chan receives a message acknowledging his request for leniency regarding the car shipment delay. Moments later, the silver-haired man embraces Channy in the elevator. She wonders aloud what they should do now. The silver-haired man reminds her of his important appointment at 5. Channy assures him that there is plenty of time until then. He acknowledges her statement, adding that he has a bunch of things to read and review before the appointment, so he doesn't have time. Channy's expression is one of pure desire. The silver-haired man carries Channy out of the elevator. The pair exits the elevator, passing by several other people. The silver-haired man tells Channy that she can go back to work, as he has stuff to do. Channy looks at him, heartbroken. He assures her that they will see each other often from now on. The silver-haired man stands with Channy, his back to the viewer. Below, Channy watches him leave, a look of disappointment on her face. The silver-haired man bids her farewell, promising to see her next time. He waves goodbye as he walks away. The man in the black suit suggests they go take a nap in the room Ranor booked in advance. He realizes he needs to get the key card from the lobby first. He swipes a key card in front of the elevator panel, selecting the parking lot. He then presses the button for the 10th floor, and the elevator begins to move. Inside the elevator, the man in the black suit apologizes. Another man, wearing a hat, tells him not to worry. Suddenly, a blade flashes, drawing blood. The man in the black suit looks up at the floor indicator, a sense of dread washing over him. The man in the black suit, now alone, wonders if this is the end. His vision blurs as he stares up at the elevator's floor indicator. Elsewhere, the man with the hat stands beside another man, his instincts screaming that the man with the hat has killed before. The man with the hat's companion feels a chill run down his spine, sensing that the man has killed countless people. The man with the hat stands tall, his eyes glowing red. The man in the hat's instincts screamed at him, a primal warning he couldn't ignore. The screams echoed in his mind as the man in the hat and his companion stood together, the air thick with unspoken dread. He knew the man in front of him had killed before. The man in the hat's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a sign of the power he possessed. The man in the hat knew that the number of people he had killed was countless. The elevator continued its ascent, the digital display ticking upwards. The man in the hat's gaze intensified, his glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. Inside the elevator, The man in the hat stood tall, his companions slightly behind him, both figures radiating an aura of menace. The man in the hat's expression remained unreadable, a mask of cold calculation. The man in the hat was one of those who had special training and experienced the battlefield. He exuded a certain scent, a palpable aura of death and danger. Those fresh out of training are immediately thrust into the front lines, their boots hitting the ground with a grim determination. The initial deployment is a shock to the system, the reality of war setting in as they feel the weight of their own fear. Even the bravest souls are not immune to the panic and shock that follow their first taste of battle, the experience leaving them reeling. The stress of constant vigilance makes them anxious and wary, their senses on high alert as they try to process their surroundings. After surviving 3 or 4 battles unscathed, the initial fear fades, replaced by a dangerous overconfidence. At this stage, they become useful in battles, but their recklessness makes them prone to mistakes. The soldier with the buzz cut is struck hard across the face by his comrade, the blow landing with a sickening thud. The punch connects, the sound echoing as the buzz-cut soldier's head snaps to the side. The force of the blow causes the buzz-cut soldier to stumble backward, his comrade's hand still clenched into a fist. The other soldiers watch with grim expressions, the reality of their situation etched on their faces. One of the soldiers checks on a fallen comrade inside a shipping container, shaking him gently and asking if he's alive. The other soldiers stand guard, their faces a mixture of concern and determination as they assess the situation. They blindly pick fights, aggressively beaten to a pulp time and again. But finally, they become something more. On usual days, the soldiers are relaxed and negligent, joking amongst themselves. But once they find an objective, they transform into predators, hunting for food. Enough slacking, the man orders, they move tonight. They become real warriors. On usual days, they're relaxed and negligent. But once they find an objective, they transform into predators, hunting for food. No matter how hard they try to hide it, true warriors can instinctively recognize each other. No matter how hard they try to hide it, true warriors can instinctively recognize each other. There's a 70% chance they can recognize you if you cross paths on the street. If you make eye contact, then it increases to 90%. In other words, this man is also on guard against me just like I am right now. We're both acting like nothing's wrong. But we're aware. The elevator ascends to the 19th floor. As the doors slide open, 2 men in black suits stand waiting, flanked by a woman in a blazer. The woman and the 2 men in black suits walk out of the elevator. The man in the suit walks down the hallway. The man's polished shoes click against the floor as he walks. Kong Chan, observing the scene from afar, debates whether to confront the man in the suit now. He decides against it, realizing that fighting now would be pointless, and that he should inform Ranark first. An illuminated sign points towards the exit as a voice declares that the ambassador is Kong Chan. The man in the suit, revealed to be Kong Chan, walks down the stairs while on the phone, having been identified as a suspicious Asian man at the hotel who received special military training. The voice on the other end of the line suggests they should change the location of their appointment, now that their enemies know what his or his group's goal is. The silver-haired man on the phone asks if the caller is certain, but Kong Chan insists that he doesn't have concrete evidence, but that they must trust his instincts. The silver-haired man, sitting in a well-appointed room, agrees to trust Kong Chan's instincts, noting that the phone line is secure enough that intelligence agencies would have a hard time wiretapping it, and that he personally made the reservation at the hotel. He speaks into the phone, his expression unreadable. The voice on the other end warns that someone in his inner circle is communicating with their enemies. The silver-haired man is advised to cancel the plan, but he refuses. He insists they stick to it. Instead, he instructs the person on the other end to have Monsieur Kong book a new room at the hotel. He will contact them upon arrival at Namsen Hotel and expects them to meet him there. Kong Chan, on the other end of the line, acknowledges that this may be dangerous. The silver-haired man asks if Kong Chan will be by his side, stating that with him, he doesn't think he'd die. Kong Chan thinks to himself that the silver-haired man has a good tongue. He decides to play the role of bait, sharing 2 pieces of false information to the people around him. If someone attacks the wrong place, he'll be able to identify the internal enemy, deciding that the plan is worth trying out. The silver-haired man confirms that he will contact the person once he arrives at Namsen Hotel and asks them to meet him there. The person on the other end confirms that they will be there in 30 minutes. A man in a suit acknowledges the instructions. Elsewhere, a man asks if he was called. The man in the suit confirms that he did. The man in the suit states that he wants to see Ju Cheol-bium, as he has something to tell him. He is told to wait a moment. The man in the suit is greeted by an employee who bows deeply, inquiring if he had been summoned. Elsewhere, the spiky-haired man tells Kong Chan that he has a request to change locations. Following the request, the man in the suit instructs the employee to lead him to his office. Inside the office, the silver-haired man requests a guest room for 10 minutes, specifying that his name should not be used for the reservation. The spiky-haired man is told to use an alias for the reservation. He assures the silver-haired man that he won't stay long, offering to pay for the entire day despite his brief visit. The silver-haired man agrees, emphasizing that this transaction must remain confidential. The spiky-haired man acknowledges the instruction, but he seems to have a question. The spiky-haired man asks if he may ask a question, prompting the silver-haired man to respond with a curt "what?" The silver-haired man claims that nothing is wrong and that now that the transaction is complete, he won't have to see him again. He then asks if by transaction, he means how he acquired the DII. The spiky-haired man asks about the agency, confirming that's right. The spiky-haired man then asks about DII's Lee Hae-yeon and old Hyo Yinsel. The silver-haired man dismisses the questions, claiming it's nothing, and redirects the conversation back to Lee. The silver-haired man reveals that she sometimes visits this hotel, warning the spiky-haired man to be wary of her. He questions why he should care about the woman they were discussing. The silver-haired man scoffs at the idea of being concerned, adding that she isn't dangerous alone, but often arrives with others. The man in the suit is seen embracing a woman, her face obscured. The silver-haired man remarks that she essentially lobbies with her body. The man in the suit is reminded of how powerful and prominent he is, but is warned to stay on his guard around her. He acknowledges the warning and thanks the silver-haired man. Outside, the ambassador's car arrives. The driver informs him that it was nothing, and the ambassador confirms that he will be there in 5 minutes. The ambassador's car pulls up to the building, where several men in suits await. The silver-haired man exits the vehicle, flanked by his security. The men greet Monsieur Kong as he arrives. The silver-haired man states that the guest room is ready and invites Monsieur Kong inside to talk. Inside the building, a plaque reads 1901. Monsieur Kong is informed that the actions of the North Koreans have been strange recently. He began, stating he was unsure if the Chinese requested help or if they were working together from the start, but they would most definitely get involved in the feud. The silver-haired man addressed the ambassador, inviting him to speak freely. Monsieur Kong revealed that Charlon mentioned that killing the silver-haired man would completely change the political scene in Europe, but he claimed he didn't care about that at all. The silver-haired man admitted to even acquiring a useless entertainment agency for this conflict, but now the Chinese and North Koreans were getting involved. Monsieur Kong stated that this had nothing to do with him. The silver-haired man dismissed stocks and payments, saying he didn't need any of those. He warned that if Monsieur Kong was hiding something while trying to cooperate, he'd rather back out right then and there. Monsieur Kong simply stated that he fully understood. The silver-haired man explained that even their intelligence agency didn't expect this incident to grow so big and spread throughout so many countries. He added that he felt very thankful yet apologetic to Monsieur Kong about everything he did for them. Monsieur Kong insisted that he was being completely honest and that he was aware of the situation. He then asked the silver-haired man to help them with just 2 more things. The silver-haired man requested that they first announce the production of a TV series through their agency as soon as possible, ideally by tomorrow. Monsieur Kong thought to himself that the silver-haired man hadn't given him the reason, but for now, he would do what he could to help. The silver-haired man instructed Monsieur Kong to inform Charlon about his movements and take the 20 billion won payment from him, leaving Monsieur Kong surprised. The silver-haired man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. He sits calmly, flanked by men in suits, his hands clasped neatly in his lap. The camera focuses on his crossed legs, the scene cutting off at his waist. The plan continued to unfold, the next step being to inform Charlon. The silver-haired man detailed his demands, information on his movements, and the 20 billion won payment from him. The man in the suit, listening intently, questioned the silver-haired man's intentions. The silver-haired man revealed his strategy, to catch them all in one swoop by tracking the flow of money and setting a trap. The man in the suit was warned that their safety would be at risk if they proceeded. The silver-haired man explained that he had taken countless risks and put his life on the line to reach his current position. The man in the suit acknowledged that this next risk wouldn't be any less dangerous than the past ones. The man in the suit listened intently. The man in the suit understood, agreeing to follow the silver-haired man's plan, also revealing that he had something to add. The silver-haired man urged him to speak freely. The man in the suit requested that Gong's main office prepare and send the Korean batch of cars first, and that he would act on his own to catch Charlon himself. The man in the suit examines his phone, a message displayed prominently on the screen. The silver-haired man is on the phone, speaking to someone while the man in the suit stands nearby, listening intently. The phone is held up, the screen blank. The silver-haired man states that Korean orders will be prioritized from now on. The man in the suit thanks him, but the silver-haired man dismisses the gratitude, saying he's happy to repay the help he's received. The silver-haired man says that now that they're done talking about work, he has a personal request to make. The man in the suit wonders what he's planning this time. The silver-haired man asks the man in the suit if he has any plans, suggesting they have dinner together. He admits he's not fond of eating alone and would like the man in the suit to join him. The man in the suit agrees to the silver-haired man's request, though he seems less than enthusiastic. The man in the suit is seen from the chest up. The silver-haired man asks if it would be possible to make a press release tomorrow. The man in the suit states that Channy is impossible to reach. He continues, saying that even if they're producing this by themselves, they still need to consult Lee Hae-yeon about this. The man in the suit is on the phone, thinking that they need to have a main scriptwriter ready at the very least. He decides to forget about Lee Hae-yeon and use Fun Soyeon instead. He insisted that he would take full responsibility, requiring no script, producer, main sponsor, or broadcaster. Elsewhere, a woman in a car contemplates the situation. She sighed, resigned to whatever plan was in motion. She would trust him and prepare for tomorrow's announcement. The man in the suit thinks of Michelle. Back at the table, the silver-haired man thanks Kong Chan, telling him to eat now. Kong Chan is warned not to let his guard down, as there is someone inside the hotel. The silver-haired man thinks to himself that with Monsieur Kong present, nothing could possibly happen to him. The scene shifts to the hotel lobby, where various patrons are milling about. Back at the table, the silver-haired man is approached by a waiter. The silver-haired man receives a text message. He reads the message and replies that it is good work. The silver-haired man sits at a table, receiving confirmation that his plans are proceeding as desired. He takes a sip of his drink, a subtle gesture masking his satisfaction. Rising from his seat, the silver-haired man prepares to leave, cautioning his associate to be careful on his way home. The city skyline glitters in the night, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Kong Chan exits a vehicle, listening intently to instructions. He acknowledges the information, understanding there's nothing more to discuss. He confirms his arrival at his residence, signaling the end of the conversation. The man finds the situation inconvenient, but he is willing to do it for Suk Kang-ho. The man's willingness stems from his loyalty to Suk Kang-ho. Kong Chan arrives home, the city lights twinkling behind him. Elsewhere, a man is confronted about the Gonk main office contacting him earlier and is asked what he did. The man reveals that he contacted SMI branch manager Smithin, ID, soldier, Smithin, to inform him about their situation. Another man acknowledges that the situation seems resolved, complimenting the first man's business acumen. The man who contacted Smithin is being praised, as a woman declares there's absolutely nothing their son can't do. Her hands clasped together, she seems to be praying. The woman from the first panel is now at a table with a man who says it's because Channy resembles him. She playfully retorts that it's because of his genes. The couple smiles at someone, their faces obscured. In stark contrast, the scene shifts to a man kneeling before another, who stands with a menacing presence. The kneeling man is surrounded by ghostly images of the couple from the previous panels. The standing man unleashes a devastating kick, the force of which is palpable. The woman from the table sits with her arms crossed, a cruel smile playing on her lips. She thinks to herself that the young and rich president's pockets must be empty. How pitiful. The man who delivered the kick stands with the woman, both looking down at a ghostly image of the kneeling man, who appears to be in distress. The kneeling man, now standing, looks refreshed. He thinks it's as if his soul is being cleansed. He feels cleansed from all the filth today. The couple from the table sits with a man who is kneeling, now standing, in what appears to be a peaceful setting. The next day, the training grounds stand ready, awaiting the arrival of new recruits. The soldier, fueled by frustration, continues his pull-ups, thinking about someone named Lee Hae-yeon. He scoffs at the idea of trusting women who wear too much makeup, a sentiment that earns him the label of a typical middle-aged Korean man. The other soldier laments having to listen to his daughter and wife's conversations, claiming it's for the peace and harmony of the house. Footsteps approach, signaling someone's arrival. The soldier doing pull-ups is interrupted by the other soldier, who questions whether he shouldn't rest longer. The soldier doing pull-ups boasts about his recovery speed and receives congratulations from the other soldier. The soldier doing pull-ups reveals that they will be training new recruits for the first time in forever. The other soldier questions the idea of new recruits, remarking that this isn't Africa. The soldier doing pull-ups hesitates, about to explain what he means by new recruits. The other soldier sees a car arriving and remarks that the timing is perfect. For figures stand in formation, awaiting their instructions. A black van, surrounded by men in black suits, idles outside a modern building. One of the men in black, the silver-haired man, steps out of the van, a smirk playing on his lips. Inside a building, two men stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. The silver-haired man's face is shown, a sinister smile on his face. A police car speeds down a city street, its lights flashing. The occupants discuss the new recruits, noting that while some are martial artists and ex-special forces, they may not be up to par. The silver-haired man, on the phone, asks if the person on the other end is finally feeling like training some of the new recruits. The man on the other end of the line responds that rather than training them, he needs some opponents to face for Suk Kang-ho and his own training, adding that if they're smart and skillful, they may learn a few things during their bouts. The silver-haired man laughs, saying there's no need to beat around the bush and that he had a good feeling today. He agrees to send 5 or 6 decent fighters for now. The man on the other end asks where the training will take place, suggesting booking a training hall. The silver-haired man responds that their school should be enough. The silver-haired man asks if there's anything else to mention, and the man on the other end says he believes they'll find some trails soon, indicating he understands. The man on the phone states he's in front of his house now, and the silver-haired man thanks him very much. The man, revealed to be young man on floor, stands in front of his house, commenting that it's slightly inconvenient, but the young man on the floor admits to himself that he wouldn't mind working for Suk Kang-ho. The silver-haired man addresses the group of soldiers, stating that he couldn't miss out on such a great opportunity, and offers to introduce them personally. The text bubble explains that Kong Chan and Suk Kang-ho will be coaching the soldiers in hand-to-hand combat skills. The soldiers stand in formation, their expressions grim as they await their instructions. One of the soldiers remarks on the intensity of their gazes, a hint of anticipation in his voice. A soldier's arm tenses as he prepares for combat, the muscles straining with anticipation. One of the instructors reminds the soldiers of what they used to do to new recruits who didn't know their place, a veiled threat hanging in the air. The instructor's eyes narrow as he reminisces about the past, a hint of cruelty in his gaze. The soldiers stand ready, their faces obscured by shadows, as they prepare to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Suk Kang-ho smirks, as if he could do anything. One of the men reminds his companion of how they used to treat new recruits who didn't know their place. The man smirks, seemingly pleased with the memory. The scene shifts to the exterior of a building. The men from before stand outside the building, facing a group of younger individuals. The man with the smirk from before looks on, his expression unreadable. One of the men questions why they are meeting at the schoolyard with instructors who are just a school teacher and a high schooler, wondering if they could even teach them anything. Another man admits he heard rumors about the instructors from co-workers at the hospital, but doubts they are true. The man from before wonders who the instructors are, dismissing them as ordinary high schoolers, not even students with a sports recommendation. The man sighs, seemingly disappointed. One of the men wonders if he should just resign from the company, as he expected they would be dissatisfied. Despite the doubts, one of the men expresses confidence that the two instructors will prove their worth. The training is about to begin. The instructor, with a determined look, declares that there's no time to waste and asks what they should start with. Suk Kang-ho suggests a tactical jog to warm up. One of the soldiers questions what makes a jog tactical. Suk Kang-ho explains that the rule is simple, yet nasty. The instructor smirks, stating that he won't force anyone to join. The soldier who questioned the tactical jog scoffs, clearly annoyed by the instructor's attitude. The soldier, still skeptical, reminds Suk Kang-ho that he is from the military and still on active duty, implying that he won't be easily outdone. He adds that it goes without saying that he'll run with him. The soldiers line up, ready to begin the tactical jog. The soldiers begin stretching, preparing for the run. One of the soldiers hesitantly calls out to Suk Kang-ho, seemingly having second thoughts. The group of students listen intently as the man in charge assures them not to worry too much. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, smirks, telling the students that they'll get to rest soon enough. One of the students looks on with a nervous expression. Suk Kang-ho announces that they will begin. The students begin to run, their faces determined. The tactical jog begins, the sound of their footsteps echoing. The group of students run down the street. The students continue to run, their pace unwavering. The tactical jog continues, the students' determination evident. The students' feet pound the pavement as they continue the tactical jog. The students run past orange cones, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, watches the students with a knowing smirk, thinking that this is going to be a drawn-out contest. The instructor's words carry a sinister edge as he suggests ending the students' torture by eliminating them from the race. The group of students continues their tactical jog, the sound of their footsteps echoing. Two students push ahead, their determination evident in their focused expressions. Suk Kang-ho watches the students, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he observes their efforts. He thinks to himself that they are going. The students in the back struggle to keep pace, the threat of a halved salary looming over them if they are eliminated. The relentless rhythm of their running continues, each footstep a testament to their strained effort. One student begins to fall behind, the gap widening between him and the rest of the group. The tactical jog stretches on, the students now spread out across the training ground. The student with glasses struggles to keep up, his face a mask of exhaustion as he lags behind. A female student glances back with concern at the struggling student, noticing his distress. The student with glasses gasps for air, his body pushed to its absolute limit. The lead students, including the instructor, continue to pull further ahead, oblivious to the struggles of those behind them. The tactical jog takes an unexpected turn as the group at the front is suddenly ambushed. Two masked figures sprint forward, their intent clear, to eliminate those at the front of the pack. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, declares that those at the front are out. One of the students, visibly shaken, is told to take a break in the shade. The instructor orders the remaining students to move aside, claiming it's dangerous. The masked figures continue their advance, leaving the eliminated students behind. The student who is told to rest reflects on his stamina, realizing it wasn't as good as he thought. He acknowledges that he simply can't compare to the others, as the masked figures continue their assault. So Kang-ho muses to himself about getting rid of the chicks, and now dealing with those who think they're eagles, contemplating how to take them out. The instructor recalls how they traditionally demolish new recruits during the first tactical jog. A sinister smile spreads across Suk Kang-ho's face as he remembers the tradition. The remaining students continue to run, unaware of the instructor's cruel intentions. The tactical jog continues, the instructor's plan unfolding as the students run further into his trap. The students push forward, unaware of the instructor's sinister intentions. The group maintains a steady pace, the instructor's trap slowly closing in around them. The instructor, Seok Kang-ho, observes the students from afar, a hint of suspicion creeping into his thoughts. He wonders if it's too easy. The instructor scoffs, dismissing the students as losers, confident in his ability to humiliate them. Suddenly, the soldiers attack, their boots slamming into the ground as they target the students. Two students continue to run, oblivious to the ambush that has befallen their comrades. The soldiers' feet pound the pavement as they pursue the remaining students, intent on eliminating them. The soldiers gain ground, their relentless pursuit closing the distance between them and the unsuspecting students. The soldiers' heavy footsteps echo as they close in, their attack imminent. The instructor smirks, confident that the students have been left in the dust. One of the students expresses confusion, perhaps sensing that something is amiss. The man with the spiky brown hair wonders aloud how the others are keeping up with them. Suk Kang-ho, the instructor, realizes their strategy. They intend to exhaust the students, breaking their spirits before they break their bodies. The sound of their footsteps echoes as the group continues their relentless pace. The soldiers begin to spread out, encircling the students. The students, unaware of the impending danger, continue to run, their breaths growing heavier with each stride. The group of runners appears small against the vast training grounds. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, grits his teeth, realizing this is already the 20th lap. The exhaustion is visible on the face of the man with the spiky brown hair as he struggles to keep pace. One of the students collapses, unable to continue. The man with the spiky brown hair exclaims in frustration, feeling the strain of the relentless exercise. The soldiers close in, grabbing the exhausted students. The buzz-cut soldier smirks, confident in the plan to wear down the students. Another student collapses, succumbing to exhaustion. The buzz-cut soldier and man SMI contact continue their pursuit, their figures growing smaller in the distance. More students are captured, their bodies limp with fatigue. The punching soldier drags another student towards the holding area as the buzz-cut soldier continues the chase. Three soldiers sprint forward, their shadows stretching long in the setting sun. Suk Kang-ho grits his teeth, thinking, "These wicked bastards." The instructor clenches his fist, resolving, "My body may have aged, but my pride is still full of life." Suk Kang-ho picks up speed, determined to intervene. It's clear that Suk Kang-ho is holding out longer than his men, despite his age. The soldiers note that he's been keeping in good shape, but this is a tradition within their mercenary group. Suk Kang-ho's resolve hardens, fueled by a tradition within their mercenary group. From above, the track stretched out, marked with the stark declaration, 45 fourth lap. The students, a mix of exhaustion and resentment etched on their faces, questioned how much longer they would be forced to run. The sentiment was echoed by others, who muttered that this exercise was pure evil. Sweat poured from the brow of man, SMI contact, each drop a testament to the grueling pace. The runners continued, their faces grim as they pushed through the relentless exercise. The frustration reached a boiling point as the man with the spiky hair, man SMI contact, screamed out his agony, declaring he'd had enough. Despite his outburst, the relentless jog continued, the runner's feet pounding the track in unison. The runner with the spiky hair, man SMI contact, managed a strained smile, masking his pain. The man with the spiky hair, man SMI contact, pleaded for a stop, claiming he needed to maintain his dignity as the president and couldn't risk collapsing. The jog came to an end, the runners stopping in place. The buzz-cut soldier, accused man SMI contact of deliberately slowing down. The man with the spiky hair, man SMI contact, retorted that they were simply doing their best to keep up with him. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, smirks, admitting that his actions were intentional. One of the students questions the instructor's methods, but another replies evasively, stating they were simply trying their best to keep up. Sweat glistens on Suk Kang-ho's brow as he surveys the scene. The students sit exhausted on the steps outside the sports club, catching their breath after the grueling training session. Two students carry blue mats, preparing the training area. The students work together, carefully arranging the blue mats to create a safe and functional training space. The students kneel on the mats, awaiting further instruction from Suk Kang-ho. Suk Kang-ho, arms crossed, asks if they should begin for real. The instructor's words hang in the air as he looks expectantly at the students. He informs the group that the jog was merely a warm-up. One of the soldiers suggests that Suk Kang-ho give them a demonstration. He agrees. The instructor explains that since it's just a demonstration, he'll spar lightly with 2 of them, calling 2 soldiers forward. The 2 soldiers question if he's serious about sparring with both of them at once. The soldiers step forward, ready to engage. The soldiers approach Suk Kang-ho. The instructor smirks, ready to begin the demonstration. The soldiers advance on Suk Kang-ho. The instructor questions their defiant eyes, asking if they want to pack up and leave. The soldiers wonder if he's looking down on them. The instructor warns that if they're going to be uncooperative, they should get lost, as that will save him time. One of the soldiers expresses his frustration, acknowledging that the other soldier is close with the president and has great stamina, but he can't deal with it anymore. The instructor tells them that they have to learn to respect their seniors, calling them brats. The instructor reminds them that he's currently acting as their instructor because he is their president. He addresses the soldiers, making it clear that he is not the type of instructor who offers empty compliments to inflate egos. He warns them not to underestimate him. One of the soldiers, the buzzcut soldier, is visibly agitated by the instructor's words, his face contorted in anger. He shouts for the instructor to get lost, claiming that this is driving him crazy. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, smirks, unfazed by the soldier's outburst. He proposes an alternative, a one-on-one spar. The instructor continues, stating that if any of them can land a single hit on him in a one-on-one spar, he will immediately stop the training. Several people watch from a stance. The buzzcut soldier, his eyes narrowed, asks if the instructor is serious. The instructor confirms, stating he is at 100%. The buzzcut soldier stands up, facing Suk Kang-ho, who remains seated. The air crackles with tension. The buzzcut soldier reveals that he has the president's permission and won't refuse such a tempting offer. He steps forward, ready to fight. Suk Kang-ho rises to his feet, stating that it's too late for the soldier to back down on his word now. He prepares to fight. Suk Kang-ho takes a fighting stance, ready to engage the buzzcut soldier. With a flick of his finger, Suk Kang-ho signals the soldier to come at him. The buzzcut soldier charges forward with a yell, launching an attack. The buzzcut soldier is sent flying backward from a single blow. Suk Kang-ho observes that it was not bad. He moves with surprising speed. His kick aims squarely at the buzzcut soldier's chest. The force of the blow sends the soldier reeling, a look of shock contorting his face. The kick connects, the impact radiating outwards. The soldier is sent flying backwards, the force of the blow visible in the distortion of the air around him. Suk Kang-ho maintains his balance, his hand outstretched, ready to follow up. The buzzcut soldier crashes into the wall, the impact creating a spiderweb of cracks. Suk Kang-ho watches the soldier's descent, his expression unreadable. The soldier slides down the wall, leaving a trail of dust and debris in his wake. The wall buckles and cracks further, the force of the impact clearly visible. The soldier continues to fall, his body limp and unresponsive. A pained scream escapes the soldier's lips as he finally hits the ground. Suk Kang-ho stands over the fallen soldier, his back to us, the victor in this brief but decisive encounter. He continues his advance, the sound of his opponent's pained grunt echoing through the training area. Suk Kang-ho reflects on the brutal reality of combat. Kill or be killed. He intends to equip his students with the skills necessary to survive in such an environment. His gaze sharp, Suk Kang-ho emphasizes that this training is unlike any martial arts competition. There will be no rules or regulations to protect them. One of the soldiers scoffs, accusing him of constantly talking about the battlefield despite being just hey. Suk Kang-ho is interrupted by another soldier, who points out that he's just a high schooler who has never even been enlisted in the army, let alone seen a battlefield. He refuses to divulge anything about his personal life. Suk Kang-ho doubts that they would believe him even if he did. Instead, he declares that he will prove himself with his body, noting that there are 4 of them left. He invites them to come at him all together. The soldiers rise to the challenge, their expressions hardening with determination. One of the soldiers finds it interesting, but only as long as no one dies. He says they can do as they wish. The remaining soldiers prepare to attack him all at once. Suk Kang-ho thinks to himself that they are morons, as he wasn't. Suk Kang-ho stands his ground as the 4 soldiers advance, surrounding him on the training mat. The soldiers close in, their expressions grim as they prepare to strike. With a shout, the buzzcut soldier lunges forward, throwing the first punch. Suk Kang-ho intercepts the blow with a swift counter, the force of the impact sending blood flying. The soldier's face contorts in pain as the brutal strike lands. Another soldier attempts to capitalize on the opening, but Suk Kang-ho is already moving. He pivots, using the momentum to deliver a devastating blow to the second soldier, sending him crashing to the ground. The second soldier's eyes widen in agony as he falls, defeated. Suk Kang-ho continues his assault, a flurry of strikes leaving the remaining soldiers reeling. His movements are precise and brutal, each strike carrying the full force of his experience. Another soldier falls, blood splattering as Suk Kang-ho's fist connects. With a steely gaze, Suk Kang-ho stands ready for the next attack, his fist clenched and his expression unwavering. He advances, his eyes narrowed with fierce determination as he prepares to strike. The punch is thrown, knuckles aimed with deadly precision. The fist hurtles forward, a blur of motion. The force of the blow sends young man on floor flying backwards, his body contorted from the impact. The punch connects with brutal force, blood erupting from young man on floor's face. Suk Kang-ho continues his relentless assault, his fist a weapon of pure destruction. The impact shatters bone and sprays blood, a testament to the sheer power behind the punch. Young man on floor is sent spiraling through the air, his body limp and unresponsive. Suk Kang-ho's fist, now stained with blood, remains clenched and ready for the next attack. Young man on floor's eyes are wide with pain and shock as he plummets towards the ground. The final blow lands with devastating force, a blinding flash marking the moment of impact. Suk Kang-ho stands over the fallen young man on floor, the victor in a brutal display of power. With the young man defeated, Suk Kang-ho surveys the scene of fallen bodies. His expression hardening, the instructor's face is etched with a grim determination. He turns his gaze towards the young man, his eyes narrowed in scrutiny. The instructor's gaze remains fixed on the young man, who sits silently in the background. The young man remains silent, but Suk Kang-ho issues a warning, stating that if he cannot attack him now, he will never be able to attack his enemies in a real battle. The instructor continues, advising that if he's afraid of getting hit and stabbed, he should change jobs because there are plenty of other things to do in the world. The young man cries out in pain as Suk Kang-ho delivers a swift and brutal blow. The instructor's fist connects with the young man's face, the force of the impact evident. The impact of the punch sends shockwaves through the young man's body. The instructor continues his assault, grabbing the young man by the head and delivering another devastating blow. Blood splatters as the instructor's attack lands with brutal force. The instructor maintains his grip, his knuckles white with the force of his hold. The force of the blow radiates through the young man's arm, a testament to the instructor's power. The young man on the floor cries out in pain, clutching his injured arm after the devastating strike from Suk Kang-ho. The instructor stands over his defeated student, his stance unwavering. Suk Kang-ho accuses the young man of cowardice, berating him for not fighting alongside his comrades. The instructor continues his lecture, telling the young man to reflect on his actions while recovering in the hospital, and to resign if he thinks he'll act like this again. The young man on the floor is sweating profusely, overwhelmed by the pain and the instructor's harsh words. Suk Kang-ho tells the young man, good work, and that they will continue after a short break. The instructor reveals he has already called an ambulance for Mr. Choi, telling him to get himself patched up at the hospital, while the other students respond with a yes. A change of scenery. Someone suggests they eat lunch while they rest, offering to pay for everyone and asking what the kids enjoy, suggesting Chinese food would be more than enough. Outside the training facility, an ambulance arrives to transport the injured Mr. Choi to the hospital. The ambulance speeds away from the facility, sirens blaring. 2 delivery scooters leave the facility, presumably to pick up the Chinese food for lunch. The table is laden with food, a feast laid out for the group. Elsewhere, the trainees sit in a circle, some commenting on the food while others await evaluation. Suk Kang-ho observes the trainees, unsure of their potential. He notes that 2 of them seem to have some potential. Suk Kang-ho reflects on his methods, believing that stomping on their pride and ego will motivate the new recruits. The instructor finds the situation nostalgic. One of the trainees excuses himself to take an important call, receiving permission from the others. The trainee, revealed to be Suk Kang-ho, answers the call. Channy informs him that she has officially announced the production of the series, as he asked. Suk Kang-ho thanks her, but questions why she sounds so tired. Channy sighs, explaining that as soon as the announcement was released, countless reporters contacted them, and rumors are already circulating that this is all a scam. Suk Kang-ho urges her to continue. Channy reveals that Lee Hae-yeon is out of control. She is on the phone, but Suk Kang-ho's thoughts are elsewhere, his expression a mix of concern and frustration as he wonders aloud. Lee Hae-yeon? Why? Meanwhile, Lee Hae-yeon herself is also on a call, her expression troubled as she listens to the person on the other end. The scene shifts to a full view of Lee Hae-yeon, revealing her professional attire, a white button-down shirt and a dark skirt. The call continues, Kong Chan's expression hardening as he listens to the terms being laid out. Meanwhile, Michelle leans back against the desk, a smug look on her face as she explains the obvious reason for their actions. The woman on the phone, whose name is revealed to be Michelle later on, demands that they immediately retract the articles announcing the show, or she will change agencies and stop appearing in her current shows. Kong Chan asks if her exclusive contract ends next year, already formulating a plan. Michelle assures him that there will be companies willing to pay them in order to take her in. Kong Chan is told that Michelle won't forgive them unless they apologize in person, and that she is suspected of leaking information to the press. The woman on the phone reveals that Eun Soyeon and 2 other trainees will be fired from their supporting roles, making it harder for them to be cast in new series. Kong Chan realizes that Michelle is the problem. Michelle responds with a simple, yeah. Kang Chan orders that Lee Hae-yeon be fired. Michelle, unaware of the order, continues to lean against the desk. The CEO's command rings out. Lee Hae-yeon's contract is to be terminated immediately. Channy acknowledges the order, a flicker of concern crossing her face as she relays the message. Kang Chan apologizes for acting on a whim, but insists he'll deal with any losses that arise from his decision. The woman at the desk sighs, resigned to the situation. One of the men asks Kang Chan what happened, noticing his serious demeanor. He dismisses their concerns, claiming it's just personal matters. He then inquires if they have made any moves yet, his expression hardening. The man reports that the ship doesn't have a specific departure date yet, so they're still monitoring them in real time, hoping to deal with the throat slasher. One of the men asks if Kang Chan will be overseeing his men in the afternoon as well. He replies that he'll only be helping out when necessary. It's revealed that Mr. Suk Kang-ho will be their main instructor, his skills being as good as Kang Chan's. It's determined that Suk Kang-ho needs to train 3 times a week to regain his dire strength. Kang Chan agrees that sounds good, implying he'll see to it. Suk Kang-ho advises the man to attend his afternoon lessons to stay in shape, adding that he will be in his care for a short while. The man replies that there are no worries. The training grounds stand ready under a bright, cloud-dappled sky. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, oversees the sparring session, flanked by 2 students in matching blue tracksuits. The intensity of the sparring match escalates as one of the students lands a solid punch on his opponent's face. The punch connects, the force of the blow evident as the other student is sent reeling back. From a seated position, Suk Kang-ho observes the match, noting that it's just a friendly spar, but they're both getting a bit too serious. The instructor smirks, thinking to himself that they're both prideful people. A subtle shift in Suk Kang-ho's expression hints at a deeper contemplation. Elsewhere, Kang Chan receives a message from Michelle, informing him that Lee Hae-yeon wants to speak with him in person and is very upset, requesting that he come to the office today. Kang Chan begins to type a reply to Michelle. He sends a message back to Michelle, stating that it's a pain in the ass, but he'll have to deal with this once and for all. Looking back at the sparring match, Kang Chan wonders if the fighters are from Ranark. He continues his phone conversation outside a modern building. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, the silver-haired man, Monsieur Kang, receives congratulations about his TV show appearance. Kang also learns that an application for sponsorship will be submitted to a French company called Young Ventures, which should yield good results. The silver-haired man then mentions stopping by the Yongin Municipal Baseball Stadium next Wednesday at 3 p.m. He adds that a payment from Charlon will be transferred to a Korean bank. Kang Chan expresses his confusion at the information. Monsieur Kang thanks him for asking about his future plans and movements. The protagonist, Kang Chan, seems concerned by what he's hearing. Monsieur Kang explains that because it's such a large amount entering from a foreign country, it will be easier to trace it back. Kang Chan replies that he doesn't mind, but that Kang is putting himself in danger. Monsieur Kang asks him to think it through again, stating that he is extremely happy to have known him and worked alongside someone like him. The silver-haired man says that in any case, he will be waiting for good news. Monsieur Kang then asks if there is something Kang Chan wishes to say before ending the call. He sits at his desk, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. Meanwhile, on the steps outside, Lee Ho-jin expresses his gratitude for resolving the issues with Gaunt. Elsewhere, a man chuckles darkly into his phone, a sinister plan brewing. Lee Ho-jin sits alone on the steps, lost in thought as he stares at his phone. He clenches his fist, a surge of determination coursing through him. A brutal sparring session unfolds, the air thick with the sounds of impact. The sparring is interrupted as one of the fighters asks to pause, wanting to discuss something. The fighter stands before his companions, his expression serious as he prepares to speak. The sparring partners share a towel, one expressing his gratitude for the break. Lee Ho-jin's profile is shown, his gaze intense and focused. The man from the phone call asks how difficult it would be to protect someone in a baseball stadium. The other man replies that it depends on the type of protection. From above, 2 figures discuss the logistics of protecting someone from assassination attempts. The sinister man suggests using the top 20 bodyguards in the nation as stadium, confident they'd be successful 9 times out of 10. Lee Ho-jin reflects that uncovering Charlon's secret backer is too dangerous, and that the plan is too risky. The sinister man questions Lee Ho-jin's attitude, implying the conversation is more serious than a simple hypothetical. The sinister man states that he will fill in the details at a later date, implying that he must be somewhere. The sinister man is asked where he needs to go. He replies that he has some urgent matters to deal with. The camera pans out to show a cityscape. The view shifts to DI Entertainment. Channy, dressed in a suit, stands outside a taxi. She walks through the entrance of the building. A woman on the stairs greets her as president. Lee Ho-jin asks where Michelle is, and the woman on the stairs replies that she's in the meeting room at the end of the hall. The sinister man and Lee Ho-jin continue their conversation as they walk down the hall. The group, including Michelle, exits the elevator. Michelle's face is drawn and pale, her expression strained. Lee Ho-jin observes Michelle as she walks by, noting how haggard she looks, as if she hasn't slept in days. The sinister man tells Michelle and the others to head inside and talk. The group enters the meeting room. Michelle walks into the room, followed by the others. Inside, 3 women sit on a couch, waiting. The sinister man and Michelle approach the table. One of the women on the couch, with short brown hair, glares intensely. Another woman on the couch, with short black hair, crosses her arms, her expression unreadable. The woman with short brown hair continues to glare. The sinister man stares back at the women, his expression cold and calculating, while Michelle looks on with concern. The meeting continues, the air thick with unspoken tension as the group awaits the sinister man's next move. Meanwhile, Lee Hojin, the major antagonist, stands before someone, asking if they wanted to see him. The woman with short brown hair responds to the sinister man with a dismissive, "Whatever." Lee Hojin, sitting with his legs crossed, tells someone to say what they need to say, as he is a busy man. The woman with short brown hair finds the situation unbelievable. Lee Hojin demands that the person before him get out of the agency and apologize to him properly, but he claims he doesn't see where he made a mistake. The woman with short brown hair announces that there will be an announcement today. The woman with pink top accuses someone of overshadowing her on purpose. Lee Hojin demands that someone get on their knees and apologize immediately. Lee Hojin threatens that he'll make sure that the artists, designers, makeup artists, managers, and office workers in this agency will never be able to take another step in this industry. The woman with short brown hair asks Lee Hojin if he thinks she can't do it. Lee Hojin smirks, confident that she can't. The woman with short brown hair is taken aback by Lee Hojin's confidence, questioning his statement. Lee Hojin dismisses her concerns, stating that he doesn't need to explain himself to her. He then turns his attention to the other 2 women, inquiring if they're also planning on leaving the agency. The woman with short brown hair responds, declaring that she is always on Haeun's side. The woman with short brown hair glares intensely, her expression hardening. 3 men sit in a row, their expressions somber and concerned as they witness the unfolding confrontation. Lee Hojin shifts his focus, directly addressing Eun Soyeon and questioning her intentions. Eun Soyeon's face is shown in a close-up, her expression a mix of concern and apprehension as she listens to Lee Hojin. Lee Hojin's piercing gaze conveys a sense of dominance and control as he awaits Eun Soyeon's response. Eun Soyeon sits nervously, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, a clear sign of her unease. Michelle struggles to speak, her voice barely a whisper. Meanwhile, the director watches with a cold, calculating gaze as 2 women glare menacingly, their eyes glowing with an unnatural red. Michelle sits on the couch, her expression unreadable. The woman with short brown hair looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she contemplates the situation. The woman with short black hair declares that they are going to stay, prompting one of the red-eyed women to question her audacity. The woman with short brown hair states that she would like to stay here and help out Michelle. The woman with short black hair, her hand over her heart, declares that she means to stay and do her best for director Michelle. The woman with short brown hair looks at the woman with short black hair, her expression unreadable. The director smiles, stating that it looks like they have an answer. The director turns to Michelle, asking for confirmation. The director, Seok Kang-ho, requests that the contracts of all the agency's employees and staff be brought to him. Lee Hojin confirms that he will bring all of the contracts. Lee Hojin is tasked with bringing every single contract, from Lee Haeun's to the newest trainees. Eun Soyeon wonders what he is scheming this time. A stack of contracts is placed on the table. Lee Hojin confirms that he has brought all of the contracts. Seok Kang-ho states that in that case, Seok Kang-ho holds the contracts of Lee Haeun and Sung Somi. He begins to tear the contracts. Lee Hojin tears the contracts with a sinister look on his face. Eun Soyeon and the woman with short brown hair look on in shock as Lee Hojin tears the contracts. The director and the man on the left look on with concern as the contracts are torn. The contracts are completely destroyed. The woman with short brown hair finds the situation to be unbelievable, while the woman with short black hair demands Chief Lim and the director be brought to her. Seok Kang-ho is instructed to deal with the remaining procedures for the contract termination. The woman with short brown hair and Eun Soyeon look on with concern. The woman with short black hair warns that if they plan on working with this madman, they better be ready to be sent down to hell. The woman with short black hair is very serious about sending someone down there, because it seems they also have temporary contracts for all the workers who aren't artists. Seok Kang-ho stands with the woman with short brown hair, listening intently. Director Kim Jae-tae, Choi Eugene from accounting, and Eun Soyeon are the only full-time employees here, according to Seok Kang-ho. Everyone else is here as contract workers. Seok Kang-ho admits he isn't very knowledgeable in this, but questions if it isn't generally better to hire the executives and the top-class artists as full-time workers instead. The woman with short brown hair agrees that he is correct, but it's because of this industry's traditions. Seok Kang-ho questions the traditions. Seok Kang-ho looks on, contemplating the situation. Seok Kang-ho was planning on being the CEO, in name only just to use the company to get Charlon, but the situation here is terrible. Suk Kang-ho wonders if he should take on the role for real. He slams his hand down on the stack of contracts, a clear sign of his building frustration. Suk Kang-ho grips the contracts tightly, his expression hardening with resolve. His hands clench even tighter, the sound of paper crinkling under the immense pressure. The contracts are torn in half, the sound echoing through the office. The shredded contracts fall to the floor, a visual representation of the broken agreements and shattered trust. Eun Soyeon, witnessing the display of raw power, calls out Channy's name in shock. She wonders if he tore the entire stack in two. The woman with short brown hair observes Suk Kang-ho's actions with growing concern, commenting on his monstrous grip strength and questioning if he plans on threatening them with brute strength. Suk Kang-ho sits amidst the torn contracts, the red energy highlighting the intensity of his resolve. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within him as he contemplates the next move. He clenches his hands again, the sound a prelude to the changes he intends to make. With his hands clasped firmly, Suk Kang-ho declares his intentions. We will rewrite. Suk Kang-ho sits back, his gaze unwavering, ready to rewrite the contracts for the company. He begins by addressing Michelle, asking about her current salary in front of everyone. Michelle hesitates, admitting that they haven't actually decided on a salary yet. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, explains that he has only just joined and needs to consider the company's funds, stating that the annual salary is 150 million Korean wons. The woman with short brown hair argues that salary isn't the problem. She insists that they need to take the company's finances and the employees' equity into consideration. Suk Kang-ho turns to another man, asking if he agrees. The instructor then references an article stating that the average annual salary for men in their early 40s was 50.7 million Korean wons last year. Suk Kang-ho declares that they will pay double, offering 100 million Korean wons per year. The man from Panel 5 is shocked by the offer, questioning if it's true. Suk Kang-ho confirms that they will also pay Jae-tae double the average salary for office workers in their late 30s, which is around 46 million Korean wons. He continues, stating that he is too lazy to repeat himself for every single employee, so they will do it like this, offering 90 million Korean wons per year. Suk Kang-ho announces that any worker in DAI will be allowed to immediately convert to a full-time contract if they wish, and like these two, they will receive double the average salary of people in their age group. He adds that Mr. Choi Eugene will be in charge, and Chief Lim will be overseeing this procedure. As for the artists, Suk Kang-ho states that the only remaining artist on active duty is Eun Soyeon. She is informed that her deposit will triple the original contract's amount, and if she decides to leave and join another agency, she only needs to repay the same amount as the deposit. The company's figurehead, Suk Kang-ho, declares that he can't have his employees walking around in inadequate clothing. Suk Kang-ho announces that the trainees' minimal allowance will be changed to a minimum of 1 million won per month, not counting food, lessons, accommodations, and other expenses. The employees are shocked at the sudden increase in pay, realizing it will basically be their pocket money. Suk Kang-ho also notes that the trainees' practice rooms are small and lacking, questioning if the office itself isn't quite tiny as well. Suk Kang-ho inquires about the market price of the commercial building next door. He is told that he'll most likely need a deposit of 50 million won per floor and a rent fee of 2 million won per month. Suk Kang-ho states that he doesn't care about that, asking how much it will cost if he buys it. The man with the blonde hair, Lee Ho-jin, thinks that buying it will be a huge burden on their finances and that it will be better to do a monthly payment instead, as it's easier to deal with the other expenses as well. Lee Ho-jin states that he's personally not very fond of the idea of borrowing things from others, and that he'll just buy the entire building next door, so he'd like Director Kim to deal with the procedures. Suk Kang-ho repeats himself, saying that there's no need to worry about its price. The man with the blonde hair, Lee Ho-jin, looks concerned. The meeting continued. The discussion centered on the plans for the new building. The first floor would be a cafeteria, the second for artist training, and the third for office space. The trading company would handle the construction. Meanwhile, Channy's frustration reached a boiling point. She felt driven nuts by the situation. It seemed she wouldn't need to intervene to make someone act. The voices of those chanting her name echoed in her ears, a mocking reminder of the financial strain. She sarcastically thanked them for their concern, but warned against splurging. Channy, overwhelmed, collapsed to the floor, protesting that she understood she was rich. She warned that if they squandered money without thinking of the consequences. Lee Ho-jin questioned who had said it was her money. Channy, recovering from her outburst, asked who he was referring to. Lee Ho-jin changed the subject, asking if she had heard of the French company, Young Ventures. Channy seemed to recognize the name, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Lee Ho-jin confirmed that he had heard of them, stating that it was an investment company. The company was described as influential on a global scale in the entertainment industry, with interests in movies, TV shows, concerts, and reality shows. Channy's eyes widened with a dawning realization, the implications of Young Ventures becoming clear. The man in the suit resolves to apply for sponsorship to them tomorrow. Meanwhile, the woman with short brown hair relays that she has already dealt with the matter and that he just needs to apply there. The man asks how much he should ask from them. He is told it doesn't matter as much as he needs. The woman with short brown hair appears concerned. The man's gaze hardens. As he may have realized, he admits he is not very knowledgeable in business and management. However, he has gone through certain special circumstances that he can't talk about to others. And during those times, he set himself some rules to abide by. When he finds someone whom he must keep by his side, he will. However, he will not force them to stay with him unwillingly. If they wish to leave, they are free to do so. He will always leave the door wide open. If they stay with him, he will make them feel safe, feel productive, and feel the happiest they could ever be. If he's successful, no one will ever leave him. And they'll be willing to fight for him with their lives on the line. He's experienced that personally. The soldiers advance, weapons raised, ready to engage the enemy. The squad moves as one, their faces grim, focused on the mission ahead. The soldier's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he prepares for what's to come. The soldiers continue their advance, laser sights cutting through the air as they move towards their objective. They push forward, undeterred by the obstacles in their path. The sinister man's voice echoes, reminding everyone that his rules still apply within the company. The sinister man addresses his subordinates, promising the best treatment possible. The sinister man's expression is cold as he instructs them to fulfill their respective roles. The subordinates respond in unison, affirming their commitment to the sinister man's orders. The sinister man's face is partially obscured, but his piercing gaze remains. The sinister man's suit is immaculate, a symbol of his power and control. The woman with short brown hair looks at the other woman, questioning if they are in the right place. The woman with short brown hair states that this is the DAI agency's office. Lee Hojin smirks, confident in his plan. The woman with short brown hair looks up at him, concerned. The woman with short brown hair stands with her hands clasped in front of her. Two women stand side by side, their expressions a mix of concern and suspicion as they wonder where they are. The sinister man, seated behind a desk, declares that this is the DII agency's office, a statement delivered with a chilling smile. The woman with short brown hair narrows her eyes, her expression hardening with suspicion. The sinister man leans back in his chair, casually wondering if he needs to call security. The camera focuses on the sinister man's polished shoes as he sits, a subtle display of power and control. The woman with short brown hair glares at the sinister man, her distrust palpable as she prepares for confrontation. The woman with short brown hair slams her hand on the desk, the sound echoing through the office as she demands answers from the sinister man. The woman with short brown hair's outburst startles the woman with long gray hair, who looks on with wide eyes as the sinister man remains unfazed. The woman with long gray hair and the woman with short brown hair stand side by side, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. The sinister man smirks, his gaze fixed on the woman with short brown hair as he prepares to reveal his next move. The woman with short brown hair trembles, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. He issues a curt order, demanding she leave immediately. The woman with short brown hair rises, her legs unsteady beneath her. She hesitates, glancing back at the sinister man with a flicker of defiance before turning away. The sound of her heels echoes through the hallway as she walks away, each step a testament to her forced departure. Inside another room, a group sits in what appears to be a meeting, oblivious to the drama unfolding outside. The sinister man addresses a woman with long red hair, questioning if that was all he was needed for today. She confirms, and he turns to leave, his departure marked by a distinct sound. The woman with long red hair watches him go, a subtle expression of unease crossing her face. The door clicks shut behind him, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Wait!" The sinister man pauses on the stairs, turning back as the woman with long red hair corrects herself, calling him boss. The sinister man's expression hardens as the woman with short brown hair suggests dinner. He seems uninterested. He declines the offer, stating he's tired and will see her next time as he walks away. Suddenly, the woman with short brown hair calls out, addressing him as Channy. He turns back, a look of impatience on his face, and asks what she wants now. The woman with short brown hair looks at him with a pleading expression, as if she is about to ask him for something important. The sinister man, now revealed to be named Channy, dismisses her request with a curt, "Nope," continuing his descent down the stairs. Time passes, and the woman with short brown hair is seen from above, standing still. The camera focuses on the back of the woman with short brown hair, highlighting her shoulders. A close-up reveals the woman with short brown hair, biting her lip, a sign of suppressed desire or frustration. Her thoughts betray her true feelings, revealing that she finds Channy attractive. Later that night, Channy arrives at his apartment building, a modern high-rise. The woman with long gray hair greets Channy at his apartment door, thanking him for something. The sound of a door opening echoes through the room. Kang Chan, still drying his hair with a towel, emerges from the bathroom. He collapses onto the bed, exhausted. Lying on his back, Kang Chan stares blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. His eyes narrow as he contemplates the situation. Suddenly, the scene shifts, revealing a group of men, including Lee Hojin, standing together, their faces grim. The men break into a run, their target unknown, but their purpose clear: violence. The group descends upon an unseen victim, fists flying. The attack continues, with several women looking on in horror. Lee Hojin sits calmly in a chair, observing the chaos he orchestrated. The violence intensifies, a fist connecting with a face, blood splattering. The scene fades to black, leaving only the image of a crisp, white collar. After an exhausting day, Kong Chan relaxes on his bed. He decides to take a power nap. He drifts off to sleep. Suddenly, his phone rings, jolting him awake. He answers, a growing suspicion forming in his mind. He wonders if the call is being used to wiretap his house. He answers the call, his mood souring. He knows that whoever is calling has a knack for ruining his day. The caller, Charlene, speaks to him in French. The conversation continues, the details of their arrangement coming into focus. Charlene suggests a baseball stadium as the meeting place. Kong Chan is warned not to be taken for a fool like Smithin, and is reminded that the money comes first. Charlene questions what will happen if Kong Chan goes back on his word after getting the money, or gives false information. Kong Chan retorts that if they can't trust him, the deal is over. He continues, reminding the person on the other end of the line that things won't end so simply for them. He asks if they've already forgotten what he's capable of, threatening to make someone they care about vanish if they mess with him. The man on the phone curses, calling him a fucker. He realizes he can't let himself be a pushover, or he's doomed. Charlene, still on the phone, is asked if he isn't planning on taking over the entirety of Europe. He responds that 20 billion Korean wons is nothing compared to that. The man on the other end of the line finds Charlene to be a stubborn and annoying bastard. He wonders how long it will be until he goes to. Charlene, growing impatient, tells the person on the phone not to try to change the subject. He's asking about the money, calling him a moron, and reminds him that they need to know the time limit in order to fine-tune their plans. Charlene states that the money needs to be in his hands by Monday, or else. The man on the phone declares that the deal is over. Charlene responds that he'll keep that in mind for now. Before hanging up, the man on the phone says, "Oh, also Charlene." Charlene asks what he wants. The man on the phone warns Charlene that he's not completely out of his reach either. The man emphasizes his point, telling Charlene to keep that in mind. The man's eyes glow red as he continues the phone call. The man's face is shown in detail as he holds the phone to his ear, the red glow intensifying. The sinister man's teeth grit together, a silent promise of violence. The threat hangs heavy as the man's silhouette is cast against the crimson backdrop, the air thick with unspoken menace. The sinister man's face contorts with rage. He seethes, consumed by hatred for someone, regardless of the success or failure of their plans. A declaration of intent, scrawled in what appears to be blood. My own hands. Elsewhere, a hand holds a phone, the screen blank. Lee Hojin sits on his bed, scrolling through his phone. He curses someone, certain that they are furious. Lee Hojin's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. The scene shifts to a family gathered around a table, enjoying a meal together. A man with neatly combed hair smiles, expressing gratitude for the group's success in gaining sponsors and backers. Lee Hojin eats an omelet, declaring it delicious. Frustration flares in Lee Hojin's eyes as he hears the name Charlene again. Lee Hojin stares intently at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face as the man from Panel 9 stands behind him. He breathes a sigh of relief, seeing the message on his phone is just from Kim Myong, asking about their beach trip tomorrow. The message reminds Suk Kang-ho of Myong, a student in his class. He agrees to meet her at 10 a.m. Suk Kang-ho confirms that he remembers Myong, noting that she always has the best grades in school. His mother seems suspicious of their conversation. Just then, Suk Kang-ho receives a call from Mr. Suk. Suk Kang-ho answers, explaining that he's currently eating dinner with his parents. He seems surprised by the call from Mr. Suk. Mr. Suk asks him to come downstairs, saying he's outside his building and needs to talk about the club. He tells Suk Kang-ho to meet him once he's done eating. Suk Kang-ho tells his family that Mr. Suk Kang-ho wants to see him and that he'll head outside for a while. The family continues their dinner. Mr. Suk asks why he's calling him out so late, explaining that he's dropping by after visiting the apartment here. Suk Kang-ho asks what this is about. Suk Kang-ho listens as the sinister man informs him that he will be moving into a flat in the neighborhood next week. The sinister man smiles, seemingly unconcerned about the implications of this move. The camera shifts to a close-up of Suk Kang-ho, his expression unreadable. The two men, Suk Kang-ho and the sinister man, sit on a bench in the park. The sinister man states he won't stay for too long and will leave after he finishes his cigarette. Suk Kang-ho takes a drag from his cigarette, his eyes narrowed in thought. The sinister man dismisses Suk Kang-ho's concerns, saying they're just a bunch of small issues. From a distance, the two men are seen sitting on the bench, the street lamp casting a glow on them. Suk Kang-ho expresses his worry, but the sinister man cuts him off. The sinister man questions why Suk Kang-ho is more worried about her instead of Charlene. The sinister man tells Suk Kang-ho that he knows Charlon too well at this point, so there's no use saying anything else, but he feels like Lee Hae-yeon will cause some complicated mess later on. Suk Kang-ho wonders how he should say this, realizing that Lee Hae-yeon looks like she'll cause some complicated mess later on. Suk Kang-ho smokes his cigarette, lost in thought about the potential complications Lee Hae-yeon might bring. The man with the cigarette, Lee Ho-jin, acknowledges that they both know Charlon too well to waste words. He muses that the woman in question is not as simple as she seems, and he wonders how to phrase his thoughts. Lee Ho-jin, exhaling smoke, wonders if he should deal with the mess later. The man being addressed is told not to pretend he has good intuition, as he used to think the woman was nice and polite. The warning is repeated. He needs to be careful. The man with the cigarette explains that she's just an older and richer Hyo Yunsol, and he just needs to treat her like he treats a bitch. Lee Ho-jin adds that he'll join the other man on Wednesday, as he'll need another pair of hands. The man is reminded that he's the only one who knows about the situation with Ranark, and that they need to be careful, as they can't have them misunderstand that the news leaked from their side. Lee Ho-jin continues to smoke, his expression unreadable. The man with the cigarette decides he'll just observe the situation and work things out with Ranark. Lee Ho-jin flicks the cigarette away, asking what about the other man. Lee Ho-jin's companion tells him to stop. The pair sit on a bench, the city lights twinkling behind them. The man with Lee Ho-jin says, "All right." The man turns away from Lee Ho-jin, his expression unreadable. The bench sits empty, framed by manicured hedges and a stone wall. A street lamp casts a soft glow on the deserted path. Suddenly, a figure sprints past the lamppost, moving with incredible speed. The empty bench sits bathed in the morning light. The figure, revealed to be Smithin, continues his breakneck pace. Sweat glistens on Smithin's brow as he pushes himself to the limit. He continued his run, each stride pushing him closer to his goal. Checking his watch, Smithin noted the improvements in his speed and stamina. He paused, catching his breath as he glanced at the time. Smithin approached a building, thinking that at this rate, returning to his original body's physical capabilities wouldn't be just a pipe dream. The building loomed in the distance, and he realized it was time for breakfast. Inside, Smithin, now clean and dressed, confirmed his plans for the day. At the table, the woman with short brown hair asked if he wanted to join them for volunteer work at the nursery school they were funding. Smithin told them he would be busy in the afternoon, but would be over before sundown. He added that he might return home late tonight. The man with short brown hair seemed surprised, as Smithin revealed he had made plans with Mayon to go to the beach and have some way. The woman with short brown hair questioned if he wouldn't be doing anything improper. The woman with short brown hair asks, "All right then, do you want some pocket money?" At the table, Smithin faces away from them, stating that he has money to spare. The woman questions him, noting it's been a while since they last gave him pocket money, and asking how much he got for his translation work. Smithin explains that since he never really spends money on anything, he has a lot more than they'd expect. The man with short brown hair tells Smithin to do as he wants, but to make sure he sleeps at home tonight. Smithin agrees. Elsewhere, a woman with brown hair tied in a ponytail stands on the sidewalk. The woman stands near a construction site. The sound of a car horn blares as the woman turns her head. Smithin sits in the driver's seat of a car and tells her, "Let's go." The woman smiles and responds, "Yeah." He was being driven away from a city. The woman driving seemed to be enjoying the ride. The woman driving, Michelle, smiled as music played in the car. Kong Chan thought to himself how simple-minded Michelle was, getting excited about a small trip. His phone vibrated in the console. Kong Chan, working for DII agency, glanced at the phone and realized it must be Michelle calling. Michelle asked if he wasn't going to answer the call. Kong Chan answered the phone, speaking in French. Michelle wondered why he was speaking in French. On the other end of the line, the woman asked what was wrong and if something had happened. Kong Chan replied that it was nothing much, but he couldn't have the content of their conversation be overheard right now. The woman on the phone acknowledged that she understood and informed him that they had received a phone call from Young Ventures just now. The woman continued, saying that their CFO called them in person despite it being the weekend. They said they'll sponsor them with $20 billion immediately, no questions asked. Kong Chan responded, asking if that was so. The woman on the phone added that they'll even give them the same amount a second time if they ever need more. Kong Chan thought to himself that he had told her that he had dealt with everything. Michelle, still on the phone, mentions that European media outlets have been contacting them. Inside the office, the atmosphere is electric. Everyone is celebrating, overcome with excitement. An employee, caught up in euphoria, throws her arms up in the air, her face beaming with joy. Meanwhile, Kong Chan, driving, expresses concern that his employees are working on the weekend and hopes they aren't being burdened with unnecessary tasks. Back at the office, Michelle explains to the person on the phone that everyone came of their own free will to celebrate the news. The news is so good that they should be able to purchase the building next door without any issues, and interior designers will be visiting this afternoon to check its current state. Michelle is ecstatic, exclaiming how amazing the news is and how happy she is. Kong Chan, still on the phone, winces at the loud celebration, complaining that he's going to be deafened. Hanging up, the driver, new character woman, asks Kong Chan about the call, noting that it sounded like French. Kong Chan smiles faintly, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The driver, new character woman, notices Kong Chan's discomfort and tells him to wait a moment. Kong Chan explains that he's not in a situation where he can talk for long right now, hinting at the pressure he's under. He listens intently as the caller identifies themselves as Chief Lim Soo-jong, addressing him as president. He acknowledges the information, stating he understands. A chorus of voices expresses their gratitude and appreciation, thanking the president profusely. The crowd's adoration crescendos, their voices united in a resounding declaration of love for the one they call president. Kong Chan, still behind the wheel, seems unfazed by the outpouring of support, his expression calm and collected. The woman riding with Kong Chan is taken aback by the title, questioning if she heard correctly. He sighs, seemingly used to the attention, as the woman beside him remains curious. She presses him for answers, wanting to know what's going on. Kong Chan avoids the question, a slight smile playing on his lips. She points out that the phone call he received earlier, spoken in French, didn't sound like nothing, and reiterates her confusion about why people are calling him president. He simply hums in response, prompting her to question why people are so thankful and adoring of him, while he claims he didn't intentionally eavesdrop, but simply overheard. Kong Chan smirks, clearly amused by her curiosity and the situation. She wonders aloud if there's something he's not telling her, or if she's the only one in the dark. She presses Kong Chan, questioning why he can't tell her anything at all. He denies her accusation, but his expression betrays his inner turmoil. Inside the car, Kong Chan sweats, internally panicking about how to explain the situation to the woman beside him. The driver, Kong Chan, internally debates how to explain his recent career move. His passenger listens intently, her expression unreadable. Kong Chan sighs, deciding to just lay it all out. He reveals that he has taken the position of CEO at a company called DII. The woman is surprised by this revelation, questioning if he said CEO of a company. Kong Chan confirms, explaining that it's an entertainment agency that also produces TV shows, a fact his parents are unaware of. The woman remains silent, processing the information. Kong Chan continues, stating that he plans to save the money he earned from this job. The woman points out that he would have worked hard for all that money, and reminds him that he'd be on a government scholarship, so he won't have to spend so much anyway, suggesting he use it for himself. Kong Chan is surprised by her reaction, admitting it wasn't what he was expecting. She smiles, suggesting that they both end up successful without having to sacrifice things, asking if that's good enough, to which he agrees. The new driver, focused on the road ahead, speeds down the highway. Inside the car, Kong Chan sits quietly, lost in thought as music plays softly. The driver's thoughts drift to Kong Chan, finding him simple-minded, yet academically gifted and innocent. She finds that aspect of Kong Chan somewhat cute as they continue their journey. The car continues its journey down a long highway, the destination still unknown. The driver exclaims with excitement as they approach their destination, the sea. The car speeds along the coastal highway, the vast expanse of the ocean stretching out before them. The driver, now parked, turns to Kong Chan with a smile, eager to enjoy their time by the sea. They arrive at Café Eden, a quaint establishment nestled near the coast. Kong Chan and the driver sit at an outdoor table, enjoying the sea breeze and the ambience of the cafe. The driver sips her drink, content with their seaside escape. The driver, enjoying the seaside air, finds the food too hot to handle. Kong Chan offers her a bite of his own food, suggesting she try it. Kong Chan gazes off into the distance, lost in thought. Later, as the sun begins to set, the pair walks along the beach, their silhouettes stark against the fiery sky. The sand shifts beneath their bare feet as they stroll along the water's edge. The driver leans against Kong Chan, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She wraps her arms around Kong Chan, noting that the sun is setting and they should start heading back. Kong Chan agrees, acknowledging her statement with a simple okay as they turn back towards the town. They begin their walk back, their figures growing smaller as they head away from the beach. The driver and Kong Chan walk toward the apartment building under the dim glow of the streetlights. The driver turns to Kong Chan, saying that it was a lot of fun today and to take care. He responds in kind. Later that night, Kong Chan stands outside the apartment building, silhouetted against the dim light, while another figure stands further away. A close-up of the apartment building reveals the unit number 303. The camera pans down to the entrance of the apartment building. The next day, Kong Chan approaches a different, taller apartment building, thinking to himself, I'm home. The camera focuses on the apartment building, revealing the unit number 301. Elsewhere, two men and a woman walk through a parking lot. The trio approaches a sleek, black car. Kong Chan, standing by the car, wonders if his father got a new car, almost out of habit. His father explains that the old one is still in good shape, but he thought he would look bad if he drove a brand that they don't sell, which Kong Chan concedes is fair enough. He listens as the man beside him comments on the car, remarking that it looks good. Elsewhere, A man gestures towards a building, informing the woman and the man beside him that they have arrived at the nursery school they fund. The man wonders aloud what he needs to do today. He is told that all he needs to do is play with the kids until lunchtime, while the others figure out the issue. The woman states that the best thing she heard was that it was related to the funding. Inside the nursery, a man with a blindfold plays with the children. Outside, a group of men watch the blindfolded man playing with the children. One of them tells him to stop, wondering who he is. Another comments that he's not even running and he still can't steal the ball, asking if he is a pro. A storybook illustration shows a tree, with a speech bubble stating that Snow White defeated the witch. Another storybook illustration shows Snow White and the prince. The man from panel 4 is now reading the storybook, which states that she lived happily ever after with the prince. The man continues to read to the children. 3 children give a thumbs down, their faces conveying disapproval. The man surrounded by children, revealed to be Suk Kang-ho, pleads his innocence. He insists he's not a werewolf and that the game will be over if he dies. Suk Kang-ho continues to insist that he is telling the truth and begs to be allowed to live. In the top panel, a group of people stand in front of a building, waving. Below, Suk Kang-ho waves goodbye to a woman and another man. A building is shown with a sign that reads, "I can't stop worrying about the kids." Inside a car, the woman with short brown hair tells the driver, whose identity is revealed to be Sia Kang-ho, that she understands how he feels, but he has to go by the book at all times. The woman with short brown hair argues that they can't just put the money first when they can't even get a single document. Suk Kang-ho explains that they wanted to decide where their funds were exactly going towards, but the nursery school wouldn't allow it. The woman with short brown hair says that she told him already that she can't get the kids out of her head and that she's worried for them. She insists that they have to fund them this way first. The man in the back seat observes that this is the first time, or at least it's been a while, since he's seen the two argue. Suk Kang-ho's passenger says that it's more of a process of persuading each other rather than arguing. He asks that they persuade each other all day, but let him get off near the school first. The man in the back asks if they're near school. The passenger responds that he's going to get a good workout session in since it's the weekend. The sign outside reads, "Sports Club Room." Inside, Kang-chan lifts dumbbells, a towel draped around his neck. He moves on to heavier weights. Kang-chan pauses, looking out at the equipment. He reflects on his current state. He's happy, more so than he's been in a long time. Kang-chan realizes he's found a new meaning of happiness. But the happiness is juxtaposed with a memory of his time as a soldier, something he couldn't have imagined just months ago. On one hand, he hopes this happiness continues, but on the other, he worries that he'll become desensitized by it. The memory of a scarred man smoking a cigarette overlays Kang-chan's current peaceful workout. He fears that this happiness will end up hurting everybody. Another man enters the gym, asking if Kang-chan was there. The man remarks on the great timing, assuming Kang-chan came to work out, and suggests they spar since no one else is around. The man with short brown hair questions the sudden turn of events, noting that a soldier must always be prepared. Kang-chan, however, reminds him that he is a teacher, not a soldier, and asks if they're going to proceed or not. Kang-chan, now facing his opponent, wonders aloud just how intense this sparring match is going to be. He begins to remove his shirt, asking if they should stop before someone ends up dead or permanently injured. He seems to be enjoying this. With a predatory grin, Kang-chan surprises his opponent by lunging forward, declaring, "Gotcha." The teacher is sent flying backward from the force of Kang-chan's unexpected attack. The momentum carries the teacher through the air, his body twisting violently. Kang-chan watches his opponent fly through the air, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he wonders if this is how it's going to be. He smirks, reminding the teacher that a soldier must always be prepared. Kang-chan taunts the teacher for taking his shirt off so casually in front of an enemy, implying that he has lost his touch. He then declares that they should proceed. Kang-chan launches another attack, his fist a blur of motion. The force of the blow is immense, the impact creating a shockwave. The teacher crashes to the ground, defeated. The teacher, reeling from the initial blow, is struck again by Kang-chan's relentless assault. The force of the impact sends blood spraying from his mouth. The teacher's feet barely maintain contact with the ground as Kang-chan continues his barrage. Each strike threatens to knock him off balance. Another punch lands squarely on the teacher's face, the impact snapping his head back. He struggles to defend himself against the onslaught. The teacher's vision blurs as he desperately tries to block the incoming strikes. His face contorts in a mix of pain and determination. Kang-chan's relentless assault continues, each punch delivered with precision and power. The teacher is forced to give ground, unable to mount a counterattack. The teacher's arm is raised in a desperate attempt to shield himself, but Kang-chan's blows are too fast, too strong. The force of the punches reverberates through his body. The barrage intensifies, each strike landing with brutal force. The teacher's body is rocked back and forth, his defense is crumbling under the onslaught. The teacher grits his teeth, his face a mask of pain and determination. He knows he's outmatched, but he refuses to yield. Kang-chan continues his relentless assault, driving the teacher backward with each successive blow. The momentum is entirely in his favor. The teacher's arms are raised in a futile attempt to protect his face, but the blows keep coming. He's overwhelmed, his body battered and bruised. Kong Chan's face is a study in focused intensity as he delivers another devastating blow. His eyes are narrowed, his expression unwavering. With a final, crushing blow, Kong Chan sends the teacher reeling. The force of the impact leaves the teacher defenseless, the fight clearly over. He continues his assault, his foot connecting with the teacher's side. The force of the blow sends the teacher reeling, his arm instinctively wrapping around his torso in pain. The teacher, his arm now bleeding, prepares to strike back. Kong Chan anticipates the counterattack, moving in close to prevent the teacher from gaining momentum. The teacher realizes that there is only one solution. He throws a punch, aiming to end the fight with a single decisive blow. No matter what is going on around him, the teacher steels himself, focusing all his energy into the strike. Kong Chan, however, is prepared, knowing he always has to stay keen. He braces for the impact. The punch connects, but Kong Chan is ready for it. He absorbs the blow, maintaining his balance and preparing to retaliate. The teacher's fist hurtles toward Kong Chan, a clear sign that the sparring session is far from over. Suddenly, the teacher calls a halt to the fight. The teacher points to a spot on Kong Chan's shoulder, offering advice. The teacher explains that if Kong Chan had thrown the punch correctly, he would have done the same. Kong Chan responds with a sarcastic agreement. The teacher tosses a can of energy drink, suggesting they stop talking and rehydrate. The two men take a break, each grabbing a can of energy drink. Kong Chan receives a message and realizes it's for Charlon. Kong Chan, fresh from a workout, checks his phone, unaware of the events about to unfold. Suddenly, Kong Chan realizes who is calling him. Kong Chan answers the phone, his expression hardening as he listens to the voice on the other end. Kong Chan speaks in French, relaying that he will be given a Silver Harvest Bank of Hong Kong account and its password tomorrow. The voice on the other end explains that Korea has strict restrictions, so there isn't another method until Monday, and that the money that was supposed to be in Switzerland has already entered Hong Kong. The voice continues, promising to tell him the time and location once he changes his password tomorrow. Kong Chan, unfazed, is reminded that the account won't let him transfer for 7 days even if he changes the password, which makes trying anything useless. He replies that he isn't in any rush. The call ends. Another man asks what he said. Kong Chan replies that it looks like the money's set and good to go. Kong Chan, still on the phone, is told that they need to tell him. He receives a call from Kong Chan, who identifies himself as the ambassador. The man on the other end of the line reveals he just received a call from Charlon. The ambassador and the man in the suit continue their conversation over the phone. The man in the suit responds with a simple acknowledgement, indicating he understands the situation. The man in the suit is instructed to share the account and password as soon as he receives it tomorrow, and to do so via phone. Kong Chan agrees to the terms, but the man in the suit has one more request. The man in the suit reminds Kong Chan that he needs his Wednesday schedule at the baseball stadium, just in case things go awry. Kong Chan assures him that he will provide it. The man in the suit acknowledges Kong Chan's assurance. The man in the suit contemplates the information he has received. Kong Chan is asked if they're facing them on Wednesday. Kong Chan's associate believes they can grasp the general picture if they look for whoever deposited into the account from Monday to Wednesday. Kong Chan, however, is preoccupied with the baseball stadium. The man is uneasy about leaving everything up to the French and decides he will have to discuss this with Kim Tae-jin. The message appears on a phone screen, a request to meet at school the next day. Kim Tae-jin responds, confirming that he will drop by in the morning. The conversation shifts to a more serious tone. One man questions why the other doesn't fully trust Ranorick, despite working with him. The man explains the precariousness of their situation. If anything happens to Ranorick, they're in deep trouble. He suspects the French intelligence agency might try to eliminate them to cover up their conversation with Ranorick. The man emphasizes that even if something goes wrong, there's no one in this world that can be fully trusted. He adds that the other man should know that too, reminding him that even Charlon, who they can't stand now, was once their comrade. The man agrees, acknowledging the situation. He proposes they continue this talk when Kim Tae-jin arrives tomorrow. The man suggests they work out in the meantime, since that's what they're supposed to be doing. The very next day, the scene shifts to the exterior of school. A van pulls up to the school gates. Inside a gym, Kim Tae-jin is bench pressing as the man from the previous day watches him. Kim Tae-jin's expression is unreadable. He arrives to find several men already assembled. One of them remarks on his early arrival, while another wonders how they can slack off when they received orders from above, especially since others volunteered. The man who greeted Kim Tae-jin explains that they gave someone a paid leave and that he'll apparently be hiking Mount Cheery. The man on leave hikes up a mountain trail. Though he can't participate in any training sessions, his eyes twinkle the most out of everyone. Kim Tae-jin listens intently, simply stating, "I see." The man then tells the others that they have things to discuss privately, so they should go work out outside for 30 minutes. The others quickly leave the room to comply. Kim Tae-jin asks what the deal is, and the man responds that a lot has happened. The man explains that they will get rid of Ranark and leave Korea. Kim Tae-jin wonders if the election in France and their country's intelligence wouldn't be. The man tells Kim Tae-jin that the agency should be aware of this if it's this big of a deal. He also asks if he didn't say he knew someone in the agency, but it's hard to know the other team's tasks if you're not assigned to the same department, and they also aren't allowed to know. Kim Tae-jin states, "I see," and then says he thinks Charlon. The man continues, saying that when he thinks of the guy he ran into at the elevator, he feels like Ranark is taking this matter too lightly. He acknowledges the point made, understanding the implications of the previous statement. The man with slicked back hair, Kim Tae-jin, emphasizes the importance of team coordination, but warns that revealing their identity or mission could lead to serious trouble. The man suggests embedding their own people within the crowd and along the perimeter for better control. He assures that the ambassadors group will likely have limited foreign members, which shouldn't pose a problem. He then questions what their success rate will be if they proceed with the plan. The man with slicked back hair responds that if they remove guns from the equation, they'll be able to stop them somehow. The man with slicked back hair wonders what would happen if Charlon goes overboard and uses firearms, but the other man replies that they would be as good as dead. The man with slicked back hair notes that pre-inspections will be difficult since it's not an official visit. He then asks about securing the estimated target area the day before. The man with slicked back hair suggests checking and deploying their staff to any areas they deem unsafe, a move that he believes might lead to confusion within Ranark's team. The man pauses, lost in thought, before asking if sniper rifles could be used. The man with slicked back hair questions if sniper rifles can really be brought into play, emphasizing Korea's strict firearm restrictions and the potential political ramifications in Europe. The man with slicked back hair suggests thinking about the consequences later, stating that it seems more ideal to make plans while assuming guns will be in the mix. The man acknowledges that it's a sticky situation. The man with slicked back hair looks determined. He wonders if the sudden appearance of the throat slasher in Korea is connected to their plans, especially since he'll likely bring North Korean special forces as reinforcements. Kim Tae-jin listens intently, his expression thoughtful as the other man speaks. The man explains that Charlon won't be able to move as he pleases, and if France or China ends up killing Ranark, especially if it happens in Korea, things could get complicated. The man continues, stating that North Korea is a whole different story, as they are able to do whatever they want since they have nothing to lose. He wonders how much Charlon is willing to pay them to kill Ranark, considering he's willing to pay them $20 billion for intel alone. He adds that it would be the perfect way to make a good amount of money in a short period for a poverty-stricken country like North Korea. The man lists potential locations where the situation could escalate: France, China, and even North Korea. He concludes that they can assume guns will be in play, judging by the scale of the situation. Kim Tae-jin listens intently, his expression unreadable. The man's eyes narrow, a subtle shift in his demeanor, suggesting a darker turn in the conversation. The focus tightens on Kim Tae-jin, his expression hardening as he considers the implications. The man, his expression grim, considers their options. Something even more devastating might be needed. His gaze hardens, a plan forming in his mind. He realizes that they really can't catch a single break. He confirms their next rendezvous point. They'll meet up at Yongin Public Baseball Stadium. The man looms over another, awaiting his response. The other man confirms that he is correct. The man listens intently as the other speaks. The other man pleads to come along on Wednesday, unable to stand by and do nothing. He knows that if he is told no, he'll just sneak out on his own. The man knew he'd say that. The man relents, telling him that he can come along, that he deserves to after everything he's been through. The other man thanks him, calling him Cap. The phone rings, an incoming call displayed on the screen. Suk Kang-ho, off-screen, seems surprised by something. Suk Kang-ho receives updates over the phone. He learns of a report confirming the investment and multiple inquiries about it. He also learns that the script written by a guy he knows has been received. Another woman, unseen until now, receives the news and says, "Well done." The woman announces that Soyeon is the female lead. The woman continues, stating that more people from their label will take up the important supporting roles, and then they'll announce an audition for the rest. The woman on the phone adds that they can acquire the building next door by the end of the day if they pay it in full. The person on the other end of the line agrees, stating, "Yeah, let's do that." Suk Kang-ho is informed that they can get started right away on the renovation, and that he can probably drop by sometime next week and check things out. He agrees. Suk Kang-ho, looking annoyed, tells someone to cut it out. The other man teases Suk Kang-ho, saying that he wasn't this popular back then, and that he barely had time to meet up with any girls since he was on the battlefield for 365 days a year. Suk Kang-ho denies it, saying that all they did was talk about work, and that the other man heard it too. Suk Kang-ho asks which girl it is this time. He stares intently at the message on his phone, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, the man on the other end of the line orders someone to put the call on speakerphone, addressing them as Charlon. Kang Chan, speaking from the other side of the room, is instructed to write down an account number and password. The man on the phone tells him to go ahead as he holds a note. The message contains the account number 13765, Golden 33255, and the password 888, SBRTU 2010. The sender will call back in 10 minutes to confirm the deposit and to get Ranark's schedule. The man who gave the order wonders why Kong Chan sounds so confident, and if he suspects that he'll run away with the money. The man realizes that Kong Chan must have a backup plan. He decides to send the account information to Ranark first. Elsewhere, someone informs the ambassador that they've received the account number and password from Charlon, prompting the ambassador to ask what it is. The account number and password are repeated, and the person speaking expresses suspicion about how easy it was to get their hands on them. The man is told to take note of when the bank account is checked out, and that Charlon will be told the location and time once he calls again. The man is asked if he's good with that, and he confirms, adding that he should be informed if anything else changes. He is asked what's wrong, and if Ranark is causing trouble again. The other man remembers that he can't understand. The man in the foreground says it's nothing like that. He was just frustrated with having to constantly exchange information and think so hard. Everything would be solved if he found out where that bastard Charlon is. The man with spiky hair says that, to be honest, he couldn't care less about European politics. The other man exclaims that's more like the cap he knows. He says they just need to wait for 2 days, go together this time, and get Charlon's head, which would solve everything. A phone rings, displaying the number 1-1111-1111. The man in the foreground thinks to himself that he'll make sure to get him for good this time. He realizes that he has to. Speaking on the phone, the man with spiky hair asks what's the word. He is told that it's Yongin Public Baseball Stadium at 3 in the afternoon. The man on the phone asks if he's sure this is the correct information. The voice on the other end of the line says he'll take that as a yes, and laughs. The man with spiky hair thinks to himself that the other person is a son of a bitch, and wonders what he is laughing for, suspecting something's not right. The other man suggests they just go upstairs and cool their heads. Kong Chan sits, listening intently to the man standing before him. The camera pans to the exterior of the building where the third-year students are studying for their CSATs. 2 figures ascend the stairs, one questioning why they are taking the long way when the third-year building is closer. They are aware that the students are stressed enough as it is. The man with spiky hair, later revealed to be Hyo Yunsul, sarcastically remarks on the other's sudden concern for the students as he reaches for the doorknob. Hyo Yunsul and his companion stand in the doorway, looking down at a group of students. The students look up, startled by the presence of Hyo Yunsul and his crew. One of the students recognizes the approaching figures as Hyo Yunsul's crew. Hyo Yunsul confronts the students, questioning why third-year students are in a building restricted to second-year students. The students bow deeply, apologizing to Hyo Yunsul, who dismisses their apology. The students quickly retreat, hurrying away from the confrontation. Hyo Yunsul is confronted by another man, who questions how a teacher can be seen smoking with a student. Hyo Yunsul tells him to relax. Hyo Yunsul tells the other man to forget what he said, revealing that the administration wants him to stay because he keeps the kids from causing trouble and bullying. Hyo Yunsul, standing on the rooftop with a companion, declares he'd rather go back and do military service again. The companion knew he'd say that. The pair head back inside. The students are waiting for them. The students wonder if they were waiting for them to leave. One of the students looks concerned, glancing back at Hyo Yunsul. Hyo Yunsul asks if they could talk for a second, wondering if the students were waiting for him. The student says they need to talk about Hyo Yunsul and Lee Hojin as well. Hyo Yunsul tells his companion to go on without him, saying he'll head down after hearing what they have to say. Hyo Yunsul agrees to listen to what the students have to say. One of the students asks what he wants, saying they don't have all day. The students are standing outside the school building. Hyo Yunsul apologizes to the group of students, claiming to be too busy to deal with their request. One of the students explains that they need him to attend the Delinquent Alliance meeting because he and Hojin have been skipping classes. The request seems to annoy him. Hyo Yunsul asks if they want him to do something about it. The students reiterate that they just need him to go to the Delinquent Alliance meeting. Hyo Yunsul is shocked by the mention of the Delinquent Alliance, realizing he's gotten himself into a mess. Hyo Yunsul laments his situation, wondering why he can't ever catch a break. The question hangs in the air. A Delinquent Alliance? Kong Chan, regretting his involvement, curses under his breath. Kong Chan stands before the student group, delivering a message. He tells them to say that they have no interest in the alliance, and that the leader's injury was just a freak accident. The man with spiky hair, Hyo Yunsul, laments that they can't even go out because of the alliance. The woman with short brown hair, a member of the alliance, is determined to seek revenge. She reveals that the second-year students have been summoned by the alliance once a week. Hyo Yunsul questions why Hyo Yunsul and Lee Hojin keep showing up just to get beaten up every time. Kong Chan listens intently, his expression unreadable. Hyo Yunsul continues, stating that if they don't show up, they get beaten up even more the next time. He believes they're probably getting beaten up as they speak. The woman with short brown hair asks Kong Chan what he wants from her. Hyo Yunsul tells Kong Chan that they need him to go with them and tell them stop messing with the delinquent kids from their school. Hyo Yunsul's spiky hair is visible from behind. Hyo Yunsul's expression hardens as he questions why he should comply. The student group looks on, their faces etched with worry. The student group is reminded of what Hyo Yunsul did to Gijin, Soyeon, and even them. The student group remembers. Hyo Yunsul scoffs, telling them to enjoy the rest of their school years getting beaten up, having their money stolen, and constantly being on the run. Hyo Yunsul demands that they accept that this is all they are. The student group believes that Hyo Yunsul deserves everything that's coming to him, remembering that they were supposed to end all of this at Iron Square that day. The student group accuses Hyo Yunsul of showing up. Hyo Yunsul scoffs, accusing them of trying to blame him and daring them to take it out on him, asking if they are scared. The student group recalls promising to stop ripping off other kids and using them to do their errands if Hyo Yunsul helped them just this once, questioning if he thinks that's a good way to negotiate with him. The student group declares that none of them can rip money off of them or make them do errands, adding that one word from them and none of them would be able to do anything to the other students, asking if he knows this. Hyo Yunsul's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind them. The students were reminded of the future and the dangers that awaited them after graduation. They were warned that they wouldn't be able to protect their friends like Gijin or Soyeon, but they could ensure no one else would have to suffer. The memory of a similar experience resurfaced in Hyo Yunsul's mind. The students were told that the school would return to how it was before once they graduated. Even if Gijin or Soyeon trained hard enough so that they could protect themselves, the delinquent kids would find other students to prey upon. The students now knew how bad the experience was after getting beaten up and harassed themselves. The woman with short brown hair stated that the second-year students knew that as well. She promised that they would make sure violence was prohibited at their school if the students helped them this time. Hyo Yunsul stood facing the student group, listening intently to their proposal. Hyo Yunsul wondered where the kids from the other schools were. The student group assured him that they weren't too far away from them, only a 20-minute drive. Hyo Yunsul considered that it wasn't too far away, and it was a quick drive. Hyo Yunsul thought that, to be honest, they couldn't even do much even if it was a trap. He agreed to meet them behind the school entrance in 30 minutes. Hyo Yunsul walked away from the student group, heading towards the meeting point. Hyo Yunsul's destination remains a mystery. Inside the sports club room, the conversation takes a serious turn. One man expresses his annoyance. Bastards always get in the way when we are busy. The other man, seated across from him, chews thoughtfully. He recounts, they said they'll stop being delinquents if I help them. He is met with skepticism, as the first man asks if he truly believes that. The first man scoffs at the idea. He believes it's a trap, saying, you think I'm dumb enough to fall for that? Just ignore them then. The man with the spiky hair continues to try and convince him. He warns that even if they stop causing trouble at school, they might use his name outside of school to act like thugs. Hyo Yunsul, frustrated, admits that he already told them he's going with them. He also mentions he might head over to the other man's place after, letting him know he'll give him a heads up. The other man, concerned, questions Hyo Yunsul's seriousness about being careful. The man warns Hyo Yunsul that if he gets hurt this time, he'll regret it the next time he fights Charlon or the throat slasher. Outside, a taxi has been called. Hyo Yunsul, accompanied by the student group and another man, approaches the taxi. He mutters, such busybodies. The location is revealed to be on the second floor of a building under construction. Hyo Yunsul and his group arrive at the construction site by taxi. Hyo Yunsul wonders how anyone could find such a dilapidated place. The group ascends the precarious staircase, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the construction site. Sunlight streams through the unfinished structure, casting long shadows across the site. The students and Hyo Yunsul gather in the center of the construction site, where a group of intimidating figures awaits. Two students are already kneeling on the ground, bloodied and bruised, a testament to the violence that has already transpired. Hyo Yunsul and the remaining students approach the center of the site, the tension palpable in the air. The leader of the group, presumably addressing the kneeling students, tells them to get up. The two injured students struggle to their feet, surrounded by their tormentors. Addressing the rest of the students, the leader orders them to leave and go home. One of the men calls out to Kong Chan, drawing his attention. Kong Chan turns his head, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The man reminds Kong Chan to speak formally, given the age difference, but Kong Chan dismisses it, noting that he will be turning 30 soon. Hyo Yunsul and his group confront a blonde student, demanding to know what he and his friends are doing at their school. They claim the building belongs to their leader's father. The blonde student, battered and bruised, is told that he is the leader of the Shinyang Dong crew, a group he claims to have never heard of. One of the students questions why they aren't going down to where the thugs might be. The blonde student simply agrees. Hyo Yunsul confronts the three students in school uniforms, accusing them of deceiving him the entire time. One of the students retorts that Hyo Yunsul caused all of this, and that they were doing just fine in the alliance before he came along. Hyo Yunsul questions if their promise to not cause trouble anymore was also a lie. One of the students replies that they will be fine as soon as the injured guys return. One of the students finds it ridiculous that the blonde student is stronger than the guy he broke his fingers on. Another student agrees. One of the students asks if the blonde student is the strongest, but another student replies that the president of the alliance is the strongest. He then questions why they are being so methodical when they're all just kids. Hyo Yunsel seems to ponder this. Hyo Yunsel's companion questions their next move, looking at the blonde student with a mix of concern and uncertainty. A clenched fist emphasizes the unspoken agreement. If they help get rid of the delinquents. The blonde student, bruised and battered, demands assurance. Are they going to protect them? An unseen observer notes the blonde student's unwavering gaze, recognizing a level of guts that surpasses most boys. Hyo Yunsel considers the offer, weighing the potential benefits and risks. The blonde student's face is partially obscured, but their determination is clear. The companion of Hyo Yunsel makes his demands clear. He wants to do whatever he wants with the 3 students in school uniforms. Hyo Yunsel agrees to the terms, sealing the deal with a cold, calculating look. The blonde student, eyes glowing with a strange intensity, declares their unwavering trust in Hyo Yunsel until the very end. Hyo Yunsel thinks to himself that trusting him until the end is too much to ask. The companion of Hyo Yunsel, growing impatient, demands that the thugs hiding behind them be brought out immediately. The blonde student, now emboldened, shouts for whoever is hiding to come out. The thugs surrounding the blonde student close in, one of them hefting a baseball bat as he asks how they should deal with him. The blonde student, hearing their question, is taken aback. He wonders aloud how they can remain unfazed. Even if they don't know about Charlon, surely they must have heard about him defeating the parking lot crew. The blonde student expresses his disappointment at their lack of reaction. Suk Kang-ho, surrounded by his enemies, is surprised by their lack of fear. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, wonders aloud how his reputation hasn't preceded him, given his recent defeat of the parking lot crew. Suk Kang-ho expresses his disappointment at their lack of reaction. The sound of a bat being swung fills the air as one of the thugs initiates the attack. The bat connects with Suk Kang-ho, the force of the blow evident. But the instructor, Suk Kang-ho, easily deflects the blow, deeming it too slow. Suk Kang-ho counters, striking the thug with a swift blow, dismissing it as too weak and obvious. The other thugs rush forward, weapons raised, eager to overwhelm Suk Kang-ho. The instructor's brutal counterattack leaves one thug reeling in pain. Suk Kang-ho surveys the scene, unimpressed, stating that this won't even be a good warm-up for the throat slasher. He delivers a swift kick to one of the thugs, sending blood flying. Another thug attempts to strike, but Suk Kang-ho sidesteps the blow with ease. The instructor follows up with a precise strike, leaving the thug incapacitated. A third assailant swings a metal bat, aiming to catch Suk Kang-ho off guard. The bat connects, but it's the thug who suffers as Suk Kang-ho uses the momentum against him. The bald thug from before lunges forward, attempting to tackle the instructor. Suk Kang-ho anticipates the attack, his expression hardening as he prepares to counter. He delivers a devastating blow to the thug's face, the force of the impact visible even in the close-up. The thug is sent crashing to the ground, blood spraying from the impact. Another thug reaches out, desperate to stop the onslaught, but it's too late. Suk Kang-ho's fist connects with brutal force, silencing any further resistance. The last thug falls, defeated, as Suk Kang-ho stands victorious amidst the carnage. He stands amidst the aftermath of his fight, bodies strewn around him, a testament to his brutal efficiency. The camera focuses on his feet as he walks through the carnage, his white shoes untainted by the blood and violence surrounding him. The man's expression is cold and calculating, his eyes narrowed as he assesses the situation. A blonde student, bruised and battered, pleads with him, fear etched on his face. The blonde student, desperate, shouts for him to get away. The blonde student begs him not to come any closer, but Suk Kang-ho replies coldly that it's too late. The sound of a brutal impact echoes through the air. Suk Kang-ho's fist connects with the blonde student's face, the force of the blow visible in the spray of blood and the distortion of his features. The blonde student's face is a bloody mess, his nose clearly broken from the force of the punch. Suk Kang-ho stands over the fallen student, contemplating his next move, thinking that if he leaves without doing anything, they will just come back. The silhouette of Suk Kang-ho continues his assault, the sounds of his blows echoing in the air as he thinks that they will just come back and do the same thing all over again. The blonde student lies defeated, a pool of blood forming around his head as he screams in agony. The force of Suk Kang-ho's final blow sends shockwaves through the air. He stands tall, surveying the scene with a cold gaze, daring anyone else to challenge him. A crowd of onlookers remains silent, intimidated by the display of power. No one dares to step forward. A stern voice echoes, delivering a final warning. Anyone attending these meetings will face broken limbs. This is the final warning. The blonde student, battered and bruised, can only manage a weak okay. Suk Kang-ho inquires about any katsu places nearby, his thoughts already turning to food. Satisfied with the lack of further resistance, he declares it perfect, eager to get going and satisfy his hunger. The group heads to a restaurant called Manhwa. Someone asks what they should do now, suggesting they just go to school and hang out with the kids in sports. Another suggests going to a club, but also warns to talk to Suk Kang-ho if anyone messes with them. A woman, bearing the marks of a recent fight, agrees to go with them. Suk Kang-ho, chopsticks in hand, simply states school. Hyo Eun-sil's companion assures the woman with short brown hair that no one will mess with her as long as they are around, and she echoes the sentiment, though she insists on being allowed to do whatever she wants. The companion, irritated, says that they are eating right now, questioning what is wrong with calling them cunts, stating that is what they are. The woman with short brown hair relents, telling him to do whatever he wants with those 3 bitches. She then tells him to take them to the bus station after they finish eating, a request that seems to surprise him. Hyo Eun-sil, eating, tells her to calm down, stating that earlier hanging out around here a lot, he doesn't feel safe. The woman with short brown hair is seen walking toward the bus. From the bus, the woman with short brown hair looks back at Hyo Eun-sil. Hyo Eun-sil receives a call, answering it and asking what's up, and is told that nothing crazy happened. The person on the other end of the line says that, as expected, they'll call him back after they finish things around here. Hyo Eun-sil looks like someone texted him. The text simply says me. Hyo Eun-sil stands near a bus stop, explaining over the phone that he couldn't check his messages because he was dealing with something else. The person on the other end asks if he's at school. The man on the phone confirms he's near Ulsan Park and asks if anyone is around to eavesdrop. The man on the other end of the line, presumably Hyo Eun-sil's superior, gives him the go-ahead, stating that Wai Min-guk's ship is leaving on Wednesday. The superior explains that they were supposed to request an operation permit 3 or 5 days ago, but it seems like they were given a pass since they're exporting and asks if the man has any ideas about it. The man replies that he has nothing yet, realizing that this might mean Wai Min-guk didn't come to Korea for Ranwork and that their special ops must be prepared already. He continues, adding that the ones who might raise suspicion are probably trying to leave. The superior is shown standing in front of a window, overlooking Wai Min-guk's ship. The superior states that they can decide after checking their movements tomorrow, and that Wai Min-guk hasn't been to any of the places they thought he'd visit. The man asks if the boat is at the port of Incheon. The superior replies that it's the port of Dongmyeong, to be exact, and at the time is TBD, promising to let him know once they receive any new information. The man simply replies, Roger. The superior thinks to himself that this is quite sketchy, and that it can't be this simple with Charlon involved. The man wonders if escaping Korea safely is the only thing on their minds. The man considers that Wai Min-guk might be predictable, but Charlon definitely isn't. He recalls that Suk Kang-ho was hung on a tree and his family kidnapped as soon as he was conscious, as a warning. He wonders what he is missing and if there is anything else he should be considering. The man curses, finding the act of thinking so hard to be incredibly annoying. He decides to put it aside, figuring he can think about it after taking a quick nap. The man expresses his frustration, resolving to smash his phone after everything is over. The man on the bus asks if he is not hopping on. He apologizes. Speaking in French, the man on the phone is addressed as ambassador. He is asked if Charlon's communication security number was made up of single digits. The man on the other end of the line says he has 2 pieces of news to tell. First, his account doesn't allow any transfer or wire. The money is deposited 7 days later to the selected individual. The voice on the other end of the line delivers a harsh assessment of Charlon's character, declaring that he is slowly turning into a piece of trash. Suk Kang-ho, seated in a plush chair, listens intently to the information being relayed. He learns that Charlon used his country's broadband for communication. On the other end of the call, Kang-chan receives the news that, while the content of the conversation remains unknown, Charlon's location has been pinpointed. He wonders what it could be. Suk Kang-ho confirms that the situation is exactly as Kang-chan suspects, adding that they have found Charlon's location. Kang-chan's expression hardens as he processes the information, his brow furrowed in grim determination. Suk Kang-ho continues the conversation, his face unreadable as he relays the crucial details to Kang-chan. On the other end of the line, the man receives news. Charlon's location has been pinpointed. The man on the phone, presumably one of Charlon's associates, is visibly agitated by the news. The man on the other end of the line confirms that Charlon is hiding in Gyeongdon, Incheon. The man continues, explaining that some of the factories were left out when they planned to build Gyeongdon, and it appears Charlon is hiding in one of them. His team is tracking Charlon through his medical supply purchases. Sound waves emitted by machines, like a heart rate monitor and radio frequencies, fill the air as the man listens intently. He is told that it won't be long until he hears good news. The man relays that they need intelligence agents from France to come in through Dai. He adds that they will be seriously outnumbered with their current forces if they were to clash in Gyeongdon. The man on the phone explains that is why they will be needing Monsieur Kang's aid, and that he'd be. The man is thanked, and he is told to please be safe out there, as his safety is more important than capturing Charlon's men. The man assures them not to worry as he stands in the street. The man thinks of Charlon, realizing he'll be facing him once again. He stands amidst a gathering of men, a palpable tension hanging in the air as they prepare for what's to come. Suk Kang-ho realizes he shouldn't be doing nothing right now, a sense of urgency gripping him. A call comes in, the voice on the other end stating they have something urgent to discuss. A sleek, black car speeds down the road, heading toward an unknown destination. The car pulls up to the curb, where Suk Kang-ho stands waiting, two women nearby, seemingly oblivious to the impending events. The driver declares that they should head over to his school. Inside the car, the passenger questions the destination, wondering why they're going there. The man in the passenger seat explains that it's because Suk Kang-ho will have to come with them, but the driver wonders about his own men. The passenger's face is grim, knowing the danger that awaits. He realizes that his men could easily get killed if they join them. The man in the suit states that they'll need to be at least as good as Seo Sang-yeon to do a decent job. The black sedan speeds down the road, the occupants aware that Suk Kang-ho's current mission prevents him from being readily available. Kim Tae-jin remains silent, lost in thought as they continue their journey. The driver wonders if Kim Tae-jin would like to take on Min-guk. Kim Tae-jin's gaze remains fixed ahead, his expression unreadable. The driver agrees with an unseen speaker, stating that he'll cut off the driver states that they should place the throat slasher's head in front of their graves, agreeing with Kim Tae-jin's sentiment. He then asks why Kim Tae-jin is nervous. Kim Tae-jin admits he's more worried, to be honest, as the car continues to speed down the road. The driver assures Kim Tae-jin that Mr. Suk isn't as fit as he used to be, and that he is sure of it. The two men ride in silence, the tension palpable in the confined space of the car. The driver grips the steering wheel, admitting that being in the same shape as before, it's been too long since he's left the battlefield, and he's sure he'll be rusty. Kim Tae-jin is sure as well, however, his eyes narrowing with a hint of concern. He is consumed by a singular, violent purpose, to kill Throat Slasher, no matter the cost. That single-mindedness is echoed in another's thoughts. As long as he can kill him, he doesn't care if he dies or becomes crippled. Kim Tae-jin assures him that won't happen. The reason for Kim Tae-jin's assurance is simple, because he cares. The scene shifts to the sports clubroom. Inside, Suk Kang-ho finishes toweling off after a workout. Suk Kang-ho is met by Kim Tae-jin, who reminds him that he will contact him later. Another man notes that Mr. Kim is here. The man asks if it's about Charlone's hiding place. Suk Kang-ho says he has some good news to announce as well. Suk Kang-ho confirms that he found Charlone. The man demands to know where Charlone is. Suk Kang-ho reveals that Charlone is specifically in Jeonbin, but he doesn't know all the details yet. However, it's only a matter of time before they find out and let them know. The man is pleased to hear this. The news is indeed good to hear. He states that since there are agents in the area, the two of them should ambush the place. The man with slick back hair acknowledges that Wai Min-guk won't be in Jeonbin. He reasons that if Charlone has no other choice, he'll likely contact Wai Min-guk, who will then have to come and help him, waiting outside until he does. The man with slick back hair agrees that it's not a bad idea to get Charlone this time and hang him up. The other man asks if they're leaving now. The man with slick back hair suggests that it would be better for them to head somewhere near Jeonbin. The car speeds down the highway. Inside the car, the driver notes that the traffic isn't too bad, probably because it's not rush hour yet. The car's display shows the time as 4 a.m. Suk Kang-ho is on his phone, asking about Gwangtaek. On the other end of the line, the man with slick back hair asks what's up. Suk Kang-ho asks if he broke the arm of Kwon Sejik's son. The man with slick back hair responds that he doesn't know about Kwon Sejik's son, but he did teach a snake-eyed kid a lesson. The man with slick back hair questions who Kwon Sejik is. Suk Kang-ho, still on the phone, says that, jokes aside, what if he did break the kid's arm? He listens intently as the man on the other end of the line explains that Kwon Sejik is the one who gathered the members of the Yongdong gang and formed the new Yongdong organization. The call continues, the man on the phone stating that it seems like they were looking for a reason to attack, and thanks to Tae-jin, they have one now. Kim Tae-jin, on the other end of the line, questions why they would attack the instructor when he was the one who broke Kwon Sejik's son's arm. He is told that they will be watching him as well. The conversation continues in the car, with Suk Kang-ho asking if Kim Tae-jin messed with Kwon Sejik's son as well. Tae-jin retorts that the son messed with him, confirming that they fought. Kim Tae-jin clarifies that it was more of him teaching the son a lesson than a fight. Suk Kang-ho, however, doesn't care what it was, warning him to be careful of Kwon Sejik, as he's a very dangerous fellow. Kim Tae-jin wonders aloud if Kwon Sejik should be as strong as Charlone or Wai Min-guk. Suk Kang-ho states that he has no doubt that Kim Tae-jin will beat Kwon Sejik if they clash directly. A flashback reveals a man with a sinister smile, the narrator stating that he isn't that strong, but he is infamous for being dirty. The flashback intensifies, showing the man stabbing another person with a knife, implying that even Kim Tae-jin will die from a knife one day. Back in the car, Suk Kang-ho tells Kim Tae-jin to keep that in mind and be careful. Suk Kang-ho suggests that since there aren't any restaurants near their destination, they should fill their stomachs over here. The group arrives at a restaurant. Kim Tae-jin exclaims that the food looks unreal, and Suk Kang-ho agrees that they should eat. Kim Tae-jin's expression hardens as he considers the information he's been given. The instructor, Suk Kang-ho, brings up a point from their earlier conversation, his eyes narrowed in thought as he eats. Suk Kang-ho reflects on his earlier fight, realizing that Kwon Sajik's actions didn't quite add up. He found it strange that the thugs were so weak. One of the men at the table argues that Taek would even hurt his own kid to get what he wants, calling him a slimy tactician. The man continues, revealing that the previous attack was a setup to target Gwang Dash. The implications of this information hit Kim Tae-jin hard, and he wonders if Jeomdin could also be a setup. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on Kim Tae-jin as he realizes the potential danger. Kim Tae-jin's eyes narrow, a realization dawning on him. This is a trap. The man's expression hardened, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. He wondered if they were walking into a trap. The man in the jacket stated that they should assume it was a trap. The man with slicked back hair considered the information, finding it worthy of consideration. The man in the jacket suggested they keep it simple. The man with slicked back hair was told that all they were targeting was Ranark. He questioned if that was the case. The man's gaze intensified, his expression unreadable. The man with slick back hair ate, his expression thoughtful. The man in the jacket stated that he was just... The two men stared intently at each other, a silent challenge passing between them. The man with slicked back hair clicked his tongue, a sign of his displeasure. He and Kim Tae-jin continue their meal, unaware that their target's location is about to be revealed. The two men eat in silence, the weight of their mission hanging heavy in the air. Suk Kang-ho pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the information he's about to receive. A wave of self-reproach washes over someone, realizing they shouldn't have relied on another to think through a problem. Kim Tae-jin glances at Suk Kang-ho, awaiting further instructions. Suk Kang-ho answers his phone, inquiring about their current location and confirming they are in Payu, near an industrial park. The information is confirmed. Wai Min-guk is indeed in Payu. The man on the phone confirms that Director CO was sent to Payu to investigate, revealing that Wai Min-guk visited a mall and entered a restaurant earlier. Suk Kang-ho acknowledges the information, considering it a good lead. Back at the table, Suk Kang-ho informs someone that it's Kang Chan on the line. Suk Kang-ho listens intently to the instructions being given, learning that Wai Min-guk is in a meeting, but the location is unknown, possibly the embassy. He is told to listen carefully. He relays the dire news. The ambassador is in danger and likely to be targeted soon. He demands the location immediately, stating his intention to head there at once. Suk Kang-ho acknowledges the information, but insists on speaking with the ambassador as soon as possible. Kim Tae-jin, ever vigilant, asks what's the matter. Suk Kang-ho reveals the target's location, Ranark, currently in Payu. The instructor notes that Ranark attended an event there, implying it's a public appearance. The day of the event arrives, and the tension is palpable. Kim Tae-jin, impatient, demands the address. Suk Kang-ho explains that they need permission from Ranark for this operation, and that Ranark is currently in a meeting. Kim Tae-jin retorts that it's obvious they need permission, and suggests they drive to Payu, expecting to be contacted en route. Searching for information on his phone, Suk Kang-ho notes that if Payu and Lion sign to become sister cities, it must be an official event with published articles. He finds the information he needs. Suk Kang-ho relays the information. Payu and Lion sign to become sister cities, and Ranark is attending as the ambassador. He adds that they'll also hold an event with torches and miso salmon by the Imjin River, suggesting they head there. He and Kim Tae-jin are speeding towards Payu. The man in the passenger seat wonders if moving so quickly is the right decision. He fears that if he doesn't get Charlon, all the work he's done will be for nothing. However, he knows there's always another chance to catch someone who ran away. The man in the passenger seat thinks that Dairu, in him coming back alive, is an exception. The driver, Suk Kang-ho, thinks that doesn't matter right now, and that going to Payu is the right move, as saving Ranark is the priority. The car speeds on. The passenger says he can't predict how Wai Min-guk will attack Ranark, but he heard that Ranark's car is bulletproof. He adds that bulletproof vehicles come in handy when you're on the run, but it can't last 10 minutes when it's parked. Suk Kang-ho says it sucks, but the one that's attacking has a huge advantage compared to the one that's defending. The passenger agrees. The driver's eyes narrow with determination. He questions why they don't take the opportunity to strike, given their advantage. Kim Tae-jin is taken aback by the suggestion. Suk Kang-ho suggests they strike Wai Min-guk first, recalling that Kim Tae-jin had located him earlier. Kim Tae-jin concedes that it's not a bad idea. Suk Kang-ho agrees that if they have the opportunity, they should attack Wai Min-guk, but now is not the time. He continues, stating that if they hit him before anything happens, they might become criminals who attacked Wai Min-guk, the foreign trader, not Wai Min-guk, the throat slasher. They have to prepare for it if they're going to ambush him. Kim Tae-jin understands. The car speeds along the road. They are approaching Payu. The sign reads, Payu Lion, Sister City. Arriving at their destination, Kim Tae-jin notes that there are more people than he thought there would be. As they arrived in Payu, the parking lot bustled with activity. The car pulls up, and Suk Kang-ho identifies it. Inside the vehicle, The occupant assumes that they won't be able to do anything to him in a crowd, but they'll probably do it when the event is over. He confirms this with a simple, probably. The car parks. Suk Kang-ho tells Kim Tae-jin to grab the weapons first. They retrieve the weapons from the trunk. Suk Kang-ho offers a stab-proof vest, asking if Kim Tae-jin needs it. The man inside the car orders his subordinate to observe the scene. Kim Tae-jin, now amidst the crowd, speaks on the phone, confirming his identity to Monsieur Kong. The man on the other end of the line states that his men told him all about it, but he questions the trustworthiness of the information. The man in white shoes admits he can't be 100% certain. However, he knows for sure that the man who was once in the North Korean Special Ops and is now a Chinese businessman is nearby, a fact their intel couldn't even uncover. The man on the phone is told he is incredible, and he asks how many people they have. He is told that it's hard to know right now, but they have 3 on their side. He says he will call when the event is over, and they can leave together. The man on the phone is told to be careful. The man on the phone, surrounded by others, ends the call, and he thanks the caller. The man in the hoodie thinks it could all end today. He hopes that's the case. The man in the hoodie is asked if he agrees. The man on the phone points out that they are over there. He is the target. The man in the hoodie points towards the French ambassador Ranort, identifying him as the infamous throat slasher. The man in the hoodie, his eyes narrowed, prepares for the impending confrontation. He is accompanied by another man in a suit. The 2 men stand beside a car, their presence unnoticed amidst the bustling city. The assassins open fire, bullets ripping through the air. The hail of bullets tears into the vehicle, turning metal into shrapnel. The relentless gunfire continues, each shot finding its mark. The car explodes under the relentless assault, a fiery inferno erupting from within. Suk Kang-ho emerges unscathed from the wreckage, his expression grim as he surveys the scene. Another vehicle approaches, its occupants unaware of the carnage that awaits. Kim Tae-jin, visibly enraged, can't believe someone would dare to open fire like that. His subordinates, realizing the gravity of the situation, express their fear and uselessness with their limited arsenal. Kim Tae-jin, dismissing their concerns, declares his intention to cut off the attacker's retreat. The throat slasher, fueled by rage, vows to retaliate, declaring his intent to cut it off completely. Meanwhile, the assassins pile into a dark SUV, preparing to flee the scene. Inside the vehicle, one of the assassins curses their target under his breath. The SUV peels out, tires screeching as the driver accelerates away from the ambush site. The assassin's vehicle speeds down the road, desperate to escape the wrath of Kim Tae-jin. Realizing they're being pursued, the assassins open fire on their pursuer, calling them crazy fuckers. Bullets rip through the air, impacting the pursuing vehicle. The windshield shatters as the hail of bullets finds its mark. Despite the damage, Kim Tae-jin grits his teeth, his determination unwavering as he continues the chase. More bullets strike the vehicle, causing further damage and threatening to disable it completely. Kim Tae-jin, fueled by adrenaline and a thirst for vengeance, shouts that he is not the only crazy dog out there. The assassin's SUV flips violently, a testament to the relentless pursuit of Kim Tae-jin. The assassin's vehicle spins violently out of control after Kim Tae-jin's relentless pursuit. Inside the wrecked car, the throat slasher, covered in blood, declares that he cut off their retreat completely, believing he did his part. Outside the vehicle, one of the assassins asks what they should do now that the car has flipped. His companion replies that they just need to kill them all and take their ride. The assassins emerge from the vehicle, weapons raised, ready to engage. The wrecked vehicle continues to slide, a testament to the force of the crash. Kim Tae-jin, perched on the side of the road, takes aim with his pistol. Sparks fly as the assassin prepares to fire, his face a mask of grim determination. The assassin fires his weapon, the sound echoing through the air. The bullet strikes its target, sending a spray of blood and debris into the air. Another shot rings out as the assassin continues his assault. The bullets tear through the air, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. Kim Tae-jin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with focus as he prepares to retaliate. He sends a throat slasher sprawling with a swift kick, disrupting the assassin's attack. With the throat slasher momentarily incapacitated, Kim Tae-jin turns his attention to the man in the hoodie, who continues to fire his weapon. The man in the hoodie manages to land a shot, but Kim Tae-jin remains standing, unfazed. One down, the assassin remarks, confident in his attack. The assassin reflects on the prevalence of rifle proficiency in their country, contrasting it with the rarity of pistol experience, except among officers or special forces. The man in the hoodie acknowledges Kim Tae-jin's skill with a pistol, wondering if he's ever used one before. Kim Tae-jin, unfazed by the question, thinks to himself, pride wounded by the implication that he lacks experience. He wonders how many secrets they possess. The firefight intensifies, the assassins realizing they are outnumbered and struggling to gain the upper hand. Elsewhere, a figure lurks in the shadows of a forest, questioning if Kim Tae-jin has arrived yet. The sounds of gunfire echo through the forest as the hidden figure remains concealed. Kim Tae-jin realizes that the assassins haven't noticed him flanking them, but knows they will once he fires the first shot. Kim Tae-jin resolves to take down as many of the assassins as he can with his first attack, acknowledging that it has been a while since he last used a gun. Hidden behind a tree, Kim Tae-jin prepares to strike, hoping he's not too rusty. The ambush catches Kim Tae-jin off guard, bullets tearing through his flesh as he cries out in pain. The sudden attack from behind leaves the assassin questioning how his target could have anticipated his movements. The other assassins realize that Kim Tae-jin has flanked them, putting them on the defensive. The leader of the assassins orders 2 of his men to deal with Kim Tae-jin, confident that the remaining force is enough to handle the throat slasher. Meanwhile, the throat slasher's men continue their search, determined to locate him. The assassin, realizing the situation has turned against him, curses as he is caught in the crossfire. Knowing he needs to reposition, the assassin decides to move elsewhere. The throat slasher's men are certain he is nearby and order a thorough search. One of the men with the throat slasher spots someone, realizing they may have found their target. Unconcerned, the leader of the assassins dismisses the throat slasher's men as insignificant. One of the assassins asks Mr. Kim what he is doing there, questioning his presence. The leader of the assassins reveals that the throat slasher is alone nearby, instructing his subordinate to eliminate him while he provides cover. The throat slasher, ever the calculating strategist, considers his next move. A gunshot rings out, the bullet narrowly missing Kim Tae-jin as he dives for cover. The throat slasher, kneeling, finally comes face to face with his target. The assassin leader's face contorts with rage as he shouts the throat slasher's name. Hidden amongst the trees, Kim Tae-jin watches the scene unfold. The assassin leader's men continue their search, unaware of the danger closing in. The throat slasher, with cold calculation, prepares to fire the killing shot. From his concealed position, the assassin leader achieves his first kill. Kong Chan, witnessing the scene, is shocked by the sudden turn of events and questions the assassin leader's actions. The assassin leader, weighing his odds, realizes he can eliminate one of them. The bullet rips through the throat slasher, blood splattering as he's caught completely off guard. The assassin leader stands triumphant, the fallen throat slasher behind him. The assassin leader is sent flying backward from an unseen force. He realizes that the gunshot and muzzle flash will reveal his position. The assassin leader reflects on his near mistake, wondering if he's been out of the game too long, and decides to wait until he knows both targets' locations. Through the foliage, Kim Tae-jin stalks his prey. Kim Tae-jin, rifle in hand, moves through the trees. The assassin leader finds a suitable distance. The assassin leader is struck again, this time by Kim Tae-jin, and sent flying. The assassin leader, now on the ground, declares that he isn't done yet, realizing there is one more target. Kim Tae-jin, concealed by the trees, takes aim. Kim Tae-jin steadies his aim. Kim Tae-jin notes that the assassin leader is not too far away. The man in the fedora, still hidden amongst the trees, declares that he isn't finished yet. He realizes there's one more target to eliminate. The assassin, concealed by the dense foliage, takes aim with his rifle. He notes that his target is not too far away. The assassin perches in the trees, waiting for the opportune moment. All of a sudden, the assassin's partner has disappeared. The man in the fedora realizes that the young fella is on a different level. He knows he needs to stop for now, realizing that whoever moves first has a disadvantage. The assassin realizes that he is in a situation like this. Kim Tae-jin's expression is grim as he contemplates the situation. He takes aim, his eyes narrowed as he scans the surrounding forest. Elsewhere, the man in the hoodie moves through the trees, his footsteps silent on the forest floor. The assassin continues his advance, weaving through the dense foliage. A figure in a fedora and suit observes the scene, a glint of calculation in his eyes as he holds his own weapon. The sound of gunfire erupts, shattering the forest's tranquility. Kim Tae-jin returns fire, his expression grim as bullets rip through the air. The exchange intensifies, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and the sting of near misses. Taking cover, Kim Tae-jin realizes the shots are coming from a single gun, despite the initial impression of multiple attackers. Crouching behind cover, Tae-jin deduces that if they were trying to kill him, they wouldn't be missing so many shots. His eyes narrow as he realizes their objective isn't to kill him. The realization dawns on Kim Tae-jin. They're trying to capture him. Kim Tae-jin's expression hardens, a grim understanding settling over his features as he prepares for what comes next. Kim Tae-jin is immediately set upon by the man in the hoodie, who leaps from the side of the truck. The figure in the fedora, still standing on the truck, demands to know why Tae-jin came all this way. The figure in the fedora declares that he will kill Kim Tae-jin with his own hands. Tae-jin, dodging the assassin's initial attack, scoffs at the figure in the fedora, claiming he doesn't even know who he is. He recognizes that he is in the southern land, and assumes there are people with grudges against him. The figure in the fedora retorts that Tae-jin would change his tune if he knew who he was. The man in the hoodie fires his weapon at Kim Tae-jin, who is sent sprawling. The figure in the fedora's expression twists in anger as the bullets strike Taejin. The bullets tear through the ground near Kim Taejin, kicking up dirt and debris. Kim Taejin, grazed by the bullets, curses under his breath, realizing that the figure in the fedora isn't all talk. The man in the hoodie continues to fire, enraged that his shots are not landing. The bullets rain down around Kim Taejin, each impact sending up sprays of dirt and sparks. Kim Taejin is forced to dive for cover as the barrage continues. Having narrowly avoided the initial barrage, Kim Taejin dives behind a large rock for cover as bullets continue to impact all around him. The bullets tear chunks out of the rock, forcing Taejin to huddle even closer to the ground. From a distance, the figure in the fedora watches the man in the hoodie relentlessly fire upon Taejin's position, wondering if he got too worked up. The figure in the fedora thinks to himself that the man in the hoodie will go through all the ammo if he doesn't calm down, and wonders what about Suk Kang-ho. The figure in the fedora observes that the man in the hoodie looks like he's empty after covering for him. The figure in the fedora realizes that he is also unable to assist because he'll give away his location. The figure in the fedora thinks that he needs to finish things up quickly and help him, but it's not so easy over here, though. The man in the hoodie is suddenly shot from behind. Suk Kang-ho, having flanked the man in the hoodie, exclaims in frustration as he empties his clip into the assassin. The bullets tear through the man in the hoodie, who is caught completely off guard. The man in the hoodie is shot, and the figure in the fedora yells in disbelief. The man in the hoodie clutches his shoulder, groaning in pain from the unexpected attack. The man in the hoodie grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he fights through the pain of the gunshot wound. Suk Kang-ho stands over the fallen assassin, gun still raised. He recalls a lesson. In hand-to-hand combat, the one with a bullet left is the one who wins. The throat slasher, watching the scene unfold, seems to remember something. He knows that saying. A sinister smile spreads across the throat slasher's face as he watches the man in the hoodie struggle. The throat slasher recalls a past mission, his team surrounding a target. He remembers thinking they were lucky. He was wrong. The throat slasher, now lying on the ground, bleeding, thinks to himself that those were good times. The memory continues, showing the throat slasher's team looking on as he is attacked. The throat slasher, in the present, is overwhelmed with regret. He apologizes. The sound of a gunshot rings out. Suk Kang-ho's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. Suk Kang-ho's face is splattered with blood, his expression one of shock. The fallen man lies still, as the figure who shot him walks away, leaving him for dead. Meanwhile, the man in hoodie, still masked, holds his gun, realizing how close the throat slasher had gotten to him. His eyes narrow with a cold, calculating rage. The man in hoodie raises his gun, the red laser sight cutting through the air. He fires again, the bullets ripping through the air towards his target. The bullets strike, impacting with brutal force. The throat slasher, despite being shot, manages to grab the man in hoodie, initiating a close-quarter struggle. The man in hoodie's eyes reflect a fierce determination as he grips his weapon. The throat slasher attempts to disarm him, his hand reaching for the gun. The man in hoodie maintains his grip, preventing the throat slasher from taking the weapon. The struggle intensifies, both men locked in a desperate fight for control. The man in hoodie manages to break free, firing more shots at the throat slasher. The man in the hoodie continues his relentless assault, landing a blow on the throat slasher's face. The throat slasher, reeling from the impact, loses his grip on the gun, which clatters to the ground. The assassin presses his advantage, delivering a brutal knee strike to the throat slasher's face. The throat slasher, now on the defensive, attempts to block the onslaught of attacks. The man in the hoodie's fist connects once more, the force of the blow snapping the throat slasher's head back. Kim Taejin watches the brutal exchange, his expression unreadable as the throat slasher is pummeled. The throat slasher is struck again, the impact creating a visible shockwave. The throat slasher, battered and bruised, struggles to maintain his footing. The man in the hoodie continues his relentless assault, showing no signs of slowing down. The throat slasher is kicked in the chest, sending him staggering backward. The assassin unleashes a final flurry of blows, each one landing with devastating force. The throat slasher is sent flying through the air, the fight clearly over. Having defeated the throat slasher, the man in the hoodie continues his relentless assault, delivering a brutal kick to the down man's face. The force of the blow sends the throat slasher's head snapping back, his body already limp from the previous attacks. The assassin follows through with the kick, ensuring his target is completely incapacitated. The throat slasher is sent flying through the air, a clear sign of the hoodie-clad man's superior strength and skill. The throat slasher's face contorts in pain as he crashes to the ground, his eyes wide with agony. The throat slasher lies motionless, defeated and vulnerable, as the man in the hoodie stands over him. The assassin raises his hand, a crimson energy gathering around it as he prepares to deliver the final blow, eliciting a scream of terror from his target. The throat slasher, now completely helpless, can only brace for the inevitable. Suddenly, Kim Tae-jin appears, his face a mask of grim determination as he prepares to intervene. Kim Tae-jin lunges forward, a gleaming blade drawn, ready to defend the throat slasher from the masked man's wrath. The man in the hoodie, surprised by the sudden interruption, turns his attention to Kim Tae-jin, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Kim Tae-jin grabs the throat slasher, holding a knife to his throat, revealing his true intentions. He was never there to save him. He coldly states that it's over, his expression betraying no remorse. The throat slasher, blood trickling from his brow, hears Kim Tae-jin's words. He responds with nervous laughter, acknowledging the unwanted attention he's been receiving. Kim Tae-jin proposes a one-on-one fight, suggesting they leave the hostages out of it. The throat slasher, a sinister grin spreading across his face, accepts the challenge. Kim Tae-jin, with a grim determination, tightens his grip on the throat slasher, knowing he must make this look convincing. The throat slasher's expression shifts to one of smug satisfaction, confident in his impending victory. Kim Tae-jin slits the throat slasher's throat, the sharp sound echoing in the confined space. The man in hoodie, perched above, watches the scene unfold with a detached amusement, commenting on the clean kill. The man in hoodie's blade pierces through the air, aimed directly at Kim Tae-jin. The man in hoodie lands gracefully on the ground, his intentions now clear. He's targeting Kim Tae-jin. The man in hoodie's accomplices, having overturned a car to block the road, advance towards Kim Tae-jin. The man in hoodie prepares to strike, his blade glinting in the dim light, ready to finish what he started. He advances, knife in hand, ready to strike Kim Tae-jin. The masked assassin clashes with Kim Tae-jin, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The overturned car lies abandoned on the roadside, a silent testament to the chaos that unfolded. Kim Tae-jin, the man in the black suit, stands nearby, his expression unreadable. Nearby, the aftermath of the ambush is clear. One man lies prone on the asphalt, while another stands over him, retrieving his jacket. Below, Kim Tae-jin draws a knife, his intentions becoming clear. The throat slasher finds himself locked in a brutal knife fight with Kim Tae-jin, each man struggling for dominance. The blades clash, a shower of sparks erupting as the two men trade blows with lethal intent. The intensity of the fight escalates, each strike carrying the weight of life and death. Kim Tae-jin manages to disarm the throat slasher, gaining a crucial advantage in the deadly dance. With the knife now in his grasp, Kim Tae-jin presses his attack, his eyes narrowed with grim determination. The throat slasher, now weaponless, desperately tries to defend himself against Kim Tae-jin's relentless assault. He lunges forward, his knife a blur of motion as he aims for the throat slasher's legs. The throat slasher parries the attack, his eyes narrowed in a predatory glare as the blades clash. The force of the parry sends vibrations through the throat slasher's arm. The vibrations continue to travel up his arm. Kim Tae-jin presses his attack, forcing the throat slasher to block again, the impact spraying blood into the air. The force of the blow causes a spray of blood. The throat slasher is sent staggering backward from the relentless assault. Kim Tae-jin continues his advance, pressing the advantage as the throat slasher struggles to regain his footing. The relentless attacks continue to push the throat slasher back. The throat slasher is sent flying through the air, desperately trying to regain his balance. Struggling to his feet, the throat slasher attempts to engage in conversation, asking how old Kim Tae-jin is and why it matters. The throat slasher, impressed by Kim Tae-jin's skill, asks where he learned to fight like that, suggesting he must be older than he looks. Kim Tae-jin retorts with a mocking question, calling him a North Korean boomer before declaring him a son of a bitch. The throat slasher, enraged by Tae-jin's taunts, spits back, "Watch your mouth." The throat slasher's words are immediately followed by a swift, brutal counterattack. The masked assassin intercepts the throat slasher's advance with a devastating kick. The force of the kick sends the throat slasher reeling backward, disrupting his attack. Kim Tae-jin, observing the sudden intervention, realizes someone like this was out there this whole time. The masked assassin continues his assault, his thoughts echoing with cold certainty. There's nothing Kim Tae-jin could have done. The assassin's relentless attacks force the throat slasher to stumble, struggling to maintain his footing. The assassin's blade finds its mark, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The throat slasher, now airborne from the force of the blow, can only watch in disbelief as his fate is sealed. The assassin's knife plunges downward, aimed directly at the throat slasher's exposed neck. The blade connects, a spray of blood marking the end of the throat slasher's life. The masked assassin stands over his fallen target, his mission complete. The masked assassin delivers a final, decisive blow to the throat slasher. The assassin follows through, ensuring the kill. The assassin remarks to himself that the attack was nearly avoided. Kim Tae-jin observes the assassin, wondering why he looks tired when he is the one who should be pressured. Kim Tae-jin reflects on the throat slasher's history, noting that he was active during the same era as him. He believes the fight is going in his favor, as the throat slasher's stamina is likely not what it used to be. The assassin's blade finds its mark, a spray of blood erupting from the throat slasher's neck. The throat slasher struggles against the inevitable, his pride refusing to let him lose. The throat slasher shouts, demanding to win. Kim Tae-jin smirks, thinking that the assassin is still a kid, no matter how good he is. The throat slasher, in his final moments, tells the assassin that if he wants to speed things up, he'll gladly accept. The assassin finishes the job, the throat slasher's body falling limp. He watches as the assassin descends upon another target. The assassin's blades flash, a whirlwind of deadly precision. The target smirks, seemingly unfazed by the attack. The throat slasher curses as the assassin's blade draws near. The assassin's scissor blades strike with brutal force. Blood splatters as the scissor blades find their mark. The assassin's hand tightens around the bloody scissor blades. The throat slasher's face contorts in pain as he is repeatedly stabbed. The assassin continues his assault, the sound of each strike echoing in the air. The throat slasher's face is a bloody mess as the final blow lands. Kim Tae-jin watches the brutal scene unfold, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Kim Tae-jin watches as the assassin's blade finds its mark, slicing across the throat of his target. The assassin, relentless, follows up with a swift kick, sending the throat slasher stumbling backward. The force of the kick snaps the target's head back, a brutal impact. The throat slasher, now reeling, attempts to retaliate with a desperate knife attack, but the assassin is already moving. With acrobatic grace, the assassin leaps over the desperate strike, maintaining the offensive. The throat slasher crashes to the ground, his grip on his own knife loosening. The assassin's blade flashes again, a crimson streak against the dim light. The target's eyes widen in pain and realization as the assassin's attack lands. Clutching his own bloodied arm, the throat slasher curses his predicament. He realizes he's bleeding too much to continue fighting, a grim acceptance washing over him as he weighs his options: stop the bleeding and lose the ability to swing his blade, or keep fighting and bleed out. The assassin approaches, twirling his knife with a confident smirk. The throat slasher, cornered, grits his teeth and prepares for a final, desperate stand, knowing whatever choice he makes will be his last. The blade, slick with blood, is pulled free from the throat slasher's neck, sealing his fate. Fueled by adrenaline, Kim Tae-jin strikes out with a desperate punch, blood spraying from his wounded neck. Despite the pain, the man in the hoodie remains unfazed, thinking that killing him quickly is the answer. The assassin twists his body, bringing the blade around for another strike as Kim Tae-jin cries out. The blade finds its mark, piercing through Kim Tae-jin's hand with brutal force. The world turns upside down for the throat slasher as he falls, his vision fading. The assassin's blade, now dripping with fresh blood, reflects the dim light. Kim Tae-jin's eyes widen in agony as blood streams down his face, the pain almost unbearable. The assassin's weapon, a gleaming blade, is poised for the killing blow. Kim Tae-jin stumbles backward, desperately trying to escape the relentless assault. The man in the hoodie advances, his blade a blur of motion as he closes in for the final strike. The assassin's face is revealed, a cold, determined expression etched upon it as he prepares to end Kim Tae-jin's life. Blood splatters across the wall as Kim Tae-jin is struck, the assassin's attack proving too swift. The assassin's blade continues its deadly descent, the red of the blood contrasting sharply against the cool blue tones. The throat slasher's face contorts in a scream of disbelief and agony as he realizes the extent of his injuries. The assassin's foot slams into the ground, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. In the distance, two figures stand silhouetted against the eerie blue light, observing the scene unfold. The throat slasher grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he struggles to comprehend his defeat. The throat slasher, in disbelief, struggles to accept his failure, acknowledging the assassin's superior skill. Meanwhile, the assassin remains stoic, his gaze unwavering. The throat slasher, his face etched with pain and frustration, claims that he would have won if he were younger. The assassin, holding a bloodied weapon, demands that the throat slasher repeat his claim, adding that his age is the only reason this fight took so long. The throat slasher's eyes narrow, his expression a mix of defiance and resignation as he stares up at his attacker. A series of images flash through the assassin's mind: a sniper rifle, his own determined face, and a younger version of himself. The assassin, standing over his defeated opponent, tells him not to worry about it, his expression unreadable. He, the assassin, stares intensely, his face marred with blood from the recent fight. The throat slasher, defeated, spits out a defiant statement. He demands to be allowed to die like a warrior. The assassin takes a step forward, his white shoe landing heavily on the pavement. Kim Tae-jin, standing behind the assassin, grants the throat slasher's request with a cold dismissal, telling him to get out of his face. The throat slasher questions their decision, wondering if they're stupid for letting him go. Kim Tae-jin warns him to leave before he changes his mind. The assassin and Kim Tae-jin watch as the throat slasher walks away, his back to them. The throat slasher winces in pain, while Kim Tae-jin states that he doesn't appreciate this one bit, and will see him soon. The throat slasher continues to walk away, his shoulders slumped. Kim Tae-jin is seen walking down a road lined with trees. The assassin questions Kim Tae-jin's decision, asking why he did that. Kim Tae-jin explains that he isn't the one who should be killing the throat slasher, and that he broke both of his shoulders so the assassin can get him next time. He explains that the gunshots would have attracted unwanted attention, so he took steps to ensure they wouldn't have to explain what happened. The older man acknowledges the situation with Ranwork, stating that it's all good. He appreciates Kim Tae-jin saving him, but expresses concern about the consequences of their actions. The younger man agrees, and the sound of approaching footsteps echoes nearby. The assassin, man in hoodie, asks if Kim Tae-jin is hurt, but he assures him that he doesn't have a scratch on him. A car pulls up, and several men in suits emerge. Kim Tae-jin realizes that he forgot about the men in suits. The men approach, and one of them asks, "What's up?" speaking in French. The men in suits express their confidence in Kong Chan's victory and apologize for not being able to open fire in foreign territory, wishing they could have joined in. The assassin, man in hoodie, realizes they were backed into a corner and asks where the ambassador is. One of the men in suits remarks on how slyly they got things done without lifting a finger. The assassin, man in hoodie, looks on with a serious expression. The question hangs in the air as Kim Tae-jin demands to know, "Where's the ambassador?" The response, delivered in French, reveals that the ambassador has already returned safely, though by a different method. Kim Tae-jin expresses his relief at the news. A car speeds down a dark road, its headlights cutting through the night. Inside the vehicle, the throat slasher receives medical attention for his wounds. He laments the fact that he is getting old. Kim Tae-jin observes that the throat slasher seems to be in shock, understandable given his determination and ultimate defeat. Kim Tae-jin asks if he is okay, and the throat slasher assures him that he is fine this time. Kim Tae-jin brings up a sensitive topic, reminding the throat slasher that his father is the CEO of Kongyu Motors. The throat slasher reacts defensively, calling the comment rude. He then wonders if the CEO is really his biological father, before dismissing the thought, claiming that Kim Tae-jin reminded him of his old self. The throat slasher is reminded that someone called the man he is with Kim Tae-jin, the unarmed king, because he was great in hand-to-hand combat. Kim Tae-jin corrects him, stating that while he was great at that, his nickname held a different meaning. The throat slasher asks if Kim Tae-jin thinks their appearances are similar, but Kim Tae-jin dismisses the idea, saying they look nothing alike. The throat slasher wonders what similarities Kim Tae-jin sees between them. Kim Tae-jin finds the question interesting. The scene shifts to a hospital, with a man in hoodie, sighs, unable to believe his current situation. Man in hoodie expresses his disbelief that a Korean doctor would be treating his gunshot wound. Kim Tae-jin laughs, stating that it is not him this time. Man in hoodie, lying in his hospital bed, wonders if there's another place like hell in this country that he does not know of. The doctor, with white hair, informs man in hoodie that he will be hospitalized for a week and be an outpatient after that, adding that the wound is not life-threatening and there should not be any after-effects if he recovers well enough. The white-haired doctor is asked about CO Sang-yeon's condition. He assures Kim Tae-jin that CO is receiving a blood transfusion and will be available soon, advising him not to worry. The doctor continues, confident in Kim Tae-jin's abilities, but warns him to avoid causing trouble with the hospital's regular patients. Kim Tae-jin acknowledges the doctor's concern about rumors spreading, but assures him that they prefer to keep things quiet as well. The doctor and Kim Tae-jin walk away, their conversation concluded. Meanwhile, man in hoodie, still recovering in his hospital bed, receives a message on his phone. The message triggers a thought in man in hoodie's mind. Ranwork? Elsewhere, the French ambassador Ranwork is asked in French if he is all right. The French ambassador Ranwork, on a call, confirms that he is fine and shares good news with Monsieur Kong. Seated, Kim Tae-jin asks what the news is. The French ambassador Ranwork reveals that they have arrested Charlon. The ambassador continues, explaining that while Kim Tae-jin was occupied with enemies, their agents raided Charlon's hideout. Charlon is currently detained at the embassy and will be returned to France. Kim Tae-jin, visibly angered by this news, declares that Charlon will not be sent to France on his watch. Monsieur Kong, phone pressed to his ear, listens intently to the voice on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-jin, still on the phone, demands an explanation for the sudden change in plans. He voices his confusion, not understanding the other party's actions. The French ambassador, Ranwork, sits in his office, concluding the call. He states that they will discuss their future schedule at another time. Back on the phone, Monsieur Kong is told to rest, but he interrupts, demanding they wait. Monsieur Kong expresses his confusion with a simple HM as he listens to the unfolding situation. Kim Tae-jin reflects on the situation, realizing that what he thought was mutual cooperation was anything but. He suspects the other party has a different perspective. The camera focuses on Kim Tae-jin's back as he continues his phone call, his frustration palpable. Monsieur Kong remains silent, listening intently to the person on the other end of the line, absorbing the information. Kim Tae-jin, now walking through a hallway, declares that he is neither French nor a staff member of the French embassy, revealing his true allegiance. Kim Tae-jin, his anger rising, admits to himself that he was too naive in trusting the other party. His face contorted in rage. Kim Tae-jin's grip tightens on his phone as he prepares to sever ties. Kim Tae-jin declares that from now on, he will act as he pleases and ends the call. The voice on the other end, presumably Ranork, pleads with him to wait and give them a chance to explain themselves. He speaks into the phone, explaining that he didn't agree with the order but had no choice. Kong Chan scoffs at the explanation, adding that he also has no choice regarding the actions he'll be taking. The French ambassador, Ranork, swears that they will not let Charlon do anything from now on, giving his word. Kong Chan retorts that Charlon also won't be able to do anything if he cuts his head off. Ranork, seemingly unfazed by the threat, asks what Kong Chan wants him to do. The assassin states that he'd like to see Charlon. Ranork acknowledges the request, questioning if it's too big of one, before stating that whether he cooperates or not, Kong Chan will be seeing Charlon tonight at the French embassy. Kong Chan is told not to be too offended when they meet due to an unconventional method. Ranork appears distressed, wiping his brow as he continues the conversation. The ambassador asks if Kong Chan could give him 10 minutes instead. Kong Chan is seen walking away from a hospital room, still on the phone. Kong Chan, now off the phone, expresses his anger, stating that they went through all that trouble to capture Charlon, not just to listen to their orders. He questioned what he would do if French Ambassador Ranork didn't call back in 10 minutes, answering himself that he was heading to the embassy regardless. The man in the hospital bed considered that Kong Chan might use a different method, warning him to think carefully as it might lead to trouble between Korea and France. Kong Chan dismissed the warning, not caring about the potential international ramifications. Kong Chan considered that it might be a power struggle between China and France. Elsewhere, a man explained that Charlon and Wai Min Guk would simply be used as bait, adding that they might not have been in contact. Back at the hospital, Kong Chan asked if the call had been traced yet. The man in the hospital bed responded that he would prefer if Kong Chan thought over this carefully. Kong Chan received a text message. He answered the phone. The man on the other end of the line informed him that they would be sending their agents and a vehicle to the hospital, adding that those agents would guide him. Kong Chan read the message, which said they were sending a car for him, and that they wouldn't have to waste. The man in the hospital bed asked how much time had passed. The man who sent the agents asked if that was right, laughing. The man who sent the agents asked if he had any idea of what he had just done, adding that he had just blackmailed an ambassador of a country to get. Kong Chan responded that it was what he wanted as a teenager. He concluded that was the other man's conclusion, and that he was heading out anyway. Inside the hospital room, the man with the spiky hair asks to accompany Kong Chan. Outside the hospital, several figures stand near the entrance. A sleek, black car speeds down the road, its headlights cutting through the night. The man in the suit, presumably one of the agents, looks up, questioning if the approaching figure is Kong Chan. The man with the spiky hair looks off into the distance, a determined expression on his face. The agent assures someone that he will be guiding them. A hand reaches out to open the door of the approaching black car. The black car comes to a stop on the side of the road. Inside the car, the agent sits next to the driver, both focused on the road ahead. A close-up reveals the agent's determined expression as he thinks of Charlon. The man with the spiky hair stares intensely, declaring that he is coming for someone. The city sprawled beneath them, a glittering tapestry of light against the night. The sounds of the city echoed around the streets. Cars sped down the road, their headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside a car, a man with slicked-back hair sat in the back seat, his expression unreadable. The man with slick-back hair vowed to come for someone named Charlon. The city lights blurred as cars crossed a bridge. A car pulled up to the embassy of France. The car passes under the security gate, heading into the underground parking garage. Kim Tae-jin's driver informs him that he will be taking him to the basement. One of the men in the back questions the driver's decision to park in the basement, wondering why they can't just be dropped off at the entrance. The other man in the back reminds him that seeing Charlon is supposed to be unofficial. The car continues into the parking garage, the driver stating that it wouldn't be good if there were too many eyes out there, emphasizing the need to be discreet. The car pulls into a parking spot in a mostly empty garage. The driver opens the door for Kim Tae-jin and his associates. The two men from the back seat follow Kim Tae-jin as they exit the vehicle. An unseen figure instructs someone to let them go, deeming them trustworthy. French Ambassador Ranork greets Kim Tae-jin and his men. The ambassador welcomes Monsieur Kong, then asks who the other man is. A voice in the background reveals that he is Suk Kang-ho, someone with a bad past with Charlon, whose family members were kidnapped a while ago. Ranork states that he was aware of the situation, but this is the first time he's seen Suk Kang-ho in person, welcoming him. The air in the underground parking garage hung heavy with unspoken tension. The French ambassador Ranoric extends a polite welcome to Kim Tae-jin and Suk Kang-ho. Tae-jin offers a curt thank you in return. Ranoric suggests they move the meeting to his room, leading the way with Tae-jin and Kang-ho following close behind. Kim Tae-jin nods, his expression unreadable. The ambassador begins, acknowledging the potential upset caused by his government's decisions, but emphasizing the importance of those choices. Tae-jin remains silent, listening intently. Ranoric hopes they remember that he is merely following his country's orders. Kim Tae-jin insists that the ambassador has to understand their rage and frustration. Ranoric agrees, expressing personal regret over the situation, understanding their rage and frustration. Kim Tae-jin, his gaze intense, asks what will happen to Charlon. The ambassador reveals that the embassy houses not only agents from his country, but also numerous Korean agents. Ranoric urges Kim Tae-jin to enjoy the tea, but Tae-jin insists on seeing Charlon first. He is led through the embassy by Ambassador Ranoric, the tension palpable in the air. Two guards stand watch outside a reinforced door, their expressions unreadable. The ambassador announces their arrival. The sound of their footsteps echoes in the sterile hallway. Kim Tae-jin's eyes narrow, his focus solely on the room where Charlon is being held. Ranoric instructs his men to remain behind, emphasizing the importance of not returning until he gives the order. The ambassador's face is unreadable, but a hint of apprehension flickers in his eyes as he prepares to enter the room. A finger presses against a biometric scanner, the lock mechanism whirring open. The heavy door slides open with a mechanical hiss, revealing the room beyond. The perspective shifts to inside the room, revealing Charlon strapped to a medical bed, unconscious. Charlon lies prone, his chest bare, an oxygen mask covering his mouth and nose. His body is covered in scars. Kim Tae-jin's expression hardens as he sees Charlon's condition, a silent vow forming in his mind. He stares down at Charlon, who is hooked up to a breathing apparatus. Charlon's eyes snap open, and he addresses Kim Tae-jin directly. His face contorts with a mixture of pain and accusation. The camera focuses on Charlon's ear, highlighting his distress. Charlon struggles to breathe, his body trembling slightly. He asks if Kim Tae-jin really came to kill him, stating that he can't blame him after all this time, adding that it's good enough for him. The French ambassador Ranoric, standing behind Kim Tae-jin, demands if Charlon is ignoring him. The perspective shifts to show Charlon lying in the hospital bed, his condition unchanged. Kim Tae-jin's expression hardens, his resolve seemingly strengthened. Charlon coughs violently, his body racked with pain. His eyes are bloodshot as he struggles to speak, while Kim Tae-jin turns to leave the room. The door slides shut with a soft thud, leaving Charlon alone in the dimly lit room. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hallway as the man with the spiky hair acknowledges the help they received from Monsieur Kong, expressing how much worse things could have been without it. French ambassador Ranoric announces that he will be heading to France tomorrow, a trip that will take some time. He assures the man with the spiky hair that he will keep in touch with Monsieur Kong. The man with the spiky hair agrees, but then asks Monsieur Kong a question. The camera focuses on their feet as they stand in the hallway. Ranoric asks if he truly has no thoughts of naturalizing to France, not even a little bit. He admits that his influence is quite big in France, no matter the case. The man with the spiky hair declines the offer, thanking Ranoric for it nonetheless. Ranoric says that he understands the man with the spiky hair's decision. A black car is seen from above, parked on the side of the road. The car waits outside a building as the man with the spiky hair and Ranoric stand outside. Ranoric thanks the man with the spiky hair for everything. The man with the spiky hair looks away as Ranoric looks at him. The two men shake hands, both thanking each other. The man with the spiky hair watches as Ranoric leaves. The French ambassador, Ranoric, stands outside a modern building, seemingly waiting for someone. A sleek, black car pulls up, its headlights cutting through the dim light. Ranoric stands tall, his suit immaculate as always. He bids farewell to Kong, his expression unreadable. Au revoir, Monsieur Kong. Inside the car, the man with the spiky hair requests to be dropped off. You could drop us off here. The driver, seemingly under orders, states that he was instructed to take them to their destination. The car continues along the elevated highway, passing other vehicles. The man with the spiky hair questions why they have to walk so far. The agent in the suit replies that he simply wanted to walk for a bit, knowing they have a long way to go. The man with the spiky hair confirms that he wanted to as well as they begin their walk. The agent in the suit relents, telling him to do as he pleases. The man with the spiky hair and the agent in the suit continued their walk along the bridge, the city sprawling behind them. A sleek black car sped past, its headlights cutting through the twilight. The agent in the suit pressed the man with the spiky hair for answers. The agent in the suit pointed out that the man with the spiky hair could have killed Charlon, and Ranoric wouldn't have said anything. He pressed him, asking why he didn't. The man with the spiky hair admitted he wasn't quite sure himself. He mused that perhaps he wanted to kill Charlon in battle. The agent in the suit scoffed, questioning if that was really the reason after all that had happened. The man with the spiky hair retorted that he wouldn't kill Charlon when he was lying there helpless. The man with the spiky hair reiterated that was why he said perhaps. The agent in the suit reasoned that there was probably no need for them to do all that dirty work, as Charlon wouldn't be able to return once he was sent to France. The man with the spiky hair seemed to agree, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The two continued their walk, the city skyline stretching out before them. The man with the spiky hair glanced back, a thoughtful expression on his face. Beneath the city's underbelly, unseen deals are brokered and dark plots hatched. Below the bridge, a group of armed men stand ready, their faces grim as they await their orders. The armed men move through the forest, their weapons raised, hunting their prey. One of the armed men lies dead, blood pooling around his head, a testament to the brutal efficiency of their target. Elsewhere, a man with short black hair looks on with a shocked expression, his eyes wide with disbelief. A young woman, surrounded by concerned faces, weeps openly, her distress palpable. The tension rises as a group of men in suits surround a younger man, their expressions unreadable. A man in a suit stands tall, a large gun looming behind him, as another man cowers in fear. Two men, one with glowing red eyes, engage in a tense arm wrestle, a knife glinting in the hand of one. A woman speaks urgently on the phone, while a man with a stern expression looks on, a knife held in the background. A brutal fight unfolds, a man with dark hair delivering a devastating blow to his opponent. A man is held captive, a knife pressed against his throat, his fate hanging in the balance. Standing amidst the fallen, agent in suit surveys the aftermath of the brutal encounter. Above the carnage, a man in a suit, presumably the one who hired agent in suit, observes with a sinister smile, flanked by two subordinates. The man with spiky hair is struck by a swift kick, a business card fluttering from his hand as he's sent flying. A group of armed men advance, their target now clear, the man with spiky hair. Unseen by the armed men, a woman prepares to stab agent in suit in the back, while two other women watch with anticipation. The man in the suit sits back, seemingly unconcerned by the chaos unfolding around him. In a brutal close-quarters fight, the man with spiky hair clashes with another man, both wielding knives. The man with spiky hair looks on, his expression unreadable. The man with spiky hair sits at a table, his hands clasped, as he thinks to himself that it's really over now. A voice suggests a vacation to the mountains, or anywhere with fresh water and good food, implying there's enough money to spend anyway. The man with spiky hair smiles, seemingly relieved. The man with spiky hair exhales, the tension seemingly leaving his body. He stands beside the man with spiky hair, both seemingly at peace after the recent ordeal. The world outside fades away. The two men stand on a bridge, silhouetted against the setting sun. The bridge stretches across the water, a rainbow arcing in the distance. Elsewhere, a figure lies prone on a medical bed, hooked up to machines. A voice echoes, filled with malice. Stay complacent after tasting victory. The figure on the bed vows revenge, promising to return no matter what hell he's thrown into. The injured man promises to put a bullet in someone's smug face. Kong Chan's face is framed by the darkness, a storm brewing within him. He stands among soldiers, declaring, "My name is Kong Chan." The soldiers advance through dense foliage, their faces grim. The firefight intensifies, muzzle flashes illuminating the chaos as Kong Chan and his comrades engage the enemy. The words "Black Field" are emblazoned across the scene as Kong Chan, silhouetted against the light, kneels with his weapon ready. The narration reflects on Kong Chan's past, a captain of the French Foreign Legion, a veteran of countless battles in Africa. But those days are gone. The date, July 2016, is displayed over a close-up of Kong Chan's face as he lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. He recalls being shot in the back by a betrayer, yet death was not the end. The scene shifts to a hospital, where a figure lies in a bed, connected to medical equipment. Kong Chan reflects on his revival as a normal 19-year-old high schooler in Seoul, South Korea, in 2019, the cause of which remains a mystery. The modern Kong Chan witnesses a violent act, a phone being smashed, his face contorted in anger as he sees a younger version of himself. He is caught off guard as a fist connects with his face. The force of the blow sends ID. Person, Kong Chan flying backwards, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring the scene. The fight continues, with a girl in a school uniform watching with a worried expression. The girl's worried expression is mirrored by the students behind her. The girl covers her mouth in shock as the fight escalates. The scene shifts, showing the girl and the fight from a different angle. The narration reveals that ID. Person, Kong Chan wasn't the only one who was revived. The panel shows a muscular figure, possibly from Kong Chan's past life, superimposed over his current self. The narration continues, revealing that even Kong Chan's most favored comrade, Dairo, was revived as a Korean named Suk Kang-ho. The panel shows a close-up of Suk Kang-ho's face, superimposed over a soldier with a gun, further emphasizing the connection between their past and present lives. The narration reflects on their attempts to be thankful for their new lives. The panel shows a scene of men sitting around a table, juxtaposed with images of Kong Chan and Suk Kang-ho, highlighting their shared past and the challenges of living a normal life. However, everything changed with the arrival of a figure extending a hand, an offer of something unknown. The memory surfaces. Charlon, once his superior, the one who betrayed them all and led them to their deaths, now stands before him in his mind's eye. The clash of steel echoes in his mind as Charlon, in the past, parries a blow with practiced ease. The memory intensifies, showing Charlon locked in a desperate embrace, a blade pressed against his throat. The weight of the past crashes down on ID. Person, Kong Chan, the blood of fallen comrades staining his memory. He collapses to his knees, the phantom weight of betrayal crushing him. A dark tide of enemies advances, their weapons glinting in the dim light, a threat from the past made real. The memory shifts, revealing the face of the man leading the charge, Charlon, his eyes burning with cold determination. The advancing horde looms, a wall of black intent on crushing him. The past and present blur as the figures converge, a chaotic dance of blades and desperation. In the midst of the chaos, a figure, perhaps an ally, offers a blade, a chance at survival. Suk Kang-ho sits, observing the unfolding events, his expression unreadable as the past and present collide. He clashed with his enemies countless times, relying on both strength and wisdom. The battles eventually led to victory, though the cost remained unseen. The faces of those involved, both friend and foe, were etched in his memory. They were able to witness the downfall of Charlon's accomplices, a small measure of justice. Charlon himself was arrested by the French government and deported, seemingly unable to return and face justice for his past crimes. The consequences of the past actions continued to haunt him, even as he sought a new path. Seeking revenge was over, and the future threat was gone, leaving a void to fill. With the past behind them, the two men stood together, contemplating the horizon and the promise of a new beginning. The only thing left to do for Kong Chan now was to live a normal life, a stark contrast to his violent past. A happy life, a simple life, was now within reach, a possibility he dared to imagine. He definitely deserved that life, a life free from the shadows of his past. 9. He strains against the immense weight, counting each repetition. The weight presses down on Kong Chan, each rep a monumental effort. The exertion is visible as the protagonist struggles, his face contorted in effort. The weight is almost too much, threatening to crush him. A voice urges him to push harder, reminding him that he still has 2 sets left. Kong Chan grits his teeth, acknowledging the challenge ahead. The man with spiky hair watches him, requesting a 5-minute break. The man with spiky hair smirks, hinting at a future opportunity. The man with spiky hair offers Kong Chan a drink, telling him to stop complaining. The agent in the suit asks the man with spiky hair how long he thinks the others will last. The man with spiky hair expresses confidence that Hyo Yunsul will survive, though he is unsure about the others. The woman in the purple shirt, Hyo Yunsul, is being discussed. While her physical fitness is unremarkable, her determination sets her apart. The man with spiky hair recalls that most of the delinquent kids gave up halfway through a few laps outside. Hyo Yunsul, however, would just fall over. Another woman couldn't finish either, though. The agent in the suit asks about the others. The man with spiky hair thinks to himself that he did promise to let them train, but he's betting that at least more than half of them will give up in 2 to 3 weeks. Lee Hojin is called out. Lee Hojin asks what's up. The agent in the suit asks if he's talking about the kid. Lee Hojin says that's right. The man with spiky hair says that everything is already known, so it's okay to say it. Lee Hojin reveals that the kid is actually the class president of Gwangman University and the head of the entire Delinquent Alliance. The man with spiky hair scoffs, calling it a joke that the student council president of a university is ripping off money from high school students. He thought the Delinquent Alliance had connections with the man with spiky hair continues to listen as the agent explains that the class president is not above the thugs, but rather the gang organization that was backing them got. The agent in the suit clarifies that the class president's power and influence grew because of that gang organization. The men discuss how all that's left to do is teach the class president a lesson. But the agent reveals there's more to the situation than they initially thought. The agent explains that Gwangman's MMA team is well known across the country, and that's what makes it scary. The man with spiky hair and the agent stand side by side, listening intently. The agent elaborates that the majority of the MMA team are black belts. The man with spiky hair acknowledges the information with a simple "uh-huh." The agent tells him that he can go back to what he was doing now, but to be careful. The man with spiky hair is seen working out in the gym, while the agent watches him. The agent smiles, stating that he's deeply touched. The man with spiky hair learns that the target is a college student and not a gang member. The men consider the possibilities. Is their target a contract killer, a terrorist, or something else entirely? The agent in the suit had revealed that their target was not just an op soldier, but also a college student. The agent's intel continued to paint a clearer picture. Their target was a black belt Korean college student. The man with spiky hair's associate scoffs, finding it hard to believe what the world has come to. He recalls that the target was always last along with Smithin on their team. The man with spiky hair acknowledges the absurdity of their current situation, wondering how he cannot be moved by this. The agent's information begins to make sense. The man with spiky hair suggests that they bring the class president over to where the views are great and teach him a lesson. He wonders if chicken and soju would be enough. His associate warns him not to go too hard on Kong Chan, lest he accidentally kill him. The man with spiky hair assures him that he always does a fine job at everything. The associate scoffs, telling the man with spiky hair not to compare himself to Smithin, as that is a reach. Suddenly, Kong Chan bursts through the door, calling out to them. Kong Chan informs the men that there's a huge problem. The man with spiky hair tells Kong Chan to calm down and explain what's wrong. Kong Chan, visibly distressed, reveals that the problem is outside, on the field. Kong Chan's expression hardens, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He wonders aloud what the problem is outside. The woman's eyes widened in alarm as she muttered about something happening outside, on the field. The man's expression hardened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He wondered what was happening outside. The scene shifted to a schoolyard where a group of students were gathered. From a distance, it was clear that one of the students had been injured. The focus zoomed in on the injured student, his face bloodied as his classmates tried to help him. Someone wondered what was going on. Nearby, a group of older students watched the scene unfold, their expressions unreadable. The injured student insisted that it was nothing, just a sparring match gone wrong. The man with a hardened expression from before stated that getting hurt while sparring was completely normal. He is interrupted by the other student, who insists that is not what happened. Jo Si-ho is told that he did nothing wrong, but the speaker's tone suggests otherwise. The instructor questions the guilty look on Jo Si-ho's face. The instructor demands that Jo Si-ho tell him the truth, or else face the consequences. Jo Si-ho explains that he hit the other student after the sparring session was over, but claims it was unintentional. He says he didn't hear the timer go off. He continues, stating that he was upset about his performance during the sparring session. The instructor summarizes Jo Si-ho's explanation, pointing out that he got worked up because he lost to a kid who couldn't even say a word in front of him a while ago. The instructor asks if it's true that Jo Si-ho hit the student to the point of giving him a bloody nose after the sparring session was over, seeking confirmation. The other student denies that is what happened, contradicting Jo Si-ho's explanation. The instructor presses Jo Si-ho, demanding to know if there's anything else he's missing. Jo Si-ho insists that everything he said is true. The instructor observes that Jo Si-ho is too scared to live under his own power, but doesn't want to follow all the rules, questioning his true motives. He apologizes, but the man in the blue polo shirt is unmoved. He tells him to stop apologizing and leave. The man with spiky hair declares that everyone should stop coming here, starting tomorrow, his words laced with finality. A blonde-haired student protests, claiming they didn't do anything to deserve this. The spiky-haired man silences them with a sharp command to shut up and leave. The blonde-haired student and the girl with the ponytail look on, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The blonde-haired student questions the fairness of the situation, his voice tinged with frustration. A bespectacled student tells them to live with it, arguing that others have faced far worse situations because of them. The spiky-haired man stands between the two groups, his expression unreadable. The man with spiky hair repeats that he already apologized. The blonde-haired student says that he will only trust and follow him from now on, insisting that it's not like he did something. The girl with the ponytail questions if saying sorry erases what happened in the past, her eyes wide with concern. The spiky-haired man stands before a group of students who are looking at him with disappointment, as he is called irresponsible. An enraged voice cuts through the tension, demanding that the others leave. The spiky-haired man, unseen in the previous panel, looms over a student, asking if everything is all right now. A group of students watches with concern, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. The tension between the spiky-haired man and the student is palpable, a silent battle of wills unfolding. The spiky-haired man walks away, leaving the others behind. His hand clenches into a fist, a subtle display of his inner turmoil. The student, Hyo Yunsul, is visibly upset, tears welling in her eyes as she questions the situation. The student's distress is evident, her face etched with a mixture of confusion and hurt. From behind, the student's posture reveals her emotional state. She's clearly crying. Another student expresses his disapproval of the spiky-haired man's actions, lamenting the decision to kick out Hyo Yunsul, while the man in the suit defends the decision. The spiky-haired man dismisses the student's concerns, stating that he doesn't care and that Hyo Yunsul will do well elsewhere if she has talent. The conversation shifts, with someone mentioning that they're already busy taking care of their own people. The man with spiky hair, who kicked out Hyo Yunsul, is told that she looked as if she lost everything. The spiky-haired man recalls that those who were stabbed, shot, and had their necks twisted all had the same look on their faces. Another man, standing in the background, retorts that he has nothing to say if that's the case. The man in the background continues to watch the spiky-haired man, who is now lifting weights. Two students approach Mr. Suk and Sunbi Nim, seemingly to intervene. The spiky-haired man, agitated, asks if they said something to his guys again, and if they need another beating. The students vehemently deny it, trying to calm the assassin down. One of the students insists that it's not like that, Sunbi Nim. The spiky-haired man demands to know what it is then. One of the students admits that Siho messed up, but it really looked like they were going to get along. The student reflects that today is a bit of a bummer. The spiky-haired man presses the students, demanding to know why Lee Hojin would order them to say such things. The bespectacled student vehemently denies any such order, stammering that it's just. The scene shifts to a flashback, where the bespectacled student, Moon Gijin, stand with two other students in a gym. One of them expresses their excitement at the prospect of making friends other than Kong Chan this time around. The flashback continues, showing a close-up of the student who spoke, looking towards someone out of frame. Back in the present, the bespectacled student, Moon Gijin, is shown in a close-up. The spiky-haired man scoffs at the students, calling them brats. He declares that he can make them never show their faces again if Moon Gijin truly wants him to. The man in the suit looms over Moon Gijin, asking if he still wants to forgive. The question hangs in the air. Truly forgive them? Moon Gijin hesitates, and the spiky-haired man presses him, wanting to know what he truly wants. The man in the suit reminds Moon Gijin that he has the right to forgive someone, not him, because he is the victim. He asks him again. A smaller panel shows the spiky-haired man and Moon Gijin standing face to face. The man asks if he's going to forgive them, before cutting to a close-up of Moon Gijin. Moon Gijin, with a determined look, finally answers, yes. The man with spiky hair relents, stating he'll take back what he said. He tells the bespectacled student that the decision is not his, and to pass the message on. The bespectacled student and another man with a ponytail express their relief at the outcome. The bespectacled student admits that he freezes up in real fights, but the spiky-haired man encourages him. The bespectacled student confirms that he will pass on the message. The spiky-haired man wonders if the delinquent sons of bitches could have pressured him to say that. He doesn't want this to be glossed over so easily, so he tells the bespectacled student to take over in the afternoon and make them work their asses off. The spiky-haired man is informed that Kim Tae-jin wants to see him, and he plans to visit Dai-ai on the way as well. Another man asks the spiky-haired man why he is busier than before. The spiky-haired man wonders that as well. The scene shifts to a building with a sign that says welcome and come on in. Someone asks if something good happened, as a box of fresh juice is delivered, indicating that France selected them to be the company in charge of international events. Calls poured in from the Korean embassy in France, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Kotra, and the press also reached out, a testament to the company's rising profile. That's why the man with spiky hair is so pleased. The company's reputation is soaring. The man with spiky hair sits in the hospital room, observing the patients in the beds. The agent in the suit explains that Ranork worked his magic, and now the company is being looked at with a whole new perspective. The man with spiky hair acknowledges that they're in a new league of their own, and that it's well-deserved. The agent in the suit insists that it's all thanks to the man with spiky hair. The agent in the suit emphasizes that a powerful individual like Ranork took care of things that day. The man with spiky hair sits between the two injured men, listening to their conversation. The man with spiky hair clarifies that it wasn't just him who contributed to their success. The agent in the suit explains that they plan to give the man with spiky hair 15% of their shares due to multiple reasons. The man with spiky hair is surprised by the offer, questioning if that's too much. The agent in the suit assures him that it's not all of a sudden, nor is it much either, and urges him to take it, explaining that it's going to be public on Kostak in 2 years, so it will be worth his while to save it. The man with spiky hair insists that he's really okay and asks them to reconsider. The man with spiky hair is warned that the negotiation offers and contract from Europe will disappear if he doesn't accept them. He looks away, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he considers the offer. The man in the suit warns him not to try to one-up him in situations like this. Kong Chan scoffs, his expression unreadable. He relents, deciding to accept the offer. The man in the suit smiles, satisfied with Kong Chan's decision. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, the bespectacled student is informed that he will be discharged next week. He expresses his relief at the news. Elsewhere, the DI Entertainment building stands tall against the sky. Inside, a woman reports that the construction of the building next door is well underway. She continues about the agent in the suit is informed that the scriptwriter is still working out the details, and that there's not much to worry about, though he still looks stressed. The woman reveals that the issue is that she was having a headache due to the male lead for the TV show. Meanwhile, the man asks what about him, seemingly in response to the woman's statement. The woman sits pensively. She holds a tablet in her lap. The man with spiky hair, leaning back in his chair, asks what the issue is with the male lead. The woman explains that they need to cast a world-famous actor or actress for either the male or female lead. The woman continues, explaining that major broadcasting networks and A-class OTT companies said it would be difficult to fit their show in if they don't get a world-famous actor. The man with spiky hair asks what the problem is. The woman explains that the fact they were able to find huge investors all of a sudden seemed to tick off some of the other studios or production companies in the industry. She adds that all the companies with world-famous male actors requested to be co-producers in exchange for their actors. The woman continues, saying that they would split the revenue, with 7 for them and 3 for the current company. She adds that even the production companies seem to be pushing for the ones they were already partners with. The woman explains that the worst-case scenario is they might not be able to go underway with production due to not having the main players, adding that not letting go of power seems to be the common theme, no matter what the industry is. The man with spiky hair asks if they can't just produce it and leave airing the show in Korea out of the equation. The woman thinks for a moment, considering the man's suggestion. The agent in the suit assures his companion not to worry too much, adding that he didn't share this information just so the other man could solve it. Michelle, seated and holding a tablet, listens intently. Michelle states that handling this kind of issue is the reason she was hired. She reminds them that all they need to do is show up to next week's audition, a meeting for casting the main actors, and another meeting with the executive director of broadcasting networks. The agent in the suit assures Michelle that he will take care of the rest. Michelle insists that there's no need for her to take over. Even if she wanted to, she wouldn't know what to do, and trusting her with this is the correct decision. The agent in the suit realizes he almost forgot about something, reaching for a corporate card. He presents the corporate card to Michelle. The agent in the suit explains that the limit is pretty big and beneficial in terms of security, so he should try to use this from now on, thinking this should be okay. Michelle reminds him that they were also planning for a 2-day company retreat, asking about his schedule. He asks if he is included, and Michelle responds that he is part of DIA too. The agent in the suit asks when the date is. Michelle responds that the date is up to him, of course, as he thinks about it in front of the DIA Entertainment building. The sky hangs heavy with the promise of rain, mirroring the unease brewing within. The Namsan Hotel looms, a modern monolith against the night sky, unaware of the events that will soon unfold within its walls. Inside, a conversation unfolds regarding charitable donations. They're funding 2 million won to 5 nursery schools, totaling 10 million for now, with the possibility of more depending on the father's business. The woman laments that they can't do more, knowing the kids would love it. The man with spiky hair listens, his expression unreadable. At the table, another woman assures them that they're helping out plenty already. She then mentions a family trip to a valley next weekend, seeking his thoughts on it. The man with spiky hair learns that they were supposed to go this weekend, but they both have to attend a class reunion. He asks where it is, and the woman checks her phone, trying to recall the location. The woman states that it's at Namsan Hotel on Sunday at 11, confirming that he knows where that is. The man with spiky hair is surprised, thinking, Namsan Hotel again? Out of all places. Alone in his room, the man with spiky hair wonders if something could go down again. He falls back onto his bed, dismissing the thought. He reassures himself that he isn't going there himself, and it'll just be the parents catching up anyway. Despite his attempts to calm himself, he worries a little bit since his parents are involved, realizing, wait, parents? He lay in bed, the thought of his parents weighing heavily on his mind. The image of 2 figures flashed in his mind, his real parents. Those figures solidified, becoming the clear image of his real parents. He desperately hoped they were still alive and well. The man with spiky hair's brow furrowed as he continued to dwell on the matter. He wondered what good it would even do if he found them, realizing he had no way of explaining everything. He decided to push those thoughts aside, resolving to think about something else. Frustration welled up inside him. Driven by his anxiety, the assassin shot up from the bed, grabbing his phone. He ended a call with Suk Kang-ho. He reassured himself that there was no need to be scared since Charlon was no longer around, before answering another call. What's up? On the other end of the line, Suk Kang-ho explained that he decided to call on a whim while he was smoking. He then asked if something had happened, since the man with spiky hair had spare time. He added that he was moving over there tomorrow. Suk Kang-ho agrees with the person on the other end of the line. He then mentions that he won't be able to go to school tomorrow and asks the other person to take care of the kids for him instead. The man with spiky hair, who we know is named Kang Chan, reveals that he received a text from Smithan earlier. Suk Kang-ho is surprised, asking how they can communicate when they barely understand each other. Kang Chan explains that they use translation apps. Suk Kang-ho, amused by this revelation, calls Kang Chan nuts. Suk Kang-ho then asks what they talked about. The response is that Smithan was just asking if they were done with the dangerous stuff, and he told them that they were. Kang Chan adds that Smithan immediately said he's applying for language schools. Suk Kang-ho remarks that Smithan is trying to hit on girls 100%. Suk Kang-ho expresses surprise that Smithan contacted Kang Chan about that. He thinks it would have been much faster if Smithan had contacted him directly. Kang Chan reveals that Smithan contacted him instead so he wouldn't get yelled at. Suk Kang-ho responds with disbelief. Kong-chan says that it sounds like the Smithin they know. Suk Kang-ho suggests that they head somewhere nice after he moves tomorrow, though he admits they always say they will, but never do. Kong-chan agrees that sounds good. Kong-chan ends the call, placing his phone on the bed as he lies down. Friday passed without incident. The day was spent training athletes and dealing with unruly kids. That night, he searched the internet for information on TV show production. The information wasn't particularly helpful, but it was better than knowing nothing at all. Saturday arrived, marked by the towering apartment buildings. The man with spiky hair strolled through the city streets. He approached a sleek, black car. As he pulled out of the underground parking garage, he mused about the convenience of living nearby, admiring the fictional car brand exclusive to GOB. He wondered where they were headed. Man with spiky hair revealed that they were headed to Yangpyeong for roasted duck. The agent in the passenger seat, agent in suit, asked if he was okay. Agent in suit questioned the wisdom of going to Yangpyeong for roasted duck so soon after moving. Man with spiky hair explained that his wife had become a saint due to the move and told him to leave the luggage to her and go have fun. He laughs, agreeing that the roasted duck in Yangpyeong will be nice. Man with spiky hair then mentions that Kim Tae-jin contacted him yesterday regarding money. The agent in the suit explains that Kim Tae-jin asked for his account number to transfer 700 million won, apparently his share of something. He adds that his monthly net pay from school should be a little over 3 million won. The man with spiky hair recalls risking his life on the battlefield. He reflects that if he added up his salary with the danger allowance and engagement allowance, he only got paid just over 7,000 euros. The agent in the suit sighs, saying that the different currencies coming in and going out give him a headache. The man with spiky hair says that things have gotten rough recently, but it's nothing compared to their days in Africa. He adds that the compensation is 10 times greater now. The agent in the suit looks troubled, admitting that he sometimes wonders if this is really right. The man with spiky hair seems to consider the agent's words as they continue driving. The agent in the suit responds that he doesn't know either and that they should just accept it and move on. The man with spiky hair receives a call. He announces that it's Michelle and tells the agent to hold on. Michelle, on the other end, informs him that the second biggest production company, Allian, and the executive director of broadcasting networks want to chat with him tomorrow. The man with spiky hair asks how that is for his availability. The agent in the suit replies that tomorrow should be fine and asks about the time and location. Michelle responds that it's at 1 p.m. at Namsan Hotel. He opens his eyes, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Namsan again? He lies in bed, trying to convince himself that it can't be. It's not like he's going there himself, and it'll just be the parents catching up, anyway. The man with spiky hair gets a call, his expression shifting to frustration. Damn it, he's really going there now. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. What's going to happen this time? Lying in bed, Kong-chan tries to dismiss the situation, telling himself it's just his parents catching up. But the nagging feeling persists, and Kong-chan, his brow furrowed with worry, decides he has to go there now. The question hangs in the air, what's going to happen this time? Elsewhere, Michelle is on the phone, seemingly displeased. She wonders why Kong-chan isn't too fond of that place. Kong-chan, now in his car, speaks in his phone, telling the person on the other end to forget what he said and thanking them. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on him as he drives, his expression a mix of concern and determination. The person on the other end of the line notices his darkened expression, but Kong-chan brushes it off, saying it's nothing. Despite his words, a grim smile plays on Kong-chan's lips as he steels himself for what's to come. He thinks that anything short of Charlon coming back isn't much to worry about for them. The car speeds along a winding road, heading towards an unknown destination. The man with spiky hair opens his mouth wide, ready to devour whatever is coming. He delicately places a piece of food into his mouth. The man with spiky hair takes a drink, savoring the taste. The flavor hits the spot, bringing a smile to his face. The agent in the suit questions the assassin's decision to drink, reminding him of the dangers of drinking and driving. The man with spiky hair brought the drinks. The man with spiky hair smirks, challenging the agent's concern and raising a bottle of beer. The agent in the suit reminds him that he is a high schooler and shouldn't be drinking. The man with spiky hair, seemingly affected by the alcohol, exclaims that there's something wrong with the country. The agent in the suit questions the logic of being allowed to drive, but not drink a sip of beer or smoke a cigarette, arguing that driving is far more dangerous. The man with spiky hair simply responds with a ha. The man with spiky hair admits that the food tastes unreal, suggesting they come back with everyone else for a retreat sometime. He wonders aloud who else is coming. The agent in the suit reminds man with spiky hair that Smithin won't come if there aren't any girls, knowing how he is. The man in the suit suggests Kim Tae-jin and his staff, but another man responds that they are probably too busy to find the time. The man in the suit then asks about the Ogwang Tech crew. Now, that man with spiky hair thinks about it. He seems to be considering something. He suggests that they come again sometime with Michelle and the Dai guys and let the athletes tag along. It's revealed that Dai brought up the idea of a retreat and the man asks if any female celebrities or trainees will come then. The man responds, of course, but another man asks if he isn't married. Man with spiky hair asks if he said anything, stating that it's just cool if they get to meet celebrities and all that. The agent in the suit tells him to get back to eating. Someone says that he's so full of shit, and another responds, oh, come on. The scene shifts to a view of a tall building. The man with spiky hair, preening in front of the mirror, asks how he looks. The agent in the suit, arms crossed, tells him he looks good, adding that the outfit is classy, but doesn't make him look too old. He thinks it's just right. The man with spiky hair seems pleased by the compliment, responding that it's good to hear. The agent in the suit questions if it's just a class reunion. The man with spiky hair's wife enters the room, remarking that it's not like they're going to be modeling. The wife continues, stating that it is a class reunion, but not a typical one. The wife struggles to describe the event, settling on the idea that it's a way to meet others they haven't seen in a while and guess what they've been up to. The man with spiky hair admits he doesn't know, adding that he doesn't think they'll lose out to the other wealthy people there. He asks his wife to look at him. The wife simply says he looks just fine. The wife adds that they might as well show off since they're living a lot better this year. The man with spiky hair reflects on how, compared to his household in the past, this one is like heaven, adding that he can't understand it sometimes. The agent in the suit says all right, hoping they stand out today. He then remembers that the event is at Namsen Hotel. The agent in the suit confirms he will be present, as he has matters to attend to. He thinks to himself that he should be at the lounge in the lobby. Meanwhile, a woman mentions that the pastries of the location are delicious. The agent smiles, seemingly in response to the woman's comment. He decides to leave his car and take a taxi, anticipating a possible encounter with someone he knows. The Namsen Hotel looms, its entrance bustling with activity. The agent in the suit exits a yellow taxi, joining the crowd outside the hotel. He walks through the revolving doors, entering the hotel. Inside, the agent pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. He is approached by someone who recognizes him. Despite his attempt to remain incognito, the man states he is under Gwangtaek Hyungnim. The hotel lounge is bustling with people, many of whom are dressed formally. A cup of tea sits steaming, a moment of calm amidst the gathering. He takes a sip of his drink, seemingly unconcerned. The woman in the white suit approaches the man with spiky hair, noting his early arrival. Traffic was surprisingly light, she explains, even for a weekend. She states that they have a few things to discuss before the people from Alien arrive. The woman in the white suit knows that someone else will be present at the meeting, someone from Alien. The man with spiky hair acknowledges this, understanding that she'll probably nitpick. The woman in the white suit wants to hear their offer and, in the meeting quickly, emphasizing the need to know what their hands are. The man with spiky hair suggests that they can then punch in some numbers with a calculator, but if they're nitpicky, all they need to do is shut everything down. It's explained that Alien is influential when it comes to most of the productions and broadcasting in the country. The woman in the white suit says that whether they end up working with them or not, they have to acknowledge their influence, adding that the best method is to give them whatever they can and still reap the benefits. The man with spiky hair pauses, seemingly hearing someone call out the name Channy. The woman in the white suit sighs, saying that they should at least hear what they have to say. He continues to hear the voice calling out, the sound seemingly coming from everywhere at once. The source of the sound remains elusive. Meanwhile, Michelle, flanked by two men in suits, strides confidently forward. The executive director of programming at SBC, David Choi, is the target of her attention. Michelle removes her sunglasses, her expression unreadable. She greets David Choi, remarking that it has been a while since they last met. David Choi is introduced, his face betraying nothing. David Choi, the executive director of programming at SBC, remains impassive. Elsewhere, a man sits at a table, his thoughts consumed by a burning need to prove his worth. He believes that those who messed with him should not have done so. David Choi observes Michelle, thinking that she is trying too hard to impress him. Michelle, her face contorted in anger, demands to know if he is laughing at her. Michelle introduces herself as the general manager of DAI, her smile strained. The assembled group is introduced to their CEO, Kong Chan. The woman in the white suit gestures for them to take a seat. The group settles in, the sound of the couch cushions compressing under their weight. The man with spiky hair stands beside Michelle, both facing forward. From above, the group is seen seated around a table, waiting for the meeting to begin. The woman in white asks what kind of drink they would like. David Choi cuts to the chase, stating he's the type to value time over money. The woman in white laughs, suggesting they get down to business then, but she will order drinks later. David Choi proposes a 5:5 split for the project if they change the female lead to Lee Hae-yeon and make a movie. The spiky-haired man finds David Choi's proposal to be straight to the point and cheeky. The woman in white is taken aback, asking how that could be. David Choi explains that casting a male lead would be difficult if they stick with Yoon So-yeon. He scoffs at the situation, finding it obvious that the side, which does more work, should receive more compensation. David Choi thinks the other side looks like amateurs. The executive director continues, explaining that even the broadcasting network is hesitant to decide on the programming schedule with Eun Soyeon involved. David Choi makes his point to the brooding man, who listens intently. He advises that they should learn from Alien this time and do it on their own next time. David Choi adds that Miss Eun shouldn't be too upset if they guarantee revenue will be split and Alien will pay for some of the production fees. Michelle, meanwhile, is seen with another man, seemingly celebrating a win in the industry. The woman with red hair smirks, welcoming someone to the real world. The general manager acknowledges that she understands what they're saying, but implies that it's not how things should be. The general manager questions if revenue will be split and Alien will pay for some of the production fees, suggesting that half seems like a logical arrangement. The general manager states that she started working for DII recently, but worked for a magazine before. David Choi dismisses her experience, saying she's just spouting out bull because she's a rookie, but he'll consider that and won't give her shit for it just this once. The general manager looks at David Choi with a blank expression. The general manager snaps her fingers, indicating that's how the situation is. David Choi asks why they would work with DII if they have to split the production fees. David Choi, with a piercing gaze, questions the motives behind a decision. The general manager acknowledges Alien's past achievements and influence, but reminds him that the investment from Yoongs was significant. The general manager emphasizes that the work is entirely DAI's. David Choi expresses his growing frustration, questioning the point of finding an investor if they can't produce or sell on their own. The executive director's anger flares as he demands that someone know their place and the vibe. Michelle observes that he is more aggressive than expected, wondering if it's a scare tactic. She suggests ending the meeting for the day. The general manager admits to being quite flustered by the outburst. The brooding man, unseen until now, curses under his breath. The general manager, Michelle, and the brooding man are taken aback by David Choi's sudden outburst, all wondering what's going on. The brooding man explodes, calling someone a piece of shit. Michelle tries to correct herself, calling him sir instead of Channy, while the general manager is shocked, calling him a crazy bastard. David Choi, fueled by rage, questions what the brooding man is on and how he dares to speak to him that way. David Choi, his face a mask of barely suppressed fury, delivers a sharp rebuke. He tells the man to be straight up with him if he doesn't respect whoever he's talking to, calling him a dickhead. Michelle looks on, visibly anxious. The brooding man, his glasses glinting, retorts that instead of throwing subtle jabs here and there, David shouldn't tell him what he is. The man with spiky hair, his expression hardening, declares that he doesn't respect David Choi one bit. The brooding man continues, sneering at David's way of looking and thinking. David Choi, his anger now palpable, states that he doesn't like any of it, referring to the brooding man's attitude and words. The man with slick-back hair, his brow furrowed, warns, "Don't tell me you are." He continues, his voice laced with disdain, "Yeah, I don't respect you one bit." David Choi sneers, adding, "The way you think and your shitty pronunciations." The man with slick-back hair's expression hardens. "I don't like any of it," he declares. David Choi erupts in laughter, mocking his opponent's words. The executive director continues to laugh, wiping a tear from his eye. "You make me laugh." David Choi's face is inches from the other man's, his smile predatory. "You really never want to be seen in this industry again, huh? Do you even have the power to do that?" David Choi leans back in his chair, spreading his arms wide. "If I really wanted to, I could make all the terrestrial, cable, OTT, and personal broadcasting networks treat you as if you don't even exist." His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. "So, do not test my patience." David Choi's face is a mask of barely suppressed rage. "My patience." He continues his veiled threat, reminding the unseen man that business partners and clients exist across the globe. The brooding man dares David Choi to try him, no matter if it's China or Japan. David Choi confidently states that he will block them all, adding that it will cost a lot of money. The brooding man scoffs, not believing that Yoongs would promise to fund them even if they take a loss. David Choi tells him to try him if he doesn't believe it. The man with the striped shirt is told not to act like this during a meeting to work things out. David Choi warns that just because he knows a few gangs and can haul in some money, doesn't mean a novice like himself can shake up the industry, and that he should really watch out. The man in the striped shirt listens intently. David Choi asks if he's looking out for him now, and to let him give him some advice as well, as Michelle stands by. David Choi threatens that when they meet again next time, he'll be on his knees and begging. The executive director warns him to be speaking Korean properly by then. David Choi warns that he'll get his mouth smashed in if he chirps again, reminding him that he warned him. The threat hangs heavy in the air, the promise of financial ruin and industry exile, a chilling prospect. The intensity of his rage is palpable as David Choi vows to ensure his target is ousted from the industry. David Choi slams his fist on the table, swearing to make good on his threat. His subordinate looks on, impassive. The executive director's knuckles whiten as he clenches his fist, the pressure building with each passing moment. David Choi's expression hardens, realizing that further discussion is futile. The man in the striped shirt remains silent, his face obscured. The meeting concludes, the tension still thick in the air as the man in the striped shirt sits across from David Choi and Michelle. Michelle offers a saccharine smile, her words dripping with false agreement. The man in the striped shirt announces their departure, the failed negotiation hanging heavy between them. The woman in black urges David Choi to leave, the assassin flanking them both. The woman in black reveals her true intentions, admitting she had hoped for a simple apology, but is now pleased with the outcome. The group departs, leaving Michelle to watch them go. Michelle turns back to the man in the striped shirt, a look of concern etched on her face. The man with spiky hair asks why she's worried. The woman in the white suit looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. She thinks back to a moment before, a memory surfacing. The woman in the white suit recalls being told that she was so. The man with spiky hair thinks she's out of her mind, wondering if he should suggest she check out a mental health clinic, as the woman in the white suit is shown with hearts around her. The woman in the white suit bites her lip, lost in thought. The man with spiky hair says no, referring to her parents. The woman in the white suit laughs, as the man with spiky hair sighs, remembering that he told them she is still learning Korean. The woman in the white suit asks why he is embarrassed of her. Tears well up in the woman's eyes. The man with spiky hair tells her not at all, then tells her to make sure to speak French in front of them. The woman in the white suit is surprised. The man with spiky hair asks her to please not make a fuss. The woman in the white suit says we. The man with spiky hair and Michelle walk through the building. The man with spiky hair brings up the retreat Michelle mentioned earlier, asking if it's okay for the school's athletes to join. Michelle responds that she has no problem with it, but wonders if it might be awkward for him, hinting that it could lead to some misunderstandings. Elsewhere, a crowd of students murmurs in surprise, realizing that someone is both a CEO and a high schooler. The man with spiky hair considers the implications of Michelle's words. He realizes he'll have to attend 2 retreats and a family vacation before the break ends. The pair continues walking, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. The man with spiky hair is stopped by an outstretched hand. A man in a vest informs him that he needs a sticker to enter. The man with spiky hair looks surprised. The man in the vest apologizes, explaining that he can't let him undo to regulations, but the man with spiky hair tells him not to worry about it. As the man with spiky hair walks away, he wonders why the woman in the restaurant claims to have served him before. Before the man with spiky hair can proceed, the staff apologizes for their discourtesy. He assures them that it's all right, explaining he was just going to drop in and say hello to his parents. The staff member offers to find them if he provides their names, but the man with spiky hair declines, stating he can find them himself. The staff member waves off the sticker incident from the previous encounter and asks him to make his way inside. The staff reiterate that he should feel free to call them anytime he needs anything. The man with spiky hair's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Elsewhere, a couple sits at a table, looking concerned, while another group laughs nearby. From a distance, the scene unfolds. Several people are seated around a table, and the question hangs in the air. What's going on? Suddenly, Michelle grabs the man with spiky hair's arm, stopping him in his tracks. She asks him why, her surprise evident. The man with spiky hair admits he isn't too sure, but it looked like a scene they wouldn't want to show their son. The woman at the reception desk asks if there is anything she can help with. He spots his father across the room, but something about the scene makes him uneasy. The man with spiky hair notes to Michelle that the situation doesn't look normal. Nearby, a woman with short brown hair assures someone that she'll call in a server for them. The woman, Soo-young, uses a walkie-talkie to ask someone to come over for a second. A woman in a suit arrives, asking if she was called. The staff members explain the situation to the woman in the suit. One of the staff members explains that a guest dropped her steak on the man next to her and had tried to wipe off the stain, but it wasn't coming off easily. The woman in the suit questions if the man with spiky hair is upset just because of someone's mistake. Another staff member thinks there has to be more to the story, adding that the general vibe was that the man and woman were looking down on the two. The staff member overheard that they were wondering if he got lucky recently while he was selling cars until now. The woman in the suit asks if that's what those people over there said. The staff member adds that it looked impossible to drop the steak by mistake, and that this is just her personal opinion. The man with spiky hair suspects the steak incident was deliberate. His companion, Soo-young, calls out to him, concern etched on her face. He reassures her that he won't cause a scene in front of his parents, telling her not to worry and to call Jucheolbeum. Meanwhile, his parents assure each other that they will manage. His mother reflects on the abundance of wealthy people and suggests they show off, given their improved financial situation. The man with spiky hair thinks to himself that his parents were born with silver spoons in their mouths, implying they may not understand the struggles of the self-made. Suddenly, someone bursts into the room, calling out to the man with spiky hair, addressing him as Hyungnim. Michelle tells him that she would have come to assist him if he had called beforehand. He responds that it's fine and asks if she has a rough idea of what happened. The woman in the white suit confirms that she does. The man with spiky hair expresses his disdain for those who look down on or disrespect others. He acknowledges that it's different when family is involved. The woman in the white suit agrees emphatically. At a lavish dinner, a request is made to ensure the parents of the man with spiky hair have a wonderful end to their day. The woman in the white suit, however, has other plans, suggesting that some rude people need to be taught a lesson. The man with spiky hair questions if such a thing is possible, while Michelle stands beside him. The man with spiky hair is assured that the Namsen Hotel will take care of it. He agrees, telling them to put on his tab and not to worry about the cost. One of the staff members assures him that they will provide the service and not worry about payment, as his parents are obviously VIPs at their hotel. He tells them to stop it. The man with spiky hair instructs them to return 30 minutes later and act as if he's just arriving, so they should get it done before then. He tells them to leave it to them as a staff member bows. The man with spiky hair tells Michelle that they should head down. The pair walks away, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. Meanwhile, a man is identified as Ju Cheolbyum, and it's stated that they'll be on state visit mode from now on. It's repeated that they'll be on state visit mode from this point forward, and the VIPs are Kong Dae-jaeong and Yoo Hae-suk, who are currently in the Bantry Hall on the second floor. Ju Cheolbyum is shown on a screen. Ju Cheolbyum, the man on the phone, relays his identity. The security team receives instructions to switch to state visit mode, emphasizing that Kong Dae-jaeong and Yoo Hae-suk are currently in the Bantry Hall on the second floor. Ju Cheolbyum stares intently, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, at a formal dinner, the woman in the maroon suit laughs, explaining that this is what she ended up doing. One of the other guests notes that this behavior is out of character. The woman in the maroon suit pauses, her expression unreadable. The woman in the maroon suit is asked if she is Yoo Hae-suk. Yoo Hae-suk smiles, stating that she is having a good time. Another guest observes that Yoo Hae-suk's face says it all, noting that she hasn't said a word for a while. Yoo Hae-suk laughs, claiming that it's not like that at all and that she likes listening to the conversations. Another guest asks Yoo Hae-suk if she is still sulking over the little mistake Ji-suk made to her husband. She is confronted about her perceived grudges, with another woman suggesting she buy a new shirt. A reminder is given that one should show class and not reveal a hard life at events. Someone is told to stop giving Yoo Hae-suk a hard time, as she may not be used at the fancy hotel. The laughter continues as the group mocks Yoo Hae-suk. The laughter intensifies as someone clenches their fist in anger. The man with spiky hair grits his teeth, containing his anger. The atmosphere is tense as the group sits at the table, the man with spiky hair looking confused. The dinner continues, the man with spiky hair now standing behind the seated guests. Someone questions if the man with spiky hair and his wife are Kong Dae-jaeong and Yoo Hae-suk. Kong Dae-jaeong confirms their identities and asks what the matter is. The man in the hotel wonders what is going on, noting that Kong Dae-jaeong looks like someone high up in the hotel. Ju Cheolbyum, the general manager of the hotel, apologizes for not recognizing them and welcomes them as honored guests. The manager, Ju Cheolbyum, expresses his displeasure, knowing they weren't notified in advance, but still finding the situation unacceptable. The table is set with what the manager considers inadequate service. He would like to apologize for hosting them in such a manner. Ju Cheolbyum demands to speak with the general manager, his face a mask of barely suppressed fury. The staff members are confused by the manager's sudden outburst. Soo-young rushes to the manager's side, concerned by his behavior. The manager confronts Soo-young, demanding to know who she thinks she is. Ju Cheolbyum emphasizes that even without advance notification, they should constantly memorize information about state visit-level guests to avoid inconveniences. The staff members are shocked to realize that they are dealing with state visit-level guests. The staff members realize the manager is referring to Kong Dae-jaeong and Yoo Hae-suk. Ju Cheolbyum expresses his disbelief that the restaurant is hosting Mr. Kong and Mrs. Yoo in such a manner. The manager apologizes, ordering the staff to switch everything to the level of the two guests, from the seats to the menus. The staff members agree to move Kong Dae-jaeong and Yoo Hae-suk to a private room, but they decline, stating they are okay with their current accommodations. He is immediately swarmed by hotel staff, who apologize profusely for the earlier incident. Kong Dae-jaeong looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow, as the staff fuss over him. The group is led into a lavish, private dining room. Michelle, impressed, remarks that she didn't know such a place existed. The staff members stand at attention as Kong Dae-jaeong and Michelle take their seats at the head of the table. The room exudes class. A staff member asks them to wait a moment. Then another approaches Kong Dae-jaeong, apologizing for the stain on his shirt. The staff offers to take care of the shirt on their end. Kong Dae-jaeong graciously accepts the offer. The staff member thinks to himself that he will personally ensure the stain is removed. The staff member's expression hardens, a glint of something sinister in his eyes. The staff member gestures to a selection of shirts, explaining that they are handpicked from the tailor shop on the basement floor of the hotel. The staff member insists that there's no need for Kong Dae-jaeong to buy all of the shirts for them. The staff member clarifies that the shirts are not for sale. The staff member thinks to himself that looking out for their VIP's elegance, no matter where they are and at all times, is one of the main priorities of Namsan Hotel's hoteliers. The staff member gestures towards a rack of clothing, inviting Kong Dae-jayong to choose a replacement for his soiled shirt. Dae-jayong decides to select the shirt that most closely resembles the one he's currently wearing. The staff member compliments Kong Dae-jayong's taste as he hands him a light blue shirt. He then instructs another staff member to guide him to where he can change. Meanwhile, Michelle watches as Kong Dae-jayong is led away, a flicker of concern in her eyes. The other staff members whisper amongst themselves, their expressions unreadable. The wife of the man with spiky hair, Joo Cheol-bom, looks on with a worried expression, her thoughts swirling with unease. The sound of footsteps echoes as the woman in maroon continues to watch. Kong Dae-jayong, now in a fresh blue shirt, is escorted down a hallway by the staff member. The staff member assures Kong Dae-jayong that they can deliver his soiled shirt to his home after cleaning it. Dae-jayong thanks him. The woman in maroon sits at the table, glancing towards Kong Dae-jayong as he approaches. The clock on the wall shows it is almost 8 p.m. The woman in maroon smiles faintly, while Kong Dae-jayong looks on with a hint of suspicion. A voice announces that their meal is ready, as a food cart is wheeled into the room. Close up on Kong Dae-jayong and the woman in maroon, both reacting with surprise and concern. The group stares in disbelief at the lavish spread before them, questioning what all of this is. The table is set with an elaborate feast, the abundance almost comical. The sound of footsteps echoes as several men in suits approach. A string quartet plays, their music filling the room with an unsettling elegance. The music, Haydn String Quartet No. 53 in D major lark, is a well-known classic, but the man wonders who these people are. The quartet leader offers to play anything they'd like, a gesture that seems both polite and menacing. The man in the suit assures them to not hesitate to call if they need anything. The music continues, a backdrop to the unfolding drama. Haesuk questions what they do and if they bought this hotel. Haesuk suggests that perhaps they mistook Kong Chan and his companion for someone else, stating that it's not like they're special. The woman in the white suit remarks that they aren't anyone important or anything, and that they must be flabbergasted. Joo Cheol-bom apologizes, saying they should have explained earlier. The man reveals that the two of them are the parents of Kong Chan, and that Channy is their son. He is not only the VVIP of this hotel, but also of their holding company, the woman is told, prompting her to ask why. The man explains that because they are his parents, it is only right to host them like this, but the woman questions what he is. The woman is shocked to learn that Kong Chan is just a high schooler, and questions if that even makes sense. The woman questions what her son does. The woman with spiky-haired man's wife admits that she doesn't understand either. Footsteps echoed through the building as someone approached. Joo Cheol-bom strides confidently, Michelle following closely behind. Michelle looks on with a surprised expression as Joo Cheol-bom approaches someone. Joo Cheol-bom, having arrived at the gathering, remarks, "So this is where you guys were hanging out at?" The wife of the man with spiky hair looks on, surprised by the sudden arrival. Joo Cheol-bom's words echo in the room, a reminder of his earlier promise. "I told you that I will drop by sometime. You guys remember?" The man with spiky hair introduces Michelle, asking, "Michelle, right? I believe you've met her." Michelle, a French woman learning Korean, greets them, "Nice to see again." The woman with short brown hair remarks that Joo Cheol-bom has improved, adding that it's nice to see him. Michelle, in French, calls someone her beautiful mother-in-law. The man with spiky hair listens intently to Michelle. Someone asks what Michelle is saying, and the man with spiky hair replies that she's just saying thanks. The woman with short brown hair laughs, stating that she knows at least that merci is thank you in French. The man with spiky hair looks down at the table, a slight frown creasing his brow. Someone comments that Michelle is correct, but that merci can also be thought of as the difference between thank you and appreciate it. Another voice responds with polite surprise. The man with spiky hair smiles, seemingly amused by the conversation. Inwardly, the man with spiky hair thinks that he really needs to read the mood better, and that he shouldn't act stupid at a time like this. Michelle thinks that maybe they can have their own little time later, adding that this is exactly what she was referring to when she said not to act stupid. The woman with short brown hair wonders what they're talking about, but realizes that the man with spiky hair is on the same level as someone living in France. Two men observe the scene, wondering where Joo Cheol-bom could have learned his behavior. The men speculate that Joo Cheol-bom's behavior must stem from private lessons. Meanwhile, Joo Cheol-bom tells Michelle that he wasn't joking about going out for a meal. The camera focuses on the lower half of Michelle and Joo Cheol-bom, highlighting their formal attire. Michelle finds his persistence a little disappointing. Michelle laughs, trying to deflect the tension. Joo Cheol-bom thinks to himself about Channy's wealth and wonders if her parents know how much is in her bank account, questioning if this is really how she wants to play. Joo Cheol-bom assures Michelle that he is joking, but reiterates that his offer to go out for a meal wasn't a joke. The wife of the man with spiky hair interrupts, asking what they are chatting about. Joo Cheol-bom hesitates, then explains that Michelle was complimenting his outfit. The wife of the man with spiky hair remarks that he is similar to the models in France, which causes Ju Cheolbeom to question when she said that. Michelle agrees that Ju Cheolbeom's father looks good, giving a thumbs up. The man with spiky hair gives a thumbs up, saying he just wore whatever looked decent in his closet. Ju Cheolbeom thanks Michelle for the praise, complimenting her in return. He then notes that it looks like they are in the middle of a meal, asking if it is okay if they join in, to which the other man replies that they are able to enjoy the fantastic meal thanks to him. He seems surprised by the thanks he's receiving. Michelle's companion explains that it's only what they would do. The wife of the man with spiky hair inquires why Ju Cheolbeom is considered the VVIP of the entire holding company, not just the hotel. Ju Cheolbeom listens intently, his expression unreadable. An unknown observer notes that Ju Cheolbeom seems to be talking too much. The group sits around the table, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Ju Cheolbeom explains that his influence stems from monopolizing the import of Gonk cars and assisting Ambassador Ranor with protocols. The man with spiky hair listens to Ju Cheolbeom's explanation, a subtle frown creasing his brow. The unseen observer realizes that So Hyesuk's ability to monopolize the import of Gonk cars was due to Ju Cheolbeom's influence. The wife of the man with spiky hair and Michelle react with shock, realizing that Ju Cheolbeom aided the ambassador of France with protocols before even entering university. Ju Cheolbeom smirks, a hint of arrogance in his expression, as he wonders how his influence is even possible. The wife of the man with spiky hair suggests that they should start digging for information now. Michelle, trying to diffuse the tension, suggests they focus on enjoying the food. The man with spiky hair, known as Channy to some, is greeted by a woman. Meanwhile, the wife of the man with spiky hair presses Ju Cheolbeom for answers, wanting to know the nature of his relationship with the person he mentioned. She then asks if it is his girlfriend. Ju Cheolbeom confirms that the woman is indeed his girlfriend, but the woman with red hair, Michelle, laughs it off. The man with spiky hair explains that he teaches her Korean and she teaches him French, clarifying that they are just friends who learn each other's respective languages. The woman with red hair, Michelle, gauges the man with spiky hair's reaction, telling him to stop messing around. The man with short brown hair asks the man with spiky hair if he is really close with the ambassador of France. The man with spiky hair confirms that they contact each other every once in a while and asks if they know each other personally. He confirms that they do. The wife of the man with spiky hair and the man with short brown hair are envious of the relationship. The wife of the man with spiky hair looks on with concern as the others around her seem to be in distress. The man with spiky hair watches as a gift is presented to his wife. The woman in the white suit is told that the gift is a souvenir for VIPs. She wonders what it is. The woman in the white suit peers into the bag, trying to discern if the gift is a pen or a towel. The woman in the white suit is shocked to see the pink purse. Michelle and Ju Cheolbeom are shocked at the sight of the purse. Michelle exclaims that it costs more than 10 million won and is always sold out, even if one can afford it. The woman in the white suit is surprised at the cost of the purse and says she doesn't know. The man with spiky hair bows to the woman in the white suit, telling her that she can have it. The man with spiky hair thinks that they will get in trouble if she declines the gift. The man with spiky hair tells the woman in the white suit to hold on a second. The man with spiky hair thinks that he has something to ask about. Someone says that the gift is from the hotel and that Gwangtek sent it to the woman in the white suit's mother. Another person confirms that Gwangtek sent it and made sure that they gave it to her mother. The men surrounding Ju Cheolbeom are clearly trying to take advantage of him, but he assures them that he will pay for everything later. The man with spiky hair seems exasperated by the situation, while Ju Cheolbeom laughs nervously. The man with spiky hair instructs Ju Cheolbeom to pass something on to Gwangtek, accepting the favor this time, but warning him not to do it again. Elsewhere, the woman in the white suit is surrounded by people, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. Ju Cheolbeom's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Michelle smiles serenely, seemingly unbothered by the events unfolding around her. The group begins to disperse, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the hall. Ju Cheolbeom approaches, carrying a briefcase, and announces that there is one more thing. The man with spiky hair, clearly annoyed, demands to know what it is this time. Ju Cheolbeom explains that he brought cookies and cake made by their pastry chef for them to take home. The man with spiky hair and his wife express their gratitude, mentioning that they were planning to buy pastries from there because they are so delicious. The man with spiky hair shares a laugh with another man, their conversation lighthearted. Outside, a car waits, ready to transport the group. Several figures stand nearby, acknowledging the driver's announcement. Inside the vehicle, two individuals converse, their expressions suggesting a professional exchange. Elsewhere, a man with short brown hair looks concerned, questioning if the person he is speaking to is Hyesuk. Back at the car, the woman in the white suit apologizes for the shirt, but the other woman dismisses it, saying there is no need to worry about it. The woman in the white suit tells Ju Cheolbeom that she will see him later and that she will go to her office on her own. A woman's voice compliments someone, stating that they did well today and thanking them. The woman in the white suit says goodbye, adding that if he is really thankful. The man with spiky hair is told, "Let's go, father." The woman in the white suit stands alone, seemingly annoyed. The car speeds down the road, the occupants seemingly pleased with their recent actions. The man with spiky hair seems to be pleased with the news. He thinks to himself that it is good to hear. Inside the car, the driver and passenger are silhouetted against the bright sunlight. The man with spiky hair sits in the back seat, a slight smile playing on his lips. He continues to ponder, wondering if he even deserves this much happiness. The man with spiky hair's face is shown in close-up as he continues to contemplate. The car continues its descent, the road ahead bathed in sunlight. The car drives down the hill, the city sprawling below. The city stretches out before them, the setting sun casting long shadows. The man with spiky hair's thoughts make him feel uneasy. An uneasy happiness settles over him. Meanwhile, the negotiations with Alien have been broken off, all thanks to the CEO's crazy actions. Elsewhere, a woman sits on her bed, realizing that no one from DAI will be getting calls from anyone in South Korea anymore. However, she realizes it doesn't mean there isn't a way. An unknown man speaks on the phone, suggesting that someone come out tonight to kiss Director Moon's ass. He also mentions a trainee named Ji Yun-hee, suggesting they both dress up and come out. The woman sitting on the bed, listening to the phone call, remains silent. The man on the phone continues, stating that it's going down at 8 p.m. and he can message the location. He adds that they don't have to come if they don't want to, but implies they aren't dumb. The man on the phone asks if he is wrong. The woman sitting on the bed continues to listen to the phone call. A woman, unseen, relays a message. Things are set to go down at 8 p.m. and she can provide the location. The unseen woman continues, questioning if the person she's speaking to is actually unwilling to participate, implying they are not stupid. Holding her phone to her ear, Michelle, also known as Kim Myong, asks if she is wrong. Sitting on her bed, the woman sitting on the bed contemplates her situation. She reflects on her decision to join Michelle, hoping to avoid these kinds of situations, and wonders what she should do. Torn, the woman sitting on the bed wonders if she should tell Michelle the truth, or, outside, the camera focuses on a high-rise apartment building, specifically apartment 301, where Channy resides. Kong Chan, also known as Smithin, having just finished toweling off, is asked by an unseen person if he wants to go for a walk and chat with his old man. He responds that he just took a shower, though. The man with the short brown hair suggests a walk around the complex, stating it won't take too long. Kong Chan responds with a smile, assuring him that he wants to. The two men walk together along a path lined with streetlights, the modern building looming in the background. The sound of their footsteps echoes as they continue their walk. The man with the short brown hair pauses, asking Kong Chan if something is wrong. The man with the short brown hair calls Kong Chan by a nickname, Channy. The man with the short brown hair asks Kong Chan if he is the CEO of DII. Kong Chan looks slightly surprised by the question. Elsewhere, Ju Cheol-beom, the man in the black suit, reflects on the excessive service he received at the hotel earlier and admits to doing some digging. Ju Cheol-beom explains that he searched for Michelle, who came with Kong Chan, and found an article. The article reveals that Michelle is DII's new director. The article continues, revealing that Kong Chan is the new CEO. Holding up his phone, the man with the short brown hair shows Kong Chan article. The headline reveals that Michelle is the new director and Kong Chan is the new CEO of DII. The man with the short brown hair stares intently at Kong Chan, awaiting his response. The two men stand face to face, the tension palpable between them. Kong Chan confirms that he is indeed the person mentioned in the article. The man with the short brown hair states that he will need an explanation. The man with the short brown hair explains that someone he knew from a gig with Gonk Cars introduced him to Michelle, and they asked him to be the CEO until the end. Kong Chan tells the man with the short brown hair that he couldn't tell him because it wasn't a long-term thing. The man with the short brown hair listens intently to Kong Chan's explanation. The man with the short brown hair admits that he was just a little shocked by the news. Kong Chan says that he was planning to tell him once things were taken care of. The man with the short brown hair says that he understands. The man with the short brown hair seems to be calming down as he listens to Kong Chan. The man with the short brown hair seems confused by Kong Chan's statement. Kong Chan, cigarette in hand, asks if his position as CEO is the only thing the young man doesn't know about him. The young man seems to realize something. The man with the short brown hair thinks it's probably better to tell the young man everything right now. Kong Chan wants to know more. Meanwhile, another man is informed about a security company called Ubicop, which he recognizes. The man learns that they're also gaining a hold of Ubicop's shares. The man's expression shifts to one of dawning realization. The man with the spiky hair laughs maniacally. The man with the short brown hair asks if that is everything, and the spiky-haired man remembers that he has some Gonk stocks that were given to him as a gift. The man with the short brown hair asks how much the Gonk stocks are worth, and the spiky-haired man says he's heard they are worth a few million won. The man with the short brown hair laughs nervously, realizing the gravity of the situation. The young man in the yellow and black shirt states he doesn't need much money and doesn't know what to do with it. The man he's speaking with responds that all he wants to do is fund the nursery with the money. Kong Chan's face is drawn with concern as he listens to the young man. Kong Chan responds, saying how thoughtful the young man is. The young man looks away, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Kong Chan changes the subject, stating that he has 2 questions that need answering before they do anything. The young man is taken aback, questioning if Kong Chan earned all that money through illegal methods. Kong Chan dismisses the question, stating that he speaks French well and spent half his life doing business, but the young man counters that there are plenty of others better at French than him. The young man continues, saying he's not dumb enough to not know that their wages don't even come close to what Kong Chan earns. Kong Chan pauses, considering the young man's words. Kong Chan admits that he was definitely lucky. Kong Chan continues, stating that there are other reasons, but he can't tell the young man about them. He insists he's telling the truth, swearing that his wealth didn't come from illegal activities. The man's shirt strains against his shoulders as he attempts to convey the sincerity of his statement. Kong Chan's expression is earnest, his eyes conveying a sense of desperation to be believed. The older man, unmoved, prepares to ask his second question, reminding Kong Chan that he's asked something similar before. Kong Chan's eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of defiance in his gaze as he anticipates the next question. A memory surfaces a distorted image of a man calling out, "My son Channy?" The memory is jarring, leaving Kong Chan momentarily stunned and confused. His eye widens, reflecting the shock of the resurfaced memory. The memory continues, showing a younger Kong Chan with his parents, who recall him as a smart and hardworking kid. The voice in his head continues, admitting that he was never extraordinary, but now, there are times when he feels like he doesn't even know who he is. The older man's words echo in Kong Chan's mind, the weight of his identity crisis pressing down on him. Kong Chan steels himself, ready to accept whatever answer he must give, pleading to answer truthfully. He stands with his back turned, the question hanging in the air. "Are you really my son, Channy?" The man's face is partially obscured by shadow, his expression unreadable as he considers the question. His features sharpen, a hint of determination hardening his gaze. The 2 figures stand silhouetted against the night sky, their conversation a private exchange under the watchful stars. The perspective shifts, showing the man from a lower angle as he continues to listen. He admits that he might feel distant at times, acknowledging the other man's perspective. Kong Chan insists that he is his son, no matter what. A close-up reveals the younger Kong Chan's inner turmoil, admitting he doesn't know either, but is certain he is Kong Chan. The question echoes in his mind. Which Kong Chan is he, and which one is fake? The older man states that if he were planning to lie about the money, he probably wouldn't have mentioned it at all. The younger man thanks him, promising not to bring it up again and hurt his feelings. The 2 Kong Chans walk away from each other, the sound of their footsteps fading into the night. The older man assures the younger one that he will explain everything to his mother as well. The younger man, Kong Chan, believes that with the amount of money they have, they can fund the nursery well off of just the interest. The older man reveals he was thinking of creating a foundation under Kong Chan's mother's name, asking what he thinks. Elsewhere, 2 figures walk along a path at night. The camera pans up to reveal the moon shining over a building with the name Juliana emblazoned on it. A hand places a cup of coffee on a saucer. The woman in the black hat and sunglasses sips her coffee, believing that they have no guts, so they will do as she expects. The woman, revealed to be Michelle, plots to get them drunk in the basement and bring them up to the guest room right after. 2 women are instructed to bring Soyeon back to their side and give Yeonhee a decent supporting role, believing they should do it. Michelle explains to Ju Cheol-beom that's just how it goes for the actresses and actors with no backgrounds. Ju Cheol-beom agrees, stating that it's the damn truth. Ju Cheol-beom realizes that all they have left now is that rude kid. Ju Cheol-beom asks if there is anyone who could take care of the situation. The man across from him explains that Kong Chan's actions at the Namsan Hotel were done in front of everyone. He believes Kong Chan is acting young and naive. Michelle, sitting nearby, thinks to herself that the rough method is best if you have a lot to lose. She wonders if they're going to leave Kong Chan alone, stating she despises him the most. Michelle sits in her chair, her expression unreadable. Ju Cheol-beom states that they have to be more careful with how they handle things. Michelle simply asks, "What?" Ju Cheol-beom smirks, his expression suggesting a sinister plan. The man with spiky hair demands to know if he was heard properly. Across from him, Michelle listens intently. The man with spiky hair believes everything will be fine if they are more careful. Michelle understands now, but she still wants to be careful, calling the kid a tough one. The man with spiky hair knows that he acts tough around kids his age. He dismisses their concerns, declaring it all useless. Michelle reflects on how different the lives of real K-gangsters are. A phone vibrates on a table. Ju Cheol-beom speaks on the phone, confirming that he is in the cafe on the 2nd floor and will be down in a second. The man with spiky hair is informed that the executive director is here, and he wonders if Eun Soyeon will stand them up by running late. Michelle smirks, listening to the conversation. Michelle's superior fumes, believing she lacks the courage to disobey his commands. The building where Michelle resides stands tall against the night sky. Inside her apartment, Michelle drapes a white jacket over her shoulders, her phone resting on the bed nearby. She sits on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed on the phone in her hand. Michelle speaks into the phone, her expression unreadable. Her face contorts with worry as the conversation continues. Elsewhere, Kong Chan lies in bed, the question of why Michelle is crying hanging in the air. Kong Chan reflects on his recent conversation, relieved he shared at least some of the truth with his father, who didn't seem too shocked by it. He thinks he should have told him earlier. He reaches for his phone, a sense of unease settling over him. Kong Chan wonders what Michelle wants now, his expression a mix of annoyance and concern. He answers the call. Michelle apologizes for calling so late and asks what's the matter. Michelle reveals to Kong Chan that she just received a call from Soyeon. Michelle's news about Eun Soyeon and Lee Haeyeon's call clearly has Kong Chan concerned. He wonders what's going on with her, relaying that it seems Lee Haeyeon gave her a call. Michelle, on the other end of the line, asks what the call was about. She explains that Lee Haeyeon told Soyeon to come out to the bar that night. The conversation shifts to Ji Yun-hee, their trainee. The unseen speaker states that sending her along is the only way. Kong Chan, still on the phone with Michelle, is taken aback by this information. He asks if Soyeon went, learning that she was scared because the executive director of programming was supposed to be there, but she was still considering it. Kong Chan asks what Michelle thinks of this situation. He wonders if they're done for if Ji Yun-hee and Eun Soyeon don't go along with the plan. The stakes are high. Failure is not an option, but success will be extremely difficult. Kong Chan, still on the phone, asks if the speaker is suggesting they send both women. He seems to be weighing the risks and benefits of such a decision. Michelle bites her lip, a clear sign of her worry and internal conflict. Michelle tells Kong Chan that she called to let him know that things will be extremely hard for them. An unidentified woman, seemingly involved in the same operation, expresses her discomfort with the situation, stating she didn't start this to do something scummy like that. Kong Chan responds with a simple, good. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he thinks to himself that this is the Michelle he knows. Kong Chan's expression hardens, his face now a mask of worry. He sits on the edge of the bed, a grim determination hardening his features as he thinks to himself, vowing that Dai won't fall and things won't get hard for them. Elsewhere, an anxious woman speaks urgently into her phone. The woman on the phone mentions Channy's name. The call ends and the woman on the other end is instructed to send Ji Yun-hee and Eun Soyeon to the office immediately, and that she will head over there as well. Back at his apartment, Kong Chan quickly throws on a shirt, a sense of urgency driving his movements. The man with spiky hair is called by name, David. The DI Entertainment building looms large against the night sky. A car speeds towards the entrance of DI Entertainment. The car parks in the building's underground parking lot. The doors to the office building open. Ju Cheolbeom steps through the doorway. Ju Cheolbeom arrives at the office, where he is greeted by two women. Ju Cheolbeom, still at DI Entertainment, asks if David's contact information has been found. The woman confirms that she has it and is immediately pressed to provide the number. The woman begins to recite the number as Ju Cheolbeom listens intently. The woman questions why he is calling Kong Chan and what he is trying to do. Ju Cheolbeom, ignoring her question, reveals that he heard she was pulling some strings. He tells her to cut to the chase, promising to arrive at Alien in exactly 1 hour to deal with her. He continues, telling her to get ready for what's coming, referencing her money and connections. Ju Cheolbeom finishes his threat, telling her to use everything she has to try and stop him. The woman, along with Michelle and another woman, look on with concern. Ju Cheolbeom, still on the phone, declares that they will all die. The woman, now visibly distraught, asks if he is crazy. Michelle and the woman with her react with shock, questioning why they are being targeted. As Ju Cheolbeom walks away, he praises the woman for calling Michelle, implying that was part of his plan. The woman in the white suit remarks that the woman standing next to Ju Cheolbeom required a lot of courage. Ju Cheolbeom, his face cast in a cold light, declares that it's now someone else's turn to watch the results of his actions. Michelle, looking downcast, addresses someone as Mr. So. The woman in the white suit is crying, wondering why she is crying all of a sudden. Ju Cheolbeom vows to show someone again. He continues, promising to show them how weak they truly are, fueled by all the money, power, and violence that they were scared of. The woman in the white suit and Michelle look on with worried expressions as Ju Cheolbeom vows to show them. The woman in the white suit realizes what they really are. Elsewhere, a woman expresses concern about Allison calling the police, despite Channy's assurances that everything sounds good. Ju Cheolbeom smirks, confident that they won't be able to do anything. The man with spiky hair shouts, asking if they're crazy and stating that if they call the Seoul PD, they won't do anything. Ju Cheolbeom, adjusting his glasses, considers the embarrassment that he received today. He grips the glass tightly, a chilling promise escaping his lips. He won't be satisfied until he breaks a few arms and legs. Meanwhile, Ju Cheolbeom sits at a table with Michelle and the woman in the white suit, dismissing someone as a dumbass for announcing their attack. implying even an ambush wouldn't be enough. He adds that they'll have a simple, physical discussion in an hour. The man with spiky hair, looking at his phone, asks how many people he can bring. Elsewhere, Michelle is on the phone, inquiring if anyone is working night shifts in the office building and instructing them to be sent home as soon as possible. Michelle, back at the table, says that they're just going to be having. Ju Cheol offers a drink to the woman in the white suit, seeking reassurance that he can trust her. He holds out the glass, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The woman in the white suit, her eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, asks to come along. She reveals her true desire, to see the young brat weep and beg. Ju Cheol laughs, extending the glass further. The woman in the white suit and Ju Cheol celebrate with raised arms amidst a table littered with empty bottles. Under the cloak of night, a convoy of black cars speeds across a bridge, their destination unknown but undoubtedly important. The vehicles maintain a tight formation as they navigate the highway, each one a silent participant in the unfolding drama. Inside the lead car, Ju Cheol sits in stoic silence, his face betraying nothing of the plans brewing within. His men flank him, their expressions grim. The convoy continues its relentless journey, the headlights cutting through the darkness as they approach their target. The cars accelerate, the sound of their engines growing louder as they close in. The lead car swerves, preparing to make its final approach. The convoy arrives at its destination, the vehicles maneuvering into position with practiced precision. The cars come to a halt before a building emblazoned with the word Alien, its looming presence a silent testament to power and influence. A figure emerges from one of the vehicles, their black and white sneakers hitting the pavement with a soft thud. The car door slams shut, the sound echoing in the night as the figure prepares to confront whatever awaits them inside. The man with spiky hair, standing outside the car, tells the two women inside that they can wait there if they're scared. One of the women responds that it's okay, she can't let the other go in there all by herself, and that she won't be much help, but she'll watch. Ju Cheol wonders if this is the same place. One of the unidentified women admits she's a little scared. The other woman in green says that she trusts Ju Cheol to convince the people inside and get them to apologize. Ju Cheol wonders if he can convince them. Ju Cheol thinks to himself that he'll get them to apologize anyway, regardless of whether the woman in green has any idea what he's about to do. He doesn't care. The group approaches the entrance. The two women look nervous. Ju Cheol tells them to stay behind him, no matter what. The Alien building looms, its sign of promise that nothing bad will happen if you enter. They enter the building. The group stands inside the entrance. Suddenly, the man with spiky hair appears with two other men. The man with spiky hair is surprised to see Ju Cheol. He asks where his crew is. Ju Cheol sits with two women on a plush couch, declaring them to be his crew. Meanwhile, the man with spiky hair questions the size of Ju Cheol crew. He wonders if a high schooler and 3 girls are enough. The man with spiky hair then asks what Ju Cheol wants from him. The woman with the sunglasses retorts that she gave him enough time, too. The scene shifts to a wider view of the room, revealing the woman in the sunglasses and the man with spiky hair sitting on a couch. The perspective widens further, showing a large group of people standing before the couch where the woman in the sunglasses and the man with spiky hair are sitting. The crowd of people looms closer, their faces obscured in shadow, creating an intimidating presence. The focus shifts to the feet of one of the men in the crowd as he steps forward, his intentions unclear. The man with spiky hair's face is shown again, questioning if Ju Cheol crew is too small. Ju Cheol, observing the scene before him, is taken aback. What? He asks, his surprise evident. The woman with short brown hair, standing firm, retorts, I gave you enough time, too. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the room, signaling the start of the conflict. The assembled crowd watches as the situation escalates, their expressions a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Ju Cheol smirks, unimpressed by the display of force. Isn't this too little? He muses. His expression hardens, a predatory glint in his eyes, as Ju Cheol prepares to retaliate. The man with spiky hair stands calmly, a woman in white pants beside him. He remarks, I can wait a little longer if the amount of time I gave you wasn't enough. Nearby, the woman with wavy brown hair looks up at the man with spiky hair, confused. What is he talking about right now? She wonders. The man with spiky hair reaches into his pocket, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He thinks, it looks like you can't gather any more than this. So this is it, right? The maximum amount of violence you can bring. Ju Cheol face is illuminated with a blue glow as he declares, I'll. He clenches his fists, ready to unleash his power. Break that with just these. One of the men remarks that the young man's bluffing is pretty good. The woman wonders if they are underestimating him because she saw him fight before. The woman continues to think to herself, realizing that it doesn't feel like he's bluffing. The man with glasses demands to know what everyone is doing, stating he wants to see that punk on his knees in front of him. The man with the undercut asks if Ju Cheolbeom is really the only one they have to worry about. The man with glasses says that it's going to be some sort of war against another gang, and he doesn't understand what is happening. He tells the man with the undercut that he'll pay him as promised, so he should just do it. Ju Cheolbeom states that he'll take care of him himself, so it's less of a hassle for everyone. The man with glasses is told to be careful, because even though Ju Cheolbeom is young, he seems to be famous for being tough. He is reminded that he's still in high school. Several men stand around, while the woman with brown hair and the woman with green hair look on, surprised. Ju Cheolbeom stands with a bright light behind him. The man with glasses looks up at Ju Cheolbeom, who says, "Huh, look at you." Ju Cheolbeom looks down at the man with glasses, stating that he is even cuter up close. As one of the thugs sneers, questioning if Ju Cheolbeom can even fight, the man in the suit simply states that he will show them. The leader of the group smirks, finding the offer thoughtful, but states that it would be rude to turn down such a generous offer. The leader's fist clenches, ready to strike. The leader throws the first punch, aiming for Ju Cheolbeom's face. Ju Cheolbeom easily blocks the punch, the force of the impact creating a shockwave. The force of the block sends the leader reeling back, surprised by the man's strength. Ju Cheolbeom retaliates, delivering a swift kick that sends the leader flying through the air. The leader crashes to the ground with a resounding thud, leaving the other gang members in shock. The man with glasses, along with the woman beside him, are stunned by the display of power, exclaiming in disbelief. One of the gang members observes that the leader is no joke as he lies on the ground in pain. Ju Cheolbeom stands over the fallen leader, asking if there are any more offers for him to swing first, stating that he won't turn them down. One of the gang members shouts that there's no need to take the hard route, ordering the others to jump him. Having defeated the gang leader, Ju Cheolbeom now faces the rest of the assembled thugs, who are eager to avenge their fallen boss. The enraged mob rushes towards him, their shouts echoing through the room as they converge on their target. A fist connects with Ju Cheolbeom's face, the force of the blow snapping his head back. The impact sends him sliding backward across the floor, the momentum carrying him away from the immediate threat. Despite the blow, Ju Cheolbeom's expression hardens with determination, his fist clenching in anticipation of the fight to come. The sounds of the brawl fill the air as the fight intensifies, the cracking of bones and grunts of exertion painting a brutal picture. Watching from a nearby couch, the wife of the man with spiky hair wonders how one person can handle so many opponents at once, admitting to her husband that she was just being too sensitive. The woman with blonde hair reassures her friend, reminding her of what Channy said earlier. All they need to do is stay right behind him. The woman with blonde hair asks if her friend isn't scared. The woman with brown hair admits that, of course, she is scared. The woman with blonde hair confirms that she is scared as well. Despite her fear, the woman with blonde hair knows the outcome of the fight, prompting a confused reaction from her friend. She watches the fight unfold, the woman with blonde hair recalling that she didn't bring them here for no reason. The remaining gang members continue their assault on Ju Cheolbeom, their faces contorted with rage. One of the thugs sneers down at Ju Cheolbeom, telling him to take it all in with his eyes. The thug's fist connects with Ju Cheolbeom's face, the impact sending him staggering backward. The woman with blonde hair and the woman with brown hair watch the brutal beating, the former commenting on how weak and disgusting they actually are. The gang members continue to pummel Ju Cheolbeom, their attacks relentless. Ju Cheolbeom cries out in pain as he is struck again and again. The beating continues, the gang showing no mercy as they deliver blow after blow. The leader of the gang watches the scene unfold, his expression cold and calculating. The leader of the gang questions what they are doing, saying that they are against a kid with 3 girls. Ju Cheolbeom's face is a mask of pain and fury as the beating continues, his eyes wide with a mix of agony and rage. The man with spiky hair delivers a brutal kick to Ju Cheolbeom's face, drawing blood. He taunts his victim, declaring he can't go easy on him. The other gang members move in, surrounding Ju Cheolbeom. The man with spiky hair watches with a sinister grin. Another gang member punches Ju Cheolbeom in the face, thinking to himself that he has no choice because of the women present. He resolves to at least break one bone. The punch connects, sending blood flying. The gang member declares this is what happens when fighting them all. Watching the brutal beating, one of the gang members expresses his shock and disbelief at the level of violence. The man with spiky hair taunts his underlings, asking if they're already scared. The gang leader, the man with spiky hair, points and shouts, ordering his men to use their knives, even if Ju Cheolbeom dies. The woman with glasses looks on, concerned. One of the gang members asks if they will actually take care of it, referring to the order to use knives. The man with spiky hair, his face contorted in a menacing sneer, declares he'll even give a bonus to whoever stabbed Ju Cheolbeom. The gang members, now armed with knives, look determined. One thinks to himself that if that's the case, he will. A close-up shows a gang member holding a knife, ready to strike. He questions if he's supposed to be scared just because they pulled those out. The man with spiky hair smirks, looking out the window, seemingly pleased with the situation. Ju Cheolbeom cries out as the gang members advance on him. A knife is raised, ready to strike. The blade finds its mark, slicing into Ju Cheolbeom's shoulder. Ju Cheolbeom screams in agony as the attack continues. The man with spiky hair silences Ju Cheolbeom's cries with a sharp command. Rain begins to fall as the gang members surround their target, knives drawn. The group closes in, a circle of blades aimed at the defenseless Ju Cheolbeom. But just as the knives are about to strike, the man with spiky hair intercepts the attack, blocking the blades with his bare hands. He lands on the ground, poised and ready to defend Ju Cheolbeom. The man with spiky hair retaliates, striking back against the attackers. The sound of a powerful blow echoes through the alley. The man with spiky hair continues his assault, taking down another attacker. He grabs the closest assailant by the throat, his grip tightening. With brutal efficiency, the man with spiky hair slams the attacker into another, sending them both sprawling. He then pivots, delivering a devastating kick to another approaching thug, sending him flying, his knife clattering to the ground. The man with spiky hair surveys the remaining gang members, his expression unreadable. He raises his hand, beckoning them forward with a chilling gesture. The thugs rush forward, knives glinting in the dim light, but the man with spiky hair is unfazed. A flurry of blows lands, blood spraying as the man with spiky hair moves with impossible speed. The remaining thugs are sent flying, their faces contorted in pain and fear. One of the thugs wonders aloud how the man with spiky hair can be so fearless, even when faced with knives. The thug realizes he can't even imagine the kind of life the man with spiky hair must have lived to be so hardened. The man with spiky hair stands over the defeated thugs, a silent predator among the fallen. The thugs, now subdued, kneel before him, their fear palpable. After calling for reinforcements, Ju Cheolbeom watches with growing unease. The remaining thugs, battered and bruised, question if this is all that's left of their forces. The woman with short brown hair and sunglasses wonders how someone like the man with spiky hair could exist, while Ju Cheolbeom struggles to make sense of the situation. Ju Cheolbeom demands to know why his men aren't attacking the assassin, then smirks, seemingly having a plan. One of the men asks if he should go in first. Ju Cheolbeom, pointing, orders his men to grab the women instead. He tells them not to mind the assassin and to grab the women. But the man with spiky hair anticipated this move, declaring that Ju Cheolbeom would do that. The assassin delivers a devastating blow to one of the thugs. Another thug is sent flying by the assassin's attack. The man with spiky hair continues his assault, taking down another of Ju Cheolbeom's men. The assassin's relentless attacks leave another thug incapacitated. The assassin with spiky hair, unfazed, dodges a knife attack from one of Ju Cheolbeom's men. Reacting instantly, he pivots, his movements a blur of lethal intent. The thug's face contorts in a mask of rage and desperation as he lunges forward. But the assassin is too quick. He delivers a devastating kick, sending the knife-wielding assailant flying through the air. The thug plummets towards the ground, a crimson spray marking his trajectory. The assassin, a picture of deadly calm, watches his opponent fall. He then turns his attention to another attacker, who is already lunging with a knife, the metallic clang of their weapons echoing in the confined space as the thug falls. The assassin sidesteps the attack with practiced ease, his movements precise and economical. With a swift motion, he disarms the second thug, the knife spinning away as the assassin prepares to strike. The second thug collapses, another victim of the assassin's ruthless efficiency. The assassin stands over the fallen, his gaze cold and calculating as he surveys the scene, Ju Cheolbeom's men now defeated. Ju Cheolbeom, witnessing the carnage, lets out a strangled cry of disbelief and fury. With his men defeated, the assassin with spiky hair stands over one of Ju Cheolbeom's fallen guards. The assassin turns, offering Ju Cheolbeom a chilling invitation. He can call for more men if he wants, because he can do this all day. Ju Cheolbeom, seated on the couch with his associate, lets out a small in response to the assassin's threat. The assassin's foot comes down, the sound echoing through the room as he declares that it's Ju Cheolbeom's turn now. Desperate, Ju Cheolbeom tries to reason with the assassin, now identified as Kong Chan, begging him to talk like civilized men. He even admits he went a bit overboard and offers to go over the conditions offered by Dial. Ju Cheolbeom, with a nervous smile, offers to fund the production fees, anything to avoid the inevitable. Realization dawns on Ju Cheolbeom's face as he utters, "Yikes." Kong Chan approaches the couch, saying a simple hey before delivering a swift kick. Before Ju Cheolbeom can react, Kong Chan's face is shown with a look of determination, while Ju Cheolbeom can only utter what. Kong Chan recalls that this is the next time they met. The kick lands squarely on Ju Cheolbeom's face, the impact sending him flying backwards. Zhu Qiolbium cries out in pain as he clutches his eye, the agony evident on his face. Discarded glasses lay on the floor, a testament to the brutal beating Zhu Qiolbium was enduring. A disembodied voice echoed, demanding he rise. The assassin, man with spiky hair, gripped Zhu Qiolbium by the collar, his face contorted in pain and fear. The man with spiky hair pressed Zhu Qiolbium for the truth, questioning if this was truly his first offense. Zhu Qiolbium, desperate, insisted it was. The assassin's fist connected with Zhu Qiolbium's face, the impact sending blood splattering. The man with spiky hair towered over Zhu Qiolbium, who lay prone on the floor. He questioned if Zhu Qiolbium considered them to be friends, noting the lack of formal speech. Zhu Qiolbium, writhing in pain, affirmed that the beating was justified. The assassin repeated his question, demanding confirmation that this wasn't the first time. The assassin smirked, stating that Zhu Qiolbium wouldn't mind being hit a little more now that he was guilty. The assassin delivered another blow, sending Zhu Qiolbium sprawling across the floor. The sound of the beating echoed through the room as Zhu Qiolbium continued to absorb the punishment. A figure, silhouetted against a bright light, commanded Zhu Qiolbium to get up. The battered man lay bleeding at his feet. Zhu Qiolbium, bloodied and broken, begged for forgiveness, promising to never show his face again. The silhouetted figure, revealed to be Kong Chan, coldly stated that Zhu Qiolbium could show his face again next time, implying a continued cycle of violence. He continues to berate Zhu Qiolbium, demanding he rise despite his injuries. The man on the floor can only beg for mercy. Zhu Qiolbium trembles, weakly protesting that he ordered the hit on Kong Chan, and that everyone present heard the order. Kong Chan scoffs at the man's words, finding it unfair that he should only receive a few slaps for such a transgression. The assassin continues his brutal assault, the sounds of the beating echoing through the room as Zhu Qiolbium cries out in pain. The force of the assassin's blows is visualized with a burst of impact, blood splattering across the scene. The assassin's kick connects with Zhu Qiolbium's face, sending him flying through the air. Zhu Qiolbium lands hard on the floor, defeated and broken, as the assassin stands over him, awaiting further instructions from Kong Chan. Elsewhere, the woman with sunglasses, wife of spiky-haired man, is surprised to hear her name mentioned. Kong Chan stands over a pile of bodies, naming Un Soyan and Ji Yun-hee as his next targets. Un Soyan and Ji Yun-hee, along with a third woman, look on in shock as they overhear Kong Chan's declaration. Kong Chan confirms that the woman who tried to turn them into prostitutes is right there, referring to the woman with sunglasses. The man with spiky hair calls out to Ji Yun-hee, standing over the bodies of those he has already dealt with. A voice responds, questioning what he wants with them. The two women, Un Soyan and Ji Yun-hee, stand together, concern etched on their faces. The man with spiky hair turns to face them, asking what they are doing. He declares that the woman who tried to force them into prostitution is right here. Un Soyan and Ji Yun-hee look at each other, confused by his words. Un Soyan's expression is one of dawning horror as she realizes what he means. The camera focuses on the woman kneeling on the floor, her head bowed in shame and fear as Un Soyan and Ji Yun-hee look down at her. Un Soyan is shocked by the sight of the kneeling woman. The man with spiky hair silences Un Soyan, stating that what he's doing is better than what the kneeling woman tried to do. The man with spiky hair gestures towards the kneeling woman, having just revealed her role in the girl's exploitation. Un Soyan, visibly shaken, insists that she's fine. The man with spiky hair questions their resolve, suggesting they might not be capable of taking action. He scoffs, reminding them of how the kneeling woman treated them and even tried to force them into prostitution, despite his efforts to neutralize her. The man with spiky hair accuses the girls of being too afraid to confront her because of the potential consequences. He dismisses their inaction as foolish, but Un Soyan vehemently denies it. Un Soyan rationalizes her reluctance to punish the kneeling woman, stating that she has already suffered enough. The man with spiky hair questions her right to forgive. He challenges her, asking if she believes she has more power than Lee Hae-yeon, a sentiment he doubts anyone shares. The kneeling woman, bearing a visible scar on her face, seems to agree with the man with spiky hair. The man with spiky hair declares that what Un Soyan is offering is not forgiveness. He explains that true forgiveness requires surpassing Lee Hae-yeon in power and defeating her. The man with spiky hair concludes that he is content with simply ensuring the kneeling woman's actions are never repeated. The woman with shoulder-length hair is visibly frustrated. She questions if they will continue to rely on others to solve their problems. The man with spiky hair suggests that Lee Hae-yeon might disappear from their lives forever. He continues, stating that his disappearance would be their fault and everything would revert to its previous state. The man with spiky hair urges them to overcome their challenges independently, assuring them that they won't need to fear, even if only they and Lee Hae-yeon remain. Un Soyan, still processing the information, simply asks, "What?" The man with spiky hair declares that if they still refuse to act, he will crush Lee Haen's face. The threat hangs heavy in the air, the implication clear in the close-up of the woman's shocked expression. The man with spiky hair continues, stating that Lee Haen's greatest asset is her appearance, and that she was able to. He elaborates on his plan, revealing that he intends to make money and attract powerful people, but more importantly, he plans to crush her skull, so she can no longer do any of that. Ju Cheolbeom lies on the ground, bleeding, as the man with spiky hair stands over him with a knife. Desperate, Ju Cheolbeom begs for his life, promising to never show off again and pleading for forgiveness. The man with spiky hair coldly tells him to look at the mess he has made, seemingly unmoved by his pleas. The man with spiky hair stands over the kneeling woman, reminding her that he handed authority over to her group, yet she is still begging. He scoffs, noting that she doesn't even consider them. The kneeling woman looks up at the man with spiky hair, fear etched on her face. Her eyes are wide with desperation. Elsewhere, Eun Soyeon stands with Ji Yun-hee and Ju Cheolbeom, who is still bleeding from his wound. An unidentified man watches them. Eun Soyeon speaks, her expression firm. She repeats what someone else said. The kneeling woman calls out to Eun Soyeon, her voice filled with desperation. The kneeling woman begs for forgiveness, pleading for just one more chance. A close-up reveals the kneeling woman's face, showing the blood on her lip. The kneeling woman looks up, questioning the situation as the man with spiky hair approaches. The man with spiky hair grabs the kneeling woman by the hair, pulling her head back. The kneeling woman's eyes widen in terror as she looks up. The kneeling woman's face is splattered with blood, her expression one of shock and pain. The kneeling woman clutches her arm, pain etched on her face. Her eyes widening in shock, Eun Soyeon stares at someone off-panel, barely able to choke out a single word. Tears welling, Eun Soyeon unleashes her pent-up resentment, accusing someone of using her and never caring for her properly. Her voice rising, Eun Soyeon demands to know if they truly believe she would remain silent and passive. The kneeling woman, still reeling from the attack, cries out, questioning why she was treated so poorly and what she had ever done to deserve it. Ju Cheolbeom watches with a grim expression as Eun Soyeon declares she will no longer hold back, promising to repay the offender 2 or 3 times over for everything she has suffered. A close-up reveals the kneeling woman's face contorted in anguish as she screams in pain and despair. The kneeling woman, now identified as Lee Hae-yeon, apologizes repeatedly, begging for forgiveness and promising not to repeat her actions. A voice wonders aloud if Lee Hae-yeon, the woman who was once so prideful, is actually crying. The woman with spiky hair, standing tall, recalls that Lee Hae-yeon once seemed so scary. Lee Hae-yeon remains huddled on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The man with spiky hair questions if Lee Hae-yeon is crying so badly just because he slapped her a few times, then asks for confirmation from Eun Soyeon. Lee Hae-yeon lies on the ground, prompting a question from the man with spiky hair. He wonders aloud if the situation is really as insignificant as it seems. The man with spiky hair continues, accusing Eun Soyeon of being afraid of the image she created of Lee Hae-yeon, when in reality, she wasn't a big deal at all. Ju Cheolbeom kneels beside Lee Hae-yeon, reassuring her that no one will be able to treat her like that anymore. She weakly agrees. The man with spiky hair warns Eun Soyeon not to treat anyone like that either. The man with spiky hair clenches his fist, emphasizing that no matter how big of a celebrity Eun Soyeon becomes, she will not be allowed to act like this. Eun Soyeon, her eyes shadowed, silently vows that she won't. The man with spiky hair calls Eun Soyeon Channy, his tone softening as he looks at her with concern. Ju Cheolbeom continues to kneel beside Lee Hae-yeon, his expression grim as he assesses her injuries. Ju Cheolbeom, his face bruised and bloodied, declares that he doesn't care what they do, but they shouldn't play around with the last bit of pride a hardworking person has. A close-up of Eun Soyeon's face shows her contemplating whether it's wrong to be a trainee. The question of whether it's wrong to be a trainee, a rookie, or a brand new company is posed. The group stands together, the question lingering. Is it wrong to compete fairly without any big sponsors? The man with spiky hair, bruised and bleeding, is told to plot his revenge, but to not expect silence in return. He is warned that he will have to prepare well for it. The man with spiky hair kneels on the floor. Ju Cheolbeom orders them to leave. The group acknowledges Ju Cheolbeom's order. The man with spiky hair and his wife kneel before Ju Cheolbeom on the floor of what appears to be a restroom. Eun Soyeon seems surprised by something Ju Cheolbeom says. Eun Soyeon complains that she didn't get her turn. She remarks that she was waiting for it, and that she doesn't cut in line. Ju Cheolbeom tells Eun Soyeon that she will have to get some more slaps. Eun Soyeon slaps the man with spiky hair, who is still kneeling. The scene shifts to a nighttime view of the DI Entertainment building. The car idles outside the building, its occupants preparing to part ways. Inside the car, the man with spiky hair asks Eun Soyeon if she's really going home. He suggests she come in for coffee. Eun Soyeon declines, stating that the two of them have a lot to talk about, and that she wouldn't be of much help with the TV show production anyway. The man with spiky hair calls out to someone named Channy. Outside, Eun Soyeon walks away from the car. As she walks, Eun Soyeon thinks that their CEO is a really cool person. Nearby, Ji Yun-hee is confused by something she heard. She recalls being mad at him for bringing them to a place like this a while ago, but now it's as if she was reborn. Ji Yun-hee tells someone, presumably Lee Hae-yeon, that she'll work really hard for this TV show. Eun Soyeon agrees, saying that what Ji Yun-hee said is true. Lee Hae-yeon tells Ji Yun-hee not to fall in love now. Ji Yun-hee asks her to repeat that. Eun Soyeon, Ji Yun-hee, and Lee Hae-yeon all look confused. Lee Hae-yeon stutters, seemingly regretting what she said. The unspoken rule hung heavy in the air. If an actress gets too close to the CEO, false rumors are bound to spread. The women exchanged glances, unspoken questions swirling between them. Elsewhere, the Alien building loomed, a silent witness to the events unfolding within. Inside, a man confirmed that it was Choi Bong-pal of Alien. A desperate call was made. The voice on the other end pleaded for help, promising to discuss the details in person. A man, covered in blood, seethed with rage. He muttered about having one more method left to deal with a fucking little brat. The bloodied face of Choi Bong-pal filled the frame, his expression a mask of fury and determination. The phone slips from his grasp, landing in a puddle. Despite his injuries, Kong Chan, also known as Smithen, spits out a threat, promising there's still one more method left. The pain is evident in Smithen's eyes, but so is his resolve. Blood trickles down Kong Chan's face, a testament to the brutal beating he's endured. A car speeds away from the scene, leaving Smithen behind. Elsewhere, a phone rings, displaying an incoming call. Inside a car, Ranor corrects someone over the phone, emphasizing his name. Ranor, the sly fox, is asked how he has been, and he responds that things haven't been that great overall. The person on the other end of the line asks if something happened, and Ranor admits he has something to tell him, but would prefer to discuss it in person. The man on the phone chuckles, assuming that means it will be a while before they meet, but Ranor reveals he'll be flying back to Korea soon since the work there has been cleaned up. The man with spiky hair wonders who could be calling him. Elsewhere, Kong Chan, driving his car, receives a call. The caller notes that he is flying in earlier than expected. The man on the other end of the line suggests dinner tomorrow. Kong Chan suspects that the caller wants to ask him for a favor again, but agrees to the dinner anyway. The caller tells Kong Chan to contact him again when he decides on the exact time and place. Kong Chan agrees to see him tomorrow. The scene shifts to a view of the city at night. Back at his apartment, the man with spiky hair is asked where he went. He replies that he went out for a walk. The woman reminds him to take a shower before he sleeps. He acknowledges her statement. The camera pans up to show the exterior of the apartment building. The phone rings, and a man with spiky hair answers it. He rubs his eyes, looking tired. Lying in bed, the man with spiky hair is asked what he is doing and if he is busy. He responds in the affirmative. The man with spiky hair is greeted with amusement. The voice on the other end of the line remarks that he was sleeping in, a rare sight indeed. He explains that he was out late the previous night. The voice on the phone expresses concern, asking if he can visit the hospital if he isn't too busy and inquiring if he is okay. The man with spiky hair insists that he is totally fine, adding that there's someone he'd like to introduce to the caller. He agrees to the meeting, mentioning that it will take him about an hour to get there since he has to take a shower first. The man on the other end of the line, revealed to be Kong Chan, says that they can wait all day if they have to, before ending the call. Meanwhile, a car speeds through the city streets. Inside the car, a phone is mounted on the dashboard, displaying an ongoing call. The screen reads, busy as usual. The driver adjusts his earpiece. The driver, revealed to be the man with spiky hair, is asked if he is Mr. Kong Chan. He confirms that it is him, identifying himself as Yang Jungmook, the chief officer of the Gangnam Police Department. Yang Jungmook grips the steering wheel tightly as he is informed that he's been sued for assault and battery. He sits in his car, stewing over the situation. Yang Jungmook guesses the caller already knows why he's being contacted. The voice on the other end of the line demands an answer. The man with spiky hair retorts, questioning the caller's tone and accusing him of having guts. The caller scoffs, suggesting Yang Jungmook wouldn't have the nerve to pull this off if he didn't have the guts. He orders him to come to the Gangnam police station for interrogation immediately. Yang Jungmook, seemingly unconcerned, claims to be busy and asks what would happen if he delayed. The voice on the phone informs him that he'll be arrested for not complying with a police summons as a violent crime suspect. Yang Jungmook agrees to go to the Gangnam police station, but not immediately. He reflects on his earlier decision, realizing he shouldn't have let David and Lee Hae-yeon off the hook so easily. He thinks to himself that they would have been dealt with easily if this was Africa. Yang Jungmook wonders if he should settle things with them first. Meanwhile, Kong Chan receives a call from friend, Channy, who says he's running late to the prevention hospital. Kong Chan suggests he come to him first, stating that his guest is a busy man. Kong Chan downplays the situation when Channy asks if he got into an accident, saying it's nothing, but admits he has to report to the police station. Kong Chan tells the person on the other end of the line that he'll be there after he deals with this. He then dismisses someone asking what he's reporting for, saying he'll see them later. Back at the office, the man with spiky hair slams his hand on a book, confirming something. The man with spiky hair is asked if he's in high school, a question that seems to catch him off guard. He sits in the interrogation room, listening to the officer's accusations. The officer details the charges, breaking into Alien's office and assaulting Choi Bong-pal and Lee Hae-yeon with a baseball bat, even going so far as to delete all the records. The man with spiky hair scoffs, realizing the name of the man he supposedly attacked is Choi Bong-pal. He wonders if that's what Bong-pal himself told the police. The officer's eyes narrow as he wonders what Choi Bong-pal told him, and if that's what he's sticking with. The officer presses him, stating that he did it, and demands that he admit that's what Choi Bong-pal told him. The man with spiky hair questions why the police are believing everything Choi Bong-pal said without even investigating properly, demanding proof that he committed the crime. The officer slams his hand on the table, enraged. He shouts that Choi Bong-pal's bloodied face is all the proof he needs, questioning who else would have beaten him up. The officer continues his tirade, asking if he even went to the scene and accusing him of trying to tell the police what to do. He declares that he is the prime suspect pointed out by the victims. The man with spiky hair questions if the officer is sure that Choi Bong-pal and Lee Hae-yeon are even the victims, implying that they could be the suspects since their faces are all bloody. He suggests that the officer should investigate that angle. Then, the man with spiky hair expresses his frustration, saying that instead of believing what Choi Bong-pal said and trying to accuse him of it, the officer is being a cheeky bastard. The officer asks if he's saying he doesn't intend to cooperate with the investigation. The man with spiky hair retorts that he'll call a lawyer. He sat back in his chair, muttering about how television shows were giving everyone the wrong idea about lawyers. Meanwhile, in another part of the station, an officer confirmed that the suspect should be placed in the holding cell where the thugs were kept the other night. Another officer told the man with spiky hair to come with him. Elsewhere, a police officer realized that this cop wasn't taking a neutral stance at all, and that David must have planned this out beforehand. The situation was becoming a pain. Two officers walked with purpose. Yang Jung-mook saluted, but the officer receiving the salute was not impressed. The officer, Yang Jung-mook, told him to go to hell with his salute and demanded to know if he had received a complaint from Choi Bong-pal. Yang Jung-mook confirmed that he had summoned the suspect and was about to arrest him before being asked if he had visited the scene. The officer was questioned about how he could call himself a police officer when he investigates without even visiting the scene, and was reminded that Choi Bong-pal was also under watch. Yang Jung-mook claimed he knew, then quickly backtracked, saying he didn't know, sir. The other officer questioned how Yang Jung-mook could not know, especially as a chief officer. He is reprimanded by a superior officer for being too loud. The officer apologizes for his outburst. The superior officer apologizes to Kong Chan for the inconvenience, stating that Yang Jung-mook will be disciplined after inspection. Kong Chan looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. The superior officer suggests they leave the others to figure things out on their own. The two officers walk away, the superior officer wondering who could be behind recent events. Yang Jung-mook asks if he can leave. Elsewhere, a man yells at someone for taking bribes. Kong Chan and the superior officer walk down a hallway, the superior officer asking what's going on. Kong Chan thanks the superior officer for helping him out, then asks who he is. The superior officer asks if Kong Chan would like to know. A close-up of the superior officer's face, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man with spiky hair expresses his gratitude for the assistance he received, but then asks the other man to reveal his identity. The man in the suit responds to the question, stating that he is just a typical federal employee, and asks if the man with spiky hair would like to know more. The man in the suit smiles, seemingly amused by the situation. Outside the police station, the man in the suit urges the man with spiky hair to get in the car, promising to explain the details later. The man with spiky hair expresses his gratitude again, but questions why he should trust the man in the suit. The man in the suit chuckles, admitting he was too rash and made a mistake due to being a big fan of the man with spiky hair, and acknowledges the absurdity of the situation. The man in the suit explains that he cannot reveal his identity in a public space like this. The man in the suit reveals that he heard from Kim Tae-jin that the man with spiky hair was at the police station. The man in the suit gestures towards the car, stating that it will return to the hospital. The man with spiky hair thinks to himself that the man in the suit doesn't sound like he's lying, and that he is the only one. He wondered if the man in the suit could be the person he was supposed to meet. The mysterious man in the suit asked if the arrangement was satisfactory. The man with spiky hair confirmed that it was. The scene shifts to a hospital. A hand presents a business card. The man in the suit mentioned that he and the injured man had served in the military together. The man in the suit stood beside the bed of the injured man, who had his arm in a sling. Two masked figures stood guard as the man in the suit spoke with the injured man, drawing a parallel between their relationship and that of Dairu and himself. The injured man explained that the man with spiky hair had been asking for an introduction for a long time, but now he had an urgent request. The man with spiky hair confirmed that he had a request. The man in the suit asked for the details. The man in the suit reminded him that he worked for the NIS, assuming he already had a rough idea of what they did. The man with spiky hair confirmed his understanding. The man in the suit added that he would let him know what their first intelligence unit had found out. The man with spiky hair is told that outsiders cannot know about this. The mysterious man in the suit says that the assassin and the injured soldier are alike. The man in the suit continues, stating that he also has a friend who he trusts with his life. The assassin is told that if he doesn't like the condition, he shouldn't be told the information. The man with spiky hair says that's fine, leaving it up to the man in the suit's discretion. The man in the suit asks if the information is something the assassin really needs to know. The injured soldier tells the assassin that it's quite a burden, asking him to listen for his sake. The injured soldier thanks the assassin, asking him to have a seat. The man with spiky hair is visibly agitated as he listens to the news. The man in the suit reveals that France is running an operation in order to gain control of all of Europe. The assassin is shocked by this information, wondering if it could be true. The information reveals that France came up with a long-distance railroad, which starts from France and extends all the way to the end of Eurasia. The screen displays the title of the operation, Operation Licorne, which, as a note clarifies, means unicorn in French. The mysterious man in the suit learns that the person in charge of Operation Licorne is someone he knows very well. The revelation hangs heavy on the assassin's face. The man in the suit reveals the identity of the person in charge, the ambassador of France, Ranark. The man with spiky hair is asked if he has a rough idea of the operation now that he knows who is in charge. The man in the suit explains that the main issue is with North Korea, elaborating that the Unicorn Project includes North Korea. The man with spiky hair learns that the response from North Korea is a bit iffy. The man in the suit elaborates, stating that China won't be able to accept North Korea becoming financially independent so easily. The man in the suit explains that North Korea is torn between two sides, with one side supporting China and voicing that they should decline this operation, while the other is pushing to join Russia with their plans. The man in the suit continues, saying that their supreme leader is staying silent and isn't showing his true intentions, likely weighing his options. The man in the suit states that for them, the best option is for their country to be the final destination, if the railroad doesn't. The man with spiky hair tells the man in the suit to hold on, stating that he knows this is a truly serious matter, but he's not. He listens intently as the man in the hospital bed explains that they want him to do something. The man in the bed clarifies that they want him to negotiate with Ranark. The assassin, man with spiky hair, appears troubled by this revelation. The mysterious man in the suit explains that each country's head has their own secret contact list, known as the secret line. The man in the suit continues, explaining that Ambassador Ranark didn't allow anyone within his country to be on his secret line. However, he contacted Kong Chan directly. The man in the suit apologizes, but states that they identified the conversation that they had yesterday. The man in the suit says that Kong Chan should have looked for someone else to do the job instead of identifying things like that. The man in the suit reiterates that Kong Chan can't get out of this, starting with France. He is already being watched by Russia, China, North Korea, and other EU countries. The man in the suit reveals that all the funds Ranark used came straight from the French intelligence agency, and the anti-Ranark force getting eliminated by Kong Chan makes it even more so. Kong Chan stands alone, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Close up on Kong Chan's face, showing his inner turmoil. He reaches for a drink. Kong Chan drinks, thinking to himself that it felt like things were going too well. The mysterious man in the suit asks Kong Chan to lend his country a hand. The man in the suit details the offer, special acceptance to any university in the country, an annual payout of 10 billion won, and a guarantee that Kong Chan will not face any legal charges, meaning he won't have to run into situations like before. The man in the suit pauses, awaiting Kong Chan's response. The man in the suit offers Kong Chan a card inside an envelope, explaining that it's under the name of Samyung Group. The man in the suit continues, saying that Kong Chan can use it freely since it has no limits, and that he can withdraw from any ATMs and contact the card company to have it deposited directly to his account. Kong Chan responds that he is just a high school student. The man in the suit emphasizes that Kong Chan is a high school student who can. The man in the suit instructs someone to contact Ranark secretly. The man in the suit explains that if Unicorn is constructed the way they want, the financial benefits will be astronomical. He then wonders what will happen if Ranark declines. Kong Chan is reminded that they have high expectations for him, and that they may have to come up with a different offer for Ranark. It's said that Kong Chan doesn't get along with everybody, but he'll show his absolute trust to those on his side. It's revealed that not just in France, but an anti-Ranark force was created within all of Europe, but they tried. It's revealed that Kong Chan unexpectedly showed up and got rid of them. The intelligence agencies of multiple countries are dying to find out the connection between the two of them. The mysterious man in the suit states that they are also curious about the situation. Elsewhere, the man with spiky hair holds a document, his expression unreadable. The man in the suit stands beside Kong Chan's hospital bed, speaking to him with a serious expression. Lying in his hospital bed with his arm in a sling, Kong Chan questions if he should accept the offer. Kong Chan feels that it is too late to live a normal life. From his hospital bed, Kong Chan listens intently. The man in the suit explains that now that things have turned out this way, Kong Chan might as well operate while being funded and protected by the government. The man in the suit offers Kong Chan a document, but the injured soldier states that he doesn't think he'll need it. Kong Chan appreciates the offer, but the man with spiky hair warns that if he doesn't accept, there will be consequences. The higher-ups sitting at their desks will interpret this as Kong Chan having other thoughts. Kong Chan thinks to himself that he couldn't. The man in the suit tells the man with spiky hair that the more he talks to Kong Chan like that, the more rebellious he will act, and that he should let him try a different approach. The mysterious man in the suit makes an offer, stating that if Kong Chan accepts the envelope, his friend can get promoted. The man in the suit reiterates his offer, emphasizing the potential benefits for someone close to Kong Chan. Kong Chan, after considering the offer, hesitantly agrees, saying he guesses he'll accept it then. The man in the suit seems pleased. The man in the suit smiles, seemingly relieved that Kong Chan has accepted the deal. Elsewhere, someone observes Kong Chan's decision, noting that they can't do much if he declines, but that this acceptance is all they need. Kong Chan extends his hand, ready to seal the agreement. The handshake is made, solidifying the agreement between Kong Chan and the man in the suit. The man in the suit smiles, his expression suggesting a sense of satisfaction with the outcome. The handshake, now complete, symbolizes the binding agreement between Kong Chan and the man in the suit. The man in the suit, revealed to be Song Kang-ho, expresses gratitude on behalf of the Korean government, welcoming an unseen individual. The unseen individual responds, stating that he is unworthy of such grand words, but appreciates the sentiment. Song Kang-ho states that they are now officially on the same side, questioning who informed the other man. The scene shifts to a hospital, where the man asks if he has a friend he absolutely trusts. The man wonders if the person he is talking to could be Mr. Suk Kang-ho. Song Kang-ho retorts, questioning if the investigation is too much before asking for his cooperation. The man in the hospital bed, revealed to be ID soldier Smithin, is the one being questioned by Song Kang-ho. Smithin is told that he is rightfully upset. Song Kang-ho hopes that Smithin can understand that the investigation was a necessary procedure for those responsible for national security. Song Kang-ho states that it is good they straighten things out and that he will leave since it is settled. Song Kang-ho states that he has many other tasks to finish and that it was a pleasure to meet Smithin, promising to contact him soon. Baffled, Smithin stares off into the distance, contemplating the recent events. A figure stands before him, explaining that his captors used a soft method on him. Smithin is confused by this statement. The figure dismisses the situation, stating that it's a shame that Smithin won't be able to live a normal life. Lying in his hospital bed, Smithin realizes that a normal life is now beyond his reach. The figure asks how his body is now. Smithin replies that he will be discharged today, implying that his injuries aren't that bad. The figure is glad to hear that Smithin will be discharged and states that he will be off too, implying that he will also be leaving the hospital. The figure asks if Smithin is going to see Suk Kang-ho, and Smithin confirms that he has things to discuss with him anyway. Smithin stands outside of school, observing a group of students. He watches as the students begin to run, seemingly in some sort of training exercise. Smithin watches a man in a suit walking away from him and wonders what is happening. He continues to observe the students, wondering why they are coming here and admitting that he is more comfortable talking to them. A group of men bow respectfully as Mr. Suk, now the CEO of Ubicop, approaches. One of the men greets him, confirming the official announcement of his appointment as CEO and expressing their eagerness to work with him. Mr. Suk seems surprised by the news. Another man asks about the commission education, revealing that Mr. Suk is also on the list. He seems to have been unaware of this. The man confirms that 5 of them, including Mr. Suk, are on the list for commission education by the NIS, and they are to enlist in Army Academy 3 tomorrow. The man who delivered the news seems to be questioning Mr. Suk's reaction to these developments. A group of men approach Mr. Suk, stating they need to speak with him privately. Someone wonders if what they've heard is true. One of the men who approached Mr. Suk earlier wonders if this means he could be an NIS agent. Another man tells him to lighten up, assuming there are good reasons for these developments, and laughs. Mr. Suk, visibly annoyed, demands to know why the man is laughing. The man is excited, saying it's been a while since he's felt this way. He reflected on his career, a tinge of disappointment lingering despite his contentment with retiring as a high school teacher. Did it even make sense to feel this way? The announcement of a 2-week education program, made without prior permission, clearly bothered Suk Kang-ho. Suk Kang-ho received a call. The person on the other end stated that they had just heard about it. The caller acknowledged the importance of informing people in advance, but also recognized the limited options due to the urgency and significance of the situation. Suk Kang-ho, on the phone, dismissed the concerns. That's their problem, he stated, revealing that he was the one who. The message was clear. A special recruitment of Suk Kang-ho had been strongly requested. To support this, 5 employees, along with Mr. Suk himself, were needed to participate. The voice on the phone explained that an agreement had been reached to document Mr. Suk's education as if it were already completed. Only his employees would be attending. The man on the phone sarcastically remarked, "How sweet." He admitted he couldn't get mad if Suk Kang-ho was like this. He then apologized for getting upset without knowing what had happened, now understanding the situation better. He was assured that no apology was needed, that it was normal. The man in the suit told the other man not to worry about his friends, as they wouldn't have to go. The other man expressed his disappointment, saying it was a shame he couldn't have gone. The man in the suit told Suk Kang-ho to take care of the kids. When asked where he was going, he replied that he didn't know, but would rest before meeting Rannork that night. The other man thought it was a good idea. The man in the suit asked how the kids were doing. The other man replied that they were just kids, physically and mentally. The man in the suit chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Suk Kang-ho's associate questions him about Hyo Yun-sul, pointing out that he had mentioned her before. Elsewhere, a woman in a blue tracksuit sits on some steps, exhausted. It said that her skills aren't much, but she only quits when she's completely unable to move. The woman's exhaustion is palpable as she thinks that she reminds someone of someone she knew before, someone with the last name Kong. Two men stand together, one with a slight smile on his face. It said that she'll be a big deal. The sounds of footsteps echo through the street as people walk by. The man from panel 4 thinks to himself that he forgot that he rode in Kim Hyung-jung's car and left his own at the police station. He finds it annoying. The man from panel 4 is on the phone, being asked if he beat up the guys of the Great Right Gang yesterday. He responds that he doesn't know if they were the Great Right Gang or the Great Left Gang, but he did step on a few people. The man on the phone continues, saying that anyway, the Great Right Gang is about to get wiped out. Yang Jungmook, sitting in a chair, is on the phone, listening to someone say that even the prosecutor hag are trying to never let them show their faces again. He responds with, "Oh, really?" Someone, only showing their legs and feet, says that they are not the one doing it. The mysterious man in the suit, on the phone, accuses someone of being the reason for recent events. Elsewhere, Eun Soyeon walks with others, telling someone on the phone not to do too much and to be careful. Suk Kang-ho, also on the phone, learns that Michelle is involved this time, and wonders if she had the power to do something. Ji Yun-hee, at her desk, assures someone on the phone that something happened, but it's not what they think. In an office, phones are buzzing with calls from TV networks and production companies, all wanting to be a part of this TV show. Ji Yun-hee learns that Alien is getting a high-level tax audit out of nowhere, and is asked if she had anything to do with it. Suk Kang-ho confirms that they have the green light, but the tone of the conversation suggests something more is happening. Ji Yun-hee states that it's not just the green light, and that it sounds like they have a good problem on their hands. The mysterious man in the suit says it sounds good and that he'll drop by the office soon, but that he has something to take care of first. It is revealed that NIS agents are involved, and they are fast. Suk Kang-ho, looking at his phone, is frustrated by something. Monsieur Kong is happy to be in Korea once again, and confirms to the ambassador that everything is in order. The pedestrian signal glows green, a silent invitation. A disembodied voice notes that someone has arrived earlier than expected, while another voice explains they rush to meet Monsieur Kong. The voices agree to meet at 3 o'clock this afternoon at the Namsan Hotel. Meanwhile, a man in a suit answers his phone, his expression unreadable. Kim Hyung-jung, on the phone, reflects on the upcoming meeting. He recalls the message, a meeting with Monsieur Kong at the Namsan Hotel at 3 o'clock. The man adjusts his suit jacket, a subtle gesture of preparation. His eyes narrow, a hint of unease flickering across his face. He confirms that he will be at the hotel early. Kim Hyung-jung's expression hardens, a sense of grim determination settling in. He straightens his tie, a final check of his composure before the impending meeting. He contemplates whether he should tell Kim Hyung-jung about the situation. Kim Hyung-jung reflects on his increasingly busy schedule as he continues his phone call. He relays that he just received a call from Ambassador Rannork and is scheduled to meet him at the Namsan Hotel at 3 o'clock, a development he hadn't anticipated. The man states that it's a bad thing and suggests that someone drop by quickly since there's some time left. Kim Hyung-jung pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he listens to the voice on the other end of the line. He asks the caller to repeat what they said. The voice continues, suggesting they take a tour of the new office. A black car idles on the street, waiting. Inside the vehicle, Yang Jung-mook, the officer, waits patiently behind the wheel. The exterior of the Namyang Commercial Company building comes into view. The black car pulls into a parking spot near the building. Inside the building, the elevator ascends. A sign reveals that the Namyang Commercial Company is a front for the NIS Gangnam branch. The elevator doors open with a ding. The superior officer gestures for Kim Hyung-jung to follow him to his office. Inside the director's office, a sign confirms the location. The director informs Kim Hyung-jung that everything he explained earlier has been approved. The director continues, stating that from this point on, Kim Hyung-jung is classified as a special agent of the NIS. The director elaborates, explaining that whether he is carrying out domestic or international tasks, all the agencies in Korea will cooperate with him, and that Team 1 of the NIS will be supporting him. Kim Hyung-jung tells the director to hold on, stating that he doesn't think that will be necessary, as it might rub people like Ambassador Rannork the wrong way. Kim Hyung-jung insists on handling the situation alone, stating that no one else needs to be involved if everything goes smoothly. The superior officer assures him that their agents will operate discreetly, remaining in the shadows. He adds that Kim Hyung-jung shouldn't worry about Ambassador Ranort, as he is an experienced politician who has seen a great deal. The officer believes that Ranort will see it as a necessary procedure. The superior officer also confirms that the promised legal immunity will be valid immediately. He instructs Kim Hyung-jung to contact him immediately if a situation like the Gangnam police station arises. The superior officer promises to do his best to resolve any issues as soon as possible, and Kim Hyung-jung appreciates him looking out for him in multiple ways. A montage reveals the scope of the situation: espionage, physical altercations, and a looming deadline of 6 months until an official announcement that will render them obsolete. The Unicorn Project is of interest to the entire world, and they must become a part of it within that time. The superior officer addresses Kong Chan, though he is not present in the room. The officer states that Kong Chan will be paving the way for this national affair on his own, without support from the NIS. The superior officer asks Kim Hyung-jung what his thoughts are on this. Kim Hyung-jung questions whether they really expect him to persuade Ranort alone. The superior officer tells Kim Hyung-jung to be realistic. He was reminded that Ambassador Ranort could decline the offer or propose a different one altogether. It was understood that Kim Hyung-jung wouldn't be able to handle everything alone. However, the superiors firmly believed that he would be able to play the Joker role in this card game, a role that would require him to be unpredictable and adaptable. The Joker card was a wild card, but a strong hand could be created when combined with other cards. That was the kind of role they expected him to carry out. The man with glasses, seemingly confident, smiled faintly, perhaps contemplating the weight of the task ahead. The superior officer assured Kim Hyung-jung that he would do a great job, despite the inherent risks of the mission. The Namsan Hotel loomed in the distance, its modern architecture a stark contrast to the complex web of intrigue that lay within. Inside the hotel, people sat at tables, unaware of the events about to unfold, including the arrival of Ju Cheol-beom. Someone thought to themselves that it would be awkward if guys like Ju Cheol-beom came up to talk to them, hoping to remain unnoticed in the corner. Footsteps echoed as 2 men in suits approached, their presence commanding attention. The 2 men, their faces grim, continued their advance, their intentions unknown but clearly serious. It was said that one ends up developing some sort of psychic power when going through numerous life and death situations, becoming able to recognize their own kind. As the men in suits approached, the narrator clarified that he was referring to psychic power as the ability of those experienced in killing others. The man with spiky hair explained that he couldn't explain it scientifically. Psychic power is something you either know or you don't. The 2 men in suits continued their advance, their expressions unreadable. Kim Hyung-jung received a text message asking if he had sent in his men. The man with spiky hair thought to himself that they didn't want any unnecessary conflict with Ranort, so their men were on standby outside. He wondered if something was wrong. The 2 men in suits stood behind a seated figure. Kim Hyung-jung texted back that he would get back to them in a bit, while in the background, people walked through the hotel lobby. Ju Cheol-beom slammed his hands on the table, a visible sign of his frustration. The narrator considered that they could be Ranort's agents, of course. The man with spiky hair thought that he could never exclude the possibility of them being assassins sent by those against the railroad being built in Korea. He decided he should let Ranort know about this before doing anything else, but in case they had wiretapped the place, he should just text. Suddenly, Ju Cheol-beom's eyes widened, and he shouted for them to wait. Ju Cheol-beom realized it was more important to alert Kong Chan quicker, even with the risk. He was just about to call him. Ju Cheol-beom finishes his call, noting that an elevator is coming up from the basement. He has a bad feeling about the situation. Driven by his unease, Ju Cheol-beom decides to investigate himself. He sees no one as he moves forward. The elevator isn't moving, so he decides to take the stairs. The odds of this being a coincidence are too low for Ju Cheol-beom to ignore. Suddenly, the man in the suit is struck from the side, his phone flying from his hand. He remembers using the freight elevator once with Kong Chan, who was injured at the time. The force of the blow sends Ju Cheol-beom crashing through a nearby door. He tumbles through the doorway, struggling to regain his footing. 2 men in suits stand waiting for him. Ju Cheol-beom realizes that these 2 men know who he is. As Ju Cheol-beom extends his hand, he notices one of the men in suits reaching for something under his jacket. A cold dread washes over him as he wonders if it's a gun.